Year 2 of my Uchiha clan grounds. Brother, when shall we depart? A young boy about 10 years old wearing an Uchiha robe knelt respectfully at a table, gazing at the person opposite him. The person opposite him was also a young boy no more than 12 years old with eyes lightly closed, a solemn expression, showing a cautious and mature demeanor despite his young age. The people monitoring us haven't withdrawn yet. We are under their control, don't be impatient. But Lord Ban has been gone for a day. If we don't leave now, we won't have another chance. The boy's expression was agitated, his eyes changing from black pupils to red pupils with black patterns on the red pupils. Black arcs, triangles, and rectangles intertwined and circled, exuding a fierce aura. Shun, the previously closed-eyed Shirtu, now opened his eyes with the same red pupils and black patterns. A small black circle in the center was surrounded by 3 curved hooks, the enchanting pattern revealing its extraordinary nature. Do you want to destroy the peace Lord Ban fought so hard to obtain? I'm sorry, brother. The boy named Shun's eyes returned to normal, and he lowered his head. Ever since the village was established, that detestable Phaegian has been targeting our Uchiha at every turn. Lord Ban has no choice but to seek a new path for the Uchiha to find a better future for us. But Phaegian used missions to separate us. Saying this, Shun looked up at his brother again. Brother, now none of the clan members are willing to follow Lord Ban. How must Lord Ban, who values the clan most, feel? No matter what, we must follow Lord Ban's footsteps. Shirtu looked at his brother's determined gaze and spoke calmly. Shun, there are still many in the clan willing to follow Lord Ban, but they are all obstructed by Phaegian under various pretexts. Now not only us, but most of the clan members are being watched by Phaegian's men. Even if they have the ability to turn against the village and leave, what about their parents and children at home? We 2 brothers have no family left. We just need to wait for the shift change of the surveillance personnel tonight, then sneak out of the village. With your ability, finding Lord Ban is just a matter of time. Hearing his elder brother's explanation, Shun calmed down and lowered his head again. I was too impatient. You are the one who thinks thoroughly, elder brother. Go prepare. According to yesterday's observation, the shift change is coming soon. Yes. Shun respectfully left. Uchiha Shirtu was originally an ordinary youth from Blue Star, but after an unexpected death, he came to this Hokage world. Originally Shido, who knew the plot, wanted to make a big difference, but he found himself at the end of the Warring States period. Shirtu grew up amidst the turbulent war, displaying astonishing talent. He and his younger brother Shun, who was 2 years younger, had a relatively happy childhood. But the good times didn't last long. During a war with the Senju clan, Shida's small family was attacked by the Senju clan. Shida's parents fought desperately to protect their young brothers. Shirtu and his brother watched their parents die tragically, and in their grief they awakened the demon dwelling in their eyes, the Mangekyō Sharingan. To avenge their parents, the brothers threw themselves into battle, achieving excellent results on the battlefield thanks to their powerful Sharingan abilities. This naturally caught the attention of Senju Phaegian, and from then on the brothers were frequently targeted by Phaegian. After the village was established, Phaegian continued to target the brothers, assigning them the most dangerous missions. Now he was even blocking them from following Uchiha Ban, with an implicit intention to imprison them. So Shirtu could only plan to sneak out of the village at night. Brother, the entire village is surrounded by a spatial barrier. My ability cannot be activated. Just after leaving the village, Shun, who was rapidly moving among the branches, whispered, Phaegian has fought us many times, so he knows our abilities well. It's normal for him to be prepared. Clang, clang. Shirtu drew a kunai and deflected several flying shuriken. Forced to stop the 2 brothers, Senju Hyuga Sarutobi Akimichi Nara Yamanaka. Phaegian, you mobilized so many people just for us 2 brothers. Shirtu spoke loudly. Uchiha Shitu, you left the village without permission. Should I interpret this as an intention to betray the village? Phaegian's voice came from deep in the forest, but his figure was not seen. Seeing this, Shirtu had no intention of arguing. He simply formed hand seals instantly and unleashed a technique for Fire Release Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Expansion Technique. The ninja from the Akimichi clan ahead spread his hands and blocked Shida's technique. Void Slash. An invisible air crack appeared on the giant hand, instantly severing both arms. Shun covered his right eye, blood flowing from between his fingers. Shadow Imitation Technique. Mind Body Switch Technique. Taking advantage of the opening after Shun's attack, 2 techniques approached him from front and back. But the moment the techniques were released, Shida, blood flowing from his left eye, had already supported Shun and dodged them. Summoning Monkey King. Byakugan Activate. Shadow Sewing Technique. Mind Body Disturbance Technique. Meat Tank. Various techniques were unleashed at the 2 brothers. It seemed they would overwhelm the brothers. Susanoo. A deep red skeletal giant suddenly appeared on the battlefield, enveloping the 2 brothers and deflecting all attacks. Shun, how are you? Shitu, ignoring the battlefield situation, gently asked about his brother's condition. Much better, brother. In that case, let's fight our way out. Yes. The 2 brothers stood side by side. Another deep blue skeletal giant suddenly appeared beside the red one. Various techniques clashed against each other, and the surrounding forest was silently leveled. The sky was faintly lightening a ray of sunlight coming from the east. The Konoha ninjas who had come to surround them were either dead or wounded, while the Uchiha brothers, except for being unable to maintain their Susanoo, had no injuries. Brother, stop maintaining the moment ability. Your eyes are in a dangerous condition. Just a little further escape the spatial barrier, and I can activate instant boundary. Shun said excitedly to his brother. No, Phaegian hasn't appeared yet. I'm not at ease. Shida's face was serious. One could never be too cautious. However, Shida's vision was already blurry, barely able to sense the brightness of the sunlight. Just as the brothers escaped the range of the spatial barrier, Water released Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A water dragon appeared behind the brothers, but Shido, as if expecting it, dodged with Shun in two different directions. Shirtu had just steadied himself. Flying Thunder God Slash. A figure suddenly appeared behind Shirtu. The nearly blind Shirtu realized that the tree he had dodged had a Flying Thunder God mark. Brother. Noticing his brother's danger, Shun immediately activated his left Mangekyō Sharingan ability, Instant Boundary. Shun appeared behind Shido, taking the fatal blow for him. Shun. Shirtu held his brother's body, frantically activating his right eye ability, trying to save his brother. But it was useless. His right eye kept bleeding, and his vision grew even blurrier. Eventually Shirtu went complete. After so many battles, I can roughly guess your abilities, Shirtu. Phaegian's voice came from behind, but Shirtu no longer cared. Blind, he could only tightly hold his brother's body to feel his presence. Your left eye can foresee the future about 3 seconds, with a cooldown of about 5 seconds. I had to seize the 2-second window to launch a surprise attack. Shirtu ignored Phaegian's speculation about his abilities. Phaegian didn't immediately finish him off either, but observed Shirtu to verify his thoughts. You're right, I can rewind correct. The number of targets to rewind is unknown, the rewind time is unknown, the cooldown is unknown, but it requires a large amount of pupil power. So you arranged for them to fight us for so long, just to drain my pupil power. A hoarse voice slowly came from Shida's mouth. Why don't you make a move against me now? I can't be sure if you can still activate the rewind, so I will seal you. As soon as Phaegian finished speaking, Shirtu noticed that his chakra could no longer be mobilized. The sealing squad slowly emerged from the surroundings. I'm very interested in your abilities, Shido, so I absolutely cannot let you follow ban and defecting. Your brother's instant boundary is too flexible, so I had to target you. Phaegian seemed to think of something, and smiled. Good thing you brothers were deeply attached. If he had just escaped, I really wouldn't have been able to capture you alive, Shirtu. Phaegian ignored Shida's roar and calmly arranged tasks. Sealing squad control Uchiha Shido, and seal Uchiha Shun's eyes, bring them back to Konoha. Yes. Just as the sealing squad was about to act, a blue skeletal structure enveloped the two brothers. Everyone had to retreat. Phaegian, haven't you caused enough trouble? A man in a deep blue robe with long hair and a round fan appeared before Shirtu. The Uchiha clan crest behind him revealed his eye. Tobirama, I've only just left, and you treat my clansmen like this. Madara looked at Tobirama, his tone calm. Madara, you've left the village. It's not your place to decide how the village handles rogue ninja. Tobirama watched Madara warily, seemingly prepared for another battle. Desertion. All I see is you forcing my clansmen to death, and coveting the power of the Uchiha. As Madara's words faded, a blue skeleton rapidly filled in layers of flesh wrapping around the bones, forming a blue half-giant made of bone and flesh. The giant swung a chakra-long blade toward Tobirama. Madara had initially been unwilling to involve himself with the clan again after leaving Konoha, but not a single clansman had been willing to follow him, which made Madara refuse to acknowledge those who wallowed in comfort as members of the Uchiha clan. But seeing Tobirama covet the Uchiha's eyes, Madara came to stop this. The power of the Uchiha could not be defiled by others. But seeing the two brothers embracing, Madara was reminded of his own younger brother Izuna. Madara, do you want to restart the war between Senju and Uchiha? Tobirama dodged while preparing hand seals. He had already etched the Flying Thunder God mark on Shirtu and his brother during their earlier fight. Once I'm sure Madara will protect Shirtu and his brother, he'll use Flying Thunder God to teleport them back to the village. We cannot let such dangerous power leave with Madara. Madara looked at Tobirama, who was on high alert, his expression calm. Madara saw that Tobirama didn't seem ready to attack, so he coldly asked Shido, are you truly defecting from Konoha? If a clan member truly defected, he would be the first to strike them down. The blind Shirtu sensed Madara's immense chakra, feeling reassured yet bitter. If I had such power, how could Shun have been killed? Lord Madara, Tobirama secretly placed under house arrest many clansmen who wished to follow you. My brother and I tried to slip away at night to join you, but we were ambushed by Tobirama. Madara stood frozen after hearing Shida's words. Tobirama saw this and thought to himself, this is bad. I need to inform Hashirama, or Madara might destroy the village if he goes berserk. Tobirama instructed a ninja lurking in the shadows to return to the village and report to Hashirama. Madara looked at the brothers Shirtu and Shun, recalling the clansmen who had fought alongside him, recalling Izuna family and many past memories. He also remembered the day he wanted to find a future for the Uchiha, but no clansman was willing to follow him. Tobirama. A massive surge of chakra erupted from Madara's body. A blue giant hundreds of meters tall rose from the ground wearing blue armor, holding a blue chakra giant sword with a pair of giant blue wings on its back and a Tengu mask on its head. This was different from the half-giant of the brothers. It was a complete Susanoo standing like a god. Madara. Hashirama rushed over from a distance, clapping his hands together. In an instant, a wooden giant of similar height was formed. Madara inside the giant's head saw Hashirama's appearance and couldn't help but roar. Hashirama, is this how you treat my Uchiha? House arrest, ambush, and even trying to gouge out there. Madara. Tobirama was in the wrong first. The village will compensate. Don't be angry. If we fight now, all our hard work will be destroyed. Madara said nothing, only swinging the giant chakra blade forward. Hashirama had no choice but to block. As the two giants clashed, a massive shockwave erupted, blowing outward. The shockwave continued to level forests until it reached the outer wall of Konoha, which collapsed. Madara saw the destroyed wall and stopped. Hashirama, tell your brother to drop his schemes. He'll spare his life today for your sake. But from now on we go our separate ways. If I find you oppressing my clansmen again, don't blame me for disregarding old ties. With that, Madara slowly dispersed the blue giant and descended to the ground. Madara walked quietly toward the brothers Shirtu and Shun, picking up Shun's body. Brother, we can't let Madara take Shirtu. At least leave Shun behind. The naturally evil Uchiha cannot have another pair of eternal eyes. Shut up. Hashirama looked at Tobirama and cut him off. Hashirama understood his brother's concerns. The Uchiha were an emotional and extreme clan. The fact that both brothers had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan meant they had already lost loved ones. Now Shun had been killed by Tobirama, but his eyes were still with Madara. If Shirtu awakened the Eternal Mangekyō like Madara, having witnessed his brother's death, how would he retaliate against Konoha? But Tobirama was in the wrong, and Hashirama had failed to handle the relationship between the Uchiha and other clans. Hashirama sighed internally and said to Madara, Madara, I'm sorry. No more words, Hashirama. We will fight again someday. Madara carried Shun's body and walked away with Shirtu into the distance. Tobirama looked at his troubled brother and apologized. I'm sorry, brother. I made everything so complicated. Tobirama, what's done is done. From now on, treat the Uchiha who remain in the village well. Hashirama paused, then added, strengthen the village's defenses and advance ninjutsu research. Madara might not destroy the village, but Shiryu, who has awakened the Eternal, I must be guarded against. The village's safety is paramount. Yes. Bright moonlight spilled onto the ground. Madara and Shirtu arrived at the Nanga Shrine, the Uchiha clan's secret gathering place. Shirtu, are you ready? Yes, Lord Madara. From now on I will see the world with Shun's eyes as well, and I will use this power to avenge Shun. Shirtu recalled his reincarnated life, just 12 short years. First he lost his parents, and now his brother. Shirtu knew that transplanting his brother's eyes could awaken the Eternal Mangekyō, but he had always avoided it. Was the price of power losing his brother? But Shun died protecting him, which fully awakened the extreme genes in Shita's Uchiha blood. Shirtu remembered playing with his brother as children, remembered his parents dying before his eyes, and remembered the turbulent Hokage history from the original story. In less than 70 years after the founding of Konoha, there were 4 great ninja wars followed by the invasion of the Otsutsuki clan. The Uchiha clan would eventually be completely wiped out, leaving only Sasuke Uchiha. Since that's the case, let me who knows everything completely change fate. The so-called Otsutsuki, I will destroy them. Then congratulations, you have entered the world of the strong. Madara watched as Shirtu slowly opened his eyes. The eyes that had been dull from blindness shone with new light. The black pupils began to change, and a new pattern appeared in the eyes of the stone. The originally narrow circular hooks changed with new patterns appearing. The plump round arcs of Shun's eyes became elongated, merging with the pattern of the elder brother. This new eye fused with Shun's ability was proof that Shun still existed in the world. How do the new eyes feel? Madara's calm yet authoritative voice reached Shita's ears. Perfect. I can use all of my brother's abilities. Is that so? Tobirama was very interested in your brother's abilities. What do they do? My original left eye ability is called Shana Instant, which can predict 3 seconds ahead with a 5-second cooldown, consuming little dojutsu. My right eye ability is called Shigyaku Time Reversal, which can rewind any unit by 5 minutes with a 1-day cooldown, consuming a lot of dojutsu. Time power, interesting. Madara said with interest. Shun's left eye ability is called Shunkai Instant World, which can teleport short distances without cooldown within line of sight, consuming little dojutsu. The right eye ability is called Senku Thousand Void, which can tear space without cooldown as long as dojutsu is sufficient, also within line of sight. With these eyes I can now use all of these abilities. Is that so? Then with your current ability, how large a space can you tear apart? Ban showed interest, but he was not shocked because, as Shirtu said, the larger the space torn, the more pupil power was consumed, and this indirectly proved the great consumption of Chinkong. After fusing Shun's eyes, my pupil power limit has expanded greatly, and moreover the pupil power consumed afterward can automatically recover. If I don't consider self-preservation and fully unleash Chinkong, it can easily tear apart and destroy the entire Konoha. Is that so? Hearing Shida's explanation, Ban seemed unsatisfied with such a result, because merely destroying Konoha could still be easily achieved by Ban's Zizhuanenghu. Lord Ban Chinkong is a complete spatial tier, meaning it ignores defenses. I think even Lord Ban and Zhu Jian cannot defend against it. Shirtu explained appropriately at that moment. Is that so? Even I cannot defend against it. Then let's put it to the test. After hearing that even he himself might not be able to defend against Chinkong, Ban became completely excited and wanted to know the specific result immediately. Seeing Ban so excited, Shirtu could only comply. Zuzhuanenghu. Ban directly released the complete Susanoo and a blue giant hundreds of meters tall sword into the clouds. Seeing this, Shirtu also activated his Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Since it was only to test the power, Shirtu aimed solely at the foot of the Susanoo. The Susanoo, condensed with all of Ban's power, could be called the strongest defense in the current ninja world. However, the space near the Susanoo first rippled, then completely shattered, and along with it the Susanoo vanished into the black hole created by the spatial rupture. Seeing that the technique was effective, Shirtu used his skill to smooth the space, but the part of the Susanoo that had disappeared demonstrated the power of Chinkong. Ban nodded with satisfaction upon seeing the technique's might. The blue giant gradually dissolved into specks of blue light, disappearing into the pitch-black night, and Ban slowly descended to the ground. A good technique. Practice diligently, once you master it completely, you will be able to activate it instantly, without any fluctuation. Yes. Ban patted Shirtu on the shoulder, suddenly thinking of something. Should I help you remove Fijian's flying thunder? Fijian's flying thunder god mark had been directly engraved on the back of the hearts of Shirtu and his brother. To remove it, they would have to cut out the flesh where the mark was located. Shirtu looked at Shun's corpse. He did not want to disturb his brother's peace. He simply quietly activated the power of his Sharingan. After fusing with Shun's Sharingan, it brought not only Shun's abilities, but also gave Shirtu a new understanding of the mastery and application of spacetime. Using a simple seal to counteract Fijian's spacetime mark was quite easy. Seeing that Shirtu had smoothly dealt with Shun's corpse, but did not do the same for himself, Ban couldn't help but feel puzzled. Are you not going to remove the mark on yourself? Fijian cannot sense that I removed the flying thunder god mark on Shun. As for the mark on myself, I don't plan to remove it. When I face Fijian again in battle, I can catch him off guard. Ban looked at Shidu, who was not afraid to use himself as bait, and marveled at Shida's ruthlessness and unscrupulousness. A 12-year-old youth already possessed such strength and ruthlessness. Ban himself, at the same age, probably could not compare to the current. After burying Shun, Ban led Shirtu toward the basement of the Nana shrine. Shitu, since you have also awakened the Eternal Mangekyō, let me show you the secrets of the Uchiha clan. Hearing Ban say this, Shirtu understood what Ban was referring to. The stone tablet guarded by the Uchiha clan for generations, whose contents could only be deciphered by those with the Eternal Mangekyō. Unfortunately, the contents had been tampered with by Heijua. In the original story of the Hokage, Ban had believed the records on the tablet, and after being misunderstood and betrayed by his clan, he had taken such an extreme path. Since Ban now understands that there are still some clan members who believe in and follow him, if I guide him a little, can I change Ban's extreme thoughts? Thinking thus, Shirtu felt it was worth a try. By the way, is Heijua currently observing me and Ban from the shadows? Very likely. If so, don't let me catch you slipping, Heijua. Shirtu followed Ban downward and saw this This stone tablet records the secrets of the Uchiha clan. Only an Uchiha with the Eternal Mangekyō can decipher its contents. Since you now possess this power, you are also qualified to know this secret. Ban spread his arms and said excitedly, the patterns of the Mangekyō already appearing in his eyes. Combine the power of the Senju and Uchiha, summon the divine tree, and activate the infinite Tsukuyomi to achieve true peace. As Shirtu had imagined, the contents recorded on the stone tablet had been completely altered by Heijua. Lord Ban, I have a question. Ban looked at the puzzled Shidu, gradually calmed down, and became curious about what Shida's question was. In Ban's eyes, Shirtu was a true Uchiha, fully capable of inheriting his legacy. Whatever thoughts you have, speak freely. Ban was still willing to answer questions for this successor. If what the stone tablet says is true, then there must have been a predecessor of the Uchiha who achieved it before, otherwise it wouldn't have been recorded as a secret on the tablet and guarded by the Uchiha clan for so long. Ban nodded upon hearing Shida's words. But this ninja world has not achieved true peace, has it? Hearing Shida's viewpoint, Ban fell into thought. If it's just an ancestor's speculation, that's possible. But can being immersed in the beautiful world of infinite Tsukuyomi count as true peace? Ban was about to speak, but then heard Shirtu continue. In my eyes, the Uchiha are a great clan that never stops, unafraid of difficulties, daring to explore and conquer. They would never immerse themselves in false illusions for the sake of so-called peace. The ideal world in my heart should be one where the elderly have a place to rest, the able-bodied have work to do, the young have a way to grow, and the widowed, orphaned, lonely, and disabled are all cared for. This is true peace. This is a true new world. Hearing Shida's powerful words, Ban swallowed the words that were about to leave his mouth. Looking at Shidu, whose eyes were bright, as if burning with blazing fire, Ban fell into deep thought. Dare to explore, never stop. Yes, once to give the clan a stable life, I was fearless even when facing multiple clans like the Senju, Sarutobi, and Hyuga. But now I want to achieve peace through illusions. But aren't ninjas a pitiful race that would draw their swords against comrades for the sake of profit and invade the weak for the sake of power? If not through infinite Tsukuyomi, how can one stop the infinite greed in people's hearts? Without infinite Tsukuyomi, can the new world Shirtu spoke of truly be achieved? Shirtu looked at Ban, whose eyes were sometimes bright and sometimes dim, and knew that his words had successfully touched Ban, who was still in his prime and still had hope in his heart. He understood that his words had played a certain role. Perhaps my thoughts are naive. Shirtu gave a timely face-saving remark. No, Shida, you are reasonable. To rely on this shortcut without perhaps my thoughts are naive. Shirtu gave a timely face-saving remark. No, Shida, you are reasonable. To rely on this shortcut without even trying is not my style, Ban. The infinite Tsukuyomi plan can be set in motion, but we must also strive to find a new path, a way to truly bring peace to the world. Yes. After discussing their goals, Ban led Shirtu out of the secret chamber. Let's go, Shirtu. Let's first see what this ninja world, which is already terminally ill, looks like. Yes. After Shirtu and Ban left, a pool of black shadow gradually appeared in a corner of the shrine. But just as the shadow emerged, two figures suddenly appeared behind it. Lord Ban, I didn't say it wrong, did I? Someone was indeed eavesdropping. As soon as Shirtu finished speaking, a giant blue hand suddenly appeared and tightly grasped the pool of black shadow. I am Heiju, and I have labored long to rescue my mother. Recently, a figure who could serve as my pawn has appeared before Madara, a Uchiha who has awakened the Eternal Mangekyō. With a little guidance, he will become my finest pawn. Indeed, as I anticipated, Madara could not bear the ostracism of Konoha and resolved to defect from the village. The stele I had altered successfully led Madara astray, and he set off to pursue the infinite Tsukuyomi. Everything was supposed to proceed according to plan. Continue guiding Madara to awaken the Rinnegan, summon the Geto statue. Then gather the 9-tailed beasts, revive the 10 tails, activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, and finally rescue my mother. Yet a variable appeared. A second Uchiha, who had awakened the Eternal Mangekyō. Not only that, but he harbored naive and foolish fantasies, and worst of all, Madara actually acknowledged his delusions. Damn it all. After years of scheming, I must never allow this brat to disrupt my plan. Gazing at the figure of the youth named Shidu, I was already plotting how to outwit him. Suddenly, I sensed two figures appear behind me. Lord Madara, I told you, someone was eavesdropping. Damn it, I must flee. However, a gigantic blue hand suddenly appeared and seized me. It's over. Shida, your Shunna and Shunkai are indeed quite useful. In truth, Shirtu had never found any trace of Heiju's existence. To have survived all this time under the very nose of the six-path sage, this being must possess extraordinary abilities in concealment. If it weren't for Shirtu wanting to test his luck and using Shunna to foresee before leaving, it would have been difficult to catch Heiju up. Lord Madara, this puddle of unknown substance, was hiding in the Uchiha clan's secret place and eavesdropped on our conversation. It surely harbors ill intentions. Apart from the stele, there is almost nothing here. So we have reason to suspect that he may have tampered with the stele. Madara thought the same, so he instantly subdued the unknown creature and intended to investigate its purpose for being here. As the blue giant hand tightened its grip, Heiju tried to escape, but to no avail. Uchiha, Madara, stop. I am the guardian appointed here. Do you think I would believe you? The giant hand did not relax, still holding Heiju firmly. I have guarded this place since the era of the six-path sage and know many secrets. Surely that is not something an ordinary person could achieve. Madara stared coldly at Heiju, waiting for him to continue. The Uchiha clan are descendants of Indra, the eldest son of the six-path sage. This you probably did not know. Go on. Indra inherited the sage's eyes and spiritual power and his descendants inherited his ability. Seeing that Madara still had no intention of releasing him, Heiju could only continue. The six-path sage also had a second son, named Ashura, who inherited the sage's body, possessing immense physical strength. Ashura's descendants are the Senju clan of today. Hearing such obscure history, Madara recalled his friend Hashirama, who possessed the so-called sage body and had powerful regenerative abilities. This gradually made Madara believe the words of the unknown substance. The powers of Indra and Ashura originated from the six-path sage, and the Uchiha and Senju clans each inherited the powers of Indra and Ashura respectively. Heiju paused here, then continued. Merging the powers of the Uchiha and Senju clans is to merge the powers of Indra and Ashura, thus tracing back to the origin, recreating the power of the six-path sage, and thereby naturally achieving true peace. After listening to Heiju's account, Madara did not react much, only asking coldly, "And you, what are you?" "I am Heiju, created by your ancestor Indra, specifically guarding here to help later generations fulfill his will and achieve true peace. Since you have discovered me, I am worthy of your loyalty." Heiju assumed a posture of fealty and bowed his head to Madara. Seeing this, Madara gave Shirtu a glance. Shirtu understood immediately and planted his exclusive time-space mark on Heiju, which could track Heiju's location at all times. Madara waited for the mark to be successfully implanted, then released the giant hand and set Heiju down. "Since you pledge loyalty to me, it is not too much for me to always know your whereabouts, is it?" "Of course, Lord Madara," Heiju responded fawningly. "Heiju, is it? What abilities do you have?" "Lord Madara, as you just witnessed, concealment is my specialty." "Anything else?" "Lord Madara, also as you saw, I am not very skilled in direct combat." After saying this, Heiju lowered his body even further. "So you mean you do not have any great ability or use?" Madara's stern words reached Heiju's ears, causing the puddle-like body to tremble involuntarily. "Lord Madara, I can help you monitor Konoha. With my concealment ability, the people of Konoha will never find me. Thus, when the time comes for you to merge the Senju clan's power, you will have sufficient intelligence preparation." Madara thought of Hashirama. They had grown up together, and Madara knew well what abilities Hashirama possessed, but he also recalled the Uchiha clan members still in Konoha. "In that case, you will monitor Konoha for me. Any news about the oppression of the Uchiha clan, you must inform me immediately." Seeing that Madara was finally willing to let him go, Heiju quickly replied, "I will not fail your trust, Lord Madara. The task is assigned, you may leave." Madara said calmly, "Yes." Heiju, like a blob of liquid, sank into the ground and disappeared. Fleeing in haste, Heiju breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn it. That brat Shida's ability is so eerie. I actually stumbled because of him. Damn it. If I get the chance, I will make that brat pay." After complaining, Heiju couldn't help but praise himself. "Fortunately, I had a quick wit and managed to fool Madara. It's a pity that I had to acknowledge my nephew as an ancestor, but as long as I can rescue my mother, it's all worth it. As long as I lie low in Konoha for a few more decades until the final moment of my plan, I can act and successfully rescue my mother." At this thought, Heiju's mood lifted and his liquid-like body wiggled. After Heiju had completely left, Madara turned to Shirtu and asked Shida, "What do you think of Heiju?" "Lord Madara, Heiju's words are somewhat credible, but they must not be fully trusted." "Oh, why do you say that?" "Heiju may indeed have survived since the era of the six-path sage, and the relationship between the Uchiha and the Senju may indeed be as he said. However, concerning what happens after merging the Senju clan's power, he was vague and seemed to be hiding something. Since he truly survived from the six-path sage era and knows so many secrets, doesn't that mean that the stele might indeed have been tampered with?" Heiju's words completely match the stele's record, but his very existence is suspicious. After all, we cannot confirm his relationship with the Uchiha. Thus, the authenticity of the stele's record is questionable. Madara watched Shirtu calmly analyze the pros and cons, and his fondness for him grew. "Indeed, I think so too. But as you said, what he said about the relationship between the Uchiha and Senju should be true. This can be inferred from other Uchiha secret records. That means combining the power of the Uchiha and Senju can indeed grant new power." Madara was now overjoyed. Having thought he had reached the end of his power, Madara now discovered that by merging with his friend Hashirama's power, he could go further, an immense delight for a man who had spent his life pursuing power. Shida, the first half of the infinite Tsukuyomi plan can be set in motion, but the second half is to be sealed indefinitely, without my permission. "Yes, Lord Madara. Lord Madara, what are our plans now?" "Travel the shinobi world. I need to witness the entire shinobi world with my own eyes. And also your special training. Though your abilities are strong, your fundamentals are still..." It was only when Shirtu truly traveled alongside Ban that he realized Ban was nothing short of an ascetic monk. Their journey was undertaken with the aim of gaining a more thorough understanding of the entire shinobi world. That is, they needed to delve into various nations and thoroughly grasp the current state of each. Although many regions had already followed the example of Hashirama and Ban beginning to establish shinobi villages and band together for development, plenty of areas still languished in the throes of war. This journey was a covert pilgrimage, their identities completely concealed, so they had to expend great effort to detour around these war-torn territories. Moreover, driven by efficiency, Ben almost lived on the road, eating and sleeping in the open, traveling day and night, a hardship that Shirtu found unbearable. After traversing entirely on foot all the way to the land of hot water, Shirtu could endure no more. Lord Ban, since we've been fortunate enough to visit the land of hot water, why not indulge in the hot springs here? Shirtu asked Ban cautiously. The land of hot water was a nation built upon the hot water shinobi village abundant with hot springs, and its people generally embraced peace. This was also the future homeland of Haiden, who, driven by a growing irritation with the peace-loving hot water village, would eventually slaughter everyone around him and become a rogue ninja. Though Ban and Shirtu had not traveled far, the peace-loving people in this land allowed Ban for a rare moment to experience a hint of tranquility. Then let's rest for a while. The two found a local hot spring inn. It was the largest establishment in the area and also a transportation hub. So many shinobi were coming and going. But the people here did not stir up trouble. They quietly enjoyed the hot springs. As Shirtu watched Ban sink into the thermal water, the usual furrow between his brows easing, he guessed that Ban was in a good mood and ventured. Lord Ban, how do you find it? Quite pleasant. These hot springs, built upon the local geographical advantages, are indeed excellent for relaxing both body and mind. Lord Ban, since our aim is to explore people's lives, why not at every stop investigate the local leisure activities? I believe that if the people have such soothing pastimes, wars would be far fewer. Ben opened his eyes, which had been lightly closed, and looked at Shirtu. After a moment, Ban spoke. Shida, we are running low on funds. His calm tone delivered a terror. After this hot spring bath, our money will be completely gone. At that moment, Shirtu finally understood why Ban had traveled day and night, eating and sleeping in the open. They simply didn't have enough money to afford lodging and feasts. Lord Ban, I will take care of the finances from now on. Very well. Watching Shirtu volunteer for the task, Ban curved his lips, closed his eyes again, and continued to enjoy the hot spring. Ban's expression and actions utterly stunned Shirtu. So Ban is that scheming. Closing his eyes as well, Shirtu began to recall the history of the original Naruto world. After the shinobi villages were established, peace didn't last long. Following Hashirama's death, war broke out again. In less than 70 years, there were 4 great shinobi wars. This world is truly absurd. Thinking carefully, the great nations were either at war or preparing for war, constantly wary of each other, which completely stunted the development of the shinobi world. And then there's the invasion of the Otsutsuki clan. This little shinobi world is indeed plagued by calamities. Speaking of which, there's an Otsutsuki lurking in the shadows right now. Since he hasn't found a suitable vessel, he's not at full strength. We could consider capturing him for research. After that, I need to find a way to lead Old Ban to some Otsutsuki ruins, lay the groundwork for him, broaden his horizons, and let him spar with Ale. While Shirtu was plotting the future development of the shinobi world in his mind, he suddenly heard Ban's voice and opened his eyes to look at him. Shirtu, since you've relaxed your body after the bath, we'll begin your special training. Ban spoke of the most terrifying thing in the most casual tone. On a plain in the land of hot water, Shirtu and Ban faced each other. Don't always rely on the power of the Sharingan. Attack me without using its abilities. Shirtu understood that Ban intended to train his fundamentals, which was exactly what Shirtu wanted. At only 12 years old, Shida's skills were all honed through the crucible of war. Though effective against enemies, they lacked systematic training and would fall short against truly powerful opponents. Shirtu looked at Ban, who stood with arms crossed. Even just standing there, Ban exuded immense pressure. Shirtu first threw several shuriken at Ban, but they were easily dodged. But those shuriken were only meant to distract Ban. Seizing the moment of evasion, Shirtu quickly advanced while rapidly forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. 2 shadow clones appeared beside the original, and 3 Shidis attacked Ban from the left, right, and above, each wielding a kunai. Having already activated his Sharingan, Ban merely swept his gaze across the directions, confirmed Shidis attack routes, then swiftly caught the attacks from left and right with his hands while sidestepping the one from above. Leveraging the momentum, he pushed. All 3 Shidis were thrown to the ground. Bang! The 3 clones on the ground dissolved into white smoke. At that instant, Ban twisted his body, raised his hand to block, and intercepted Shidis' real Bodis attack. With a powerful push, he easily sent Shirtu flying. Ban's feet hadn't even moved. He was still standing in the same spot. It turned out Shirtu had created 3 shadow clones beforehand, while his real body transformed into a kunai held by one of the clones. When the clones approached Ban, they threw the kunai behind him, aiming to strike from behind, when Ban let his guard down. This tactic had been frequently used by Shirtu on the battlefield, and with it, even when he was weak, he had managed to turn the tables and kill many Senju members stronger than himself. Who said Ban never guards his back? Damn it. Seeing all his tricks seen through, Shirtu realized that close quarters combat alone posed no threat to Ban, so he had to resort to ninjutsu first. Fire release great fireball technique. The most basic fire ninjutsu of the Uchiha. A fireball nearly 2 stories in diameter erupted from Shita's mouth, surging with overwhelming force. At the same time, Shirtu used his free hand to form a single-handed seal. Wind release gale palm. The gale palm, carefully controlled by Shita, stirred up a violent gale that blew toward the great fireball. Instead of being destroyed, the great fireball was fueled by the wind, turning into a sea of fire that surged toward Ban. Watching Shirtu skillfully combine ninjutsu to achieve a result greater than the sum of its parts, Ban nodded. Fire release great fireball technique. Ban deliberately used the same technique as Shirtu. A fireball far larger than the sea of fire produced by Shita's combination appeared between them. The fireball easily suppressed the sea of fire and even showed signs of counterattacking. Shirtu sensed trouble in his heart. Helpless, he had to switch tactics. Water release water formation wall. Shirtu gathered chakra in his throat, then spewed a waterfall-like torrent of water from his mouth, forming a wall that blocked Ban's great fireball. Hiss! A thick cloud of white smoke appeared between Shirtu and Ban, obscuring their vision. Shirtu took the opportunity to form hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Then 5 Shitas charged at Ban from different directions. Watching the approaching figures, Ban grew intrigued. He didn't use ninjutsu, actively intending to teach this kid the true meaning of Konoha's dance technique. Shita, do you want to dance too? Amid the swirling smoke, 5 figures simultaneously reached Ban, but he showed no panic, only moving his hands and feet. Hidden by the smoke, Shita, with his numerical advantage, barely managed to exchange blows with Ban. He could clearly feel Ban's movements growing faster, and he was already struggling to keep up. Shita, let me see how far you can go. Watching Ban grow increasingly excited, Shirtu had no choice but to order his 4 clones to hold Ban off for a moment at the cost of their existence. Then his real body appeared behind Ban, a chakra sphere forming in his hand. Rasengan. Rasengan. This was the ninjutsu that Shirtu had successfully recreated after years of training, relying on his memories of the story. After Madara had just finished dealing with the clones, he sensed a chill down his spine. He swiftly turned around and saw an ordinary chakra sphere appearing before his eyes. Despite its ordinary appearance, it brought immense pressure to Madara. Unable to block in time, Madara's body responded automatically. Susanoo. A blue skeletal structure materialized around Madara, successfully blocking Shita's Rasengan. Seeing that the Rasengan had no effect, Shirtu jumped back to create distance. Shita, you never fail to surprise me. Madara was greatly displeased by Shita's habit of attacking from behind. Shita, noticing Madara's sinister expression, despite his words of praise, felt a chill run down his own spine. Damn, it seems I've really angered the old man. But I have no choice than helping him get used to backstabbing. Madara dismissed his Susanoo and looked at Shirtu coldly. Continue, Shirtu. Let me see what else you've got. The training session lasted from morning until dusk. Exhausted and with no chakra left, Shirtu lay on the ground looking at Madara, who was only slightly disheveled, and felt that the days ahead held no hope. In the land of lightning, at a remote gorge. Lord Madara, I found a suspicious ruin ahead. This was the second suspicious ruin that Shirtu and Madara had discovered. The ruins of the Otsutsuki. While traveling the ninja world with Madara, Shirtu had been diligently searching for these ruins. If I can show the old man these firsthand, he'll naturally see the clues. That was Shita's plan. The second one. According to the Uchiha secret records, the markings on this ruin seemed to be related to the legendary Princess Kaguya. There was almost no concrete evidence proving the existence of the legendary Princess Kaguya. Only ancient clans like the Uchiha and Senju with their long-standing heritage possessed some vague records. And this symbol is also connected to the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. Madara continued, speaking seriously as he stared at the entrance of the ruin. In fact, this was the most crucial point. From Black Zetsu, Shirtu had learned that the Uchiha clan's ancestor was likely Indra, the eldest son of the Sage of 6 Paths. If the legendary Princess Kaguya was related to the Sage of 6 Paths, then the Uchiha and Senju clans were also connected to Princess Kaguya. Shita, this time you will explore on your own. It's a good test of your training results over the past few years. Do not use the Sharingan unless necessary. Yes. Shirtu walked toward the entrance, carefully guarding against traps and ambushes. The first time he explored an Otsutsuki ruin, he had been trapped due to inexperience, though the traps couldn't hold them for long. But since the old man is testing me under the guise of training, triggering a trap will definitely lead to deductions. I don't want to get beaten up by him again. Over the years during training sessions with Madara, Shirtu would seize any opportunity to attack him. Although these attacks never caused any real harm to Madara, the latter was extremely dissatisfied with this behavior and often used training as an excuse to beat. Madara had once asked Shirtu why he always used such underhanded techniques. Shirtu replied, "We can restrain ourselves and fight fairly, but we cannot expect others to refrain from using such tactics. This is all about being prepared for the unexpected." Madara responded, "If the only way to win is by using such despicable tricks, I would never acknowledge such an opponent, even in victory." Shirtu carefully avoided the traps and mechanisms as he entered the interior of the ruin. It was not a large structure. The space inside was cramped with only some murals remaining. Shirtu looked at the murals. They depicted a goddess organizing the people, seemingly preparing to resist enemies descending from the sky, preparing for the future arrival of the Otsutsuki clan. Kaguya rebelled against the Otsutsuki, severely injured Ishiki, and embezzled the chakra fruit. Since then she has been building the white Zetsu army to guard against the Otsutsuki clan's future arrival. In that case, Shirtu sidestepped, dodging an attack from a white Zetsu behind him. 2 burly white Zetsu blocked his retreat. Only 2 white Zetsu guarding the place. Since it's a small ruin, it's unlikely I'd face a whole army of them. The white Zetsu in front swung its fist and charged at Shirtu, while the one behind used wood release to restrict his movements. Shirtu sensed the wood release from the white Zetsu. Compared to Hashirama's wood release, it was insignificant. Yet Shirtu did not immediately use a jutsu to counter it. Instead, he focused on the composition of the earth and water chakra within the white Zetsu's wood release. As someone proficient in all chakra natures, Shirtu naturally wanted to master the wood release Akekei Genkai. However, despite years of attempts, he had never succeeded. Feeling the chakra flow in the wood release, Shirtu mimicked Hashirama's hand seal snake. Small trees sprouted from the ground, attempting to block the white Zetsu charging toward him. Seeing the wood release he had finally succeeded in casting after years of research, but it was only a tiny sapling. Shirtu couldn't help but smirk. So small. Shirtu dodged the incoming wood release and white Zetsu attacks, pouring more chakra in an attempt to unleash a stronger wood release technique. But it had no effect. Shirtu sighed and quickly formed hand seals. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. A massive fireball nearly filled the entire ruin, surging toward the 2 white Zetsu. Having dealt with the 2 white Zetsu, Shirtu carefully searched every corner of the ruin for any missed information. After confirming there was nothing left, he walked out. Lord Madara inside, there were only some murals and 2 enemies similar to the ones we encountered last time. They've been dealt with. Good. Were you trying to imitate Hashirama's wood release just now, eh? As the examiner, Madara had been observing Shirtu's actions throughout. He had witnessed Shirtu's attempt at wood release. Yes, Lord Madara. But my wood release seems incomparable to Hashirama's. After speaking, Shirtu formed the snake hand seal, creating a small sapling to demonstrate to Madara. So far I haven't seen anyone whose wood release can rival Hashirama's. Madara couldn't help but snicker, but then, as if afraid of discouraging Shirtu's research efforts, he added, "But don't lose heart. You've developed so many peculiar jutsus. With continued effort you'll surely improve." Drawing on his past life memories, Shirtu often spent his free time developing new jutsus. While most had little practical use, some occasionally proved effective in specific situations. Apart from creating new techniques, Shirtu also attempted to improve existing ones. His main focus had been on the 4 abilities of his Mangekyō Sharingan, and he had achieved some progress unbeknownst even to Madara. Tobirama, you're known as the master of forbidden jutsus. If you have prior intelligence, you can develop countermeasures. I hope you'll like my new creations. Shirtu thought to himself. Lord Madara, would you like to see the murals inside? The 2 entered the ruin. Shirtu formed a hand seal, creating a fireball that orbited around them. This was one of Shirtu's inventions, a small jutsu that once released required no further control and would automatically follow the caster to provide light. Madara saw the murals and fell silent for a moment. Shirtu, what do you make of these murals? Lord Madara, in my understanding, the goddess among the crowd is likely Princess Kaguya. She is surrounded by a large army. The army's target is clearly these 2 enemies descending from the sky. Interestingly, the goddess, known as Princess Kaguya, stands on the ground like a mortal, while the 2 enemies float in the air as if they were gods. Considering the circumstances of that time, unless Princess Kaguya herself ordered it, no one would dare to create such an irreverent mural. In other words, in Princess Kaguya's eyes, these 2 enemies were the true gods. An interesting interpretation. Madara nodded after hearing Shirtu's explanation. Lord Madara, there are currently no legends about these 2 enemies. If this mural is accurate, could it be that one day they will truly descend from the sky? Shirtu dangled a hook before Madara at the right moment. He was confident Madara would take the bait because, given the known information, this conjecture was highly plausible. Interesting. Madara gazed at the mural, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, lost in. Shirtu and Ban traversed the land of lightning, a realm built atop towering cloud-shrouded peaks where thunder roared incessantly. Hidden Cloud Village, the shinobi village of this land, was founded by the first Reikage AI. A commander of exceptional skill, he gained the allegiance of the Yorusuke clan who dwelled in the Yunlei Gorge and ceded their territory to him. After the establishment of the 5 great shinobi countries, the first Reikage was invited by Hashirama to join the first Kage summit, where they discussed the distribution of the tailed beasts. In Ban's eyes, this man was a formidable leader, one who hid a fierce blade within his heart. Given enough time to develop, he would undoubtedly elevate his village to unparalleled strength. Ban's conjecture proved correct. Hidden Cloud Village prided itself on martial prowess. Most of its shinobi excelled in swordsmanship and devastating lightning release techniques, and the village was renowned for its ninja body arts. Due to the fierce local customs and geographical factors, the people here were predominantly muscular and dark-skinned. Ban and Shur, too conspicuous due to their vastly different appearances, refrained from deep reconnaissance. Yet even from the periphery, they observed the fiery tempers of the locals. Though a unified nation and shinobi village had been established, small-scale conflicts still erupted frequently. It seemed that might made right, and disputes were often settled by fists. Both wore hooded cloaks, standing by the roadside as 2 merchants brawled over a disagreement. At the Kage summit, Hashirama gave Both wore hooded cloaks, standing by the roadside as 2 merchants brawled over a disagreement. At the Kage summit, Hashirama gave 2-tailed beasts to such a warlike village. Utter folly. Ban grumbled. Shur too listened to Ban's complaints about Hashirama, inwardly agreeing. Hashirama had distributed the tailed beasts to maintain balance between the villages, awarding the 2 tails and the 8 tails to this very village. Hashirama, who had single-handedly captured all 8-tailed beasts, was undoubtedly powerful and unafraid of their attacks. But after his death, who could easily subdue the beasts and protect the villagers from their rampage? Hashirama's thinking was too naive. Shur too responded to Ban. Did you hear? The 2 little monsters born in the eastern part of the village are causing chaos again. This is the nth time this month. Why not dispose of such monsters and let them live? I heard the Reikage himself has been informed and has sent people to deal with it. Is that so? Wonderful. Shur too overheard 2 women gossiping and seemed to conceive an idea. 2 little monsters. Could they be the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku? If I recall the timeline, it matches. Shur too pondered over the intelligence he already possessed about the pair. Kinkaku and Ginkaku were veteran elites of Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning. The elder brother Kinkaku had long yellow hair, 2 upright horns on his head, 6 whisker-like marks on his cheeks, and wore a purple short-sleeved shirt under a white Jonin vest of the cloud. The character gold was tattooed on his arm. His younger brother Ginkaku bore a similar appearance, but with silver-gray hair. They possessed the bloodline of the Sage of 6 Paths from birth, with extraordinary chakra reserves. Their natural talents and ruthless methods earned Hidden Cloud Village countless merits. Moreover, they also possessed the chakra of the 9 tails. Hidden Cloud Village had once attempted to capture the 9 tails, dispatching the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku. During the battle, the 9 tails devoured them, and they remained inside its belly for 2 weeks. In its stomach, they fed on its flesh and absorbed its chakra. Unable to endure it any longer, the 9 tails vomited them out, granting them a portion of its chakra. Recalling them, Shur too also thought of the 6 Paths tools they wielded. These 5 tools left by the Sage of 6 Paths required immense chakra to use, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. It was precisely because the brothers possessed the 6 Paths bloodline and vast chakra that they could wield these tools. The Reikage's current investigation likely aims to recruit them. With this thought, Shur too set his sights on the 6 Paths. Perhaps later I can acquire those tools through them. He turned to Ban and said, Lord Ban, should we investigate the 2 children the women mentioned? Perhaps later I can acquire those tools through them. He turned to Ban and said, Lord Ban, should we investigate the 2 children the women mentioned? Since you're so interested, let's have a look. They headed east as the women had indicated, but halfway there Ban sensed something amiss. He detected 2 immense chakra signatures. Sensing the anomaly, he quickened his pace. Eventually they laid eyes on the so-called monsters. Still in swaddling, the 2 infants displayed extraordinary behavior. They were hurling furniture far larger than themselves in all directions. Their appearance was also unusual, with 2 upright horns atop their heads. They were indeed the Kinkaku and Ginkaku that Shur too had predicted. Sensing their extraordinary chakra, Ban felt a familiar resonance. Shur too felt it too. Lord Ban, don't you think their chakra resembles both the Senju and Uchiha clans? Shur too cast a bait, and Ban inevitably took it. What are you implying? Our clans don't grow horns. Perhaps they possess the blood of the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. Ban pondered and replied, indeed. The Uchiha secret records mention that the Sage of 6 Paths had horns on his head. Combined with the tales of Indra and Ashura, your speculation is plausible. Ban agreed with Shur too's guess, as it was the only explanation for their anomalous traits. After all, they couldn't be the offspring of a Senju Uchiha elopement. Seeing how easily old Ban was hoodwinked, Shur too nodded in satisfaction at his own eloquence. So Lord Ban, how should we handle these 2 children? The Rakich's men seemed to be arriving soon. What do you want to raise them? Ban looked at him in surprise. How could I? I'm just a child myself. Shur-Tu flashed an innocent smile, acting the part. Then let nature take its course. I can tolerate 2 children with the 6 Paths bloodline. Seeing Ban's withdrawal, Shur-Tu sighed inwardly. I'll have to figure out a way to get the 6 Paths tools from them later. Their abilities are truly fascinating. Studying them might yield useful techniques. Enough. We're outsiders. Lingering here will arouse suspicion. Since we can't infiltrate Hidden Cloud Village further, let's move on to the next destination. Having resolved his curiosity, Ban gave the order to withdraw. Yes. In truth, Shur-Tu still had much he wished to explore in Hidden Cloud Village. But due to the stark difference in skin tone, they had to stop here. Relying on the Sharingan's Genjutsu for infiltration would not only consume vast chakra, but also carry a high risk of discovery. Illusions were effective for short-term infiltration, but for long-term undetected reconnaissance, a sufficiently advanced transformation technique was indispensable. Next time I see Black Zetsu, I'll ask him to teach me White Zetsu's transformation technique. That would make infiltrating the other villages much easier. In fact, Shur-Tu had spent years researching advanced transformation techniques, but achieved little. After repeated failures, he pinned his hopes on White Zetsu. White Zetsu's transformation is different from ordinary clones. It can absorb someone's chakra and then perfectly replicate it, making it impossible for even the most familiar comrades or sensory-type shinobi to detect. Worker Zetsu, I hope you won't let me down. In the land of Earth, within the Hidden Rock Village, inside a small restaurant, Shur-Tu and Ban sat across from each other, both having donned simple disguises to investigate the situation in the land of Earth. By now, Shur-Tu and Ban had traversed nearly half the shinobi world, exploring both large and small nations. The land of hot water, the land of iron, the land of lightning, the land of rice fields, the land of frost, the land of waterfalls, the land of grass, and now the land of Earth. Apart from the land of lightning, which they had not probed deeply, they had infiltrated most of the smaller nations to understand their affairs in detail. Although various nations had already been established, the situation had not changed significantly in terms of results. The great nations, relying on their formidable power, could still suppress most rebellions. However, turmoil persisted in the smaller nations, yet one of them caught Shida's attention. The land of waterfalls, home to the Hidden Waterfall Village, was situated between the land of fire and the land of earth, surrounded by 4 nations. Composed of numerous waterfalls, a colossal waterfall hindered invasions from other countries, and within one of these great falls lay the Hidden Waterfall Village. This village was also the only one besides the great nations that possessed a tailed beast. This village was also the birthplace of Jiao Du, a member of the Shao organization. Jiao Du possessed a secret technique called Earth Grudge, which allowed him to manipulate black tendrils released from his body, using chakra, thereby seizing the hearts of others. By replacing hearts to extend his lifespan, he was known as the one who lives as long as heaven and earth. Although Shur-Tu did not encounter this Jiao Du in the Hidden Waterfall Village, he had already noted Jiao Du in his records. Because Shur-Tu intended to form the Shao organization, according to the original history of the Naruto world. If I could cultivate a Shao that excels in team battles, that wouldn't be so bad either. This was Shida's thought. Now Shur-Tu and Ban were in the second great nation. They were investigating the land of Earth. The land of Earth housed the Hidden Rock Village. The Hidden Rock Village was founded by the first Tsukuyomi Shur-He and was surrounded by rocky mountains, boasting formidable defenses that made it difficult for enemies to penetrate its interior. However, by the same token, their communication with the outside world became relatively difficult. The first Tsukuyomi Shur-He possessed a strong will of rock, and was also the grandfather of the third Tsukuyomi Jonoki. He mastered the technique, lightweight rock technique. What attracts me to the Hidden Rock Village is the hereditary lightweight rock technique, and the second Tsukuyomi's bloodline elimination dust release. Besides that, there are also 2-tailed beasts here, the 4 tails and the 5 tails. It seems I will have to visit here frequently later on. Shur-Tu sipped his tea, silently making plans. Deidara is still far from being born, so there's no rush to arrange things. After all, even Anoki is just a brat now. Shida, what do you think of the ninja here? Hearing Ban's question to himself, Shur-Tu had no choice but to temporarily pause his plans for the future. Lord Ban, that Tsukuyomi here seems to believe in the will of rock. If he can convey this will to every ninja of the Hidden Rock Village, then the village will be as solid as a rock. Ban was clearly surprised that Shur-Tu could have such insight. Ban had also met Shur-He before. If Ban were to evaluate Shur-He, he would say, bold and unrestrained, not bound by trivialities, a great founding father of rock. Ban watched the Hidden Rock Village ninja in the restaurant, who were chattering about how to develop the village now that it had just been established. Looking at them, Ban couldn't help but recall 2 brats he had encountered before. These 2 were naturally Mu and Anoki, who had come to establish diplomatic relations with Konoha at the founding of the Land of Earth. The The two had come to Konoha and encountered Ban. In Ban's eyes at the time, the powerful Konoha naturally had no need for external allies. If any place sought peace, submitting to Konoha would naturally be the best choice. At that time, Ban never imagined that Hashirama would take the initiative to establish diplomatic relations with the other four Kage and even distribute the tailed beasts. Even now, Ban still could not understand Hashirama's thoughts. Shirtu watched Ban, who seemed lost in thought, and did not intend to initiate a new topic. Since they had a rare moment of rest, he naturally wanted to enjoy this leisurely time. Suddenly, Shirtu noticed several hidden rock village ninja who were secretly glancing in their direction. Shirtu looked at Ban and found that Ban had not made any indication. Since that was the case, Shirtu also wanted to see what kind of strength the hidden rock village currently possessed. After confirming their target, the two hidden rock village ninja immediately left the restaurant and hurried to report this shocking news to the Tsukuyomi. It turned out that these two ninja had once accompanied the first Tsukuyomi to the first 5 Kage summit. Although only the first Tsukuyomi sure he and his bodyguard Mu had attended the meeting as an important diplomatic event, many other personnel had followed Shurhi to participate in this diplomacy. These two ninja had not participated in the meeting, but having spent several days in Konoha, they naturally recognized the legendary ninja Ban, who rivaled Hashirama. That day, the two ninja were simply having a small gathering after finishing their missions, but in the restaurant, they discovered the true legendary ninja Ban. Being only the two of them, they naturally did not dare to alert the enemy by directly accusing him. The first thing they could think of was to quickly report this matter to the Tsukuyomi. That day, sure, he was busy in the Tsukuyomi's office handling a mountain of paperwork. The village had just been established, and there were still many affairs to deal with. Mu and Anoki were assisting Shurhi with the documents as his aides. One was the successor Shurhi had in mind, and the other was his grandson. Having them help with the paperwork was also a form of training for them. Just then, two subordinates rushed in hurriedly. "It's terrible, Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Ban has been spotted in the village," one of them shouted urgently as soon as he entered. "In the largest restaurant to the east of the village." The other immediately. Ban's name was known throughout the shinobi world at that time. His formidable strength struck fear into the hearts of all who heard it. Now a person resembling Ban had been discovered in the village. Whether his intentions were good or bad, it was certainly an emergency. Upon hearing this, sure, he did not react flustered. Instead, he said calmly, "I understand. You two may leave now." "Yes." The two ninja respectfully exited the office. Sure, he did not understand Ban's purpose in coming at this moment, but based on his knowledge of Ban, since the other party had not resorted to force directly, there was still room for negotiation. Although sure he was not anxious, Mu and Anoki were already as restless as ants on a hot pan. "Ban, the still young Anoki spoke with a trembling voice, his legs barely able to support him, requiring him to steady himself by leaning on the desk. The other young man, though behaving slightly better than the young Anoki, was also at a loss. Clearly these two had not yet emerged from the shadow of their encounter with Ban. Sure, he looked at these two important heirs of the village and said calmly, "Mu Anoki, do not forget the will of rock. This time you will accompany me to meet that legendary ninja." In the small restaurant where Shirtu and Ban were, a group of 3 slowly walked in. "Tsukuyomi. It's the Tsukuyomi." The villagers immediately exclaimed upon seeing the arrivals. "Everyone please calm down. I have an important guest to meet, and I will leave." The calm words came from the elderly man at the front, who also raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. Hearing the Tsukuyomi's words, the villagers immediately made way and fell silent. Sure, he slowly walked to the table where Ban and Shirtu were seated, gave a slight bow, and then said, "I did not know Lord Ban was gracing us with his presence. Please forgive my failure to welcome you." Ban simply waved his hand. "Since I do not know the reason for Lord Ban's visit, may I invite you to my humble abode to allow me to play the host?" Sure, he spoke respectfully, but without servility. This was also his first time meeting Ban. He had not seen Ban at the previous 5 Kage summit, and had only heard of his deeds. Regardless of Ban's purpose in coming, this was still within the village. Engaging in battle regardless of the outcome would be a severe blow to the newly established village. Shirtu listened to Shurhi's words while quietly observing the 3 before him. Shurhi was calm and composed, truly worthy of being the founding father of the Hidden Rock Village. Although Mu did not show excessive panic, his solemn expression suggested that his mind was far from calm. As for the youngest Anoki, though he had not collapsed directly, his trembling body revealed his agitation. Ban took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. "This journey I wish to observe the lives of the people in various nations." Ban did not mind revealing his purpose. "Since the Tsukuyomi has personally received me, it sparks my interest to have a mutual contest with you. How about it?" Though Ban's words were phrased as a question, his tone carried an undeniable finality. Upon hearing Ban's response, Shurha felt a sense of relief, yet he remained extremely vigilant. Regardless of Ban's true intentions, at least he will not start a fight within the village. Shurha sighed inwardly. However, the prospect of a duel with Ban still left him. Although Konoha had declared Ban and Shirtu as rogue ninjas and issued bounties, no one in the ninja world truly believed Ban had defected nor dared to lay a hand on him. After all, during the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan under Ban's leadership was the strongest. Even the equally formidable Senju clan had to ally with other major clans to contend with the Uchiha. Later, Ban and Hashirama reconciled and founded Konoha, but Ban's defection was announced the very next year. This sequence of events struck everyone as deeply suspicious. As for whether Ban truly came to cause trouble for Shirha or Iwagakure, Shirha did not think so. Although he had not witnessed Ban in person during the Five Kage Summit, he had indeed established an alliance with Konoha. Even if Konoha declared Ban a rogue, if he attacked other villages, those villages would naturally demand explanations from. Since Lord Ban is curious about my strength, I shall naturally oblige. This place is too crowded. How about we go to the village's back mountain, Lord Ban? Ban nodded and followed Shirha to the back mountain. Iwagakure, surrounded by towering rock formations, possessed formidable defenses, making the back mountain an ideal arena for their duel. Shirha stood before Ban, bowed respectfully, and signaled that the battle could commence. He had arranged for Wu and Daimyo to observe from the periphery, hoping that after witnessing his duel with Ban, they would wholly overcome their fear of Ban and temper their true will of stone. The so-called will of stone meant possessing the unyielding, immovable resilience of rock. Though Shirha doubted he could defeat Ban, he believed that as the Tsukuyomi he could demonstrate to his juniors what the true will of stone entailed. Ban watched Shirha bow respectfully and assume a combat stance, but instead of initiating the fight, he turned his gaze to Shirtu. Shirtu, you go. With that, Ban folded his arms and adopted the demeanor of a spectator. Only then did Shirtu realize he had been thoroughly set up by Ban, but under Ban's overbearing authority he had no choice but to step forward and bow. Shirtu was unaware of Shi's true strength. In fact, he was more interested in Wu and Daima's Kekei Toda than in dueling this rigid old man. It was then that Shirha understood that the contest Ban had spoken of did not involve Ban himself, but rather this young man. Another Uchiha branded a rogue ninja by Konoha. Having agreed, Shirha had no intention of backing down just because the opponent had changed. Recalling the fear Wu and Daimyo harbored toward Ban, Shirha decided to give this young man whom Ban held in high regard a proper lesson. Shirha struck first. His veteran experience allowed him to form hand seals in an instant and unleash his first jutsu. Earth-style, earth-rising spear. Sharp stone pillars erupted from the ground, swiftly advancing toward Shirtu. The attack occurred in an instant. Aishi's extensive experience enabled him to release these basic jutsu in a mere moment. 3 tomos silently appeared in Shita's eyes. The dynamic enhancement of the Sharingan allowed him to perfectly track the trajectory of the attack. Yet Shirtu did not rush to respond. As a surprise assault, this technique would be lethal enough for an ordinary ninja, but for him, was it not too ordinary? Fire-style great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged from Shita's mouth, colliding with the stone pillars summoned by Shirha, blocking the sudden assault. In Shita's eyes, Shirha seemed to be holding back deliberately, otherwise he would not have used such a basic jutsu. Thus Shirtu decided to respect the elderly and give the old man his due honor. The 3 tomo gradually transformed. Shita's unique Mangekyō silently appeared. Instantaneous shift was activated and Shirtu suddenly appeared behind Shirha. A blue sphere of light materialized in Shita's hand. Naruto's signature technique, the Rasengan. Shirha had not expected such a young ninja to possess such swift reflexes, not only countering his attack, but immediately organizing a counteroffensive. The eerie space-time jutsu combined with a technique that required no hand seals forced Shirha to go all out against Shita's assault. Earth-style rock arm. Unable to dodge in time, Shirha could only deploy a defensive jutsu. A massive rock arm emerged from the ground, separating Shirha from Shirtu. The Rasengan struck the rock arm, and the violent explosion completely shattered the rock arm Shirha had created. What? Shirha was clearly taken aback by the terrifying power of an ordinary sphere. He immediately launched himself into the air, widening the distance to evade Shita's follow-up attacks. What enabled Shirha to fly was Iwagakure's secret technique, the super lightweight rock technique. By reducing his own weight and increasing his speed, he could freely soar through the air. Seeing his Rasengan blocked, Shirtu did not cease his assault. Instead, he quickly formed another sphere in his other hand. When Shirha took to the air, Shirtu simply hurled the Rasengan. The sphere twisted in the air a few times before complete. Shirha was also surprised that the opponent's jutsu had failed. Yet his veteran instincts did not falter. He rapidly formed hand seals. Earth-style rock fist technique. Shi's right hand was enveloped in rock, forming a massive fist. He then swung that rock fist, diving from the air to attack Shirtu. The super heavyweight rock technique was silently applied, enhancing the weight on the rock fist, thereby increasing the power and speed of the swing. Just as the attack was about to land on Shida, the rock fist suddenly exploded in midair, blasting Shura. The reason, of course, was that the rock fist had collided with the Rasengan Shurtu had released earlier, triggering the explosion. The second sphere Shurtu had unleashed was not an ordinary Rasengan. It was a lightning release infused Rasengan, the same as Boruto's vanishing Rasengan. Watching Shura barely stabilize himself in midair, Shurtu immediately pressed the attack. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire Technique. 3 fire dragons, each as tall as a man, surged towards Shura from different directions. An overwhelming pressure bore down on Shura, stunning him. He had never expected such a young man to possess such formidable. After all, the size of a jutsu was directly related to the amount of chakra infused. But that did not mean anyone with sufficient chakra could unleash such a vast area of attack. The greater the chakra infused, the harder it was to control the jutsu. Such a massive offensive was something even Shura himself could hardly achieve. Realizing that his opponent had unleashed a big move, Shura responded with his own trump card. Earth-style Golem. A colossal rock golem rose from the ground, attempting to block Shida's attack. This technique was developed by Wu, but Shi's proficiency with it was far greater than the younger Wu's. Shurtu gazed at the rock giant before him without panic. I pledge not to use a giant first, but since you summoned one, don't blame me for bullying you. Susanoo. A massive, deep-red half-body giant appeared on the battlefield. In an instant it shattered the rock golem into rubble. Why not use the complete Susanoo? Naturally, it was out of respect for the elderly to save face for the old man. Deep within the forest of Konoha, 2 men clad in long robes stood atop a towering tree. None other than Madara and Takedo, who had returned after their travels across the ninja world. 6 years had passed since they first left the village. Takedo, who was 12 at the time, had now turned 18. His height, once a head shorter than Madara, now matched his companions. His shoulder-length hair was tied simply at the nape of his neck, and the black robe embroidered with the Uchiha clan crest exuded a quiet composure. Beside him stood another man clad in a deep blue robe bearing the same Uchiha crest, his hair cascading like a waterfall behind him, and a giant war fan strapped to his back. This was Uchiha Madara, renowned throughout the ninja world. Gazing at Takedo, Madara's mind drifted back to the memories of their journey together. Shared ideals and similar experiences had made him especially protective of this unique Uchiha. When facing missions or enemies, Takedo gave his all, yet during moments of rest his childlike demeanor reminded Madara of the times he had spent with Azuna. During training, Takedo never displayed the same fervor as Azuna, at times even showing a hint of laziness. But beyond that, Madara could always see traces of his younger brother in him. His sharp combat instincts, formidable Sharingan power, forward-thinking ideas, and occasional innovative jutsu concepts all made Madara hold him in high regard and recognize his worth. Takedo, this is your final trial. Defeat and capture the Nine Tails without relying on your Sharingan, Madara spoke slowly. During their travels, Madara had subjected Takedo to rigorous all-round training. Now came the ultimate test. If you pass this trial, I will grant you the freedom to act alone. Takedo's Mangekyō power was not to be underestimated, but considering that Tobirama seemed to be targeting him, Madara had not allowed Takedo to act independently, a decision that had saved him multiple times. During their journey, Takedo had been ambushed more than once. Although the attackers bore no village insignia, the sealing techniques specifically designed to counter the Sharingan hinted at their unusual identities. Without Madara's help, Takedo might have fallen into their hands. Got it, old Madara. This was the nickname Takedo had given him after being bedridden for 3 days following a brutal training session. Having planned to enjoy a long afternoon nap, Takedo was suddenly subjected to extra training by Madara, from basic taijutsu and reflexes to the use and control of Mangekyō abilities, a comprehensive and rigorous regimen. The result was that Takedo lay in bed for 3 days. After sleeping soundly through those days, he gave Madara this nickname as a token of gratitude. Madara did not object to the nickname. During that period, Tobirama's assassination attempts on Takedo had become so frequent that Madara had no choice but to intensify the training, since the boy would never voluntarily train with him unless forced. In truth, Madara wished Takedo would call him Big Brother, but his pride prevented him from saying so, leaving him to silently accept the nickname. Takedo could sense Madara's affection, and he was naturally willing to latch on as such a powerful ally. Yet recalling the harsh training, he simply could not bring himself to call Madara Big Brother. This is both a test and training for you. Don't rush to complete the mission, focus on honing your strength. Once you've passed the test, come find me. I'll assign you a new mission. With that, Madara departed, as staying too long at the edge of the Nine Tails territory would attract its attention. Understood. Takedo replied weakly, his enthusiasm thoroughly drained by years of grueling training. Standing on the tree, Takedo saw the distant dust rising and realized the Nine Tails was charging toward him. He sighed, "Nine Tails, I hope you don't disappoint me. I am the Nine Tails. Ever since the Sage of Six Paths separated me from the 10 Tails, I have been the pinnacle of existence in this world. Even the other tailed beasts bow before me. At first I stayed in the temple built for me by the sage. Though I was still small people, gradually humans began to try to use me. But who am I? Can anyone truly control me? The sage's dream of tailed beasts and humans living in harmony was never meant to be. Lately humans have been prowling around my territory, still plotting to use me. How ridiculous. Now I sense 2 more human brats lingering at my border. Damn it, do I need to teach you a lesson before you realize I'm not as foolish as Shikaku? I began to run toward them. From afar, Takedo watched the dust cloud and mused that the 9 Tails was full of energy. Suddenly a beam of light shot toward him imbued with immense chakra. Takedo calmly formed hand seals. Fire-style Great Fire Dragon technique. A colossal fire dragon materialized and sped toward the light beam. Simultaneously he began a second jutsu. Wind-style gale. A fierce wind erupted from behind him, accelerating the fire dragon. Compound jutsu Stormfire Calamity Dragon. The wind did not disperse the dragon. Instead, the dragon drew chakra from the wind, growing even more massive. What had begun as a mere dragon head gradually developed a full body under the nourishment of the wind. Sharp claws, a long and powerful tail, all showcased the technique's might. The light beam like a bead was caught in the dragon's mouth, triggering a violent explosion. The dragon did not break apart, but contained the blast until both dissipated together. This was Takedo's newly developed compound jutsu. The wind style had originally been a simple technique he created for rapid travel, allowing him and Madara to move between nations. Later he continuously refined it, eventually enabling him to ride the wind for short periods. During sparring sessions with Madara, his fire style could never match Madara's, so he had a sudden inspiration to combine it with. The effect was astonishing. With his mastery of wind style, the fire style not only gained immense speed, but also fed on the wind to amplify its power. This technique was one of the few that earned old Madara's praise. He continued developing it, and the wind style could even help stabilize the volatile chakra of fire style, allowing the fire dragon to swallow enemies or their jutsu's hold, delivering a devastating blow. Takedo was immensely satisfied with this technique. The 9 Tails, realizing its tailed beast ball had been easily neutralized, sensed the difference in this opponent and began to take the fight seriously. The 9 Tails stood in the distance, gathering chakra in its mouth to form a massive tailed beast ball. It then compressed it into a tiny sphere before biting down. Aiming at Takedo, it unleashed a barrage of miniature tailed beast balls, dozens of glowing orbs hurtling toward him. Takedo could only offer a wry smile. This 9 Tails is relentless, going all out from the start. He began rapidly forming hand seals. In front of him, dozens of towering earth walls rose, interspersed with cascading waterfalls of water style. Additionally, twisting trees connected these earth and water walls, fusing all the techniques into a single entity. Compound jutsu Shien-Gui Coiling Dragon Seal. As the technique completed, its final form emerged. The original water wall and earth wall were no longer recognizable. The massive walls were now covered in winding trees which from afar resembled a giant dragon coiled atop the stone barrier. Between the rock crevices, waterfalls burst forth with torrential force. The water did not fall straight down, but spiraled like serpents around the rock, its color a deep abyssal indigo, exploding into icy crystals upon impact. The entire structure resembled a square imperial seal, solemn and majestic. The 9 Tails tailed beast balls pounded against it like a machine gun. Each explosion left a few craters, but the seal seemed alive, constantly regenerating its damage. With the solidity of earth style, the restorative nature of water style, and the chakra-suppressing properties of wood style, the dozens of tailed beast balls destroyed only a small portion of the seal, which was continuously repairing itself. This was Takedo's compound jutsu, combining earth style, water style, and wood style. Even old Madara had never seen it, because such a sturdy defense would only make him want to break it more, and the technique consumed a tremendous amount of chakra. Realizing that his attack had little effect, the 9 Tails opted to close in for a direct assault. Shirtu watched the fox as large as a small mountain charging toward him, feeling a slight dampness in his palms. Is it sweat? Shirtu looked up. The earlier explosion of the fire release technique and the tailed beast ball had stirred the air, creating a thundercloud above the battlefield. No, it's rain. How could I possibly sweat from fighting a mere Kurama? Shirtu steadied his stance as the 9 Tails loomed before him. The 9 Tails swung its claws forward, the air currents already sweeping towards Shirtu. Shirtu formed hand seals. Wind released gale palm. A fierce gale burst from Shita's hands. The violent wind enveloped the 9 Tails' claws, slowing their strike considerably. At the same time, the recoil from the gale propelled Shirtu upwards, swiftly evading the attack. The 9 Tails' first offensive was effortlessly neutralized by Shirtu. A faint smirk tugged at the corners of the beast's mouth. Its missed claw pressed into the ground, bracing its body. The The nine tails twisted its massive frame. Its nine tails lashed out like runaway dump trucks hurtling towards Shirtu in midair, a sweeping tail attack. Already airborne Shirtu found it difficult to dodge effectively. Brat, let's see you dodge this. The nine tails' thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield. Shirtu faced the incoming assault without panic. In terms of raw physical power, he could never rival the nine tails. The best way to defeat it was through overwhelming jutsu. Yet Shirtu chose to confront the nine tails heat, determined to win its genuine submission. Now suspended in the air, evasion was nearly impossible. Whether using the recoil of the gale palm or JIS aerial flight, it was too late. But Shirtu formed hand seals, a simplified sequence completed in an instant. Above, unnoticed by the nine tails, lightning surged within the thundercloud. A lightning dragon emerged from the clouds, rushing towards Shirtu. In the moment before the sweeping tails struck, the lightning dragon enveloped Shirtu, shielding him from the tails. The unstoppable tails slammed into the dragon, and a deafening crack of lightning resounded across the battlefield. The nine tails gathered chakra, attempting to counter the dragon's assault on its tails. After tens of seconds, the attack ceased, and the thundercloud above dissipated. Under the full protection of the tailed beast, its tails, its formidable weapons, only bore a scorched blackness. The fur was carbonized, but the tails suffered no severe damage. The nine tails quickly distanced itself from Shirtu, staring grimly at the smoke from the attack. Its innate malice detection warned it not to immediately finish Shirtu off, for it sensed that the human who had been the focal point of the lightning dragon had not only sustained no harm, but was instead radiating an ever-growing aura. Kurama, I won't use any more jutsu from now on. How about we fight to our heart's content with pure physical strength? Shirtu's voice came from the smoke, devoid of fatigue, brimming with excitement. The nine tails bristled upon hearing Shirtu's words. It was not only the overwhelming pressure emanating from the man, but also his words. Kurama, the second human besides the old man's six paths to call out his name. The nine tails made no reply, merely lowering its entire body, glaring viciously at the man before it. The smoke cleared, revealing Shirtu's figure. His upper garments had been reduced to shreds, exposing his muscular physique. Shirtu's body was enveloped in blue lightning chakra, like a suit of armor. His hands had transformed into chakra claws, razor-sharp edges gleaming. His feet were also claws, but their sturdy appearance hinted at immense jumping power. A long, slender dragon tail extended behind him, and a pair of exquisite dragon horns adorned his head, all signs of his extraordinary state. Shrouded in lightning chakra, Shirtu resembled a small dragon. This was a new technique he had developed based on Sasuke's Kirin and the Rakich's lightning release armor, lightning release dragon's reverse scale armor. A technique capable of simultaneous offense, defense, and self-enhancement with extraordinary power. The lightning dragon summoned from natural lightning could assault enemies with blinding speed. A technique capable of simultaneous offense, defense, and self-enhancement with extraordinary power. The lightning dragon, moreover, by utilizing water and would release healing properties, he absorbed the potent energy of natural lightning to stimulate his body, dramatically enhancing his strength and speed. The transformed claws on his limbs boasted extreme sharpness, perfectly inheriting the lightning's edge. The tail and horns were not mere. The lightning dragon tail, responding to his will, acted as a fifth limb, adeptly assisting him in close quarters combat. The exquisite horns, though delicate, were incredibly hard. Their deceptive appearance provided an unexpected opportunity. This technique granted an astonishing boost, which was why Shirtu dared to confront a tailed beast hidden with his fragile human body. Yet it had a drawback: relying on natural lightning placed an immense burden on his body. The lightning stimulated his cells, granting strength and speed, but no defensive enhancement. Instead, it further taxed his body, causing severe strain. At this moment, Shirtu could be called a glass cannon. His fragile frame could not sustain prolonged. Fortunately, the lightning stimulation also induced extreme exhilaration, so injuries would not hinder combat until his body completely collapsed. Looks like I need to refine this technique by referencing the original lightning release armor, Shirtu thought, sensing the danger signals from his body. Or replicate Hashirama's powerful regeneration, Shirtu mused, glancing at the nine tails. The beast, however, was unaware of the technique's short duration. It only wanted to flee from this dangerous creature. The man before him reminded the nine tails of a ninja who had once tried to catch. That ninja, piloting a colossal wooden golem, had crushed it with overwhelming force. Fortunately, that ninja seemed to underestimate him, failing to apply a powerful sealing technique which allowed him to escape. What's with humans lately? Each one is more absurd than the last. The nine tails thought, glancing around for an escape route. Shirtu watched the nine tails, then pushed off the ground, sprinting toward it at incredible speed. The nine tails only sensed a blue blur before its eyes. Even with full concentration, it could barely perceive a vague silhouette. It immediately brought its nine tails in front of itself. A tailed beast's tails were not only its best weapons, but also its best shields. Shitu, seeing the wall of tails, swung his dragon-clawed hands with full force. Huge gashes appeared on the tails, blood pouring like a waterfall onto the ground. Had the Nine Tails not withdrawn its tails in time, one might have been severed. Sensing the immense gap in power, the beast, ignoring pride and injuries, fled hastily. But how could the Nine Tails outrun Shirtu in his dragon's reverse scale armor? Shirtu leaned forward, arms hanging naturally, minimizing wind resistance as he raced after it. His long dragon tail trailed behind, making him look like a lightning dragon in full sprint. As he closed in, he leaped with all his might, retracting his claws into fists. Concentrating all his power into his fists, he smashed down onto the Nine Tails. Boom! A huge crater formed beneath the beast. The Nine Tails was pinned under Shirtu, unable to rise again. In the end, Shirtu versus the Nine Tails concluded with Shirtu's overwhelming dominance. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the Nine Tails' form. Shirtu lay on the head of the still unconscious Nine Tails. After subduing the beast, he had deactivated the effect of the dragon's inverse scale armor. Though he hadn't fully exhausted its duration, Shirtu still felt weak for a long while after deactivating the technique. Deprived of all sensation in his body, he could only lie motionless atop the Nine Tails. Fortunately, his Sharingan remained functional under these circumstances, so he need not worry about a surprise. Once his body regained feeling, Shirtu changed clothes immediately and set up barrier ninjutsu around the battlefield as a precaution. Only then did he rest easy lying on the fox's head. Shirtu and the Nine Tails had begun their battle at dawn, a conflict that erupted suddenly and ended just as abruptly. The Nine Tails slept until dusk before slowly awakening. The Nine Tails' enormous orange ears twitched, then it tilted its head back and let out a massive yawn. Shirtu hadn't expected the first thing the Nine Tails would do upon waking was yawn. Because of the creature's upward tilt, Shirtu, who had been perched on its head, slid to the ground. Shirtu watched the fox, which seemed dazed from sleep, acting like a protective dog whose food bowl had been stolen. He couldn't help but laugh. How cute. Shirtu watched the fox, which seemed dazed from sleep, acting like a protective dog whose food bowl had been stolen. He couldn't help but laugh. How cute. Hearing the man who had knocked him unconscious this morning utter such words, the Nine Tails was filled with rage. Roar. Human, what exactly do you want? Kurama, don't be so combative. How about we have a chat? Shirtu sat cross-legged on the ground, looking amused. The Nine Tails heard his own name from this man again, confirming he hadn't misheard, and his curiosity toward the man grew even stronger. Seeing that Shirtu made no move to attack, the Nine Tails simply lay down. Kid, there's nothing to talk about between us. Since you're not after my power, just leave. Shirtu watched the fox, which had been unconscious for half the day, yet still carried an arrogant air, and felt no irritation. He leaped straight up and landed back on the Nine Tails' head. Hey, what are you doing? Get off my head. Shirtu simply patted the Nine Tails' head and lay down. Feeling the weight of the man lying on him, the Nine Tails, despite his fury, dared not move. After all the roles were reversed, he was now at the man's mercy. Kurama, how old are you? Shirtu asked casually. Kid, I was born from heaven and earth. This planet is as old as I am. The Nine Tails declared arrogantly. What a boast. Weren't you created by the Sage of Six Paths? Born from heaven and earth, my foot. The Nine Tails, hearing the rebuttal, didn't get angry. After all, this was also a test of his own. Clearly the man above him knew something about his past. If you know why, ask me, the Nine Tails said grumpily. How much do you remember about the Sage of Six Paths? Shirtu asked, what piqued his curiosity. That old man hasn't been around for ages. Who remembers anything about him? The Nine Tails muttered without lifting his head, though his voice had lost its earlier vigor. Shirtu paid no mind to the fox's dismissive tone. He continued, have you always lived here? Hearing that the human kid had stopped pestering him about the Sage of Six Paths, the Nine Tails perked up again. Of course, this forest has always been my territory. The Nine Tails paused, then added, I'm in a good mood today, or I'd have thrown you out long ago. Shirtu, amused by the tsundere fox, said with a laugh. All right, thank you, Lord Kurama, for your mercy. Hearing that name again from this man, the Nine Tails' curiosity deepened. Hey kid, where did you hear my honored name? The Nine Tails finally voiced the question that had been nagging at him like a cat scratching an itch. Guess. Shirtu joked. Damn you, kid. The Nine Tails bared his fangs, but recalling the morning battle, he lowered his head again. I'm in a good mood, so I forgive your insolence. The Nine Tails could only try to salvage his dignity verbally, since it was this kid who had proposed the chat. Kurama, my name is Shirtu, Uchiha Shirtu. Pleased to meet you. Hearing the man above suddenly introduce himself, the Nine Tails felt a strange emotion he had never experienced before. The first person to introduce himself to me since the old Sage of Six Paths. The Nine Tails recalled a memory from when he was a tiny fox when the sage had introduced himself. From now on your name is Kurama. How about that? The Sage of Six Paths kindled and smiling said to the little fox. Yes, Kurama. The little fox responded naively. Yes, Kurama. The Nine Tails, as if possessed, answered Shirtu with those same words. Hearing the response from below, Shirtu laughed joyfully. Ha ha ha, Kurama, you're like a child. The Nine Tails, realizing his own tone, grew flustered and angry. Silence fell for a long time, and the sky had grown completely dark. Shirtu lay on the Nine Tails' head, enjoying the cool breeze and gazing at the bright stars in the night sky, then suddenly spoke. We've been investigating the Sage of Six Paths recently, and we've learned some things about you and him. Shirtu offered this answer to satisfy the Nine Tails' curiosity. In truth, Shirtu wasn't lying. He and Ban had indeed explored many Otsutsuki ruins and some remnants of the ninja. Besides, he already knew some tales about the Nine Tails and the Sage of Six Paths. Shirtu hadn't lied about either matter. There was simply no causal link between them. The Nine Tails had been wondering when this kid would leave, but then he heard those words from above. His curiosity satisfied, he replied smugly, though he didn't know why this kid had come to him, or how he had cultivated such skill. Hearing that the kid dared not hide his inquiries, the Nine Tails' resentment toward him lessened. Kurama, have any powerful humans come looking for trouble? Shida, thinking of Hashirama, crossed his legs and asked the Nine Tails. How could anyone possibly come looking for trouble with me? Despite his words, the Nine Tails couldn't help but recall a certain man, a man who had ridden a wooden giant and easily subdued him. After that, he stayed on guard for a long time, but never saw that man again. He must have left serious internal injuries on him back, then the Nine Tails thought. After that, he stayed on guard for a long time, but never saw that man again. He must have left serious internal injuries on him back, then the Nine Tails. Hearing the Nine Tails' words, Shirtu understood that Hashirama had indeed come to trouble the fox, but had not forcibly subdued it. He must not have had the right means to control it. Shirtu seemed to make a decision and sat up. Kurama, come with me. Shirtu walked to the area above the Nine Tails' eyes, grabbed its ears, and bent down to look into its eyes. The Nine Tails, sensing the new movement above, opened its eyes. Its fierce vertical pupils fixed on the man who had uttered such an inexplicable remark. Noticing the faint amused curve of his lips, the Nine Tails suddenly felt that following this guy might not be a bad idea. After all, he had been in this forest long enough, and the human kids these days were frighteningly strong. Following the one above might be a decent choice. Shirtu watched the Nine Tails staring at him. Instead of refuting him immediately, it looked at him like a puppy. Kurama, you're so cute. He blurted out his thoughts and burst into laughter. The Nine Tails heard the harsh laughter and recalled the faint voice from earlier. Kurama, you're so cute. Shut up. The Nine Tails could no longer contain himself. He shook his head and flung the insolent man off. A gentle breeze rose, catching Shirtu. Suddenly the barrier he had set issued a warning. Shirtu looked into the distance. You came after all, Tobirama. The ease in his eyes vanished, replaced by coldness and murderous intent. From the depths of the dense forest, a group of individuals slowly emerged. They all bore the same forehead protector markings on their brows. They were indeed the shinobi of Konoha village. Leading the procession was the first Hokage, Hashirama, clad in a red armor with a cascade of jet black hair. Walking beside him was his younger brother Tobirama, adorned in blue armor with a spiky silver hairstyle. Behind them followed a contingent of sealing squad members. Brother Shirtu has made a move on the Nine Tails. Tobirama spoke first. We should never have let that one go. The Uchiha who followed Madara is undoubtedly a dangerous individual. Now he has set his sights on the tailed beasts, his ambition laid bare. With that, Tobirama raised his hand, and the sealing squad behind him immediately dispersed in all directions. The white-haired man beside him, Hashirama, spoke. Tobirama, this matter was your fault to begin with, so let it rest. Then Hashirama's gaze grew sharp. If he truly harbors intentions to harm the village, I will personally capture him and bring him back to Konoha. I will never allow anyone to endanger our village. He paused, then turned to Tobirama. Are you certain Madara hasn't appeared? Yes, brother, which is precisely why we must be more cautious. Tobirama's tone was grave. Shirtu and Madara were inseparable before, but now they have suddenly separated. Just as he said this, a thought seemed to strike Tobirama. Brother, could Madara be trying to lure us out of the village and then strike at it? Though Tobirama voiced this concern, he had already secretly laid a vast trap within the village. He had also arranged for intelligence squads to maintain constant contact, so that if Madara did appear in the village, he and Hashirama could instantly return using the Flying Thunder God technique. However, Tobirama would never miss an opportunity to diminish Madara's standing in Hashirama's eyes. Rest assured, the village is the fruit of our shared labor. He would never harm it. Hashirama replied with certainty. Since we have confirmed Shida's intention to seize the Nine Tails, let us capture both Shirtu and the Nine Tails and bring them back to the village this time. His previous encounter with the Nine Tails had made Hashirama realize that while the beast posed a serious threat to the village, it was still no match for him. Yet the tailed beast was a formidable power that could not be easily killed, nor was it simple to seal. After the great battle, the village had intensified research into tailed beast sealing techniques. Since they had now encountered the potential threat of Shittu, they could deal with both at once. Tobirama, if this sealing experiment proves ineffective against the Nine Tails, we should begin negotiations for an alliance with the Uzumaki clan upon our return. The Uzumaki clan was naturally endowed with immense chakra and formidable sealing arts. Surely they would be the perfect allies for sealing-tailed beasts. By the way, Tobirama, how far has your research on Shittu's dojutsu progressed? Upon hearing his brother's inquiry, Tobirama immediately perked up. Rest assured, brother. Ever since Madara and Shirtu defected from the village, I have been studying it thoroughly. This time I will ensure he never... The two of them made their way at a leisurely pace toward the battlefield left behind by the clash between Shirtu and the Nine Tails, where both of their targets now resided. They must not alert their prey. The space needed to be sealed off in advance to prevent Shirtu from escaping. Then they would begin their encirclement and annihilation. The Nine Tails dwelled near Konoha. Hashirama would never allow such an unstable element to remain in the vicinity of the village. Hashirama had not captured the Nine Tails before, likely due to the lack of a suitable sealing method. Now, thanks to the warning barrier, Shirtu had learned of Tobirama's plan to seal the space. In theory, he could escape with the Nine Tails without any effort, but the opportunity for revenge was right before him. How could one resist such temptation? Shittu, usually calm and collected, became highly agitated the moment he detected Tobirama. The Uchiha bloodline genes constantly stimulated him, making his blood boil. The Nine Tails, sensing Shittu's sudden emotional shift and detecting a group of hostile humans approaching through its malice perception, grew wary. The man who had once pinned it to the ground with a single hand was clearly among them, and the other man beside him also radiated danger. You brat Shittu, it's been a long time since I've had such a pleasant conversation with a human. I acknowledge you. Sensing the peril, the Nine Tails shed its pride and spoke candidly. Though some of Shittu's actions were mischievous, his heart was pure. The Nine Tails genuinely felt that Shirtu sought friendship, not exploitation. This was one of the key reasons the Nine Tails tolerated such audacity from him. A group of people is approaching us, and two of them are extremely powerful. I acknowledge your strength, but they are likely after me. There's no need for you to get involved. Though the Nine Tails spoke lightly, its instincts told it that relying solely on its own power, it would likely fall here. Shirtu looked at the bristling Nine Tails and suddenly burst into laughter. Huh. Kurama, if you're so scared, don't try to play the hero. Let us face the enemy together. After this battle you will come with me. How about that? The Nine Tails gazed at the brash figure beside it, and its heart gradually steadied. I've grown tired of this forest anyway. Following you is no big deal. Just make sure you appreciate my magnificent form, and don't get scared. As the words fell, the Nine Tails extended a clenched paw. Seeing this, Shirtu also stretched out his arm. Man and fox fists met. In an instant their hearts were connected. The pact between them was sealed. Shirtu slowly rose, then seated himself cross-legged atop the Nine Tails' head, doing his utmost to recover from the exhaustion of their earlier battle. The chakra consumption of the Xiangui Panlong, she was staggering. He had only recovered about 80%. And the damage to his body from the dragon's reverse scale armor was equally severe, with only 70% restored. The Nine Tails watched as Shirtu continued to recover, and it too curled up in place. Its regenerative abilities were immense, despite being knocked unconscious for most of the day. Its physical depletion had been fully restored during that time. All it had to do now was to help Shirtu recover fully. A thin red thread of chakra connected the two, and a vast amount of chakra surged from the Nine Tails into Shirtu. Though the Nine Tails remained outside Shittu's body with their hearts linked, how different were they from a true perfect Jinchuriki? Hashirama and Tobirama emerged from the forest, arriving before the Nine Tails and Shirtu. Is Shirtu controlling the Nine Tails with his Mangekyō Jinjutsu? Tobirama speculated, observing the remarkably harmonious pair. Lord Tobirama, your heart remains as dark as ever. Do you think I, an Uchiha, would stoop to such pettiness? Despite his words, Shirtu couldn't help but mutter inwardly. The Uchiha specialty is controlling others with Jinjutsu. As Shirtu spoke, the Nine Tails slowly rose and opened its eyes. Its fierce vertical pupils glared at Hashirama and Tobirama. Vertical pupils and no use of Mangekyō power. The Nine Tails allowing someone to stand atop its head. How peculiar, Tobirama remarked, attempting to sow discord. Tobirama, put away your petty schemes. Let us settle old and new grievances today. Is that so, you evil Uchiha? Today, without Madara, who can save you? Enemies meeting face to face, their eyes blazing with hatred. Shirtu and Tobirama, the Nine Tails, and Hashirama. A colossal wooden golem rose beneath Hashirama, and Tobirama and Hashirama directed it to seize the Nine Tails. With Shirtu atop its head, the Nine Tails charged forward on all fours toward Hashirama and Tobirama. A tailed beast ball had already been charged and was fired at the wooden golem. Hashirama calmly manipulated the golem, using its hands to intercept the tailed beast ball, containing the explosion between its palms. Meanwhile, Shirtu and Tobirama riding above the two colossal entities were not idle. They each formed hand seals. Fire-style Great Fire Dragon Technique. Water-style Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A fire dragon and a water dragon flew toward each other, colliding in the middle of the battlefield, stirring up a thick mist. Tobirama, Shirtu. The two appeared instantly in the mist at the center of the battlefield, Shittis, kunai, clashing with Tobirama's long blade. Behind them, the Ninetales and Hashirama's wooden golem rushed forward. The war between the two sides had officially begun. The long blade inscribed with the flying thunder god seal was carried by the water dragon bullet, attempting to catch him off guard. However, all of this naturally did not escape Shirtu, who possessed the Sharingan. Shuinjia was instantly activated and Tobirama had already prepared himself. Sensing the flying thunder god mark at the back of Shittis' heart, Tobirama could constantly perceive Shittis' location. Tobirama did not intend to use this flying thunder god mark to directly attack Shirtu. Although he did not know why Shirtu had kept the mark, since it was still there, it meant Shirtu had already devised a countermeasure against it. Simply keeping it to monitor Shittis' position was not bad. Tobirama activated Flying Thunder God and instantly appeared within the mist. He picked up the long blade still flying in the air and faced Shirtu, who held a kunai opposite him. The two engaged in a bout of taijutsu in midair. They clashed and then separated. As a master of water style, Tobirama was in his element amidst the airborne water mist. The water mist not only did not obstruct Tobirama's vision, but also provided him with various information about Shittis' movements. Meanwhile, Shirtu with his Sharingan was equally unaffected by the thin mist. Both were free-falling through the air while probing each other's strength with blades and kunai. This was their first rematch in 6 years, and both needed to assess whether the other had improved, and by how much. A slight difference in information could become the key to tipping the battle. Behind them, the Ninetales and the Wood Golem had already begun their own clash. Using the momentum from its forward run, the Ninetales pivoted on its front claws, twisting its body to deliver a powerful sweeping tail strike. Its 9 tails were long and resilient, combining to form the Ninetales' strongest weapon. Facing the man who had once subdued it with a single hand, the Ninetales dared not test him even slightly and unleashed its full power. Hashirama looked at the sweeping tail attack that resembled a tsunami. He immediately stopped. He controlled the Wood Golem to plant its feet firmly. The Wood Golem's gigantic hands caught the Ninetales' sweeping tail. Then, twisting its body, it swung the entire Ninetales around. After spinning once in place, it flung the Ninetales away. The attacks of the two colossal beings had clearly affected Shirtu and Tobirama, who were still of normal human size. One activated Shuinjia, and the other used Flying Thunder God to disengage from the midair battlefield. Then they clashed once more on the ground. Tobirama sensed a Shirtu entirely different from 6 years ago. Shittis' attacks were no longer chaotic as before, but were truly balanced between offense and defense, causing Tobirama to silently marvel at Shittis' rapid progress. Shirtu perceived Tobirama's movements, smooth transitions, and swift reactions, now fully capable of keeping up with his own speed enhanced by the Sharingan. Did he develop a jutsu to accelerate reaction speed and physical agility? Shirtu wondered. As a master of jutsu, it was only natural for Tobirama to create such techniques. However, Shittis' guess was wrong. Tobirama had indeed researched jutsu targeting Shirtu, but the current enhancement in taijutsu was the result of Tobirama's own rigorous training. As Hashirama's younger brother, his talent was self-evident, but he had previously favored jutsu development and neglected taijutsu. Yet ever since he learned of the potential threat named Shida, Tobirama had made a secret resolve, even asking Hashirama to give him special training, all to keep up with Shida's Sharingan in battle. Tobirama shook his long blade and delivered a straightforward, unadorned vertical slash toward Shittis, faced the blade's wind cutting fiercely. Instead of retreating, Shirtu advanced. He did not block directly, but precisely angled his forearm against the inside of Tobirama's blade-wielding arm. Simultaneously, he twisted his waist and spun like an eel, slipping into the inner circle where Tobirama's long blade had difficulty generating force. With a flash of cold light, the kunai thrust straight at Tobirama's sword-wielding wrist. This was the core of using a short blade against a long weapon getting close. Tobirama reacted swiftly, abandoning the move. He retracted his wrist abruptly while stepping back with his right foot. Using the momentum from his Bodis retreat, the long blade's tip rose from low to high in a reverse arc, not to cut, but to use the middle of the blade to parry Shittis' thrusting kunai. Clang! The edges clashed, sparks flying. The immense recoil numbed Shittis' wrist, slightly halting his attack. Seizing the instant, Tobirama, whose blade had just been parried, immediately used the momentum to spin. The heavy pommel of the sword like a short hammer swung with a whoosh toward Shittis' temple. This was the advantage of a long weapon, flexible attack range. Shittis' pupils contracted. In haste, he could only duck down, the pommel barely grazing his scalp. Having just evaded the lethal blow, Shirtu sprang up like a compressed spring and closed in again. This time he no longer aimed at the wrist. Instead, he lunged forward, ramming his shoulder into Tobirama's chest, intending to break his balance. At the same time, his right hand holding the kunai concealed a reverse upward slash targeting Tobirama's abdomen. Close quarters entanglement. Tobirama was knocked off balance, but his combat instincts kept the long blade in his hand. He used the force of the impact to step back, quickly creating half a step of space. The long blade now gripped with both hands instead of one shot out like a serpent's tongue, lightning fast, aiming straight for Shida's exposed shoulder socket due to the forward charge. This thrust was as fast as lightning, intended not to inflict serious injury, but to force a retreat. Shida's thrusting kunai missed, and seeing the long blade approaching, he twisted his body bizarrely at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the vital point. The blade tip grazed his shoulder blade, tearing the fabric. But Shida's movement did not stop. As he dodged, his left hand clamped down like iron pincers on Tobirama's sword-wielding forearm. The right hand kunai followed like a shadow, its tip already steadily an inch from Tobirama's throat. The cold sensation made Tobirama's hair stand on end. Yet the moment his wrist was caught, Tobirama's rear hand suddenly exerted force, and the pommel of the long blade like a battering ram slammed hard into Shida's chest. The two were locked in an instant stalemate. Shida's kunai, though shifted, still pressed against Tobirama's carotid artery. Tobirama's pommel pressed against Shida's chest, his long blade angled toward the sky. The two were locked in an instant stalemate. Shida's kunai, though shifted, still pressed against Tobirama's carotid artery. Tobirama's pommel pressed against Shida's chest, his long blade angled toward the sky, ready to slash downward at any moment. Their forces canceled each other out, in the struggle, movements frozen. Each could feel the other's rapid breathing and taut muscles. Any slight movement might trigger a fatal strike. Fire-style great fireball technique. Shirtu struck first, compressing chakra from his lungs into a massive fireball that tore through the air, roaring toward Tobirama with the intensity of incinerating everything. Water-style water formation wall. Tobirama's hand seals were swift as lightning. A thick wall of water like a castle wall rose from the ground, firmly blocking the fireball. Hiss! A deafening steam explosion erupted. The fireball and water wall collided violently, annihilating each other, generating a dense, white mist that blotted out the sky and instantly shrouded the battlefield. Before the mist cleared, Shida's keen Sharingan detected several faint sounds of air being cut. Fire-style phoenix, sage flower, nail crimson. Dozens of shuriken wrapped in chakra flames shot precisely into the mist. Before the mist cleared, Shida's keen Sharingan detected several faint sounds of air being cut. Fire-style phoenix, sage flower, nail crimson. Dozens of shuriken wrapped in chakra. Tobirama's cold voice came from the side rear. A high-pressure water jet like a laser cut through the thick mist, aiming straight for Shida's midsection. The speed was so great that even the air was torn. Fire-style flame stream wall. Shirtu turned and formed seals almost as the voice sounded. A rotating barrier of flames appeared out of thin air. This was a fire-style defensive jutsu that Shirtu had developed based on the water formation wall. The high-pressure water jet stabbed fiercely into the flame wall, emitting a piercing, sizzling sound. Water and fire wrestled under extreme compression. The front of the water jet evaporated, but the flame wall was also pierced and wavered. In the end, the water jet was depleted, and the flame wall collapsed into scattered sparks. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire Technique. Wind-style Gust. Shirtu took a deep breath, and 3 flame-formed dragons roared out, carrying devastating heat as they pounced toward Tobirama, sealing off most of the evasive space. At the same time, the gale imbued the fire dragons with sentience. Originally only able to fly along a predetermined trajectory, the dragons now seemed to have been granted souls. What had started as 3 dragon heads gradually manifested complete dragon bodies under the nourishment of the wind. Sharp claws, long and powerful tails, all displayed the might of this technique. Compound Jutsu Stormfire Calamity Dragon. Water-style Water Dragon Explosion. Seeing this, Tobirama immediately clapped his hands on the water surface. 3 water dragons, no less in size, reared up and precisely met the flame dragons. Boom, boom, boom. Ear-splitting explosions rang out in succession. The water dragons and fire dragons savagely collided and annihilated each other in the air. Each collision triggered violent steam explosions, turning the view into a blinding white expanse with only the roar of intertwined water and fire echoing. When the last water dragon was consumed by the fire dragon's entanglement and the aftereffects of the explosion had not yet subsided, Tobirama immediately released a second jutsu to deal with the remaining fire dragon. Water-style Water Shockwave. Just as the fire dragon was about to bite into Tobirama, a rapidly spiraling column of water like a tornado enveloped him. At the critical moment, it blocked Shida's fire dragon. At this point, both of them ceased their attacks. On one hand, the previous taijutsu and ninjutsu were merely simple probes. Since the probing was essentially over, there was no need to waste stamina on this. On the other hand, the Nine Tails was now being held in the palm of Hashirama's wood golem like a chick. The situation no longer allowed Shirtu to continue pointless probing. Shirtu watched the Nine Tails captured by the wooden giant, inwardly marveling at the formidable power of Zhujian. Was the Nine Tails weak? Clearly not. Any tailed beast was a terrifying entity capable of annihilating a ninja village with ease, let alone the strongest among them. The Nine Tails' might was by no means to be underestimated. It was Zhujian's godlike strength that truly inspired dread. Shirtu paid no further heed to Feijian. The pressing priority was to rescue the Nine Tails. Susanoo. A deep crimson skeleton materialized around Shirtu, then the ribcage began to evolve, forming a half-bodied skeletal giant. Next, layers of muscle and blood vessels clung to the bones. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal giant had acquired its. It was not over yet. Mysterious and imposing armor rose from below, instantly enveloping the entire half-torso giant. At this stage, this was the most powerful Susanoo Shirtu had been able to unleash before. But now, having merged his younger brother's eyes, the evolution of Susanoo was far from complete. The entire giant began to soar upward instantly. Legs previously absent now materialized, and a deep crimson giant of the same stature as Zhujian's wooden giant appeared on the battlefield. The emergence of legs remedied the giant's previous mobility issues and its inability to defend against underground attacks. Now Susanoo could truly be called the ultimate defense. The transformation did not cease. A Tengu mask and armor gradually covered the entire body. A pair of enormous chakra wings sprouted from the giant's back, and a long chakra blade materialized in its hands. This was the true power of a god, the complete body Susanoo. It was the first time Shirtu had wielded this power in actual combat, and he could feel the strength of his brother Shun within it, as if fighting side by side once more. The colossal commotion naturally drew the attention of Zhujian and the Nine Tails. Gazing at the Leviathan, the Nine Tails finally realized that Shirtu possessed such overwhelming might. Zhujian stared at the familiar, yet unfamiliar Susanoo, the figure of Madara, gradually surfacing in his mind. This is power on par with Madara's. Zhujian gave such an appraisal. The deep crimson giant spread its wings and appeared before the Nine Tails and Zhujian in an instant. The displacement of the instant boundary combined with Susanoo's flight meant any location could be reached in a single moment. The colossal chakra blade was drawn from its sheath, its deep crimson edge tinged with wisps of black energy. With a single slash, the once indestructible arms of the wooden giant were severed completely. Where the blade light passed, a terrifying spatial rift appeared. Anything near the rift would instantly vanish into it. Qiankong's spatial slash fused with the chakra blade displayed unparalleled lethality. Thanks to Shida's sudden intervention, the Nine Tails managed to escape. Seeing the one who had once fought on relatively equal terms now wield such immense and mysterious power, instinct drove the creature to hide behind Shirtu. Shita, do you intend to turn against the village? Zhujian's tone was stern as he watched the Nine Tails sheltered behind the young man. Zhujian, I merely wish to take the Nine Tails away, nothing more. A voice neither humble nor arrogant echoed from atop the giant. I will take it away today. Who dares to stop me? As he spoke, the giant swung its blade, forcing Zhujian back. The Nine Tails' heart trembled at Shida's words. As a being born with the ability to sense malice, the Nine Tails could always perceive the true intentions of different people toward it. Over the years, the Nine Tails had witnessed countless humans' fear and greed. This was the first time it had ever experienced the feeling of being protected by a human. The wall of the heart had silently shattered. The one human, one fox who had already shared minds now forged a new bond. Hearing the words of the youth before him, Zhujian understood that only a battle remained. The sage's face markings appeared, silently signaling that Zhujian was about to get serious. Sage art wood style, wood golem technique. Sage art wood style, wood dragon technique. Sage art wood style, deep forest emergence. 3 sage techniques were unleashed in succession. The wooden golem previously destroyed by Qiankong now grew even stronger under the enhancement of sage chakra. A majestic wooden dragon coiled around the golem, exuding a powerful binding force. Trees dormant in the earth rapidly grew and swelled, sprouting countless blossoms. In an instant, the entire area was transformed into his own domain. At the same time, the flowers continuously emitted toxic pollen. Anyone who inhaled it would be paralyzed and rendered unconscious. From afar, Feijian saw his elder brother getting serious and immediately raised his hand. The sealing squad in the distance, upon seeing Feijian's signal, instantly began to erect a sealing barrier. 36 members of the sealing squad simultaneously performed sealing techniques from all directions of the battlefield. In an instant, the space within the battlefield was completely disrupted. The consequence was that all space-time ninjutsu could no longer be used. Using Flying Thunder God or Instant Boundary in such turbulent space would risk being caught in spatial rifts. This was Fijian's countermeasure against the power of Shun. Unfortunately, the technique was indiscriminate. After using it, Fijian himself could no longer employ Flying Thunder God. But since his elder brother was the main fighter, he only needed to assist from the sidelines. What a pity. Now that Shirtu is fighting my brother, it's hard to deploy measures against Susanoo and the Mangekyō abilities. Fijian, sensing the changes in space, Shirtu was not surprised. Facing Fijian, any ninjutsu was possible. At this moment, Shirtu was not focused on Jujian and Fijian. Instead, he silently sensed the transformation between himself and the Nine Tails. The immensely powerful Nine Tails, whether as a combat asset or as material for summoning the 10 Tails, could not be given. Moreover, that Sundara Nine Tails was quite endearing. He had finally managed to lure it away, only to have Jujian interfere. This was absolutely unacceptable. Thus Shirtu had spoken those words, never expecting that a single sentence would provoke such a change. As two independent entities, Shirtu and the Nine Tails had now established an even deeper connection on the foundation of their existing mind link. Shirtu now felt he could freely draw upon the Nine Tails' abilities and at the same time channel his own power to the Nine Tails. Yes, not just chakra, but the unique abilities belonging to each of them could now be mutually accessed. Sensing Fijian's subtle moves, a new idea suddenly struck Shirtu. The Nine Tails had not anticipated such a transformation between them, but the mind link instantly conveyed Shidda's intention. The once imposing deep crimson giant gradually vanished and Shirtu descended slowly to the ground. Shidda, have you decided to give up? Jujian voiced his doubt, though he did not believe it. Jujian, your opponent is not me, and my target of vengeance is not you. Shirtu uttered a puzzling statement. But as his words fell, a tremendous surge emanated from the Nine Tails. One of the Nine Tails' vertical pupils underwent a transformation. 3 Tomo replaced the original vertical pupil, then continued to change. An exotic black pattern slowly emerged, unmistakably the pattern of Shidda's Eternal Mangekyō. Now one of the Nine Tails' eyes retained its original form, while the other became like Shidda's. Simultaneously, one of Shidda's eyes transformed into the Nine Tails' vertical pupil. This change naturally drew the attention of Jujian and Fijian. Kurama. Shirtu shouted. Huh. The Nine Tails responded. Then transformations occurred simultaneously on both the Nine Tails and Shirtu. Layers of deep crimson armor scales covered the Nine Tails' body. It slowly stood upright, balancing on its hind legs, while its forelimbs under the armor transformed into human-like hands gripping a massive deep crimson chakra blade. It slowly stood upright, balancing on its hind legs, while its forelimbs under the armor transformed into human-like hands. The Nine Tails' body was covered by heavy Susanoo chest armor, shoulder guards, and abdominal armor. Its 9 tails were also wrapped and reinforced by Susanoo's chakra, each tail's tip shaped into a massive blade-like form, revealing their formidable nature. Huge chakra wings also appeared on the Nine Tails' back, granting it aerial combat capabilities it previously lacked. The armored Nine Tails had made its majestic debut. At the same moment Kurama underwent transformation, Shidda's body also began to change. An orange-yellow chakra cloak enveloped Shittu, its flame-like brilliance illuminating the entire night. 3 black stripes appeared on both cheeks simultaneously, and his originally black robe now turned into a bright orange-yellow. Mysterious black magatama appeared on the high collar, and simple black stripes became the only decoration on the robe. The Uchiha clan crest on the back manifested the extraordinary origin of the wearer. Kurama's vast chakra now compensated for the deficiency in Shidda's physical strength. Behind him, 9 tails condensed from chakra swayed freely in the night sky. Shidda's Kurama link made a grand appearance. With the enhancement of the armored Susanoo, Kurama's power, agility, and defense reached astonishing levels. The armored Susanoo acted like an energy amplifier, granting Kurama comprehensive enhancement. Unlike any other form of armored Kurama, this armored Kurama was entirely controlled by the single fox Kurama itself. The precision of control far surpassed the coordination between Naruto and Sasuke from different timelines. Moreover, a clear consciousness allowed it to unleash its full power, a condition that Kurama, when controlled by Madara, lacked. The immense power forced Hashirama to focus all his attention on Kurama. The combination of Uchiha and tailed beast power exerted mounting pressure on Hashirama. Now empowered by the Kurama cloak, Shirtu appeared before Tobirama with astonishing speed. Although Tobirama did not understand why Kurama and Shirtu had undergone such changes, the ferocious approach of Shirtu forced him to summon all his attention. Leveraging the extreme speed granted by Kurama, the giant claw struck at Tobirama in an instant. Bang! Leveraging the extreme speed granted by Kurama, the giant claw struck at Tobirama in an instant. Bang! The water clone shattered directly. A wave of darkness completely covered Shidda's vision. Used a water clone to escape at the critical moment, and even cast the dark covering technique. Shirtu roughly understood Tobirama's actions and unhurriedly activated Kurama's malice sensing. The dark covering technique was a Jinjutsu Tobirama specifically developed against the Uchiha's Sharingan capable of depriving the target of all light. This technique was powerful but not easy to land on an enemy. However, Tobirama had actually cast the technique on his water clone, which would automatically release it upon the clone's explosion. This indeed caught Shirtu off guard. If the previous Shirtu had been hit by this technique, he would have had no good solution. It was one of the moves he feared most from Tobirama. But now with the power of Kurama relying on malice sensing, Shirtu could still have a thorough grasp of the battlefield. Tobirama, seeing that Shida, though hit was not greatly affected, did not feel discouraged inside. Such was the game between shinobi, he had not anticipated that Kurama would form an alliance with Shida, so it was only natural that his technique did not achieve its desired effect. Seeing Shida's greatly enhanced physical capabilities, Tobirama unleashed one of his trump cards. 8 Gates Gate of Seeing Open. Green energy swirled around Tobirama, the immense power gained by overdrawing his body coursing through his frame. The tremendous boost allowed Tobirama to keep pace with Shirtu in Kurama Link mode. To counter Shida's instantaneous future prediction, Tobirama had made multiple preparations, one of which was to compensate for the gap caused by future prediction with extreme speed. The 8 Gates was not created by Tobirama, but as Hashirama's younger brother and the designated next Hokage, no one could stop him from learning this forbidden technique. 6 years of rigorous training, all for the purpose of subduing the man before him at this moment. If an ordinary person were here, they would see 2 flashes of light constantly darting across the pitch-black night sky. Bright orange-yellow and eerie green flashes continuously collided and then separated. Another pure taijutsu duel. This time no probing, only the determination to kill the opponent. The malice sensing ability provided Shirtu with Tobirama's real-time location, allowing Shida, though blinded, to always know Tobirama's position. The exchange between them did not yield a decisive victory. Tobirama, skilled in ninjutsu, did not waste effort on continuing the taijutsu clash. Instead, he seized the opportunity and immediately unleashed his own ninjutsu. Water-style Great Water Wave. Tobirama violently expelled a sea wave from his mouth, instantly forming a massive ellipsoidal water prison. The range was so vast that Shirtu could not escape in time. Truly worthy of the title master of water-style, Tobirama's water techniques are not to be underestimated. At this moment, Shirtu was still trapped in the water prison, while Tobirama could freely soar within the water. Watching Tobirama's movements, Shirtu roughly guessed the ninjutsu he was about to release. At that moment, both Tobirama and Shirtu began forming hand seals simultaneously. Mutually multiplying explosive tags. Compound Ninjutsu Mysterious Jade Coiled Dragon Seal. Both unleashed their techniques simultaneously. Mutually multiplying explosive tags was an infinite explosive ninjutsu invented by Tobirama. With its ceaseless detonations, it could both drain the dojutsu power used for Susanoo defense and sustain attacks, making it difficult for Shida's time reversal effect to trigger. A technique perfectly tailored to counter Shirtu. Originally, this technique was a forbidden technique that should never be used unless paired with another forbidden technique developed by Tobirama. Only then would there be a chance to release it. But with the 6th gate already open, Tobirama now possessed extreme speed. Relying on the free-soaring effect of the Great Water Wave, he could escape the lethal range of the explosion. What followed was a 10-minute-long explosion. This commotion naturally drew the attention of Kurama and Hashirama. Hashirama, watching the release of this technique, marveled at Tobirama's desperation. Kurama was initially worried, but the connection between himself and Shirtu was never severed, which gradually eased his concern. Kurama silently increased the chakra transmission and devoted all remaining energy to the duel with Hashirama. Empowered by the armored Susanoo, Kurama no longer felt the suppression from wood style. Being able to exert his full power made Kurama extremely excited. The 9 tails were originally Kurama's most powerful weapons, and now, enhanced by the armored Susanoo, they displayed an astonishing look. Kurama and the wood golem engaged in a fierce struggle. The tails and long blades left numerous scars on the wood golem, and Hashirama could only pour chakra into it to maintain its regeneration. Kurama used his 9 tails to bind the wood golem, then opened his mouth to condense a tailed beast ball. The wood golem's mobility was completely blocked by Kurama, and the tailed beast ball coalesced above Hashirama's head. The terrifying pressure was chilling. Sage art wood-style ranking formation. A wooden shield shaped like a fanged demon face appeared around Hashirama, enveloping him completely. The tailed beast ball collided with the wooden shield, causing a violent explosion. In the end, the shield was almost completely destroyed, but Hashirama remained unharmed. Hashirama controlled a wood dragon to completely coil around Kurama, allowing the wood golem to break free from the armored Susanoo on Kurama instantly transformed with dense blades emerging on the armor, completely dismembering the entire wood dragon. Hashirama felt immense pressure from the armored Kurama, and then mobilized all his chakra preparing to decide the outcome with the next move. Gazing at Kurama before him, Hashirama unleashed a new ninjutsu. Sage art would style true, several thousand hands topmost transformation of the Buddha. Hashirama clasped his hands together, summoning a gigantic Buddha statue with countless giant arms attempting to strike Kurama with thousands of enormous fists. The Buddha statue's size was dozens of times larger than Kurama. A single hand could grasp Kurama. Kurama, seeing the enormous Buddha before him, mobilized all his chakra. Tailed beast balls continuously shot from the 9 tails and the giant fox head. Hundreds thousands of tailed beast balls and fists collided, generating a massive explosion. In an instant, both sides were completely engulfed in the explosion. Feijian, his nerves taut as a bowstring, observed the detonation of the mutually multiplying detonating talismans. The Shirtu before him now was a far cry from the one in his intelligence reports. His former tactics might not yield the same results. Feijian speculated that Shirtu had forged some pact with Jiuwei, enabling them to borrow each other's power. Feijian turned his gaze to the battlefield where Jiuwei and his elder brother clashed. The explosions from the tailed beast ball and the fists of the 1,000-armed cannon sent tremors through space itself. The battle's trajectory had diverged completely from expectations. Shida's strength had grown to a level that could no longer be underestimated. After all, Ban had not yet joined the fray. Had Ban been present, the battle would never have reached such a deadlock. Amidst the unending explosions, Shirtu marveled at Feijian's audacity. Hundreds of millions of detonating talismans represented a staggering fortune, and it did cause him some trouble. The thoroughly disrupted space hindered Shirtu from effectively utilizing his instant boundary ability, and his precognition of the fleeting moment proved equally useless. Most critically, Shirtu had no idea how long the explosions would last. His temporal reversal had a time limit, and this was not the opportune moment to use it. Yet dire circumstances did not mean Shirtu lacked defensive measures. The creation of the mystic dragon seal was precisely the defense he had devised against the mutually multiplying detonating talismans. The mystic dragon seal, cumbersome and exorbitantly draining, was ill-suited for conventional combat. Yet its formidable defensive power rendered ordinary attacks utterly incapable of harming it. But in such a sustained explosion scenario, it could unleash astonishing effects. The mystic dragon seal's unique property, its ability to continuously regenerate upon chakra infusion, coupled with its immense durability, meant that as long as the user had chakra, this defense would never falter. Initially, Shida, bolstered by Jiuwei's chakra, had no fear of depletion. But now Jiuwei was engaged in a breathtaking battle of his own with Hashirama. Through their mind-link, Shirtu could constantly gauge Jiuwei's condition. The pressure Jiuwei faced against Hashirama at full power was no less intense than his own. The 9 tails, locked in a fierce struggle with Hashirama, could not properly manage the chakra conduit with Shirtu. Consequently, Shida's chakra, due to the immense expenditure, had plummeted to a perilously low level. I truly underestimated Feijian, Shirtu mused, inwardly gritting his teeth under the strain. Feijian, well prepared, had countered nearly all of Shida's previous abilities. Had it not been for the link with Jiuwei, Shirtu would have had no choice but to flee in disgrace. Although Feijian had thoroughly disrupted the space with Shida's current mastery over spatial manipulation, he could still escape using instant boundary. But the landing point after the teleportation was completely unknown, and he was not about to abandon Jiuwei. Most importantly, Feijian was right here. To flee without giving his all was simply not Shida's style. Sensing his nearly depleted chakra, Shirtu had no choice but to use his temporal reversal to restore his state. The ability activated. His dangerously low chakra instantly returned to its original state. At that moment, Shirtu was exactly as he had been 5 minutes earlier. The mystic dragon seal, which had been almost completely shattered, was instantly restored to its full form along with Shida's rejuvenated state. The explosions continued. At the edge of the battlefield, unnoticed by anyone, a man carrying a massive war fan slowly emerged. That man was Uchiha Ban. In truth, Ban had never really left. After all, this was the border of Mai, and he could not rest easy leaving Shirtu alone here. His astonishing concealment ability had successfully evaded all detection, and he became the sole observer of 2 consecutive great battles. Ban had witnessed it all, the morning clash between Shirtu and Jiuwei and the current battle with Hashirama and Feijian. Had it not been for this covert observation, Ban would never have known that Shirtu had hidden so many techniques. Neither the mystic dragon seal nor the dragon's reverse scale armor had ever been displayed before Ban, leading him to underestimate Shida's true combat prowess. In Ban's perception, Shida's situation had not yet reached a point of no return, so he decided to continue watching to see what other abilities Shirtu might reveal. The explosion between Shirtu and Feijian ended first. The once perfectly square mystic dragon seal was now nearly pulverized, revealing Shirtu hiding within. Shida's condition was far from good. His clothes were almost entirely torn, his body bore severe blast injuries, and a remnant of Susanoo enveloped him, preventing fatal damage. The mystic dragon seal, the purest of defensive techniques, had nearly exhausted his chakra, forcing Shirtu to expend dojutsu power to summon Susanoo for protection. Feijian had indeed pushed Shirtu to the brink. Had it not been for the massive chakra support from Jiwei at the very beginning of the explosion, even with the protection of the mystic dragon seal, and Susanoo, Shirtu would likely have met a perilous end. Shida's state was now like a flickering candle in the wind. His chakra was nearly exhausted, his dojutsu power was running low, and Jiwei's condition was equally poor. Though he could still provide Susanoo's protection to Jiwei, Hashirama's strength was not to be underestimated. Feijian's condition was also poor. Although he had escaped the lethal range of the explosion by using the 8 gates, he still suffered from the blast of the mutually multiplying detonating talismans. At the same time, the side effects of the 8 gates were beginning to surface. His physical state could hardly be called favorable. The clash between Jiwei and Hashirama continued while a new round of confrontation between Shirtu and Feijian was about to begin. A violent explosion once again summoned thunderclouds above the battlefield, and the rumbling thunder echoed across the field. Shirtu was the first to form hand seals, seals that Feijian had never seen before. To Feijian's surprise, after the hand seals, no corresponding ninjutsu appeared. Only the thunder grew even more deafening. Is his chakra insufficient to perform the technique? Feijian pondered the situation. A failed ninjutsu would be the best-case scenario. Feijian did not pin his hopes on elusive luck. The moment Shirtu began forming seals, Feijian started formulating a countermeasure. Water release, water formation wall. In an instant, Feijian erected a defense. A waterfall-like volume of water swirled around him, forming a rotating wall to guard against any unknown technique Shirtu might unleash. After that, Feijian continued to form seals. Water release, rain of tears. The moment the defense was in place, he immediately launched an attack. High-speed water needles shot silently from Feijian's mouth to probe Shida's condition. At the same time, Feijian continued forming seals. Water release, hard vortex water blade. A shadow clone of Feijian appeared before him, creating a terrifying water vortex in its hand, which it condensed into a water javelin, spinning rapidly in multiple directions. It hurled the javelin with force toward Shirtu. Once the technique made contact, it would form a massive water dragon tornado, devastating and spectacular. Shida's unknown condition made Feijian hesitant to approach directly, forcing him to use a shadow clone to execute the technique. In an instant, Feijian had completed the defensive water formation wall, the probing rain of tears, and the offensive and controlling hard vortex water blade. His weakened physical state did not hinder Feijian's performance. His formidable combat instincts allowed him to execute a comprehensive and thorough response. After forming the seals, Shirtu stood motionless as if he had burned out. The rain of tears and the hard vortex water blade flew towards Shirtu at tremendous speed. Just as they were about to strike him, a startling transformation occurred on the battlefield. Boom! A colossal thunder dragon emerged from the clouds, lightning granting it incredible speed. In an instant, it completely enveloped Shirtu. Feijian's attacks dissolved into water droplets the moment they touched the thunder dragon. The sudden change shocked Feijian. The immense power of the thunder dragon sent a chill down his spine, and he wondered why the thunder dragon summoned by Shidu would attack its own master. The terrifying lightning spread wildly, forcing Feijian to take cover behind the water formation wall and wait for the thunder dragon to dissipate. After the blinding flash of lightning, Shirtu emerged reborn with newfound power. Sharp dragon claws, a long dragon tail, and exquisite dragon horns all bespoke Shida's extraordinary transformation. Compound ninjutsu dragons, reverse scale armor. Compound ninjutsu dragons, reverse scale armor. Feijian observed Shida's current state, sensing the powerful and ferocious aura, and silently muttered to himself that it was bad. He immediately formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. 3 water dragons surged towards Shirtu from different directions. Feeling the surging power within his body, Shirtu chose not to evade the water dragon bullet, but instead used absolute force to shatter it head-on. Watching Shirtu charging at him at lightning speed, Feijian felt a headache coming on. In this great battle, Shirtu had already unleashed too many ninjutsu that he had never seen before. In just 6 years, Shida's power had undergone earth-shattering changes. Even without the enhancement of the Sharingan, Shirtu at this moment could definitely be considered among the strongest in the ninja world. Due to the continuous battle and the effects of the mutually multiplying explosive tags, Feijian's body was now sending dangerous signals to its master. For the first time, Feijian felt the urge to retreat. He looked in the direction of his elder brother. At this moment, Zhu Jian and Jiawei were still exchanging blows with each other. He inwardly marveled at how powerful Jiawei had become with Shida's assistance, and at the same time grew increasingly wary of Shida's strength. Seeing Shirtu about to attack him, Feijian chose to ignore the ominous signals from his body and forcibly opened the 8 gates. 8 gates, 7th gate, gate of shock, open. The last gate before the gate of death. At this moment the body emits blue steam produced by evaporating sweat. The bodhis functions are fully stimulated, and even the original pain in the body disappears at this moment. This was a power that Feijian had never been able to master before. In his previous training, he could only open up to the 6th gate. But in this battle, the determination to confront Shirtu led to a breakthrough. Facing a life-and-death crisis, his bodhis survival instinct automatically opened the 7th gate. After opening the 7th gate, Feijian's strength, speed, and defense reached unprecedented levels. His powerful body also granted him incredible reaction speed. Shida's figure was now locked onto by Feijian. He struck out with both fists in a straight punch. The air was rapidly compressed under the attack, forming extremely high pressure. The resulting shockwave shot towards Shirtu at high speed. Seeing the shockwave before him, Shidu, with no time to dodge, chose to break it with pure brute force. The shockwave was neutralized by Shidu, but at the cost of his original attack being interrupted by Feijian. Feijian looked at Shitu, who had regained his stance, and decided to strike first. The air distorted in waves under the burst of Feijian's chakra. With the gate of shock open, his entire body emitted blue steam. His full-powered steps even left cracks on the ground. Feijian's elusive figure, like a bolt of lightning in the night, rushed towards Shirtu. Shirtu did not dodge. Instead, he let out a low roar, and lightning-released chakra instantly enveloped his body. He clenched his claws into fists and chose to counter Feijian's attack with the most ferocious punches. Bang! Shirtu was pushed back by the immense force from Feijian. The dragon claws on his feet dug deep into the ground before he barely managed to stabilize himself. Feijian's body was also pushed back. The powerful strength granted by the gate of shock allowed him to instantly stabilize himself, and then he vanished once more, attacking Shirtu. The next moment, Feijian's fists and feet rained down on Shirtu like a storm. Shirtu quickly swung his dragon claws, their blades tearing through the air with sharp sounds. Each time the sharp claw tips collided with Feijian's fists and feet, they would cut through the layer of blue steam and tough skin, leaving bloody gashes. Lightning release chakra wildly conducted through the sharp claws, attempting to paralyze the opponent's nerves. But Feijian's movements showed no pause. The power boost from the gate of shock was far beyond imagination. He endured the sharpness of the claw strikes and the sting of lightning, and with a lightning-fast side kick broke through Shida's defense, landing a powerful kick on Shida's waist. Cough! Shirtu grunted, his body flying backward. But in that instant, the dragon tail on his back at an incredible angle stabbed fiercely in reverse towards Feijian's abdomen. Feijian's eyes turned serious. He forcibly twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the tip of the tail by a hair's breadth, but the sharp tail tip left a bloody gash on his abdomen. Before Feijian could catch his breath, Shidu, while still flying backward, used his dragon tail to slam the ground and forcibly stop his body. With his dragon claws on both feet pushing off the ground, he shot towards Feijian like a cannonball. This time he no longer defended passively. His dragon claws tore through the air with a piercing, thunderous roar, actively attacking Feijian's face. At the same time, that flexible and powerful dragon tail, like a steel whip, continuously lashed and stabbed from all sorts of bizarre angles, sealing off Feijian's evasion space. Blue light and lightning collided wildly. The ground cracked and collapsed repeatedly under their clashes. Feijian's speed and power still held the upper hand. Each of his punches was enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, compressing the air into cannonballs that bombarded Shirtu. But Shida's sharp dragon claws could always land effective counterattacks while blocking, and his dragon tail was even more elusive, deflecting many lethal attacks, and even leaving new wounds on Feijian. Daytime Tiger. Feijian seized an opening, frantically gathering all his chakra into his fists. The air, compressed to the extreme, let out a terrifying screech. He thrust both fists forward, and a massive tiger phantom formed of pure air cannons roared and blasted towards Shirtu. There was no way to dodge. A flash of determination crossed Shida's eyes. He did not retreat, but instead pushed his physical strength and lightning release to the limit. His body was now too weak to withstand Feijian's technique. The hard dragon horns became Shida's only way to break the situation. He lowered his head, slightly leaned forward, and crossed his claws in front, which had gathered all his strength and lightning release. The dragon horns on his head shimmered with the most concentrated lightning, facing the roaring air tiger, and charged forward fearlessly. Boom! At this moment, Shirtu seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword. After breaking through the daytime tiger, he did not stop, but pierced straight towards Feijian. Feijian, who had exhausted all his strength, did not expect Shirtu to still be able to unleash such power. With no way to avoid it, Feijian could only raise his hands, trying to block Shirtu. But how could a blow gathering all his power be blocked so easily? In the end, Feijian was sent flying into the distance, leaving a long trail on the ground before finally coming to a stop. At this moment, the exchange between Jiawei and Zhu Jian gradually came to a halt. As the aftermath of the explosions dissipated, Jiawei and Zhu Jian were revealed beneath the smoke. The giant Buddha statue had disappeared. Zhu Jian, who possessed powerful self-healing abilities, had also suffered severe damage. Jiawei was also in a bad state. Susanoo had almost completely dissipated, and Zhu Jian had also left severe wounds on Jiawei. Zhu Jian forcibly suppressed his injuries, clapped his hands together, and attempted to release a second true several thousand hands. A giant Buddha statue slowly rose. Though far less massive than the first one, it was still awe-inspiring and terrifying. Looking at the exhausted Jiawei and sensing his own dragon reverse scale armor about to dissipate, Shirtu had to admit that this battle was their defeat. He gathered the remaining power into his legs and burst with his last speed. With all his might, he managed to reach Jiawei's side before Zhu Jian finished performing his technique. Caressing Jiawei's body, Shirtu no longer cared about the disturbed space. He instantly activated the space-time teleportation, and Shirtu and Jiawei vanished from the battlefield. Zhu Jian's attack was ultimately not released. Although he still had some strength left, self-healing also required a large amount of chakra, so it was better to conserve. The most important thing now was to check Feijian's injuries. Feijian lay weakly on the ground looking at his elder brother, who had rushed over and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Big brother, that kid still got away. The side effects of the gate of shock left Feijian lying on the ground. He secretly sensed the flying thunder god mark on Shirtu, but there was no feedback. Feijian naturally did not think that Shirtu had gotten lost in the spatial turbulence. After today's great battle, Feijian had gained a new understanding of Shirtu's power. Since Shirtu dared to use the space-time teleportation, it meant that this technique would not affect him. Zhu Jian walked over to Feijian, trying to administer basic medical treatment. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Zhu Jian looked up ahead. A man carrying a war fan slowly walked out of the shadows. It was Zetsu. The space disrupted by Tobirama failed to effectively contain Shirtu, who possessed the Eternal Mangekyō. Shirtu's mastery over space clearly surpassed Tobirama's imagination. Shirtu unleashed the space-time shift and successfully escaped the battlefield with the Nine Tails. This was one of the reasons Shirtu dared to fight Tobirama to the death. The formidable spatial temporal capabilities of the space-time shift granted Shirtu an extremely high margin for error. Although the space-time shift was successfully activated, the disturbed space still brought trouble to Shirtu. At this moment, Shirtu was holding the Nine Tails while constantly dodging spatial rifts. The massive body of the Nine Tails had now become an inconvenience in evading the spatial rifts, forcing the Nine Tails to use a secret technique to shrink its form, allowing Shirtu to hold it in his arms. Shirtu, dragging his severely wounded body, continuously traversed through the spatial rifts, attempting to find a spatial node that could lead back to the shinobi world. The complex environment caused Shirtu's pace to slow down further. Finally, just before Shirtu completely lost consciousness, he managed to find the exit to life. The White Snake Sage was not surprised by the sudden appearance of Shirtu and the Nine Tails. The intense spatial fluctuations earlier had already foretold the arrival of guests. As one who had survived since the era of Kaguya, she possessed the ability to listen to all things. Everything that happened in the shinobi world reached her ears. Thus she naturally knew the identity of the visitors. The Tegami Shinki Ichikishima and Takatsuki, who served the White Snake Sage, were clearly unaware of how Shirtu had silently arrived at Ryuchi Cave. Ryuchi Cave, a sacred inheritance site as renowned as Mount Miyaboku and Shikatsu Forest, could only be reached by those who sincerely sought it. Moreover, only those who passed the trials of the three shrine maidens could meet the White Snake Sage. The sudden appearance of an uninvited visitor was unprecedented. This forced the three shrine maidens to treat Shirtu and the Nine Tails with caution. Upon discovering the White Snake Sage, the Nine Tails immediately reverted to its original form and shielded Shirtu. The sudden appearance of an uninvited visitor was unprecedented. This forced the three shrine maidens to treat Shirtu and the Nine Tails with caution. The sudden appearance of an uninvited visitor was unprecedented. This forced the three shrine maidens to treat Shirtu and the Nine Tails with caution. Upon discovering the White Snake Sage, the Nine Tails, it was well known that for those who failed the trials, the White Snake Sage would order her subordinates to devour them directly. Yet now she generously offered her own palace to these two uninvited guests for rest, which puzzled the three shrine maidens immensely. You three may leave for now. Come back when that young one awakens. Yet now she generously offered her own palace to these two uninvited guests for rest, which puzzled the three shrine maidens immensely. The Nine Tails watched the White Snake Sage warily, not daring to be careless, and accelerated the transmission of chakra, trying to help Shirtu recover as quickly as possible. Looking at the Nine Tails completely enveloping him, he sighed in relief, thinking it wasn't in vain to have saved it. Glancing around his current environment, looking at the nine tails completely enveloping him, he sighed in relief, thinking it wasn't in vain to have saved it. Glancing around his current environment, he looked up and spotted a colossal white serpent. Looking at the nine tails completely enveloping him, he sighed in relief, thinking it wasn't in vain to have saved it. Glancing around his current environment, he looked up and spotted a colossal white. Suddenly a burst of white smoke dispersed. The nine tails nervously stared toward the white snake sage. An old woman slowly emerged from the smoke. The elder's face was deeply wrinkled with a long beard hanging down and eyes that were golden vertical pupils characteristic of snakes, with a thin black line in the center of each pupil. On her head, she wore a red crown topped with a massive blue gem, with golden horn-like ornaments extending from both sides. A long pipe was clenched in her mouth, and a string of black magatama beads adorned her neck, creating a stark contrast with her white scales. A striking purple diamond-shaped mark on her forehead signified the elder's extraordinary nature. The white snake sage asked with a kind expression. Shirtu was well aware of the white snake sage's true nature. Many who came to train had died. The white snake sage asked with a kind expression. Shirtu was well aware of the white snake sage's true nature. Many who came to train had died here. Unclear of her intentions, he could only play dumb. Thanks for your concern, old lady. My injuries are no longer serious. At that moment, Tegami Shinki Ichikishima and Takatsuki also arrived beside the white snake sage. Though unaware of why the sage treated Shirtu with such courtesy, they put on a facade of warm hospitality and deference to the white snake sage. Shirtu looked at the four serpents clearly harboring ill intentions and couldn't help but mutter inwardly, a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken. No good intentions. Young friend, you may not know, but I am the white snake sage possessing immensely powerful sage chakra. This place is called Ryuchi Cave, a site for cultivating this art. My sage art is only passed on to those destined. Ryuchi Cave can only be found by those who sincerely seek it. Since you have come here, it means we are fated. Would you be willing to learn my sage art? Though Shirtu didn't understand why the white snake sage was so eager, he was familiar with the sage art of Ryuchi Cave. Ryuchi Cave, Mount Myaboku, and Shikatsu Forest were the three renowned sacred grounds for mastering sage art. Mastering sage art allows one to enter sage mode, fusing natural energy, physical energy, and mental energy into sage chakra. Under the influence of sage chakra, the power of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu are greatly enhanced. Sage mode is undoubtedly a formidable power. In Shida's plans, he had intended to attempt learning sage mode. However, the sage art he desired was not from Ryuchi Cave, nor from Mount Myaboku, but the most mysterious art of Shikatsu Forest. After all, it was only the 8th year of Konoha, and the invasion of the Otsutsuki clan was still far away. Age, or rather his physical body, was the greatest obstacle in Shida's plan. Therefore, in his plan, the sage art of Shikatsu Forest, suspected of extending lifespan, was naturally the power Shirtu considered acquiring. In comparison, the sage art of Ryuchi Cave, which can grant life to inanimate objects and control them, naturally took a back seat. Furthermore, there was no evidence that one could simultaneously master multiple sage arts, so Shirtu did not intend to take the risk. Most importantly, the sage mode of Ryuchi Cave was too unsightly. It was well known that Ryuchi Cave advocated for snakes to shed their skin and ascend as dragons, meaning the sage mode would inevitably look neither snake nor dragon. This was utterly unacceptable to Shirtu. Naturally, Shirtu did not accept the white snake sage's offer. Shirtu secretly observed possible escape routes, as he was unfamiliar with the environment of Ryuchi Cave. Despite being surprised by Shida's refusal, the white snake sage did not react excessively. But Tegami Shinki couldn't hold back and demanded, "You ingrate. Countless people wish to learn the sage art of Ryuchi Cave, but can't. Teaching it to you is a great blessing, and you still complain." As she spoke, Tegami Shinki moved forward, intending to devour Shirtu. It was Takatsuki who quickly pulled her back, preventing the conflict from escalating. "May I ask, sage, how do I leave this place?" Shirtu asked respectfully. Now in enemy territory with his body not fully recovered, "May I ask, sage, how do I leave this place?" Shirtu asked respectfully. Now in enemy territory with his body not fully recovered, he had to humble himself. "Don't be impatient, young friend. Your injuries are not yet healed. Why not stay in my Ryuchi Cave for a few days to recuperate and learn about my sage art? When you're fully recovered, you can leave. How about that?" The white snake sage acted as if the unpleasantness hadn't happened, enthusiastically inviting Shirtu to stay. Faced with the white snake sage's persistent invitation, Shirtu could only agree to stay for now, intending to see what the white snake sage was really up to. Watching Shirtu slowly leave, the white snake sage's originally kind expression immediately turned sinister. A snake's tongue continuously flickered from her mouth. Who would have thought this outsider would be so cautious? Shirtu carried Kurama and slowly made his way to his own quarters. Initially, Takitsuheim intended to arrange separate accommodations for the massive nine-tailed beast, But upon learning this, Kurama, disregarding the stares of others, shrank itself and leaped into Shirtu's arms. Shirtu was naturally delighted to hold Kurama, for who would not want an adorable little fox that could be stroked at any time? Once he was certain Tsukuyomi had departed, Kurama spoke urgently. Kid, those snake women are up to no good. Don't be so easily fooled. Seeing Kurama's anxious expression, Shirtu could not help but chuckle. Of course I'm well aware. Shirtu paused, then continued. Thank you for protecting me this time, Kurama. He held Kurama's small face and rubbed it vigorously. Hearing Shirtu's words of gratitude, Kurama momentarily lowered its head in embarrassment, refraining from stopping Shirtu's actions. Thus Shirtu and Kurama settled down in the Ryuchi cave. Meanwhile, Tsukuyomi and the other two divine princesses appeared before the White Snake Sage. Everything has been arranged, my lord. Tsukuyomi bowed respectfully before the White Snake Sage, and the other two followed suit. That is good to hear, the old man said slowly. May I ask, my lord, why must that boy learn our sage arts? Tsukuyomi voiced the thoughts of the other two princesses. This boy is not from this world. The White Snake Sage's words left the three princesses utterly stunned. To be precise, he was not from our world before, the White Snake Sage elaborated. When beings in our shinobi world die, they are reborn only within this world. Likewise, souls from other worlds do not reincarnate here. When beings in our shinobi world die, they are reborn only within this world. Likewise, souls from other worlds do not reincarnate here. That Toad is uncertain whether this boy is a blessing or a curse to our shinobi world, only knowing that his arrival has completely disrupted the fate of all beings. All changes in fate have their rationale, so the Toad did not intend to intervene. However, because of the boy's identity, that insect holds a pest identity. Tsukuyomi asked in confusion. This boy is from the Uchiha clan, and that insect's current contractor is the Uchiha's enemy, the Senju clan. The two sides have clashed countless times on the battlefield, and many of that insect's clones have perished at the hands of the Uchiha. She believes that such an unstable factor being born into the Uchiha is not a good omen. What does that have to do with us? Tsukuyomi asked in bewilderment. On one hand, making that insect displeased brings me great joy. As for the other reason, you will understand once the boy begins his trials. The White Snake Sage did not finish her words, stopping there, and dismissed the three. During this period, Tsukuyomi and the other two princesses repeatedly extolled the wonders of the Ryuchi Cave's sage arts. Granting life to inanimate objects and controlling them was indeed a formidable power, not to mention the comprehensive enhancement that all sage modes provide. Truly worthy of the name sage art. But seeing the serpentine forms the three princesses took when performing their sage arts, Shirtu found himself utterly uninterested. 3 days later, Shirtu and Kurama had fully recovered. Shirtu decided to see what the White Snake Sage was really up to. He brought Kurama to meet the White Snake Sage once more. The White Snake Sage still appeared as an old man. Young friend, have you been comfortable during your 3 days in the Ryuchi cave? The White Snake Sage maintained a kindly expression. Thank you for your hospitality, Sage. After 3 days of rest, I have fully recovered. May I ask how to leave the Ryuchi cave? Shirtu did not intend to exchange pleasantries with the old white snake and directly asked his most pressing question. Since you have no desire to remain in the Ryuchi cave, young friend, I shall tell you the way to leave. Because you did not enter the Ryuchi cave through the proper means and have not undergone the 3 trials, if you wish to leave, you must first pass 3 trials. Hearing the old white snake clearly state the conditions for departure without forcing unnecessary hardship upon him, Shirtu felt a measure of relief. Facing the 3 divine princesses in battle did not worry Shirtu. With his injuries healed, the trials would pose no issue. Though he did not understand why the old white snake was so courteous to him, leaving this place was the top priority. Despite his intent to depart, the first person he encountered was still Tenzin Shin. Shirtu had some understanding of the 3 princesses' abilities. Tenzin Shin was one of the high-ranking members of the Ryuchi cave, possessing the ability to float freely in the air and become invisible. She could transform an empty expanse into a castle of the Ryuchi cave, filled with food to lure those who came to train. If anyone ate the transformed food, their body and chakra would be devoured by her. If Tenzin Shin tried to tempt him with delicacies, the first trial would be effortlessly passed. The first trial is to duel me. If you defeat me, you pass. The difficulty of Shirtu's trial was naturally the highest. The White Snake Sage said that once Shirtu participated in the trials, he would understand why he had to learn the Ryuchi cave sage arts. Thus, the 3 princesses chose the most direct method, combat. Only by defeating all 3 princesses could he pass the trials. Hearing Tenzin Shin's requirements, Shirtu was not particularly surprised. After all, he had already prepared himself mentally to fight the entire Ryuchi cave alone. The trial only allows you to participate alone, external help does not count. Seeing Kurama eager to join, Tenzin Shin quickly added the supplementary rule. Hearing this, Kurama had to stand aside, guarding against potential attacks from others. Shirtu's first official trial began. Tenshin Shin swiftly floated into the air and then vanished. Shirtu tried to locate her with his Sharingan, but found nothing. Suddenly, a massive fireball appeared before Shirtu, hurtling toward him. Yet Shirtu made no defensive move, calmly watching the fireball pass through him. In truth, it was merely a small pebble, a product of Tenshin Shin's unique ability, Object Transformation. Object Transformation was Tenshin Shin's exclusive illusion-type sage art capable of turning an empty plane into a castle of the Ryuchi cave and transforming ordinary pebbles into realistic fire release techniques. Although Shirtu could not locate her form, mere illusions could not deceive someone with the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Suddenly the rocks around the cave seemed to come alive, rapidly attacking Shirtu. Such a fantastical scene would make most people doubt whether they were under a genjutsu. But Shirtu genuinely defended himself. His agile form darted through the gaps between the rocks, narrowly evading every attack. These attacks were real. Unlike the initial fireball, they were controlled by Tenshin Shin's sage art, inorganic reincarnation. Shirtu, relying solely on taijutsu to evade, eventually fell into the trap laid by Tenshin Shin. The rock beneath his feet turned into a fisher trap, limiting his dodging. Susanoo, a colossal half-bodied giant, emerged on the battlefield. Its massive chakra blade swung in all directions, severing the rock spikes. Red Magatama shot out indiscriminately, forcing Tenshin Shin to reveal herself. She was no longer in human form. Her entire body was heavily serpentine, clearly in sage mode. Sage art, White Rage technique. A light dragon erupted from Tenshin Shin's mouth, generated by absorbing. Upon being expelled from the user's mouth, it caused intense air vibrations, robbing the enemy of sight and hearing during the technique, thereby completely immobilizing their limbs. This was a technique that could directly attack Shirtu within the Susanoo. Shirtu was not surprised by the White Rage technique. He had known all along what ability she possessed. Dragon's reverse scale armor, activate. Vast chakra surged from within Shirtu. Massive lightning completely enveloped him, preventing Tenshin Shin from attacking. A lightning dragon flew out from Shirtu's body and then wrapped around him again. Without the enhancement of natural lightning, this technique's consumption became terrifying. Originally generated by natural lightning, it now required Shirtu to condense it with his own chakra, greatly reducing its power and the boost it provided. But conversely, the damage to Shirtu's body was also much less, and his defense was considerably higher than the complete version of the dragon's reverse scale armor. Against Tenshin Shin, whose physical prowess was clearly inferior to Kurama or Hashirama, the current dragon's reverse scale armor was more than sufficient. Tenshin Shinji stood frozen, utterly stunned by the sight of Shirtu before her. The lightning-released chakra enveloped him like a suit of armor. Sharp dragon claws, a long and graceful dragon tail, and exquisite dragon horns. All of these proclaimed the extraordinary nature of Shirtu at this moment. Yet this was not the most crucial aspect. What truly shocked Tenshin Shinji was the palpable pressure she felt emanating from Shirtu. It was not the pressure a weakling feels before a strong one, but the authentic pressure of a true dragon. Tenshin Shinji could clearly perceive the opportunity for him to transform into a dragon. This was precisely what the Ryuchi cave had sought for years. Tenshin Shinji could distinctly feel her body compelling her to kneel before Shirtu, as if the blood within her veins declared that the one before her was an existence not to be profaned. Fortunately, this sensation was not overwhelming, and Tenshin Shinji could easily suppress such an absurd notion. Driven by an urgent desire to uncover the source of this power, Tenshin Shinji could barely restrain her curiosity. She immediately launched an attack at Shirtu, hoping to find the key to dragon transformation in battle. At this moment, Shirtu did not notice Tenshin Shinji's abnormality. Feeling the power surging through his body, he chose to end the fight swiftly. Without relying on natural lightning, sustaining this technique required an astonishing amount of chakra. The earlier sage art White Rage technique unleashed by Tenshin Shinji could no longer significantly affect Shirtu. The dragon armor condensed from chakra continuously emitted startling lightning, neutralizing the vibrating air. The sharp crack of thunder drowned out the sound of the White Rage technique. With his eyes closed, Shirtu naturally remained unaffected by the blinding light. The dragon armor, as if it were part of his own body, instead conveyed information about his surroundings, enabling him to respond in time. Sensing Tenshin Shinji's offensive, Shirtu immediately swung his dragon claws. The sharp claws seemed capable of tearing space itself, carrying lightning directly toward Tenshin Shinji's face. Tenshin Shinji's body twisted like a venomous snake, evading Shirtu's attack at an odd angle. But Shirtu, strengthened by the dragon's reverse scale armor, possessed reflexes far beyond Tenshin Shinji's. His other dragon claw suddenly struck at her after she dodged. Realizing that Shirtu had immediately countered, Tenshin Shinji continued to use sage art inorganic reincarnation, manipulating the environment to delay his attacks. Yet those stone spikes crumbled to dust the moment they touched the dragon armor. Although the dragon's reverse scale armor did not enhance Shitu's defense, it acted like a layer of lightning enveloping his body. Every attack aimed at him had to first penetrate this lightning. If it were ninjutsu like the Nine-Tails Hashiramas or Tobiramas, the lightning would naturally be unable to stop them. But against these ordinary stone spikes, they were completely shattered by the lightning upon contact. Though the attacks of inorganic reincarnation were not very effective, they still gave Tenshin Shinji time to retreat. Her entire body transformed into a serpentine form, with only the snake head vaguely showing a human face. Relying on the agility of her serpentine body, she successfully escaped from Shitu's dragon claw attack. Just as Tenshin Shinji tried to create distance, she noticed Shitu's dragon tail, like a lightning whip, swiftly lashing toward her. Seeing that she could not dodge, Tenshin Shinji quickly twisted her body, trying to mitigate the damage from the dragon tail. The moment the tail struck her serpentine form, it rapidly coiled around her, binding her tightly. Then Shitu's dragon claw seized Tenshin Shinji's neck and repeatedly slammed her into the ground. Bang! 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 Deafening sounds echoed continuously. The ground was utterly shattered. Meanwhile, lightning-released chakra flowed through the dragon claw into Tenshin Shinji's body, completely paralyzing her nerves. After a prolonged assault, the attack gradually ceased. Tenshin Shinji, now limp as a dead snake, was flung aside by Shitu. He stood silently awaiting the next trial. Seeing Tenshin Shinji utterly defeated by Shitu, Ichikishima Haim and Twanjinji both yearned to engage with Shitu as quickly as possible. The two could clearly sense that although Tenshin Shinji had been brutally beaten, her sage transformation seemed to have taken a step forward. This meant she was one step closer to truly ascending as a dragon. Detecting the simultaneous arrival of Ichikishima Haim and Twanjinji, Shitu was not overly worried, but rather quite relieved. What Shitu lacked most now was time. His chakra was being consumed at an alarming rate, and a swift resolution was his only option. Shitu did not give the two the opportunity to use their floating and invisibility abilities. If they tried to stall with such tactics, he would be the first to fall into a passive position. Compound Ninjutsu, Stormfire Calamity Dragon. A massive fire dragon materialized out of thin air, its agile body writhing through the sky. The sudden appearance of the fire dragon clearly startled the two later arriving goddesses, for they too sensed the dragon's might and the opportunity for dragon transformation within this flame beast. Under Shitu's control, the fire dragon swiftly flew toward Ichikishima Haim, swallowing her whole. Ichikishima Haim felt the blazing flames scorching her body and even her soul. But she did not resist, because she could clearly feel that as the flames continued to burn, her insights deepened. The opportunity for dragon transformation lay precisely in this. Twanjinji did not attempt to rescue Ichikishima Haim, who was being consumed by the flames. Instead, she stared at Shitu, a strange glint flashing in her eyes. Twanjinji also transformed into a serpentine form, then swiftly writhed through the air, trying to bite Shitu. She was not skilled in taijutsu combat. A blind confrontation would only end with her being beaten like a discarded snake, just like Tenshin Shinji. Twanjinji not only wanted to experience the opportunity for dragon transformation from Shitu, but also craved more. If I could drink his blood, would that allow me to advance further? Twanjinji couldn't help but think this. Her specialty was using her sharp fangs to bite the opponent's neck. This would cause the opponent's body to heat up and become immobile, while also inducing hallucinations, thereby wearing down the enemy's willpower. And at the same time, it gave her the chance to drink their blood. Thus, Twanjinji's purpose was clear as she immediately aimed for Shitu's neck. Shitu wanted to dodge, but the successive attacks were draining his chakra at an alarming rate. If he continued using the dragon armor, he would exhaust his chakra before completely defeating the opponent. Seeing Twanjinji targeting his neck, Shitu naturally understood she intended to restrain him and then cast a genjutsu on him. But who was Shitu? An evil Uchiha. Someone actually dared to attempt genjutsu on an Uchiha with the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Shitu decided not to defend, intending to teach Twanjinji what true genjutsu was. Twanjinji saw that he did not dodge, and even actively withdrew his enhancements. Delighted, although she did not know his purpose, she knew that successfully casting genjutsu would mean her victory. Her sharp fangs pierced Shitu's neck, and a drop of blood flowed into Twanjinji's mouth. Feeling the sweet tang of his blood, she was about to cast genjutsu, when suddenly a strange force coursed through her body. The surging power directly knocked Twanjinji unconscious. Shitu gazed at her lying on the ground before she could even cast the genjutsu, and silently remarked in his mind, "First time seeing someone get drunk on blood." Meanwhile, the Stormfire Calamity Dragon gradually dissipated. Ichikishima Haim, who had taken no defensive measures, lay on the ground, her body charred black. Thus Shitu's 3 trials came to a perfect conclusion. Suddenly a light dragon flew out of the darkness. In its claws it held something like a dragon ball. The long dragon circled around the ball, which emitted a dazzling bright light. It was the sage art white rage technique. Shida, caught off guard, could only close his eyes. The constant vibration of the air made him feel as if all his bones were being scraped. Unsuspecting of an ambush after the trial, Shirtu could no longer use Shunshin with his eyes already closed. The numbness in his body made it difficult for him to gather chakra, and the Suinu could not be summoned due to the effects of the white rage technique. Suddenly Shirtu felt his neck bitten again. Then an endless stream of natural chakra surged into him, and his body underwent an uncontrollable transformation. The one responsible for all this was the white snake sage, who had been observing everything from the shadows. The white snake, immortal, who possessed the ability to hear everything, naturally knew what Shirtu was capable of. Therefore, the white snake, immortal, had been constantly seeking the perfect opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Shirtu. Before this, Shirtu and the Ninetales had been too vigilant, leaving no favorable chance to infuse. For this reason, the white snake, immortal, had to use the trial as a pretext to lull Shirtu guard. And now the moment right after the great battle was the perfect time for a sneak attack. With nearly depleted chakra and the white rage technique that suppressed the Sharingan, Shirtu was utterly helpless against the white snake immortal's attack. The Ninetales had been overjoyed to see Shirtu successfully pass the trial, believing that these little snakes were no match for him. But then a radiant dragon suddenly appeared, completely restricting the Ninetales' movements, and immediately after the old white snake launched a surprise attack on Shirtu. Realizing it had been duped, the Ninetales grew furious, revealed its true form, and fired a tailed beast ball directly at the old hag. The explosion of the tailed beast ball did not spread far. The white snake, immortal, who was adept at controlling the sage art inorganic reincarnation, continuously manipulated rocks to neutralize the blast. "Are you trying to harm this young human friend?" The old woman's cunning voice reached the Ninetales' ears. At that moment, Shirtu, who was constantly absorbing natural energy, was clearly within the range of the Ninetales' attack, yet the Ninetales did not stop. Instead, it dashed toward the white snake, immortal, attempting to use close combat to drive her away from Shirtu. The old woman, watching the furious Ninetales, continuously used inorganic reincarnation to restrict its movements. "There's no need to rush. I have no intention of harming the young friend. Given his strength, he will naturally master sage mode with ease. Why not wait until he awakens before making a judgment?" The old woman explained slowly, and to show sincerity, she deliberately placed Shirtu into the Ninetales' arms. The Ninetales looked at Shirtu, who was still absorbing natural energy, and was at a loss for what to do. That old white snake was no ordinary opponent, or defeating her in a short time would be difficult. Attacking recklessly might instead harm Shirtu. Not knowing what else to do, the Ninetales could only guard Shirtu and quietly wait for him to recover. At this moment, Shirtu was like a black hole, constantly absorbing the natural energy dissipating around him, while the white snake, immortal, was also continuously transmitting natural energy into him. Normally, visitors who wish to cultivate the Ryukido sage art would, after passing the trial, receive an injection of natural energy from the white snake immortal's fangs. If one could balance natural energy, physical energy, and mental energy, then naturally one could master the Ryukido sage art. But how could natural energy be so easily controlled? Even a small amount of natural energy was usually difficult to control. With the slightest carelessness, the balance would be stolen, and one would transform into a monster. Just like the stone-toed statues in Myobokuzen, those were all cultivators who failed to balance the energy ratios during absorption, then became toad-like and turned into stone. The training method of Myobokuzen was already quite gentle, but compared to it, Ryukido's approach of forcibly injecting a massive amount of natural energy to quickly achieve sage mode was far more dangerous. Over the millennia, almost no one had succeeded in controlling this power. They eventually became snake-like monsters, either falling into the mouths of the three divine Haim or turning into stone statues. Logically, after a great battle, Shirtu would naturally find it even harder to control this power. But in fact, Shirtu showed no sign of turning into a monster. Instead, he continued to absorb natural energy to heal himself. The injuries on Shirtu's body were continuously healing under the blessing of natural energy, while subtle changes began to appear on his body. Blue dragon scales kept emerging on the surface of his skin. Golden dragon horns broke through his scalp and grew continuously. The fingers of both hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and a long blue dragon tail tore through his clothes and appeared behind him. It was exactly the appearance of Shirtu when he used the dragon reverse scale armor. However, unlike the chakra phantom of the dragon reverse scale armor, Shirtu was now genuinely undergoing dragon transformation. The white snake, immortal, watched Shirtu transformation, her originally calm eyes becoming excited. Having cultivated for 1,000 years, the ultimate goal of the white snake immortal was naturally to shed her snake skin and ascend to become a dragon. Yet after 1,000 years of cultivation, she had never grasped the key. No matter how she changed, the white snake remained a white snake. But now the young man before her was genuinely undergoing dragon transformation. Not a snake transformation with some dragon-like signs, but a true dragon transformation. Although excited, the white snake immortal did not disturb Shirt 2 transformation. She was well aware that to achieve her goal, she could only rely on the young man before her. Shirt 2 transformation continued. Scales kept appearing from his skin, and his dragon horns and tail kept growing. The change did not last long. In a moment it came to a halt. At this moment, save for his face, Shirt 2's entire body was covered in blue-gold scales. The golden dragon horns on his head were exquisite and beautiful, and the dragon tail behind him kept swishing through the air. The sharp dragon claws reverted back to Shirt 2's palms after the transformation ended, as if this change could be controlled at will. Shirt 2's eyelids trembled slightly, seeming to indicate that he was about to awaken. The Ninetales naturally noticed Shirt 2's movements. Having been very worried about him, it gradually calmed down after seeing his transformation. As the first target of Shirt 2's dragon reverse scale armor, the Ninetales was well aware that his current transformation was very similar to that technique. At the same time, sensing the recovery of Shirt 2's injuries, the Ninetales also realized that the white snake immortal did not seem to be attacking him. The Ninetales was naturally aware of the Ryukido Sage mode, but the process of learning it was extremely dangerous, and it certainly did not want Shirt 2 to take that risk. Moreover, Shirt 2 could now resonate with the Ninetales, and the Ninetales believed that Sage mode, however impressive, could not compare to the power it bestowed. Shirt 2's eyelids slowly opened. His original human black pupils had completely vanished, replaced by golden vertical pupils. An immense pressure continuously emanated from his body. Shirt 2's consciousness gradually returned. Sensing the changes in his body, he seemed to understand what had happened. His golden vertical pupils slowly shifted, and the Eternal Mangekyō emerged. The pupils, originally red with black patterns, had now become gold with black patterns. The original Mangekyō abilities were still usable. Shirt 2 slowly stepped out of the Ninetales' arms and looked at the white snake immortal in the distance. "Aren't you going to explain?" Shirt 2's tone was harsh. He knew that the other party genuinely wanted him to learn the Ryukido Sage mode, but he had not expected her to force it upon him directly, making him activate the Ryukido Sage mode. Now Shirt 2 understood why the white snake immortal had treated him so courteously and insisted he learn this Sage mode, to ascend to become a dragon. Indeed, at this moment Shirt 2 was different from all others who had mastered the Ryukido Sage mode. From the very beginning, what he manifested was dragon transformation. Although I took the liberty to have truly seen the object of my pursuit in my lifetime, even if it has strained my relationship with the young friend, I have no regrets. Shirt 2 looked at the white snake immortal. She was now filled with joy, and he could even see glistening tears streaming from her eyes. He was not surprised by her words. As Shirt 2 sensed his current condition, he already understood the reason for everything that had happened. Feeling the immense power within him, the enhancement from Sage mode seemed to even surpass that of the dragon reverse scale armor. Shirt 2 silently marveled at the power of Sage mode in his heart. Moreover, Sage mode had granted him terrifying perception abilities. At this moment, Shirt 2 could easily perceive the entire Ryukido. The three, Tenshin Shinji Shichudo-ji and Tuanjin-ji, were still unconscious. In addition, there were a large number of snake-summoning beasts in Ryukido. Shirt 2 looked at the white snake immortal who was admiring him and felt inexplicably disgusted. "Although your plan succeeded, unfortunately, I do not intend to learn the Sage mode here now." As he spoke the ability of his right eye slowly activated. The effect of time reverse took hold on his body, and in an instant Shirt 2 reverted to his appearance from 5 minutes ago. And 5 minutes ago, Shirt 2 had not yet been ambushed by the white snake immortal. Who would have thought this outsider would be so cautious? Different locations. In Mayaboka, mountain cultivation involves applying toad oil on the practitioner's body to sensitize them to natural energy, thereby fusing it with their own chakra to form Senjutsu chakra. In Ryuchi Cave, however, the white snake sage directly injects natural energy into the practitioner's body, using her fangs, enabling them to learn Sage mode. The two cultivation methods are distinct from each other. Myobokus method is a protracted process. The practitioner must continuously sense and adapt to natural energy, with the amount of toad oil applied progressively increasing until they can fully absorb natural energy on their own, marking the success of the cultivation. Though time-consuming, this method is relatively safe. In Ryuchi Cave, once the trial is passed, the cultivation itself is not time-consuming. The white snake sage's method of directly injecting natural energy allows the body to experience it immediately. If the practitioner can stabilize this foreign power within, they naturally master Sage mode. This approach is swift but exceedingly perilous. Regardless of the method, the prerequisite for mastering Sage mode is having experienced natural energy and fully controlling it. Now Shirt 2 used Shigeki to restore his body to the state before the white snake sage's ambush, so his body naturally lost its perception of natural energy. Thus, although Shirtu had successfully activated his own unique sage mode, he could no longer enter it autonomously afterward. Everything that had just occurred seemed like a fleeting illusion, leaving no substantial impact on Shirtu. His actions left the White Snake Sage deeply perplexed. The White Snake Sage naturally understood the effect of Shigeki, which Shirtu commanded. Her ability to hear all conversations allowed her to listen to everyone's talks. Initially, the White Snake Sage thought Shirtu was reluctant to learn because he feared he could not master natural energy. But after Shirtu successfully passed the trial, and even smoothly released Sage Mode, he still chose to abandon this power, which baffled the White Snake Sage greatly. With such formidable power, why would you discard it so easily, young friend? The White Snake Sage voiced her doubt. The fully dragonified Sage Mode that Shirtu had achieved was undoubtedly the lifelong goal of the White Snake Sage. What the White Snake Sage had strived for her entire life, without attaining, this young man dismissed with such disdain. This stirred a sense of imbalance in her heart. To be honest, what I truly seek is the sage art of Shikatsu Forest. Shirtu answered her question. Now that things were out in the open, there was no need for concealment between them. Although the principles of sage art converge, all using natural energy to enhance oneself, there is no precedent proving that one person can simultaneously master sage arts from different regions. Though Sage Mode is powerful, if Shirtu wished to master the use of natural energy, he could easily achieve it through subsequent self-cultivation or by using Jugo's curse mark. However, methods to truly extend lifespan were scarce. Apart from Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode, the only other option Shirtu could think of was using Hashirama's cells to prolong life. Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode was suspected to grant immense regenerative abilities, which could naturally extend lifespan. Yet Shirtu currently had no way to master that mode. Using Hashirama's cells, whether through their powerful regeneration or by combining them with his Eternal Mangekyō to upgrade his life form, could achieve the goal of extending life. As for creation rebirth, it could only maintain bodily functions at their peak. Once chakra supply was insufficient, aging could resume. Thus, Shirtu did not intend to use this method unless absolutely necessary. As for other various means, most had extremely stringent limitations, and Shirtu did not consider them. In truth, Shirtu did not seek true immortality. The Otsutsuki invasion occurred during the Boruto Chunin exams, about 70 years from now. Shirtu only needed to extend his lifespan enough to face the Otsutsuki invasion at his peak. But in the world of Naruto, options for longevity were indeed limited, so Shirtu did not intend to squander the opportunity to learn Shikatsu Forest Sage Art. The White Snake Sage had clearly not expected such a response. Ryuchi Cave, Miyaboku Mountain, and Shikatsu Forest were the three sacred lands for cultivating sage arts, inhabited by countless snakes, toads, and slugs. As the renowned three great sages of the ninja world, these three creatures naturally had a predator-prey relationship, and the one that countered the White Snake Sage was the fat worm in Shikatsu Forest. Hence, the White Snake Sage had never been cordial toward that worm. Especially upon hearing that Shirtu abandoned the perfect dragonified sage mode solely to learn that worm's sage art, her anger flared. That may disappoint you. The White Snake Sage spoke after calming herself. What do you mean? Shirtu did not grasp her implication. That worm does not favor the Uchiha clan. Moreover, given your identity as a person from another world, she will only be more wary of you, and will not grant you the chance to learn her sage art. The White Snake Sage revealed the reason, without concealing that she already knew Shita's identity. Although Shirtu had never spoken of his secrets to others, as the White Snake Sage who had lived since the era of Kagaya, her knowledge of his situation did not surprise him. The White Snake Sage was extremely curious about Shita's true identity. In her eyes, Shita's ability to directly achieve dragonification must be related to his original world. This was also why the White Snake Sage sought to befriend Shirtu, as the only chance to realize her aspiration of ascending to a dragon, rashly attacking him would be far too risky. Hearing the White Snake Sage's explanation, Shirtu was not overly surprised. He naturally knew that Shikatsu Forest disliked the Uchiha, but he believed in human effort. It was not his nature to give up without trying. Since everything is out in the open, I'll take my leave now. Shirtu decided to withdraw. He had stayed here for a long time. His battle with Hashirama and Tobirama had surely reached old Madara's ears. Not reporting back to him after so long felt somewhat inconsiderate to the lonely old man. Are you really not considering learning Ryuchi Cave's sage art? Seeing Shirtu about to leave, the White Snake Sage grew anxious. Finding Ryuchi Cave from the outside world depends entirely on fate. Once you leave this time, even I cannot guarantee you can return next time. What the White Snake Sage said was indeed reasonable, but Shirtu had made up his mind and did not wish to stay longer. If nothing else, you could at least sign a summoning contract with our Ryuchi Cave. The White Snake Sage pleaded earnestly. The usually lofty White Snake Sage now seemed like a desperate underdog trying to retain Shirtu. The summoning beasts of Ryuchi Cave were indeed powerful, but having already contracted Kurama, Shirtu had no intention of signing with other beasts. From his earlier experience in Sage Mode, Shirtu already knew how to leave Ryuchi Cave. Holding Kurama in his arms, he instantly activated the ability of his left eye. Shunkai only allowed Shirtu to teleport to places within his line of sight. However, by continuously using the ability, he easily found the correct path out of Ryuchi Cave. Shida's departure left the white snake sage deeply disheartened. The opportunity to ascend to a dragon had slipped away, making her heart tremble as if breaking. But the white snake sage did not forcibly detain him, for she had a premonition that although she did not know when Shirtu would surely return to Ryuchi Cave. After leaving the misty area surrounding Ryuchi Cave, Shirtu finally understood his current location. He was still within the territory of Konoha, not far from where he had fought Hashirama and Tobirama. A gentle breeze caressed Shida's face. Finally free from that dim cave, he felt a sense of physical and mental relief. Gazing at the sleeping Kurama in his arms, his resolve to change the entire ninja world strengthened. This ninja world was not beautiful. Wars and conspiracies were endless. Reborn here, Shirtu had experienced too many separations and deaths. Yet there were still things he wanted to protect, things he wanted to change. As long as these beautiful things remained, Shida's steps forward would never cease. Shirtu, carrying the nine-tailed fox, used the instantaneous boundary to return to the battlefield where he had fought Tobirama. The situation had undergone a seismic shift since his departure. Vast swaths of trees were ravaged and numerous small hills were leveled to the ground. The ground was pockmarked, a clear testament to the fierce battle that had erupted after he left. Gazing at the widespread destruction that occurred after his departure, Shirtu naturally knew who was responsible. Although he had not sensed Old Man's presence at the time, he deduced that the old man had been lurking in the shadows observing. On one side stood his former friend, on the other side his cherished junior. That Tsundere Old Man would never miss such a confrontation. After scouring the battlefield and finding no trace of Old Man, Shirtu decided to return to their base in the land of. Having traveled across the entire shinobi world, Shirtu and Madara chose the land of Tang as their foothold. Situated northeast of the land of fire, it bordered or lay adjacent to the lands of fire, lightning, water, and iron. Having traveled across the entire shinobi world, Shirtu and Madara chose the land of Tang as their foothold. Situated northeast of the land of fire, it bordered or lay adjacent to the lands of fire. Frequent geothermal activity generated vast amounts of natural steam and mist, effectively disrupting visual reconnaissance and conventional sensory ninjutsu. The rugged mountains and dense vegetation created a complex topography, offering perfect concealment spots. Moreover, as a tourist destination, the area saw a constant diverse flow of people, tourists, merchants, performers, and monks from various nations, all coming and going without end. This not only provided a perfect disguise opportunity, but also brought a wealth of intelligence. More importantly, thanks to Shirtu's enthusiasm, Madara had grown fond of soaking in hot springs, a crucial reason why he directly chose this location as their base. Hashirama, noticing Madara's sudden appearance, wore a grave expression. Shirtu's power had grown to terrifying heights, and he was uncertain whether Shirtu, whose entire family had perished at Tobirama's. Hashirama, noticing Madara's sudden appearance, wore a grave expression. Shirtu's power had grown to terrifying heights, and he was uncertain whether Shirtu, whose entire family had perished at Tobirama's hands, would seek revenge against Konoha. Was everything Shirtu did on your orders? Hashirama asked, staring at Madara. Silence hung between them, former friends who once shared everything. Madara, observing the severely wounded Tobirama and Hashirama's equally poor condition, hadn't expected Shirtu and the Nine Tails to push them both to such a state. Shirtu had never displayed these powerful composite ninjutsu in front of Madara before, causing Madara to misjudge his true strength. Most of these techniques were executed without relying on his Sharingan abilities. If Shirtu, now adept at using his powers, employed the Sharingan, what terrifying force would he unleash? Madara did not dwell on that question. He now faced his old friend Hashirama. Where is Shirtu? Although Madara knew the other party was unaware of Shirtu's location, he still uttered those words. The implication was clear: Shirtu is under my protection. Understand? Hearing Madara's reply, Hashirama understood his intent. Looking at the man who had helped him build the village, he said sternly, Madara, I will never allow anyone to harm this village. But Hashirama's words were like dynamite, detonating Madara's emotions. Having never intended to harm Konoha, Madara could barely contain his fury at his friend's accusation. A blue Susanoo gradually materialized around Madara. Shirtu's disappearance had already unsettled him, and now his friend's doubt made it impossible to suppress his inner rage. Only battle could vent his pent-up frustration. Seeing Madara's stance, Hashirama understood his intent. Combat was the best way to communicate. Wood release, wood golem technique. A colossal wooden giant rose beneath Hashirama. At the same time, he moved the immobilized Tobirama away from the battlefield. This was a dialogue between the two of them. Their duel did not last long. Madara, who was not going all out, and Hashirama, who had already fought a major battle, ended in a draw. Both sides aimed for dialogue, not combat. From Madara's fighting style, Hashirama could sense his true intentions, a tacit understanding forged by growing up together. After the battle, Hashirama returned to Konoha with Tobirama. Madara did not stop them. He stayed behind, hoping to wait for a certain junior. Hashirama did not send anyone to intercept him either, another unspoken agreement between them. After waiting a day in vain, Madara gradually left and returned to his current home. He believed in Shirtu abilities, trusting that the young man would come back to him. Now back at the base in the land of Tang, Uchiha Madara let out a slow sigh, removed his clothes, and submerged his body into a secluded natural hot spring. Deep within the dense forests of the land of Tang lay countless natural hot springs, but the complex terrain severely hindered development. This place naturally became the perfect hideout for Shirtu and Madara. The fatigue from the battle with Hashirama gradually faded under the nourishing warmth of the spring. Just as Madara was enjoying this moment of peace, a figure suddenly appeared in the water. That figure was naturally Shirtu, who had just returned. After a series of intense battles, he urgently needed the hot spring to reward himself. So much so that the moment he returned, he used the instantaneous boundary to appear in the hot spring. But he obviously hadn't expected Old Ban to be there too. The sudden appearance sent a huge splash across the spring. Caught completely off guard, Madara was drenched. Can't you be steady even for a moment? You'll join a special training session later to settle down. Hearing Madara's pronouncement, which sounded like a demon's whisper, Shirtu felt his spirits plummet. The wonderful mood was instantly shattered. No, Old Ban. Shirtu tossed the nine-tailed fox aside and hugged Madara, wailing. Madara held him off with one hand, while wiping water from his face with the other. Seeing the old man's unyielding gesture, Shirtu howled even louder. But what he didn't see was a faint smile creeping onto Madara's face. Madara couldn't suppress it and had to cover it with his hand. After the hot spring session, Madara eventually let Shirtu off. He sat quietly at the tea table listening to Shirtu report. After the concise report, Madara took a sip of tea. Whether it was forging a contract with the nine-tailed fox, battling Hashirama and Tobirama, or the journey to Ryuchi Cave, Madara could see Shirtu progress. Previously, Shirtu had a weak foundation, relying mostly on the Sharingan or the combat techniques he had learned through life and death struggles. Though not weak, when facing truly formidable opponents, even with the support of the powerful Sharingan, he would ultimately lose. But now, under Shirtu's deliberate control, from the battle with the nine-tailed fox to the journey to Ryuchi Cave, he had tried to avoid using the Sharingan. Relying almost entirely on his own strength, Shirtu could overpower Tobirama and even clash with Hashirama. Shirtu's improvement was remarkable. In fact, aside from Madara's emphasis, Shirtu had been actively developing skills beyond Susanoo in his daily training. While the powerful Susanoo could effectively suppress ordinary strong enemies, even cage-level opponents, it proved ineffective against the likes of Otsutsuki. In short, Susanoo was a tool for bullying the weak. Against the strong, it only became a target. Hence, Shirtu developed a full-body enhancement technique like the dragon's inverse scale armor. In short, Susanoo was a tool for bullying the weak. Against the strong, it only became a target. Hence, Shirtu. At the same time, the time limit made it difficult to use freely in prolonged battles, forcing him to finish quickly. These were all limitations of this technique. Similarly, the Stormfire Dragon's attack and the Xiangui Pan-Dragon Seal's defense were both inflexible. The Stormfire Dragon's attack was not powerful. Although it could control enemies, it was ineffective against those with strong defenses. As for the Xiangui Pan-Dragon Seal, its consumption was too high, and to achieve full protection, his mobility would be severely restricted. These were all problems Shirtu needed to solve. After this great battle, Shirtu had clearly identified the direction of his future efforts. Shita, your performance in this mission was commendable. Ban first acknowledged Shita's performance. With Shita's current strength, Ban was naturally at ease, letting him carry out tasks alone. I have also learned of the matter regarding Kurama. Let him accompany you on your missions. Ban abandoned his plan to use Kurama. There were many reasons. First, forcibly using the Sharingan to control Kurama did not bring much of a power boost. Instead, it required dividing his focus to control the beast, making his combat style hesitant and constrained. Second, now that Kurama had formed a contract with Shirtu and was considered part of their team, allowing Kurama to follow Shirtu would yield greater value. I will go into seclusion for a period to strengthen myself. During this time, you are free to act as you wish. Ban spoke slowly. After witnessing Hashirama's battle with Shirtu, he realized that Hashirama had still held back when facing him before. If he were to fight Hashirama with his current strength, defeat would surely be his. As for the plan, it was naturally Ban's scheme to obtain Hashirama's cells, then fuse the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan with Hashirama's cells to evolve the man. As for the plan, it was naturally Ban's scheme to obtain Hashirama's cells, then fuse the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan with Hashirama's cells to evolve the Mangekyō into its ultimate form, the Rinnegan. As for the plan, it was naturally Ban's scheme to obtain Hashirama's cells, then fuse the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan with Hashirama's cells to evolve the Mangekyō. Moreover, during their travels across the ninja world guided by Shido, they had unearthed many Otsutsuki. Some of these ruins were severely damaged while others were relatively well preserved, but they all shared a common feature: records of what appeared to be enemies from beyond the heavens. Ban was skeptical of this, yet he dared not take it lightly. When the time is right, I will notify you. We will invade Konoha. Until then, do not act rashly against Konoha, lest we alert the enemy. Understood. Shirtu was naturally aware of Ban's plan. At present, Shirtu had no intention of moving against Konoha either. Understood. Shirtu was naturally aware of Ban's plan. At present, Shirtu had no intention of moving against Konoha. Moreover, after his battle with Tobirama, Shirtu clearly recognized his own shortcomings. Making up for these deficiencies was now his top priority. Shirtu brought Kurama to a town in the land of hot springs. It was already night, and the streets were brightly lit with many tourists from foreign lands enjoying the night market. Kurama was immensely curious about everything in the land of hot springs. As a true homebody fox, it had spent almost its entire life confined to its own territory since birth. Although it had encountered humans before, most of them had only coveted its power, so Kurama had never seen the entertainment facilities of the human world. Earlier in Ban's presence, Kurama felt it should give Shirtu face, so it did not fully enjoy the hot. Now, after leaving Ban walking with Shirtu along the streets of the land of hot springs town, Kurama turned its head in all directions with great curiosity. As the transportation hub of the entire ninja world, the land of hot springs boasted the most developed entertainment facilities. Although some people here also brought their pets along, they were mostly women, and their pets were usually cats or dogs. A man like Shirtu carrying a small fox with 9 tails was a first. Although some people here also brought their pets along, they were mostly women, and their pets were usually cats or dogs. A man like Shirtu carrying a small fox with 9 tails was a first. No one would suspect that this soft, adorable little fox was the legendary Kurama, capable of easily destroying an entire village. Seeing Kurama's eager curiosity in his arms, Shirtu did not dampen its spirits. Instead, he joined Kurama in playing various small games along the street. Kurama crouched by a small pond, its eyes fixed on the goldfish swimming in the water. Shida, holding a paper net carefully, tried to scoop up a goldfish. The paper net tore, and the goldfish swiftly flicked its tail and dove into deeper water, splashing water onto Kurama's face nearby. Shida, your technique is terrible. If I did it, I could easily scoop one up. Kurama taunted Shirtu through telepathy. Yeah, and who was it that pestered me to scoop goldfish? Shirtu replied dismissively, trying to scoop up another small fish. Never having experienced such a game before, Shirtu now enjoyed this novel pleasure like an ordinary tourist. Suddenly, the chatter of tourists behind him caught his attention. Hey, have you heard? Those 2 little monsters from Kumogakure killed 2 of their own comrades during a mission. Really? Why does the Reikage keep them around those? The man beside him responded in surprise. Looking at the 2 men's appearance, muscular builds and dark skin, they stood out from the crowd. They were indeed ninja from Kumogakure visiting here. Shirtu carefully scooped up a goldfish and placed it into the small basin in front of. To control his strength and prevent the paper net from tearing, he even used the dynamic vision of the Sharingan. Naturally, Shirtu knew of the 2 little monsters the Kumogakure villagers mentioned. They were Kinkaku and Ginkaku. In the original story, Kinkaku and Ginkaku were immensely powerful, capable of using the 6 Paths Sage's inherited tools and possessing Kurama's chakra, making them extremely troublesome. But now Kurama had been snatched away by Shido, so they were destined to miss out on that power. No, perhaps they could become my opportunity to infiltrate Kumogakure. Shirtu pondered silently, gently rubbing Kurama's small head. Kurama seemed accustomed to Shirtu grooming its fur, quietly enjoying the massage, while watching the goldfish darting around. Kurama thought to itself, should it eat it, or eat it? This one was hard to scoop up. Don't you dare eat it. Shirtu warned Kurama, then stood up holding Kurama in his arms. He also put away the goldfish and continued to the next. Upon hearing Shida's words, Kurama realized it couldn't eat the goldfish and drooped its head in disappointment. But when it saw the next stall, a dart-throwing game, its eyes brightened again. Such a simple dart-throwing game was child's play for a real ninja, but it was mainly designed for ordinary people. Most ninja wouldn't bother with such. Shirtu was an exception. After all that practice with shuriken jutsu, wasn't this the moment for it? Unsurprisingly, he cleared the entire stall's prizes, and even Kurama won several grand prizes using its tails. In the end, Shirtu chose only a potted plant he liked, letting the honest stall owner off the hook. Finally, after thoroughly enjoying the night market, Shirtu and Kurama each held an apple candy, walking side by side on the way back. Indeed, the night market in the land of hot springs was truly fascinating. Just a simple stroll with Kurama had yielded so many rewards. Shirtu now carried a large pile of winnings deliberately chosen mostly as flowers, plants, fish, and some portraits of Shirtu and Kurama. Leaving this place meant Old Ban would be alone for many years. Shirtu at least had Kurama for company, but Old Ban would be left to an empty house. To prevent Old Ban from becoming a lonely old man, Shirtu deliberately selected these prizes as parting gifts. Kurama naturally had no objection to this request, or rather it dared not have any objections regarding Ban. Besides these prizes, an important piece of information had been gained at the night market. He hadn't expected to obtain news about the Land of Lightning just by enjoying a night out. And that information was of course about Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Due to their unique origins, although Kinkaku and Ginkaku had displayed remarkable strength, they were still not accepted by most villagers. On one hand, despite their current prowess, they had not yet reached a level that compelled universal respect. On the other hand, the brothers' personalities were too vicious, so despite their strength, few truly accepted them. And these two brothers were precisely Shittis' next target. Shirtu and Joe left after placing those prizes at Ban's residence. Shirtu did not see Ban, but he believed that Old Ban would take care of these flowers, plants, and goldfish. After preparing all supplies, Shirtu led Joe northward, as the Lei country lay directly north of the Tang country. At Joe's strong insistence, Shirtu did not use the instant boundary Shuanjie to travel, as its intense spatial fluctuations made Joe extremely uncomfortable. In Shittis' words, Joe was carsick. After several days of travel, Shirtu and Joe arrived at the territory of the Lei country. Under Shittis' disguise, his appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. His originally handsome face became ordinary and his smooth skin turned rough, as if weathered by constant exposure to wind and sun. Joe also changed appearance under Shittis' dressing. Although the number of tails could not be reduced, the little fox's orange fur had turned white, which combined with its adorable and naive look made it very cute. These were merely ordinary disguise techniques. They would still be exposed under the perception of powerful sensory ninjas, but deceiving ordinary ninja villagers was easy enough. The Union village was built atop towering peaks that reached into the clouds. Mist and fog shrouded the peaks, and deafening thunderclaps echoed among them. The undulating conical peaks astonished Joe. As a homebody fox, it had never seen such a sight. Due to the diplomatic treaty established between Union village and the Mai village, a few merchants from other ninja villages could still be seen in Union village at that time. Thus, Shittis' appearance did not cause much alarm among the dark-skinned locals. Shidu holding Joe arrived near the home of Jinjiao and Injiao. The once bustling street had fallen into dead silence. Most of the villagers had moved away, leaving only Jinjiao and Yinjiao's family. At that moment, only their mother was at home, tilling a small patch of farmland. The slender dark-skinned woman worked the land alone, beads of sweat as large as beans dripping down her cheeks into the soil. Suddenly, a group of ninjas wearing Yunin headbands rushed over. Shirtu quickly concealed himself. The leading ninja, upon reaching the doorstep of Jinjiao and Yinjiao's home, began pounding on the door and shouting, "Little monsters, come out and face your death." The force of the pounding made the entire wooden door tremble precariously. Inside, Jinjiao and Yinjiao's mother, seeing the violent knocking, had no choice but to open the door. "My lords, they are not at home right now. Could you please come back another day?" The woman bowed respectfully to the ninjas. "Move aside. Who knows if they're hiding?" With that, the leading ninja roughly shoved the woman aside and entered the courtyard to search. The woman did not resist. She merely waited quietly by the door, as if this was not the first time she had been treated this way. The ninjas, finding no target, vented their anger on the ordinary furniture. Tables, chairs, and cabinets were overturned, and a large number of bottles and jars were smashed. The already humble home became even more dilapidated. Having vented a little, the ninjas left, leaving the woman alone to clean up the mess. Shirtu did not leave. He remained hidden outside, waiting for Jinjiao and Injiao to return. The sun set in the west, casting a rosy glow over the ground. "Mom, we're back." A loud voice came from afar, belonging to Injiao. Jinjiao and Injiao walked together along the road heading home. Though still children in age, the two had already grown as tall as adults. The Union forehead protectors on their heads marked their identity. Their faces broke into brilliant smiles at the thought of seeing their mother. Having been regarded as monsters by others since childhood, only in their mother's presence did they feel true warmth. Their father had abandoned them when they were young because of their strange abnormalities. It was their mother who, disregarding gossip and ridicule, raised them alone. The brothers knew well the hardships she endured. Though young, the brothers were unruly and lawless outside due to their immense strength, but in front of their mother, they always acted obedient. As the brothers entered the courtyard, instead of their hard-working mother, they were greeted by a wrecked yard. The woman, focused on cleaning up, seemed not to have heard Yinjio's call earlier. Only then did she notice her sons had returned. "Gina, you're back. Wait a moment, let me finish cleaning, and I'll cook dinner for you." The woman did not vent her anger on her sons for attracting enemies. Instead, she was delighted to see them home and happily prepared to make dinner. Realizing what had happened, Jinjiao and Injiao immediately wiped the smiles off their faces. Mom, who was the blind one who dared to bully you again? They'll break their legs. This was said by Jinjiao, the elder brother. Seems like they haven't learned their lesson from before. How dare they come provoking us? Injiao chimed in. You two stop provoking them. This time they came in numbers. If something happens to you, what will I do? With that, the woman quickly patted the brothers, pretending to scold them angrily, but in fact she used little force. The brothers only nodded quickly in apology, not daring to dodge. However, from their fierce eyes it was clear that they had no intention of stopping. Sensing everything happening in the courtyard, Shirtu gradually understood the current situation of Jinjiao and Injiao in Yunin village. Although they were young and powerful due to the unfair treatment they had suffered since childhood and their fiery tempers, they had been the local hellions since youth. Mom, put these treasures away. The mission was completed successfully. As Jinjiao spoke, he took down the rope fan and the bottle strapped to his back. The Reikage must have known about the situation here, but he seemed to have no intention of intervening, tacitly allowing everything to happen. With the furniture destroyed, the three of them had to squat in the yard for dinner. Mom, put these treasures away. The mission was completed successfully. As Jinjiao spoke, he took down the rope fan and the bottle strapped to his back. At the same time, Injiao also took down the gourd and the sword he carried on his back. These were heirlooms of their family. Initially thought to be ordinary items, they unleashed powerful forces when the brothers channeled chakra into them. The brothers did not publicize this matter. Instead, they kept them as trump cards, only bringing them along on secret missions and ensuring that anyone who saw these treasures would disappear from the world. They could clearly sense that once they fully mastered these treasures, they would be able to store them easily. However, with insufficient chakra, the brothers could only draw a fraction of the treasure's power and could not fully control or store them. Thus, they only used them in critical moments. On ordinary days, they hid them in the cellar of their home to prevent outsiders from discovering them. The rumor in the Tang country about them killing a fellow ninja on a mission was because that ninja had happened to witness these treasures, and the brothers silenced him. The ninjas who caused the scene today had come to avenge that ninja, but they did not find Jinjiao and Injiao. The woman clearly understood the importance of these items and quickly put them away. These were originally just old heirlooms of the woman's family. Before their true power was discovered, they had nearly been thrown away by Jinjiao and Yinjiao's father due to their shabby appearance. But thanks to the woman's frugality, these old items were eventually kept. It was during one of Yinjiao's playful moments when he channeled chakra into them that their true nature was revealed, and they became the only valuable treasures in this humble household. The woman took the items and carefully hid them in the cellar. As soon as she left, the previously smiling faces of Jinjiao and Injiao instantly turned stern. Big brother, let's teach that scoundrel a lesson tonight. Injiao sneered, looking at his elder brother. Of course, anyone who dares to bully our mother will not be let off. Jinjiao's voice was fierce. After their mother left, the brothers shed their obedient masks, revealing their true nature. The night, like thick ink, obscured the moonlight. The evening wind howled, rustling the leaves as they danced. Two figures swiftly darted through the deserted streets, then leaped onto the rooftops, weaving across the houses. The two were Jin and In. Taking advantage of their mother's slumber, they had escaped from home, driven by a desire for revenge. No one knew of this except for Shiru, who followed behind them. Kurama declined to be involved, so Shirtu left it on the roof of Jin and In's home. Though Jin and In were formidable, they clearly failed to detect Shirtu trailing them. Three figures wove through the night, finally coming to a halt. Jin and In leaped directly into the home of the ninja, who had caused trouble that afternoon, launching the first attack. Without a word, they struck. A surge of immense power erupted from the brothers' bodies, and the door shattered under their assault. The commotion naturally drew the target's attention. You little monsters, what do you think you're doing? The speaker was the leader from the afternoon. My name is Langa, the younger brother of Lando, who was slain by Jin and In. When one's elder brother is murdered without cause, it falls to the younger to seek justice. Thus I gathered dozens of Chunin who shared my resentment toward those two little monsters, aiming to avenge my brother. But at the monster's home, only their mother was present. Though enraged, I, as a ninja with pride, would not stoop to attacking a defenseless woman. After smashing several pieces of furniture in a fit of anger, I left with my companions. Yet these two monsters, instead of showing restraint, barged into my home. An unforgivable act. Langa quickly formed hand seals. Lightning, release hyper, vibrating thunder sword. The blade in Langa's hand began to emit a blue glow. The infusion of lightning release chakra not only sharpened the sword, but also generated high-frequency vibrations, granting it a piercing force surpassing wind release. This was a high-level ninjutsu reserved for Jonin, one that Jin and In had yet to master. Rather than lacking such skills, they were more adept at close-quarters combat, relying on their powerful physiques. Jin and In charged at Langa from different directions, their speed leaving afterimages in the air. Lightning release lariat bomb. Both Jin and In unleashed the lariat bomb simultaneously. This was a taijutsu technique that involved lifting the enemy and slamming them into the ground combined with lightning release to explode the target, boasting devastating destructive power. It was personally taught by the Raikage, tailored to the brothers' abilities. Facing the pincer, Langa twisted his body desperately, barely dodging In's attack, but taking a heavy blow from Jin. In Jin's grasp, Langa swung his blade rapidly. The ninjutsu-enhanced weapon was extraordinarily sharp. In an instant, it carved a long gash across Jin's body. The blade was originally aimed at Jin's abdomen, but Jin twisted his body quickly in response. Though a bloody wound appeared on his chest, he managed to evade the strike. Because of Langa's counterattack, the lariat bomb was not fully executed. Jin merely slammed Langa to the ground, without the lightning release detonation. Langa barely escaped the predicament, then swiftly formed hand seals. Lightning blade technique, thunderclap. The lightning release-infused blade transformed into lightning, quickly surrounding both himself and Jin. Facing two coordinated opponents, Langa struggled to mount an effective counterattack. He had to separate them first, and then defeat them. Lightning release, dispersing palm flow. After releasing the thunderclap, Langa continued forming seals, gathering two orbs of lightning in his hands, then radiating electricity outward indiscriminately. The lightning surged toward Jin, who could only dodge frantically. Outside the circle, In tried to assist Jin, but the surging electricity completely blocked him. Lightning release, thunderous cleaver dance. As the dispersing palm flow ended, Jin seized the opportunity to counterattack the moment Langa's technique ceased. Jin leaped into the air, concentrating the high-intensity current formed by lightning release chakra into his hand. Then, diving from above, he delivered a knife hand strike to Langa. Another technique passed down from the Raikage. Though only crank, given Jin's physical prowess, its power was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted from Langa's body. Jin ignored it, his target locked. The knife hand strike was lightning release illusion lightning flash pillar. Jin's knife hand was about to descend. Langa immediately performed a defensive ninjutsu. The release of lightning flash pillar enveloped Langa's entire body in a blinding light. Jin dismissed it as mere obstruction of vision, but in truth, it was a powerful genjutsu. Jin's knife hand grazed past Langa, missing its mark. However, trapped in the illusion, Jin believed Langa had fallen to his strike. Taking advantage of Jin's illusory stupor, Langa gathered lightning release chakra in his right hand and unleashed multiple arrow-shaped white lightning bolts at Jin. Lightning release, thunderbolt arrow. Langa kept his distance while launching ranged attacks. The lightning struck Jin, and the searing pain jolted him out of the genjutsu. In an instant, Jin realized what had happened. But the paralysis from the lightning made it difficult for him to mount an effective defense or counterattack. The intense lightning gradually faded after a while. Langa watched Jin warily, ready for any move from his opponent. At this moment, Jin's hands hung limp, his head drooping weakly. His golden hair obscured his expression, but his languid posture suggested he had been completely spent. A strong gust of wind swept past Langa from behind, but he was so focused on Jin that he failed to react in time. Lightning release, thunderous cleaver dance. In struck from behind with a knife hand. The powerful blow landed on Langa, and the high-intensity current gradually numbed his senses. In had chosen to endure the lightning's assault to reach the battlefield. The unexpected turn of events left Langa unable to defend or dodge effectively. Langa took the full brunt of In's attack. He bit his tongue hard, forcing himself out of the paralyzed state. Lightning release lariat bomb. In charged at Langa like a truck. Snapping out of his stupor, Langa tried to evade In's assault. Lightning release lariat bomb. In charged at Langa like a truck. Snapping out of his stupor, Langa, using the force from In's shoulder impact, Langa quickly distanced himself. After a series of rolls to dissipate the momentum, he neutralized the attack. Lightning release, thunderous cleaver dance. A knife hand appeared behind Langa, Jin's attack. In truth, Jin had never been knocked out by Langa's lightning. He had been aware of his brother's efforts from the start. After being struck by Langa, Jin feigned unconsciousness to divert Langa's attention. This ruse allowed In's sneak attack to be highly effective. Although Langa managed to evade the subsequent attacks, In's assault had been designed to force Langa toward Jin's direction. Though Langa dodged In's attack, Jin had already prepared. This was the synergy between the two brothers. Facing Jin or In alone might not be terrifying, but facing the pincer attack of both brothers simultaneously was truly dreadful. A full power knife hand strike landed on Langa. Intense current surged through his body. After consecutive heavy taijutsu blows from Jin and In, Langa's consciousness faded completely. Jin and In looked at Langa lying on the ground, stomping on his face, relishing the victor's privilege. They were unaware of the grudge. Too many had come to trouble them. Thus, after abusing Langa for a while, Jean and Ian prepared to withdraw. Cloud patrols were already heading their way. Shirtu watched the two brothers supporting each other, lost in thought. Regarding the nighttime assault on Lanya by Jinjiao and Injiao, Kumobikure made no excessive remarks. The village was inherently martial, governing through force, so private conflicts arising from personal grudges among villagers were common. As long as lives were not endangered, Kumobikure generally turned a blind eye to such matters. As for Jinjiao and Yinjiao's covert elimination of Londo during the mission, they had left no incriminating evidence. Though the incident was widely discussed throughout the village, the lack of concrete evidence prevented Kumobikure from intervening. Yet the strongest among the three, Londo, had died under mysterious circumstances, while Jinjiao and Injiao managed to return unscathed. It was hard not to suspect that the brothers had betrayed Londo from behind to secure their own escape. No one believed that Londo had voluntarily covered their retreat. The brothers' monstrous appearance had earned them terrible reputations in Kumobikure. Such a scenario was utterly impossible. The villagers' suspicions were remarkably close to the truth. Jinjiao and Injiao had successfully completed the mission using the Six Paths ninja tools, but this had exposed the tools to Londo. To conceal the existence of the Six Paths ninja tools, the brothers joined forces to stab Londo in the back, attributing his death to the mission. With Londo dead, no one could refute their lies. Thus the subsequent events unfolded. Several days passed, and it seemed the others were truly intimidated by Jinjiao and Injiao, for no one came to stir trouble. In a hospital in Kumobikure, dozens of ninjas gathered around a ward. Lanya lay on the bed. After days of rest, his wounds had gradually healed. Brother Lanya, I've confirmed that those two little monsters will leave the village tomorrow on a mission. They'll be gone for at least 3 days. The speaker was one of the ninjas who had previously accompanied Lanya to confront Jinjiao and Injiao. After being brutally beaten by them, Lanya's hatred had reached an unprecedented level. His brother had been murdered, and before he could even seek revenge, he was humiliated at their doorstep. Lanya had grown up with his elder brother Londo, as their parents had died early in the war. His brother had been murdered, and before he could even seek revenge, he was humiliated at their doorstep. Lanya had grown up with his elder brother Londo, as their parents had. This was why Lanya had not made things difficult for Jinjiao and Yinjiao's mother. But after that great battle, the principles Londo had instilled in Lanya gradually eroded. Now he only wanted to make those two little monsters experience the same pain he felt. Since murder without evidence goes unpunished, he'll commit a murder without evidence too. Lanya thought to himself. Shidu, still holding the Nine Tails, remained near the home of Jinjiao and Injiao. He sought to acquire the secret techniques of Kumobikure to strengthen his dragon reverse scale armor. But the village's defenses were too stringent, as Shirtu found it difficult to infiltrate silently. The emergence of Jinjiao and Injiao presented him with an opportunity. Moreover, as a lone figure, Shirtu lacked the power to realize many of his ambitions. He needed subordinates to carry out his bidding. Jinjiao and Injiao were the perfect choice. After witnessing their revenge firsthand, Shirtu knew this matter would not end there. The look in Lanya's eyes was all too familiar. It was the same look he himself had worn after witnessing his parents' murder. Whether it was Jinjiao and Yinjiao's initial silencing of witnesses, Lanya's subsequent provocation, or the brothers' later humiliation, Lanya's subsequent provocation, or the brothers' later humiliation at his doorstep, all of this was perfectly normal in the chaotic era. This was also why Kumobikure turned a blind eye. Shirtu was waiting for the perfect moment to fully subdue Jinjiao. Currently, Jinjiao and Injiao were too arrogant. Their immense power made them, despite being children, refuse to submit to anyone. This was unfavorable for Shida's plans. But Lanya's appearance gave Shirtu a chance to continue his scheme, a genuine opportunity to make Jinjiao and Injiao pledge allegiance. Gazing at the woman who was packing luggage for the brothers, Shirtu mused that the key lay in how Lanya would choose to act. The next day, Jinjiao and Injiao set off on their mission, leaving only the woman at home. The sky darkened, and the entire day passed without incident. The woman was alone at home, praying for the brothers' safe return. Sensing Lanya's swift approach in the distance, a faint smile curled at the corners of Shida's mouth. Here he comes. A figure appeared beside Shitu, its appearance identical to Lanya's. This was Shida's shadow clone, which had used a simple transformation technique to take Lanya's form. The clone immediately moved, leaping across rooftops and swiftly melting into the darkness. Lanya sprinted across the rooftops, his cold gaze brimming with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the doorstep of Jinjiao and Yinjiao's home. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from afar. Lanya paid it little heed. Private fights in Kumobikure were far too common to warrant attention. With a light leap, Lanya cleared the gate and entered the courtyard. The hand gripping his kunai trembled uncontrollably. At the same time, Shida's shadow clone had reached its destination. A patrol was making its routine rounds through the streets. Shida's target was one of the patrol members. the very ninja who had failed to apprehend Jinjiao and Injiao that night. Disguised as Lanya, Shirtu dropped from the sky. Ultrasonic vibration thunderblade. Lightning chakra surged into the kunai. Having witnessed Lanya use this technique the day before, Shirtu had successfully copied it with his Sharingan. His actions naturally drew the patrol's attention. The patrol instantly formed a combat formation. But against someone with the Sharingan, it was all futile. Shirtu dodged through their coordinated attacks and reached his target. Hold on, you're not the first. Shida's voice disguised as Lanya's rang out. The lightning-infused kunai plunged into the patrol member's body. The violent lightning chakra exploded on contact. Boom. The powerful blast instantly claimed the target's life. Having achieved his goal, Shirtu immediately leaped away, escaping the patrol's encirclement. Lanya, what do you think you're doing? Attacking a patrol openly. Are you challenging the Raikage's authority? The patrol leader barked loudly. As the captain, he naturally knew Lanya's identity. A Jonin. This was the mark of a formidable opponent he could not confront directly. But Lanya had just assassinated a patrol member and even uttered words like, "You're not the first." To prevent the situation from escalating, the leader could only invoke the Raikage's name to try to stabilize Lanya. Shido, of course, was not afraid of the Raikage. His objective was accomplished, so he withdrew. Disguised as Lanya, he quickly jumped onto the rooftops and vanished into the night. The patrol leader let out a sigh of relief as he watched Lanya retreat. Then, glancing at the wounded members, a thought struck him, and he shouted, "Leave 2 to tend to the injured. The rest of you follow me. Don't let him escape." The leader vaulted onto the roof and pursued in the direction Lanya had fled. A gaping wound on her abdomen gushed blood. "Lanya, what have you done?" A thunderous voice rang out from afar. The patrol leader had arrived. "Feet," lay a young woman. A gaping wound on her abdomen gushed blood. "Lanya, what have you done?" A thunderous voice rang out from afar. The patrol leader had arrived. The leader halted, his expression severe as he fixed his gaze on Lanya. "Not only did you attack the patrol, but now you've assaulted a civilian, Lanya." Lanya stood frozen, utterly bewildered, the guilt of killing an innocent person still weighing heavily on him. As the leader took his stand, 2 more members appeared and flanked him, surrounding Lanya. "Lanya, I advise you to surrender quietly." All of this was, of course, orchestrated by Shirtu. Every thought of Lanya had been anticipated by Shirtu in advance. Therefore, when Lanya made a move, Shirtu also initiated his own plan. He disguised himself as Lanya, feigning a deranged state and seeking revenge indiscriminately, thereby luring the patrol team to the location of the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers' home. The patrol happened to witness Lanya's attack firsthand, and combined with the earlier suggestive remark, "You're not the first," this would naturally and completely solidify Lanya's guilt. Afterward, the patrol intervened and apprehended Lanya. They took him away for necessary interrogation. Shirtu slowly emerged, approaching the woman. Shirtu lifted the woman into his arms, and Kurama reluctantly leaped onto his shoulder. With a flash of Shuinjia, Shirtu vanished from the spot. Using Shuinjia, Shirtu returned to the land of hot water. In a certain inn within that land, Shirtu gazed at the body of the woman who had just died and activated the power of his right eye, Shini. The massive wound from the kunai vanished instantly, and the woman's lost consciousness gradually returned. As she opened her eyes, she was initially bewildered, simply staring at Shirtu. As if recalling something, the woman instantly cowered into a corner, screaming, "No." Shirtu looked at her reaction and helplessly rubbed his forehead. "I saved you. You're safe now." With that, he took down Kurama, who was still suffering from motion sickness, from his shoulder. "Kurama, please take care of her for a while." Having said that, ignoring Kurama's reaction, he activated Shuinjia and vanished. "Damn shit, I'm making me the great lord look after this human woman." Kurama grumbled about Shirtu while guarding the room door. He knew the woman's identity well, and until Shida's plan was complete, he had no choice but to endure staying here. Kurama grumbled about Shirtu while guarding the room door. He knew the woman's identity well, and until Shida's plan was complete, he had no choice but to endure staying here. Completed their. Just as they were about to return home to share the good news with their mother, Kinkaku and Ginkaku overheard the murmurs of nearby. "Look, those 2 little monsters are back. I always said they shouldn't have been kept. Now, because of them, someone has lost their life for nothing." "Exactly. The body is nowhere to be found. I wanted to give her a proper burial, but there wasn't even a trace. I bet it's retribution for the sins of those 2 little monsters. Their mother paid the price. Otherwise, how could this happen?" 3 elderly women whispered as they watched Kinkaku and Ginkaku. What did you say?" Ginkaku, overhearing their conversation, lunged forward to interrogate them. Startled by his aggressive demeanor, the 3 women immediately fell silent and scurried away. Seeing Ginkaku about to chase after them, Kinkaku quickly grabbed his arm. "Let's go home first." The brothers sprinted toward. What greeted them was an empty house. The dried bloodstains inside bore witness to the events that had transpired there. At the sight, Kinkaku and Ginkaku completely lost their composure. The moment they returned, the patrol of Kumogakure had already received word of their arrival. To prevent the brothers from acting rashly, the patrol immediately headed to their home. Ginkaku, the man who killed your mother Lanya has been caught. Calm down. Where is Lanya? Ginkaku demanded, his ferocious expression betraying his lack of calm. They'll kill that bastard. Ginkaku roared. Ginkaku followed the patrol to the Kumobikure prison. Lanya was being held there. Although Kumobikure valued martial prowess and did not heavily interfere with disputes between villagers or ninjas, anyone who attacked the patrol, the village's security force, or oppressed ordinary people would be thrown into the dungeon to await judgment. Lanya, who had violated both bottom lines, was naturally confined as a serious offender in the deep prison. Kumobikure had already interrogated him and learned the full story. Although Lanya denied attacking the patrol, this did not prevent them from issuing a punishment. However, this time the procedure was clearly influenced by the higher-ups of Kumogakure. Lanya, who should have been executed immediately, was kept alive until now. The moment Kinkaku and Ginkaku saw Lanya, their emotions spiraled out of control, and they wanted to avenge their mother right then and there. Hold on, you two. Someone important wishes to see you. The prison guard, noticing their intent, stopped them and conveyed the message. The one who wanted to see Kinkaku and Ginkaku was a high-ranking official named Kendo. Among the upper echelons of Kumogakure, opinions were divided regarding the two brothers. One faction, led by the Raikage, wanted to recruit and nurture them, while the other, led by Kendo, looked down on them and even sought to seize their Six Paths tools. The fact that Kinkaku and Ginkaku possessed extremely valuable treasures was known to a few in the higher ranks, but due to the Raikage's emphasis, this matter had not been leaked. Kinkaku and Ginkaku were unaware of the two opposing factions. With their immature minds, they only knew that many among the high-ranking officials looked down on them. The older man who summoned them today was particularly fond of belittling them. What do you want done with Lanya? Kendo opened the conversation. It was he who had kept Lanya alive until now. We want to kill him with our own hands. Ginkaku replied vehemently. Lanya violated the rules and will be executed, but unfortunately you cannot lay a hand on him. What? Ginkaku, enraged by the response, immediately became agitated. Ginkaku, calm down. Let's hear what he had. Ginkaku too wanted to avenge his mother personally, but since they were under someone else's roof, he decided to listen first. Hand over your treasures, and it'll give you the chance to execute Lanya yourselves. How about it? Kendo spoke slowly. He had coveted the brothers' treasures for a long time, but the Raikage strictly forbade the seizure of others' belongings, which troubled Kendo greatly. Kendo had sent many people to find and seize the treasures, but the brothers were too cautious, using them only rarely. Now, with an opportunity before him, Kendo was determined to seize it. If Kinkaku and Ginkaku voluntarily handed over the treasures to him, even the Raikage could not object. Hearing Kendo's words, Ginkaku immediately shouted, "Don't even think about our treasures." The man's opportunistic behavior infuriated Ginkaku. Ginkaku, as if struck by an idea, asked, "Have you also hidden our mother's body?" Kinkaku's expression turned hostile. Their mother's body was missing, and now Kendo was using Lanya to threaten them into surrendering the treasures. It was highly likely that Kendo had also taken their mother's corpse to use as leverage. As for the whereabouts of the brothers' mother's body, Kendo was unaware. After imprisoning Lanya, he had sent many people to search for the treasures, but to no avail. Later, Kendo thought of using their mother's body as a threat, but the corpse had vanished without a trace. At this moment, however, Kendo did not clarify the situation. Instead, he nodded and spoke slowly. Kinkaku, you're clever. If you want to see your mother's body, trade it for the treasures. They'll also give you the chance to kill Lanya with your own hands. Having said that, Kendo gave them no chance to respond. Show them out. Kinkaku and Ginkaku walked out of the interrogation room. Their expressions made it clear that they were like powder kegs ready to explode. That bastard threatening us with our mother. Ginkaku snarled, his face twisted with rage. Kinkaku, let's go back and get the treasures. Letting mother rest in peace is the most important thing now. Yes, big brother. The two brothers dashed toward their ruined home. But things would not unfold as smoothly as they had imagined. From atop the tall office building, Kwon Do gazed at the departing figures of the Jin and In brothers, his expression grave. Naturally, he did not possess their mother's corpse, a fact that would inevitably be exposed during the exchange of treasures. Thus, a battle with the Jin and In brothers was unavoidable. Kwon Do clapped his hands, and a Kumogakure ninja stationed at the door immediately stepped forward. Kwon Do whispered softly into the newcomer's ear. Understood. The ninja responded promptly upon hearing Kwon Do's instructions. A smile crept across Kwon Do's face. Jin Jiao, I hope you enjoy the gift I have prepared for you. Meanwhile, the Jin and In brothers swiftly retrieved the hidden treasures. The cellar was not located within the courtyard of their home. Hence, the ninjas dispatched by Kwon Do could not find those treasures no matter how hard they searched. Though these were heirlooms, the brothers could clearly sense that they contained powers beyond their control. Yet now, to ransom their mother, they had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. After preparing themselves, the brothers set off immediately to retrieve their mother. Shi followed behind the Jin and In brothers, quietly watching as they were about to walk into a trap. But now was not the time to strike. Shi intended to remain as hidden as possible in this affair so as to better achieve his objectives. The Jin and In brothers appeared before Kwon Do once more. "We have brought the treasures. Where's our mother?" In Jiao demanded aggressively. Perhaps due to overwhelming grief over their mother's death, In Jiao felt his mind foggy and his entire body difficult to control. In Jiao did not dwell on this. Now ransoming their mother was the most critical matter. Jin Jiao felt the same sensation. He stared intently at Kwon Do on guard against any sudden attack. The discomfort in his body constantly warned Jin Jiao that danger lurked here. But their mother's remains were still here, something Jin Jiao could never abandon under any circumstances. Kwon Do did not resort to any tricks. He simply clapped his hands. The corpse of an elderly woman was brought out, its appearance exactly that of the Jin and In brothers' mother. "Mother!" In Jiao immediately threw himself onto the corpse, weeping bitterly. Jin Jiao wore a stern expression, trying to discern what scheme Kwon Do had planned. But everything seemed normal, no ambush, no traps. It was as if the other party was simply carrying out a straightforward exchange. "What trick are you planning to play? Go ahead and show it," Jin Jiao said, cautiously staring at Kwon Do. "The Raikage has decreed that unless you voluntarily offer the treasures, no one is allowed to seize them by force. Since the Raikage has spoken, I naturally abide by it," Kwon Do said with a smile. "Now that you have seen your mother, you can hand over the treasures, can't you?" The deal was struck and the Jin and In brothers were bound to fulfill their end. If they attempted to break the agreement, Kwon Do would be justified in using violent means, and the Raikage would have no objection. As Kwon Do spoke, dozens of Kyomogakure ninjas appeared beside him. Should the Jin and In brothers fail to honor the deal, this group would strike immediately. In Jiao was naturally reluctant to surrender the treasures so easily. He shielded the items on his person, trying to hold on to them. In Jiao, hand them over, Jin Jiao said with a helpless tone. At the same time, he voluntarily handed over the kintown, the banana palm fan, and the amber bottle he carried. "Big brother!" In Jiao cried out in alarm at his brother's action. Jin Jiao simply shook his head. Although Kyomogakure was a martial village, most private fights within it went unpunished. But if someone violated an agreement and attempted to use force for personal gain, the Raikage would never show leniency. In Jiao looked at the ninjas surrounding them and finally recognized the situation. He reluctantly took out the 7-star sword and the red gourd he carried. Kwon Do beamed with joy at the sight of these treasures he had longed for. "Since the transaction is complete, I won't keep you two dutiful sons here longer." The moment he obtained the treasures, Kwon Do issued an order for them to leave. Jin Jiao also had no desire to stay. "In Jiao, take mother, and let's go." Jin Jiao and In Jiao carried the elderly woman's corpse and departed quickly. Kwon Do watched their retreating figures with a dark expression. Two fools. Jin Jiao and In Jiao hurried away with their mother's remains, intending to bury her as soon as possible. But shortly after they left, the corpse in In Jiao's arms began to transform rapidly. The originally dark-skinned, slender woman's body quickly turned into that of a strong man. The man was none other than the corpse of Lanya. Startled by the sudden change, In Jiao was momentarily at a loss. But Jin Jiao, who had been on guard against Kwon Do all along, immediately realized what had happened. "Kwon Do!" Jin Jiao roared. This was all part of Kwon Do's scheme. Without the Jin and In brothers' mother's corpse, yet wanting to make them voluntarily hand over the treasures legitimately, he had to resort to trickery. Kwon Do had followed procedure and executed Lanya. Lanya had violated the bottom line set by the Raikage, and Kwon Do had only been able to delay the execution up to this point. As for the earlier promise of letting the brothers avenge themselves personally, that was naturally impossible. All punishments were determined by village rules. How could private vengeance be permitted? After that, Kwon Do ordered his subordinates to use the transformation technique to alter Lanya's corpse into the likeness of the Jin and In brothers' mother. According to Kwon Do's investigation, the Jin and In brothers were highly skilled in ninja body techniques. At their young age, their prowess in this area already rivaled that of some jonin who were not specialized in it. But they had not trained for long and were not proficient in transformation techniques, and they were completely defenseless against Jinjutsu. This was to ensure the plan's success. In addition to transforming Lanya's corpse into the woman's appearance, Kwon Do also arranged for his subordinates to set up an illusion technique array throughout the entire building. Anyone who entered its range would have their consciousness clouded. It not only weakened a ninja's willpower and judgment, but also made them restless and irritable. This was the key to Kwon Do deceiving the Jin and In brothers. The presence of the illusion technique array caused even the usually cautious Jin Jiao to focus solely on the matter of their mother's remains. Thus, Jin Jiao failed to see through Kwon Do's scheme and voluntarily handed over the treasures. Most importantly, the illusion technique. Thus, Jin Jiao failed to see through Kwon Do's scheme and voluntarily handed over the treasures. Most importantly, the illusion technique array was extremely covert. Once removed, its traces were nearly impossible to detect. The exchange of treasures was mutually agreed upon. Even if the brothers later reported it to the Raikage, he would have nothing to say. It was merely a simple substitution of the son for the mother, a hastily devised plan that was not well thought out. The power of the illusion technique array was not strong, but the inexperienced Jin and In brothers had too little defense against it, allowing Quan Do to fool them. After a brief moment of confusion, In Jiao also realized that Quan Do had tricked them. Furious, he threw Lan Ya's corpse to the ground, and even kicked it twice. Big brother, that old bastard dared to deceive us. We can't let him off. At this moment, Jin Jiao could no longer control his reason. Their mother's death, the loss of her remains, Quan Do's deception, the loss of the treasures. One incident after another flashed through Jin Jiao's mind. The usually calm and rational Jin Jiao finally exploded. From childhood, the villagers had scorned and reviled them, filling their early years with insults and slander. Then came their father's abandonment, leaving the three of them, mother and sons, to depend on each other. Their mother was just an ordinary person, and raising a family alone was already extremely difficult. Facing the hidden villains as the elder brother, Jin Jiao could not act like his younger sibling. The hardships of his early life gradually cultivated his caution. Though Jin Jiao was arrogant, he still navigated their fragile boat with care. But now everything was destroyed. Their mother was gone, the treasures were gone, everything was gone. Jin Jiao felt as if the air itself was pressing down on him. Frustrated and oppressed, he stood frozen in place, roaring continuously. Suddenly, as if his body had burst open, a massive surge of chakra erupted from deep within him. The immense chakra finally gave Jin Jiao an outlet for his emotions. Chakra overflowed from Jin Jiao's body, destroying streets and collapsing houses. He fixed his gaze on Quan Do's direction, then crouched slightly and rushed forward at great speed. In Jiao, seeing his brother so unlike his usual self, hurriedly followed. The demon king hidden deep within Jin Jiao's heart was reborn into the world today. Quan Do was admiring the newly acquired treasures. These treasures were not kept secret among the high-ranking members of Kyomogakure. Many other elites harbored covetous intentions toward them. However, restrained by the Raikage's orders, they had refrained from any overt action. Now that these treasures had finally fallen into his hands, how could Quan Do not be overjoyed? A rope, a sword, a gourd, a fan, and a bottle. Their exteriors appeared ordinary, but Kinkaku and Ginkaku had once single-handedly defeated Jonin with these very artifacts. It must be noted that at that time Kinkaku and Ginkaku were not as powerful as they were now. They had only just begun their training. After being infused with chakra by Kinkaku and Ginkaku, these treasures became indestructible, showing no signs of wear even under the full force assault of a Jonin. Moreover, when chakra was injected into the tools, they greatly enhanced the user's physical abilities. The amplification was so immense that it allowed the novice Kinkaku and Ginkaku to surpass Jonin in physical strength. If such a terrifying enhancement were applied to the already formidable Quan Do, his power would reach an unprecedented. Though the treasures appeared mundane, their effects were anything but. Quan Do gently caressed these precious items, already envisioning himself defeating powerful enemies one after another and continuing his ascension with their aid. With their power, even the position of the next Raikage is within my reach. Just as Quan Do was immersed in pleasant fantasies, a sudden change. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted from downstairs, causing the entire building to tremble. Unaware of what had happened, Quan Do immediately secured the treasures to prevent any mishap. Guards! Where are the guards? What's happening? Quan Do shouted. Sir, those two little monsters have returned. The guard rushed in trembling as he reported. And they've torn down the main gate. The guard hurried inside, quivering as he delivered the news to Quan Do. Hearing the guard's report, Quan Do calmed down again. He had naturally anticipated some retaliation from Kinkaku and Ginkaku, but he hadn't expected them to directly destroy the gate. After all, this building was public property of Kyomogakure. Destroying it meant challenging the Raikage's authority. Quan Do had earned his current position through sheer force. Although arrogant, he held great respect for the Raikage. The reason was simple: the Raikage was the strongest existence in the entire village. As for whether the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku posed a threat to him, if the brothers were equipped with these treasures, Quan Do would have been concerned. But now that the artifacts were in his hands, he actually hoped they would come looking. That way he would have a solid reason to execute those two little monsters directly. Quan Do harbored a deep dislike for Kinkaku and Ginkaku, not only because of their bizarre appearance, but also because of their strength. Possessing such power at such a young age posed a significant threat to Quan Do, who aspired to advance further and even ascend to the position of Raikage. The sounds of combat continued to rise from downstairs, while Quan Do sat calmly in his seat. Although there were only a few Jonin stationed for defense, in Quan Do's view, they were more than enough to handle two brats. Downstairs. Lightning release, thunderbolt, arrow. The Kumogakure ninjas formed hand seals in the distance, gathering lightning chakra in their hands before firing bolts of lightning arrows at Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Surrounded on all sides, Kinkaku and Ginkaku could only dodge and weave continuously to avoid these long-range attacks. But these attacks were merely meant to restrict their movements. The real killing blow was yet to come. Lightning released lightning binding. Lightning arcs shot from many Kumogakure ninjas, crisscrossing and interweaving until they formed a massive net of lightning. The net descended upon Kinkaku and Ginkaku, who were already surrounded. Lightning blast thousand dance. The brothers simultaneously executed this technique. High-intensity lightning chakra condensed around their arms. They could no longer evade the lightning net. To break free, they had to counterattack. Their arms wreathed and lightning swung rapidly. The lightning of the net clashed with the lightning on their arms. Sizzle. In an instant, a deafening crackle of electricity resounded across the battlefield. Despite the protection of the lightning blast thousand dance, the net's current still reached the brothers' arms. The electric current stimulated their nerves, gradually slowing their reactions. If they didn't break the siege quickly, they would be captured alive today. Sensing the dire situation, Kinkaku frantically pushed his body, which had undergone some mysterious change moments ago. Vast chakra surged forth from his body, seemingly inexhaustible. Kinkaku swung his arm with all his might. His right hand wrapped in lightning cut, like a blade tearing a gap in the massive lightning net. The enemy's offensive was finally neutralized by Kinkaku. The instant the crisis was resolved, the brothers charged at the crowd. Lightning release, ii explosion. Kinkaku and Ginkaku dashed in different directions. The enemy was too numerous and had already formed an encirclement. If they didn't quickly reduce the enemy's numbers, they would be slowly worn down. Kinkaku swiftly attacked the nearest enemy. The enemy, obviously caught off guard, hadn't expected them to break through the assault and then launch a counterattack. The Kumogakure ninja, momentarily stunned by Kinkaku's powerful body slam, had his consciousness blur for a split. Just as he realized he needed to break free, Kinkaku's strong arms had already locked him in a tight embrace. Kinkaku lifted the enemy high and then slammed him heavily onto the ground. Boom! The ninja was embedded into the earth. At the same time, powerful lightning erupted from Kinkaku's body, causing a massive explosion of lightning chakra. The Kumogakure ninja, unable to dodge, took the full brunt of the attack. Kinkaku released the unconscious ninja. He moved swiftly, charging at the next enemy. Everything happened so quickly that the other ninjas didn't react in time. When they came to their senses, they had already lost one comrade. The other ninjas quickly responded. Some threw shuriken and kunai to attack or restrict Kinkaku's movements. Others formed hand seals, unleashing lightning release techniques from their hands to strike at Kinkaku. Kinkaku weaved through the crowd, using lightning blast thousand dance to attack other ninjas. Just then a scream rang out from behind. Up! It was Ginkaku's cry. During the earlier breakthrough of the lightning net, Ginkaku hadn't erupted with the same massive chakra as Kinkaku, leaving his body severely injured. Now facing the group assault, Ginkaku's stamina gradually gave out, and he was pinned down by several enemies. The enemy's kunai stabbed into his body. Ginkaku. Seeing his brother's plight, Kinkaku was momentarily distracted, wanting to rescue him. But the enemies were not idle. They seized the opportunity. Taking advantage of Kinkaku's distraction, thunderbolt arrows continuously struck his body. Electricity coursed through him, immobilizing him in place. Seeing Kinkaku being attacked while trying to save him, Ginkaku's eyes turned red. He struggled to break free from the enemy's hold, but despite using all his strength, he remained pinned to the ground. At that moment, Ginkaku bitterly hated his own weakness. It was his weakness that had dragged his brother into this predicament. It was his weakness that had failed to see through Quan Do's scheme. It was his weakness that had failed to protect their mother. Endless self-blame surfaced in Ginkaku's heart, and a desperate craving for power. Something seemed to want to break free from within, constantly assaulting Ginkaku's body. With no other choice left, Ginkaku surrendered to the unknown force's assault on his body. If he could break the deadlock, even sacrificing his body was worth it. Vast chakra, like a spring without a source, surged forth from Ginkaku's body. The overflowing chakra directly flung the enemies on top of him to the ground. Having broken free, Ginkaku immediately charged at the enemies, interrupting their attacks on Kinkaku. Unrestrained, the two brothers rampaged through the crowd like mad bulls, venting their fury. Hidden in the shadows, Shirtu sensed the shift in the battle and curled his lips into a faint smile. Both brothers have awakened the Sage of Six Paths bloodline within them. How delightfully surprising. The formidable bloodline of the Six Paths immortal endowed Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao with extraordinary strength, most directly manifested in their robust physiques and immense chakra. From birth they were different from ordinary people, not only in appearance, but more so in their power. This was the fundamental reason they were ostracized from a young age. Now, due to different reasons, both brothers had awakened the Six Paths immortal's bloodline within them. The dormant bloodline had already granted such formidable power, its activation brought an even more terrifying amplification. Their powerful physiques continuously healed the wounds on the brothers' bodies. Their nearly depleted chakra also began to recover from within. This terrifying enhancement allowed Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao to hold their own against waves of enemies. Defeating these Kumo ninja was only a matter of time. Quan Do was still admiring the hard-won treasures. The sounds of fighting downstairs gradually ceased. Just as he thought the brothers had been subdued, a figure suddenly appeared before him. A hand blade coated with intensely powerful lightning release chakra currents slashed at Quan Do at incredible speed. Immersed in his treasures, he failed to detect this sudden threat in time. When Quan Do finally noticed, the hand blade was already in front of him. In desperation, he twisted his body and head with all his might. Simultaneously, powerful lightning release chakra enveloped his entire body, the lightning stimulating his physique and further enhancing his speed. Lightning release chakra mode. Jin Jiao's hand blade tore through Quan Do's lightning release chakra, then slashed across his cheek. A thin line of blood appeared on Quan Do's face. Thanks to the enhancement of the lightning release chakra mode, he still managed to evade the fatal blow. Forced to dodge, Quan Do lost his balance and tumbled across the ground. Suddenly, a figure loomed above him. A large foot was stomping heavily toward him. The figure was none other than Yin Jiao. Focused entirely on evading Jin Jiao's lethal strike, Quan Do had completely missed Yin Jiao's approach. Thus, he had barely escaped the tiger's den, only to fall into the wolf's lair. Off balance, he could not properly maneuver his body to avoid the attack. Therefore, Quan Do could only shield his head with his arms and activate the lightning release chakra mode, with all his might, continuously strengthening his defense to withstand Yin Jiao's blow. Bang! Yin Jiao stomped heavily onto Quan Do's arms. His entire body was driven into the ground, leaving a large crater. Yin Jiao was charging a second attack to finish him off. Suddenly, Quan Do's legs kicked off the ground. His whole body slid across the ground, plowing a long furrow as he emerged from the crater. With that kick, Quan Do not only evaded Yin Jiao's second strike, but also created distance between them. Finally, he had time to extricate himself from the ground. Standing upright again, Quan Do assessed the brothers before him. Despite numerous wounds, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were still fierce, showing no signs of having just endured a fierce battle. Though he didn't know how they had defeated the encirclement of dozens, it no longer mattered. He had been caught off guard by their ambush and suffered a loss, but in a direct confrontation, Quan Do was not afraid. Such was the confidence of a high-ranking Kumo shinobi. The lightning release chakra mode still empowered him. This technique, developed by the Raikage, was only taught to those who had contributed sufficiently. This technique used lightning generated by lightning release chakra to continuously stimulate the body, enhancing the user's neural reaction speed, defense, and velocity. The powerful boost not only enabled the user to employ the extremely swift body flicker technique, but also amplified the power of their attacks. It was a perfect, all-encompassing enhancement with no side effects. It was also the primary objective of Shida's visit to Kumo village. With the lightning release chakra mode activated, Quan Do feared neither Jin Jiao nor Yin Jiao. Though talented, the brothers were too young and knew too few powerful ninjutsu. Against ordinary shinobi, they could rely on their physical prowess to overpower them. But in Quan Do's eyes, they had no chance against him, a seasoned veteran who had fought on many battlefields. Thunderous horizontal thousand dance. Both Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao simultaneously used the thunderous horizontal thousand dance, attacking Quan Do from front and back. But this time he was not panic-like when Jin Jiao ambushed him. With the lightning release chakra mode active, Quan Do's figure vanished like lightning from their attack range. Body flicker technique. His speed far exceeded the brothers. Then he appeared behind Jin Jiao. Heavy flow storm. Channeling lightning release chakra into his elbow, he drove it hard into Jin Jiao. Bang! Jin Jiao was sent flying, embedded into the wall. Seeing his brother knocked away, Yin Jiao rushed at Quan Do, eager to avenge him. Lightning me explosion. Yin Jiao quickly lunged to embrace Quan Do, intending to unleash his strongest known technique. Quan Do watched the attack and did not dodge, allowing himself to be caught. Feeling Quan Do in his arms, Yin Jiao rejoiced. Though powerful, this technique was difficult to land. Only with extreme speed could it ensure a hit. Yin Jiao strained to lift Quan Do high. He exerted all his strength, but Quan Do's form did not budge. Suddenly, Yin Jiao felt a pair of arms locking him tightly. The arms belonged to Quan Do. Lightning me explosion. Quan Do used the same technique. Yin Jiao was lifted high above Quan Do. Against the lightning release chakra mode, if Quan Do executed the lightning me explosion, Yin Jiao would have no chance of survival. Yin Jiao struggled desperately, but his body was clamped firmly between Quan Do's arms. Just as Quan Do was about to slam him to the ground, Jin Jiao appeared. Jin Jiao's hand blade, crackling with lightning, struck Quan Do's arm. The lightning release chakra on Jin Jiao's hand clashed with Quan Do's, causing a violent explosion. Bang! The collision of chakra blasted Jin Jiao away. Protected by the lightning release chakra mode, Quan Do was largely unaffected. Jin Jiao, however, used the explosion to break free from Quan Do's grasp. The tense battle subsided briefly. The three took their positions again. To be honest, I underestimated your strength, Quan Do said, flexing his wrist. The explosion had numbed his arm slightly, but it was negligible. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao watched him warily. The explosion had effect, but their 6 paths immortal bloodline granted immense regenerative ability, and they were already recovering. Where's our mother? Jin Jiao growled. I don't know, Quan Do replied indifferently. He had already obtained the treasures. The truth didn't matter to him. Jin Jiao was not surprised by the answer, as he had expected it. Now, even aside from the issue of their mother's remains, their conflict had reached an irreconcilable point. Suddenly Quan Do seemed to think of something and smiled. I just thought of something interesting. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao stared at him, saying nothing. After all, the previous clash had shown them that direct confrontation made it difficult to defeat Quan Do. Since you cherish these treasures so much, let them send you off on your final journey. Quan Do unrolled a scroll and summoned the treasures. The brothers had no way to seal them, but he did. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao looked at the treasures they had grown up with, longing to reclaim them. But considering the gap in strength, they dared not act rashly. Jin Jiao carefully surveyed the surroundings, seeking a way to escape. Their earlier ambush on Quan Do had failed. Facing Quan Do empowered by the treasures, it would be certain death. Rope sword, gourd fan, and bottle. Despite their ordinary appearance, they are actually ninja tools passed down from the Sage of 6 Paths. Even as children, Kinkaku and Ginkaku could defeat ordinary jonin with these treasures. Now in the hands of the powerful Quan Do, what kind of power would they unleash? Quan Do continuously poured chakra into the sword. Meanwhile, Kinkaku and Ginkaku responded cautiously, neither daring to attack nor to retreat directly. The pressure Quan Do had just exerted on Kinkaku and Ginkaku was so great that they were completely caught in his rhythm. Meanwhile, Shirtu observed silently from the shadows. Shirtu had intended to appear and rescue Kinkaku and Ginkaku earlier, but after seeing Quan Do produce the 6 Paths ninja tools, he knew the outcome. Now was not the time for Shirtu to reveal himself. Time continued to pass, yet nothing changed on the scene. Silence became the dominant theme of the battlefield. Why isn't this enough? Quan Do roared inwardly. He had poured nearly all his chakra into the sword, but still failed to activate it. Quan Do had already considered retreating and wanted to stop injecting chakra, but the sword seemed to possess a will of its own, actively draining his chakra. This directly pushed Quan Do into a dilemma. These 6 Paths ninja tools were being used by someone other than Kinkaku and Ginkaku for the No one had anticipated this situation. Kinkaku observed Quan Do's condition. When the two brothers used these treasures, they did not need to inject chakra for such a long time. The anomaly gave Kinkaku other thoughts. Finally, the sword seemed to have absorbed enough chakra and began to radiate a dazzling light. Quan Do felt his chakra nearly depleted and thought to himself, if these two brats discover my condition, the outcome won't be good. Quan Do could only pretend to be calm, placing his hope in the treasure. Just as the light faded from the treasure, Kinkaku suddenly attacked. Quan Do's anomaly was still discovered by Kinkaku. Or rather, this was the only chance to strike. Regardless of Quan Do's current state, if they wanted to defeat him, they could not miss this opportunity. Kinkaku's figure was as fast as lightning. Quan Do, whose chakra was nearly exhausted, could only manage to raise the sword to block Kinkaku's attack. Although the sword was indestructible, Quan Do's strength was spent, and he could not fully block Kinkaku's all-out surprise attack. Quan Do, with the 7 stars sword in his hand, also fell to the ground. Kinkaku seized the opportunity, directly snatching the sword and other treasures. The 5 treasures returned to Kinkaku and Ginkaku's hands. Seeing the treasures taken by Kinkaku and Ginkaku, Quan Do thought to himself, not good, and hurriedly sought a chance to retreat. The situation had reversed too quickly. Quan Do, who had been dominating Kinkaku and Ginkaku, saw his situation turn sharply due to a single ninja tool and now had to find a chance to retreat. The moment the brothers obtained the treasures, they felt a certain connection with them. These treasures had not been fully developed. The brothers knew that. But now the true uses and names of these treasures quietly appeared in their minds. At this moment, Kinkaku held the Bajiao fan with the Huangjin rope wrapped around his arm, while Ginkaku held the Qixing sword and carried the Baohulu on his back. Kinkaku swung the Bajiao fan and raging flames surged toward Quan Do. Quan Do was also shocked by the power of the Bajiao fan. He could only dodge continuously within the flames, seeking an opportunity to escape. Suddenly a whip lashed toward Quan Do. Caught off guard, he was struck directly. A mass of blue substance continuously emerged from Quan Do's mouth. This whip was precisely the Huangjin rope in Kinkaku's hand. Confused, Quan Do stood frozen as the blue substance kept spewing from his mouth. Ginkaku suddenly appeared beside Quan Do holding the Qixing sword and slashing at him. Completely overwhelmed by the Bajiao fan and Huangjin rope, Quan Do dared not take the attack heat-in and quickly leaned back, trying to evade Ginkaku's strike. The Qixing sword directly severed the blue substance, improving Quan Do's situation. However, what Quan Do didn't know was that Ginkaku's true target from the start was not him, but the blue substance he had spat out. Ginkaku took the Honghu from his back, held it against his waist, and sucked the blue substance into the gourd. Given a moment to breathe, Quan Do quickly retreated, widening the distance between himself and the brothers. The brothers did not pursue immediately, instead they watched Quan Do with smiles. Ginkaku continued to wave the fan and raging flames poured from the Bajiao fan, completely surrounding Quan Do. Quan Do could only keep dodging. Damn it! Unable to help himself, he uttered his catchphrase. Suddenly the Honghu in Ginkaku's hand emitted a powerful suction, continuously pulling Quan Do. Shocked by the scene before him, Quan Do was directly sucked into the gourd. Even Ginkaku and Ginkaku hadn't expected the true power of these ninja tools to be so formidable. The Six Paths ninja tools had originally been sealed by the Sage of Six Paths, limiting their function. They could only absorb vast amounts of chakra and then feed back to the user, providing a certain enhancement. However, the chakra they required to absorb was too immense, making them overly dangerous for ordinary people, so they were shelved and became ordinary household items. Previously, Ginkaku and Ginkaku had successfully awakened their Six Paths bloodline. With their bloodline activated the moment they touched the Six Paths ninja tools, they successfully lifted the seal. Only then did the true power of these Six Paths ninja tools manifest. The Bajiao fan could ignore the user's own chakra nature. As long as chakra was injected, it could release the 5 nature transformations, fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth, in a single use. The Huangjin rope, the moment it touched an enemy, could force them to spit out a word spirit of their commonly used phrase. And the Qixing sword could cooperate with the Huangjin rope to sever these word spirits. The Honghu could then capture the severed word spirits, marking the enemy's word spirit on the Qixing sword while simultaneously sealing them. If the target spoke the keyword, remained silent for too long, or uttered words similar to the keyword, they would be sucked into the gourd. As for the last and used bottle, it was called the Amber Purification Bottle. Its ability was even more straightforward. As long as the target responded to the holder's words, they would be sealed inside the bottle. This was the true power of these Six Paths ninja tools. Under Ginkaku's chakra control, the Honghu and the Amber Purification Bottle shrank, continuously becoming the size of pendants. Then Ginkaku used the Huangjin rope to hang them around his neck. As for Ginkaku, he took the Bajiao fan from Ginkaku, shrank both the fan and the Qixing sword, and then stuffed them into his stomach. This was a storage method that could only be used after fully activating these Six Paths ninja tools, allowing them to be truly carried on one's person. Sure to watch the battle end in such an absurd conclusion, unsurprised. Or rather, this was exactly what he had hoped. Sensing the rapidly approaching chakra from afar, it was the people of the wreckage. Sure to understood that the best time to exit was approaching. A group of figures appeared before Ginkaku and Ginkaku. Leading them was the personal bodyguard of the wreckage. This squad was also the wreckage guard unit, who had immediately come to investigate upon sensing the battle. Ginkaku, where's Lord Quan Do? The leader of the team asked, as the wreckage's personal bodyguard and the most promising successor to the second wreckage. He had usually been quite lenient with Ginkaku and Ginkaku, and was the main person willing to vouch for the two brothers in the Yunin village. But now, seeing the messy aftermath of the battle and the missing Lord Quan Do, all he could do was prioritize ensuring Quan Do's safety, and only then determine the cause of the incident. After all, Quan Do had risen to his high position through merit. Regardless of the conflict, Quan Do's safety was the top priority. Ginkaku answered directly. Although Quan Do was sealed in the gourd, Ginkaku had no intention of letting him go. After hearing his brother's answer, Ginkaku offered no explanation. Or rather, after awakening the Six Paths bloodline and mastering the Six Paths ninja tools with overwhelming power, Ginkaku, who already revered strength, gradually began to discard his former caution. Killing Quan Do was also what he wanted. Upon hearing the brother's answer, the leader was stunned. He clearly hadn't expected such an outcome. Quan Do was powerful, even a candidate for the second wreckage. Although Ginkaku and Ginkaku were exceptionally talented, they could not possibly have defeated him. Seized Ginkaku and Ginkaku. Unable to sense Quan Do's presence, the leader gave the order, deciding to take the brothers first. Dozens of jonin surrounded Ginkaku and Ginkaku, ready to counter if they resisted. Suddenly, a plume of smoke engulfed the battlefield, blocking everyone's perception. A figure appeared between the two brothers, and before they could react, they all vanished together in the smoke. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao had no idea what had happened. They only felt a dizzying spin, and then found themselves already outside the hidden cloud village. On a desolate mountain in the land of lightning, the two brothers gazed at the unfamiliar man before them. They could not comprehend the sudden turn of events. Shirtu looked at the two brothers who had assumed combat stances and curled his lips. Jin Jiao Yin Jiao, two little monsters rejected by the world. Shirtu spoke slowly. Abandoned by your own father, and then indirectly causing your mother's death. The expressions of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao turned ferocious. Truly demons incarnate. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao simultaneously lunged, rushing toward Shirtu. Though they did not know how this man had brought them here, his words had clearly struck a nerve. Shirtu easily evaded the thunderous rage of 1,000 dances, not even brushing a single thread of his clothing. He simply dodged and weaved through the brothers' onslaught. From a distance, it looked as if he were dancing gracefully. Possessing immense power, yet unable to protect even those closest to you. Shirtu continued to provoke the brothers. A vast surge of chakra erupted from Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, unleashing a wide-area, indiscriminate assault. Yet the moment this chakra approached Shirtu, a vast surge of chakra erupted from Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, unleashing a wide-area, indiscriminate assault. Yet the moment this chakra approached Shirtu, it dissolved into nothingness. Shirtu drew near the two brothers. With a single light tap of his finger, he sealed their chakra points. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao instantly collapsed to the ground. The absolute disparity in power instilled fear in the brothers for the first time. Born forsaken, by heaven, what meaning is there in your existence? As Shirtu continued speaking, the brothers hastily retrieved the Six Paths tools. It was the only method they could conceive of to defeat this mysterious man. The banana palm fan transformed Jin Jiao's chakra into ninjutsu of the five natures: fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth. Blazing flames wrapped in gale force winds, floodwaters carrying lightning, and layers of earthen spikes constantly restricted Shirtu's position. Amid these fierce attacks, the golden rope of bonding lurked in the shadows like a venomous serpent. Shirtu slowly rose from the ground, effortlessly evading Jin Jiao's full-scale assault. The multicolored chakra attacks collided, producing a violent explosion. The rope of bonding hidden in the shadows was easily dodged by Shirtu, not touching him at all. Shirtu sidestepped lightly, avoiding the sneak attack from Yin Jiao, who had concealed himself in the explosion. The seven-star sword cleaved through the air, emitting a sword's cry. So what meaning do you have to live on? Shirtu spoke softly. A crimson figure appeared beside him. 100 turtle red giant manifested before the two brothers. The overwhelming pressure left Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao completely frozen in place. This was true divine power. A colossal blade of red chakra unleashed a massive spatial slash. It tore the entire sky apart. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were utterly annihilated in such an assault. When they came to their senses, they found that everything around them had not changed at all. It was as if none of it had happened. Before them stood only this mysterious man, silently watching them. Upon his blood-red eyes, 3 tomos slowly rotated. Only then did Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao realize that they had been completely trapped in his jinjutsu. Cold sweat soaked their backs. The brothers stumbled backward until they collapsed to the ground. Have you found meaning? Hearing his words, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao gradually calmed down. The man bore no ill will. Otherwise they would not have survived. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao recalled the events of their childhood, the mockery of their peers, their father's abandonment, the curses of neighbors and relatives, their mother's death. All these memories resurfaced in the brothers' minds. The vast hidden cloud village could not even offer a place for their family. A deep sense of failure enveloped them. Shirtu looked at the silent brothers, lamenting the irony of fate. That 2 brothers blessed with the bloodline of the 6 paths should have suffered such a childhood. No wonder they grew up so unruly, even assassinating the second Raikage and Tobirama. Let me find you a new purpose in life. Shirtu spoke. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao remained immersed in their own failure, completely ignoring him. Shirtu was not angered, his figure simply vanished. In the blink of an eye, Shirtu reappeared before the brothers. Beside him stood a young woman. Shirtu, carrying the 9 tails, chose to give the long-separated mother and son space to be alone. Aren't you afraid they'll run away? Questioned the 9 tails. The 9 tails could not understand Shirtu's actions at all. Where could they run to? Shirtu said with a smile. Throughout the entire incident, Shirtu had not interfered much. He merely ensured that the culprit Langya, who would have otherwise escaped justice, was punished. Such a simple move directly ignited the conflict between Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao and the hidden cloud village's higher-ups. In Shirtu's view, without his involvement, this would have been just another common bandit raid. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao would not have suspected Langya, nor would they have come into direct contact with Chuando. Thus, the incident where Chuando conspired to deceive them would not have occurred. But because of Shirtu's simple intervention, everything took a different turn. The conflict between Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao and the hidden cloud village erupted directly: the unfair treatment from the villagers and the covetousness of the higher-ups for the 6 paths tools. This made Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao feel no further sense of belonging to the hidden cloud village. They had become homeless. And that gave Shirtu room to maneuver. Kurama, could you lend me a bit of your power later? Shirtu said while rubbing the fox's head. The Ninetales gave him a sidelong glance and tacitly agreed. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao reappeared before Shirtu. They knew that this man had saved their mother and that he intended, though they did not know his true purpose. With no home left, the brothers had only this one choice. The disparity in strength left them unable to refuse. The man who could save their mother could just as easily take her life. My name is Uchiha Shirtu. Shirtu words made Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's hearts tremble. Uchiha. Though they had never seen them, they knew of the strongest clan in the ninja world. Shirtu raised his hand as he spoke. A blazing, searing chakra surged from his palm, completely enveloping the brother. It was the Ninetales chakra. Intense pain caused the brothers to writhe and scream, trying to alleviate the agony. Gradually the screams ceased. Looking at the brothers who had now undergone tailed beast transformation, Shirtu nodded. This is the Ninetales chakra. I bestow it upon you too. Your goal is to regain the trust of the hidden cloud village, become its high-ranking members, and collect its secret techniques. Feeling the immense power within them, and hearing Shirtu assign task, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao began to harbor. They looked up at Shirtu. If they could use this newfound strength to defeat this brat, then where in the ninja world could they not go? Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure surged from Shirtu. Behind him materialized a colossal nine-tailed fox. The sheer difference in power made the brothers dare not look directly at him. They looked up at Shirtu. If they could use this newfound strength to defeat this brat, then where in the ninja world? Previously they were like frogs at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon. Now, they were mayflies seeing the sky. Shirtu patted their shoulders lightly. I hope you two will not disappoint me. Like demonic whispers, his words left Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao utterly unable to resist. Paying no further attention to them, Shirtu chose to leave. During this period of hibernation, Shirtu could not directly infiltrate the hidden cloud village to steal its secrets. Controlling Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao to help him infiltrate was naturally the more favorable choice. As for the possibility of their betrayal, Shirtu was not worried at all. The gifts of fate already had a price tag hidden in the shadows. Having accepted the power of the Ninetales, how could they escape its control? For the brothers, no matter the outcome, at least their mother was still alive, was she not? Shirtu returned to the land of Tang with the Ninetales. During this time, he also took the opportunity to visit Heiju, seeking to obtain Baiju's impersonation technique. Baiju's impersonation technique could absorb another's chakra, then transform into the exact same chakra, thereby replicating and mimicking the opponent's ninjutsu. Once this technique was activated, even the most familiar person or a ninja renowned for perception could not detect the deception. This was the most perfect transformation technique Shirtu could conceive, enabling him to infiltrate the major ninja villages. However, Heiju dismissed Shirtu with the excuse that the technique was impossible to learn, which greatly displeased Shirtu. From Heiju, Shirtu obtained the latest intelligence on my village. During the Great War, Mai had already formed an alliance with the Uzumaki clan. At the same time, Tobirama intensified his research and development of ninjutsu. The other Uchiha in the village were not deliberately suppressed by the other villagers or Tobirama. Hashirama personally stood forth, demanding fair treatment for all villagers. Afterwards, no major incidents occurred in Mai. Shirtu did not pay much attention to Heiju's intelligence. Apart from the early alliance between Mai and the Uzumaki clan, due to his own actions there were no significant changes. The next battle with Hashirama and Tobirama was the most important event in the near future. Enhancing his own strength to deal with Tobirama was the top priority. Shida's feelings towards Tobirama were a mix of love and hate. He hated him because almost his entire family had perished at Tobirama's hands, making him the root cause of Shida's current plight. He loved him because Tobirama's research abilities were exceedingly formidable. Last time, without using Susanoo, Shirtu had only fought Tobirama to a draw. Shirtu wanted to improve his strength, and Tobirama was an excellent opponent. Shirtu walked through the streets of the land of Tang, carrying the Ninetales. Tourists bustled about, but Shirtu sensed something amiss. There were too many ninjas. A large number of Wuyin village ninjas were present. The Wuyin village had only recently been established. Even if the war had ended and many ninjas came here for leisure, there should not be such a quantity. A large number of Wuyin village ninjas were present. The Wuyin village had only recently been established. Even if the war had ended and many ninjas came here for, it was only natural for the water country to have its eyes on it. In Shida's view, the land of Tang might be able to resolve this crisis, but it would certainly come at a great cost. Meanwhile, in the reception room of the land of Tang, Lord Genjutsu, forgive my forthrightness, but I cannot accept your proposal, said a middle-aged man in a blue robe. The man had short silver-white hair, a tall and slender figure, and a steady tone. He was the daimyo of the land of Tang, the supreme leader of the nation Bojianxian. The man negotiating with the daimyo was a young man with long yellow hair, wearing a high-collared trench coat, a black silk belt at the waist, and a green undershirt. Strangely, the man had no eyebrows but sported a mustache and a goatee. His name was Guiding Huanyue, the supreme leader of the delegation to the land of Tang. Your land of Tang lies between the three great nations and thrives on tourism. But your strength is far from impressive. Previously, the alliance of the five great nations gave you a chance to develop. If war breaks out after this, how will you defend yourselves? Guiding Huanyue slowly analyzed the current situation of the nations. Our water country can help you establish a garrison to protect your nation. You only need to pay a certain fee, which should not be a problem for a nation with such a prosperous economy. Guiding Huanyue continued to explain the benefits of accepting the treaty. Lord Jinjetsu, we can protect our own country. Xian replied calmly. But Guiding Huanyue spoke lightly, agreeing to the water country's garrison would essentially be handing over the entire nation. Moreover, the fee was not just simple money but the scarce hot spring ores. These ores were discovered during the development of hot springs and could store fire and water chakra attributes exceptionally well, making them precious strategic resources. The ores were rare and extremely difficult to extract. The land of Tang currently possessed very few, let alone enough to trade to the water country. In that case, I hope your nation can protect itself well. Guiding Huanyue spoke slowly, his words sounding like a warning, perhaps even a threat. The meeting ended on a sour note. Faced with the water country's menace, the land of Tang was helpless. And if they sought help from the fire country or the lightning country, who could guarantee they wouldn't encounter a second water country? Weak nations have no diplomacy. Boji and Xian felt, and if they sought help from the fire country or the lightning country, who could guarantee they wouldn't encounter a second water country? Weak nations have no diplomacy. Boji and Xian felt this truth deeply. Father, do not worry too much. The peace treaty has just been signed. The water country wouldn't dare act too rashly, a young girl said softly as she poured tea for the man. She had long water blue hair, fair and translucent skin with a healthy warmth, delicate and refined features, and bright, lively light brown eyes. Her moon-white kimono adorned with pale yellow accents accentuated her noble and dignified bearing. The girl was named Bojian Liuli, Bojian Xian's daughter. Liuli. Bojian Xian gently ruffled his daughter's hair. Only at this moment could he set aside the burden of the entire nation and enjoy a brief respite. Night fell quietly. The streets of the land of Tang were still bustling with pedestrians. Shirtu walked alone, observing the frequently appearing Wuyin village ninjas. Night fell quietly. The streets of the land of Tang were still bustling with pedestrians. Shirtu walked alone, observing the frequently appearing Wuyin village ninjas. The Nine Tails might not be curious, but Shirtu was. He had hit a bottleneck in developing new ninjutsu, and was nearly driven mad by the stagnation. He desperately needed new inspiration to advance his techniques. The water country's current actions might provide Shirtu with fresh ideas. He followed the Wuyin village ninjas to see their true purpose. Shirtu followed them into a small alley. Besides Shirtu, 4 Wuyin village ninjas were lurking in the alley, apparently preparing to ambush someone. Shirtu calmly concealed himself. The Wuyin ninjas were completely unaware of his presence. Time passed, and a young girl appeared in the alley. The moment the girl arrived, the Wuyin ninjas struck. With a single chop, they knocked the girl unconscious, then hoisted her onto someone's back, preparing to flee. Shirtu watched everything unfold before him without intervening immediately. Although this alley was small, it was still part of the bustling market. Acting rashly could easily expose him. Shirtu followed the Wuyin ninjas as they left the market and arrived at a desolate area. Sir, why skulk in the shadows? Come out and show yourself, said the Wuyin ninja, carrying the girl, stopping and looking in Shita's direction. Shirtu was not surprised that he had been discovered. Out here, a fight would not worry him about being exposed. Shita's figure emerged from the darkness. Sir, you are quite audacious, abducting a princess at night. What crime should that be? The girl was the princess of the land of Tang, Bojian Xian's daughter, Bojian Liuli. Shirtu naturally knew the girl's identity. The Wuyin ninjas kidnapping the princess of the land of Tang was a terrifying event that could spark a war between two nations. Frustrated by his lack of inspiration, Shirtu was extremely curious about this matter. Tonight, let me Uchiha Shido reenact Minato's moonlit rescue of the maiden. Shita's figure vanished in an instant. The 4 Wuyin ninjas guarded themselves, cautiously wary of a surprise attack. Thump. It was the sound of a body hitting the ground. The Wuyin ninjas looked toward the sound. One of their comrades had been silently dispatched, his throat slashed. Water release mist concealment technique. A vast amount of mist poured from the mouths of the remaining 3 Wuyin ninjas. The mist enshrouded the entire battlefield, and the Wuyin ninjas vanished into the haze. Thump. Another body fell. The ninja guarding Bojian Liuli rushed to sense in the direction of the sound. Yet another of his comrades had fallen to the opponent's kunai. Fear gradually seized his heart, and cold sweat soaked his back. Thump. Another sound. Where are you? Damn it, come out. The sole survivor shouted, trying to bolster his courage. Thump. Another sound. Where are you? Damn it, come out. The sole survivor shouted, trying to bolster his courage. Gradually his strength ebbed, and his legs could no longer support his body. Thump. The last survivor collapsed to the ground. The thick mist slowly dissipated, leaving only Shirtu, standing alone. When Bojin Lioli awoke, she found herself being carried swiftly through a dense forest by a strange young man. The cool moonlight fell upon Shida's face, adding an air of mystery to his already handsome features. Coming to her senses, Bojin Lioli immediately struggled in Shida's arms. Don't move. The mist ninja who attacked you have already been defeated by me. Shirtu spoke while holding the young girl tightly in his arms, preventing her from falling due to her thrashing. A gentle voice lingered around Luli's ears. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, Bojin Lioli ceased struggling and simply buried her head in Shida's chest. Their figures flickered before the bright moon, and a secret love quietly took root in the girl's heart. Shirtu carried the girl back to the front of her home. When the guards of the Bojin clan saw that their missing princess was being held by a strange man, they immediately surrounded them with weapons drawn. Villain, released the princess at once. The guard's warning caused Shirtu to slowly set Bojin Lioli down on the ground. Prolonged travel had made the girl's legs unsteady, and she could only stand by holding onto the young man's arm. The guard stood frozen in place, seeing that the usually dignified and graceful princess now appeared so shy. Since the crisis is resolved, I'll be on my way. Shirtu spoke slowly, and as he looked at the girl's head, he couldn't help but reach out and touch it. The young man's action made the girl's cheeks flush crimson, yet she did not resist. Just as the young man turned to leave, his sleeve was caught by the girl. May I ask your honorable name, sir, and where you currently reside? My name is Uchiha Shirtu. The young man's words startled the love-struck girl, and her hands, which had been holding his sleeve, unconsciously loosened. Shirtu paid no heed to the shock of the girl and the onlookers. In an instant, he vanished before their eyes. Lioli. Bojin Xian, sensing his daughter's aura, rushed out of the room. After finishing his conversation with Hozuki Jinjetsu, Bojin Xian had been contemplating how to resolve this crisis in his office. Then he heard from a servant that his daughter had gone out to buy ingredients to prepare dinner for him. After finishing his conversation with Hozuki Jinjetsu, Bojin Xian had been contemplating how to resolve this crisis in his office. But then he learned that his daughter had been attacked and was missing. Bojin Xian naturally knew that this sudden turn of events was the work of Hozuki Jinjetsu. However, without concrete evidence, Bojin Xian had no choice but to send people to search endlessly. After fruitless searching, he suddenly sensed his daughter's presence outside the house. Yet he saw his daughter gazing affectionately at a strange young man. Feeling as if the cabbage he had raised for years was about to be taken by a pig, Bojin Xian was about to teach the boy a lesson. But then he heard the boy's self-introduction. That ordinary name shook the daimyo of the Land of Springs no less than the visit of Hozuki Jinjetsu. Father and daughter returned to the meeting room. By now all the guards had been dismissed by Bojin Xian, leaving only the two of them. Father, I'm sorry. Bojin Lioli bowed her head in apology. If she hadn't gone out on her own, she wouldn't have encountered this ordeal. Bojin Xian did not blame his daughter excessively. Briefly tell me about that Uchiha boy. Yes. Bojin Lioli slowly recounted the events of the night. At the same time, Shirtu had returned to his lodgings. The Nine-Tails was still curled up in the room, behaving like a homebody fox. Suddenly the Nine-Tails' nose twitched. As if sensing something, the Nine-Tails immediately snapped awake. Shida, where did you find a vixen? Hearing the Nine-Tails' telepathic message, Shirtu gave an awkward smile. Shirtu naturally knew that the Nine-Tails had smelled Bojin Lioli's scent on him. Originally, he had planned to remain an anonymous hero and not get involved in this matter. But after learning that it was the princess of the Land of Springs who had been attacked, he changed his mind. By deliberately revealing himself to the daimyo of the Land of Springs and saving the princess, could he perhaps use this opportunity to form an alliance with the Land of Springs? The Land of Springs was currently under pressure from the Land of Water. With insufficient strength, it could only seek external aid. Having both power and the need for a stable rear base, Shirtu could perfectly complement the Land of Springs. Shirtu needed the Land of Springs to help him stay hidden and provide some simple financial support. The Land of Springs needed a secret and powerful force to maintain its own security. With complementary needs, the plan was feasible. That was why Shirtu decided to learn from Yondaime and pull off a moonlit romance. After hearing Shida's plan, the Nine-Tails' originally vigilant heart gradually calmed down. The Nine-Tails had feared that Shirtu had been bewitched by some woman and intended to abandon the millennial lone fox to elope with another. The Nine-Tails lay back down in its nest, closing its eyes for a nap. The environment of the Land of Springs was too comfortable, always making the fox want to laze around and sleep. Seeing the Nine-Tails' demeanor, Shirtu did not stop it. The fox demon, once known as the embodiment of hatred, had now become a little homebody. This feeling was quite pleasant. After recounting the encounter with Uchiha Shidu, both Lioli and Bojin Xian fell into an involuntary silence. Boji and Liuli was silent because she had not described the intimate gestures and words between her and Shirtu. Some scenes the girl wished to keep as her own private memories. Boji and Shien was silent because of Uchiha Shitu's identity and strength. Uchiha Shitu, an Uchiha clan member branded and shrank rogue ninja by Konoha. Not only was he immensely powerful, capable of silently killing 4 Miss Jonin, but he also possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, an ability that was difficult to guard against. Most importantly, there was the figure behind Uchiha Shitu, the legendary Uchiha Madara. The pressure that this young man brought upon Boji and Shien now far exceeded the threat from the Land of Water. The Land of Water would at most resort to some underhanded tricks, but Uchiha Madara would truly annihilate a nation. Seeing his daughter still blushing, a bold idea gradually took shape in Boji and Shien's mind. Liuli, do you have feelings for that Uchiha Shirtu? Hearing her father's question, Boji and Liuli immediately flushed bright red, lowering her head, not daring to look at him. No. A voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz came from the girl. Seeing his daughter's reaction, Boji and Shien's idea became even more certain. I wish to betroth you to that Uchiha Shirtu. Are you willing? In a dense forest in the Land of Springs, the appointed time has long passed. It seems they failed. A ninja wearing a Kirigakure forehead protector spoke slowly. I didn't expect the Land of Springs to have some strength. The speaker was a man with long yellow hair, a mustache, and a goatee. The man was none other than Hozuki Genjutsu, who had spoken with Boji and Shien during the day. In that case, let's hope they can withstand our subsequent attacks. The mustached man continued, not too concerned about the failure of this plan. The next day, Shirtu was still asleep when he was awakened by a knock on the door. He had stayed up late the night before developing a new jutsu, so he had only fallen asleep near dawn. Still in his pajamas, Shirtu yawned and went to open the door. Who is it? It was unlikely that someone would come to attack in broad daylight. Moreover, with the peace treaty signed among the 5 great nations, such open assaults were strictly prohibited. Although the Land of Springs was not strong, no one dared to provoke trouble in public. As a transportation hub, the Land of Springs had an unwritten rule that those who broke it would face collective opposition from all parties. Of course, such an unwritten rule was completely useless against true powerhouses such as Shirtu or the Land of Water. Shirtu slowly opened the door, and the girl's familiar face came into view. It was Bojian Liuli, the girl he had rescued the day before. Although Shirtu had not revealed his residence yesterday, as the master of the Land of Springs, it was not difficult to find someone's whereabouts. Moreover, Shirtu had not deliberately tried to hide his tracks. Seeing Shirtu in his pajamas looking as if he had just woken up, the girl's cheeks flushed slightly. Thank you for rescuing me yesterday, sir. I have come today to invite you to my humble home to repay your life-saving grace. Boji and Liuli performed a slight bow while issuing the invitation. Looking at the girl before him, Shirtu understood that the hint he had given Boji and Shien yesterday had been received. Shirtu carried the QB as he arrived at Boji and Shien's meeting room. The QB's orange-yellow tails coiled tightly around Shita's arm. Though its eyes were closed, seemingly asleep, the occasional twitching of its ears betrayed the QB's vigilance toward its surroundings. The QB had intended to continue sleeping, but suddenly realized that Shirtu was about to leave with this unfamiliar woman. As if struck by a thought, the QB decisively abandoned its cozy nest and nestled into Shita's arms. All beautiful, unfamiliar women were suspicious, just like those 3 women from Ryuchi Cave. Shirtu found the QB's behavior helpless, but he still chose to carry it as he set off. As for Boji and Liuli, although she was curious about this adorable little fox with 9 tails, she said nothing and led this peculiar pair to her home. Shirtu casually sat in the seat of honor arranged by Boji and Shien, savoring the tea that Boji and Liuli had personally brewed earlier. What puzzled Shirtu was that Boji and Shien did not choose to sit opposite him, but rather beside him. Boji and Liuli sat across from Shirtu. Shirtu assumed that the princess he had rescued was trying to build a closer relationship, so he did not dwell on it. Mr. Shitu, I am immensely grateful for your intervention to save my daughter yesterday. With these words, Boji and Shien stood up and bowed deeply to Shirtu. Boji and Liuli followed her father in bowing. Shirtu did not stop them. Accepting their respects could help bridge the gap and facilitate the subsequent alliance. Moreover, Shirtu had indeed rendered them a great service and deserved such courtesy. After the verbal thanks concluded, the 2 returned to their seats. Mr. Shita, these are our tokens of gratitude for your assistance. As Boji and Shien clapped his hands, a line of servants stepped forward to present treasures. Simple gold, silver, and jewels were countless, for the land of Tang, as a hub between great nations, was exceedingly wealthy. After the monetary gifts came the treasures. Boji and Shien directly presented the hot spring, or an item sought after by the Land of Water. This, or could only be produced in the land of Tang, and greatly enhanced both fire and water release techniques. Even a small amount mixed into a weapon could drastically increase its power. This, or was difficult to produce and extremely rare, yet Boji and Shien offered a large piece. Given its size, it could even be used to forge a precious blade. Its value was self-evident. Beyond this, there were countless rare minerals from other nations. Though valuable, those could be purchased in bulk with money. Even so, it sufficiently demonstrated Bojian Xian's sincerity. Shirtu was particularly interested in the hot spring, it was well known that the Uchiha clan excelled in swordsmanship. Yet Shirtu had no personal blade. The reason was that during the previous war between the Uchiha and Senju's blade had suffered too much damage and frequent repairs had become a significant expense. Left with no choice, Shirtu had trained in close-quarters combat with kunai. Kunai were cheap, and with enough proficiency, they could still be deadly on the battlefield. That said, Shirtu still desired a peerless blade suited to him. Sensing the other party's sincerity, Shirtu naturally understood that Bojian Xian had a request. In Shida's view, these gifts were less a reward for saving Liuli and more a gesture of goodwill for an alliance. Mr. Bojian Xian, this generous offering likely comes with a request. Please speak plainly, there is no need for such formality. Seeing Shida's satisfied expression, Bojian Xian felt his plan was working. Young friend Shida, ever since you rescued my daughter yesterday, she has wished to express her gratitude. Shirtu listened and nodded lightly. It seems he intends to naturally transition into an alliance through this matter. Bojian Xian is quite perceptive. He even changed how he addresses me. Looks like it's settled. Shirtu thought to himself. Seeing Shirtu nod, Bojian Xian rejoiced inwardly. So he has feelings for Liuli too. This marriage alliance might work. Therefore I wish to marry my daughter to you. I naturally agreed to form an alliance. Both spoke at the same time with smiles on their faces. Marriage. Alliance. Both were stunned. Marriage is out of the question. An alliance is impossible. Shirtu and Bojian Xian spoke simultaneously. Silence fell over the room. The sudden turn of events caught both parties off guard. A faint sob like a mosquito's hum broke the stillness. Upon hearing the young man's words, Bojian Liuli could no longer bear it and began to sob softly. At the sound of her crying, Shirtu was completely stunned. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had made a girl cry. Honestly, Shirtu had only been passing by and saved her on a whim, intending to use the connection to forge an alliance. Who would have thought she would covet his body? Noticing her father and the object of her affection, both looking at her, Bojian Liuli composed herself and sat up straight. I have been rude. Please excuse my retreat, sir. Bojian Liuli rose, bowed, and left the room. Seeing his daughter's sorrowful expression, Bojian Xian spoke slowly. Mr. Shida, my daughter has fallen for you, hence her behavior. Please forgive her. As for an alliance with you, I regret that I cannot agree. Bojian Xian continued. Konoha has issued a wanted notice for you and Lord Madara. Though I have no intention of meddling in your conflict, openly allying with you would invite Konoha's retaliation. But rest assured, sir, I will not easily reveal your whereabouts. Hearing Bojian Xian's explanation, Shirtu finally understood the situation. Indeed, Shirtu had not considered the possibility of Konoha's retaliation. Konoha might not dare to strike directly at him and Madara, but it would likely have no qualms about targeting the land of Tang, which harbored them. As for Bojian Liuli's affection, Shirtu considered it an accident. He had not expected Yongde Mimiya's flirtation technique to be so effective. Had he known, he would never have impulsively mimicked it. Please consider the marriage proposal further, sir. If you agree, I will have a proper reason to support you. Even Konoha would have no grounds to pressure us. Bojian Xian continued, enumerating the benefits of the marital alliance. Shirtu naturally understood his reasoning. If the marriage alliance were achieved, his goal would be indirect, but marriage had never been in Shida's plans. After all, his ultimate goal was the impending invasion of the Otsutsuki. He had no desire to settle down and marry. Allow me to consider it further. Shirtu did not outright refuse, but simply left these words before vanishing from the meeting room. Bojian Xian, watching Shirtu suddenly disappear before his eyes, marveled at his power. Bojian Xian arrived at his daughter's door. The knock pulled Bojian Liuli from her reverie. Father. She opened the door and spoke softly upon seeing him. Has Mr. Shirtu left? Bojian Liuli asked cautiously. Seeing his daughter's careful demeanor, Bojian Xian's heart tightened. Since his wife passed away, Liuli had been his only treasure. Now that brat had hurt her. As a father, he wished to avenge her, but was powerless due to his lack of strength. Don't worry, Liuli. That boy didn't refuse outright in the end. You still have a chance. Besides, he's interested in our hot spring, he didn't accept the gift today, so he will surely return. Hearing her father's consolation, a smile returned to the girl's face. You silly girl, he humiliated you like that, and you still like him so much. Seeing his daughter happy again, Bojian Xian's resentment toward Shirtu grew. My precious cabbage has been rooted up by a pig. It's your cabbage that wants to root up the pig. Bojian Liuli clung to her father's arm, coaxing. Shirtu returned to the inn carrying the QB. The day's meeting had caught him completely off guard. Oh my, our Shirtu leaves a trail of broken hearts wherever he goes. The QB in his arms taunted, its tails no longer coiled around his arm. Yeah, you're right. Shirtu didn't want to argue further, just vigorously rubbed the fox's head. Suddenly a thought struck him. No, I forgot to take my gift. My hot spring, or hearing Shitta's lament, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of the Kyuubi's mouth. Old man Rakuto, is this the life you envisioned? With that thought, the Kyuubi returned to its nest and fell asleep. Gradually his strength ebbed, and his legs could no longer support his body. Thump. The last survivor collapsed to the ground, undoubtedly happier than other children. The villagers respectfully called me princess, and I always strived to live up to their trust. Yet I could not effectively control the physical energy and spiritual energy within my body. Unable to perform even the simplest chakra control, how could I become a powerful ninja to protect my people? Thus I had to push myself harder in other aspects. I sacrificed my childhood playtime to learn etiquette, ensuring I would not disgrace my country and father during national conflict. I studied state affairs. My father had many opposing political parties, and as his only remaining family, I needed to share his burdens. I learned the histories of various nations, trying to understand their enmities and seek potential allies for Tang country. I learned to read people's expressions, attempting to discern their hidden true thoughts. I cared for the common people, striving to raise my popularity among them to secure more benefits for them. I had demanded as much of myself as possible, giving my all. I walked alone through the bustling market of Tang country. Due to its geographical location, Tang country was naturally the best transportation hub. As a result, it became a prime tourist destination for other nations. In the market, people forgot the troubles of life and savored its beauty. And me? My birth was superior to most in the ninja world, but was my life truly better than theirs? Compared to other children, I didn't have to worry about life-threatening danger or basic necessities. I could be called the happiest child in the world. But was that really the case? My father's helplessness in political isolation, the people's struggles and poverty, these constantly tormented me. As the most honored princess, what could I actually do? Sometimes I wondered if I could master ninjutsu and become a strong warrior like my father. Could I change everything I faced? Other times I thought, I am just an ordinary young girl. Why must I be so strict with myself that I have no leisure time at all? I am merely a 16-year-old girl. What can I really accomplish? Until one day a ninja from Shuei country came to meet my father. Shuei country was originally ruled by independent factions, and the archipelago nature made true unification of that region always difficult. But that ninja named by Lien succeeded. Through war and absolute power, by Lien unified the entire country, a true hegemon. Now, having just stabilized their rule, they sought a meeting with my father. This could not be simple, and indeed it was not. They attempted to force the stationing of troops in Tang country, thereby dominating it. We would not surrender without a fight. But what could we do? Though my father was the most powerful daimyo, many other daimyos coveted his authority. This visit from Shuei country provided them with the perfect opportunity. They would surely seize power in the chaos, perhaps even switching. Short-sighted, they cared only for their own power, indifferent to the suffering of the people. The peace treaty had just been signed. To Shuei country would not dare start a war. But through these parasites they could easily siphon off Tang country's interests. And us. Most people in Tang country cherished peace, earning it the nickname the village that forgot war. Such a mindset is fine, but surrounded by wolves, failing to strengthen oneself only makes one prey. This was an insoluble dilemma. Weak and powerless, we had no choice. They were bound to take a bite out of us. Was there truly no way out? Gazing at the mist ninjas lurking outside the Bojian mansion, a thought suddenly flashed through Bojian Luli's mind. No, there was still a way, and it seemed to be the only way I could realize my value. Myself. Yes, by sacrificing myself, the problem would naturally resolve itself. As the princess of Tang country, though not exceptionally talented, I was deeply loved by the people. If I were to disappear, or even die at the hands of the mist ninjas, all difficulties would dissolve. If I were merely captured by Shuei country and used as a hostage, given my standing among the people, the other daimyos would be forced by public sentiment to oppose Shuei country. With a unified internal voice and bound by the peace treaty, no matter how much pressure Shuei country applied, they would ultimately leave empty-handed. If I were actually killed by Shuei country, perhaps that would be even better. Sacrificing my mediocre self would allow Tang country to declare war on Shuei country. The worst outcome was the best choice. Shuei country, ignoring the peace treaty, had actively murdered the princess of Tang. Then the other four great nations would stand with Tang country, turning the once isolated Tang country into an ally of all four. The threat from Shuei country would naturally vanish. And with the four great nations mutually checking each other, Tang country could maneuver and survive among the great powers. Everything was perfect. All I needed was to sacrifice myself. This might be the meaning of my existence. I went out on the pretext of preparing dinner for my father. I arrived at the alley where the mist ninjas were lying in ambush. That they had set a trap was something I had not anticipated. Perhaps Shuei country, always using threats and force to conquer other nations, had never thoroughly investigated the internal affairs of Tang country. Ambushing me would only foil their plans. Maybe heaven favored me. Standing before the alley, my steps involuntarily halted. Memories from my earliest years quickly replayed in my mind. My mother died early and my father raised me alone. I gave up playtime to study hard. The frustration of failing to perform ninjutsu, the rejection of my political suggestions. My life has always been a failure. Tears involuntarily streamed down my cheeks. But I also wanted to play carefree like other children. But I also wanted to stroll through the market like other children. But I also wanted to act spoiled with my parents like other children. I really don't want to die. Can anyone save me? These were nothing but my final unrealistic wishes. Still, I walked into the alley. As expected, I was knocked unconscious by the hidden mist ninja. When I awoke, I found myself held in the arms of a stranger. The howling wind by my ears made me lose balance, and I trembled in his embrace. Don't move. The mist ninja who attacked you has been defeated. The stranger's gentle voice reached my ears, calming my tremor. The soft moonlight fell upon his handsome face, and my heart pounded violently. I couldn't help but nestle into his arms, perhaps because the night breeze was too cold. Is he the one sent by heaven to save me? This thought took root in my heart, uncontrollably impossible to remove. My name is Yuzhibo Shirtu. So his name is Yuzhibo Shirtu. What a lovely name, I thought, and then suddenly realized something. Yuzhibo Shirtu. He was in Shrank Rogue Ninja, wanted by Mu Yi, backed by none other than Yuzhibo Ban. How remarkable. Yes, that was my first thought. As for whether he was a vicious criminal, I never considered it. How could someone sent by heaven to save me be evil? Father wishes to betroth you to that Yuzhibo Shirtu. Are you willing? My father's words shocked me. Of course, father had never thought of using my marriage to resolve the crisis, yet now he said such words. But I did not hold it again. Father understood that I liked Lord Shirtu. This might be my best destiny. Marriage is impossible. Indeed, Lord Shirtu is so strong and perfect, while I am just an ordinary person who cannot even release ninjutsu. It's only natural that he would not accept me. I thought that way, but warm tears uncontrollably flowed. Having learned etiquette since childhood, I could not behave so rudely. I quickly fled the meeting room. Yes, fled. Such a rude person like me, it's no wonder Lord Shirtu. That boy didn't outright refuse. You still have a chance. Father said. My once dormant heart stirred again, and a smile involuntarily spread across my face. That's right. Lord Shirtu didn't know me at all yet, so how could he accept me? I will definitely make Lord Shirtu accept me. This is now my goal. Feeling the genuine joy from within, an emotion I hadn't experienced in a long time. A true smile had not appeared on my face for so long. But with Lord Shida, my life from now on will surely get better and better. A week had passed since the meeting between Takedo and Hazama Gen. After that, Hazama Gen had not actively sought out Takedo again, but Takedo was not concerned about it. The alliance proposal was a spuro-femin idea from Takedo. If it worked out, great. If not, it was no great loss. As for using the Sharingan to directly control the other party, that option was never on Takedo's table from the start. If he resorted to such methods, how would it differ from casting the infinite Tsukuyomi? What Takedo aimed to do was to foster better development across the entire shinobi world and bring true peace to this war-torn realm. Takedo sat with his legs crossed, reading the latest Shinobi World Times. This was a newspaper unique to the land of Tang, which regularly reported major events from the great nations. Only the land of Tang, serving as a transportation hub, could compile news from the entire shinobi world. Although these reports did not include confidential information from the various hidden villages, Takedo still found them quite interesting. Sorry to disturb you. A clear voice came from outside the door. Takedo sighed. The visitor was Hazama Ruri. Hazama Ruri wore a dress of black and white. The outfit consisted mainly of a white apron trimmed with lace over a black long-sleeve dress with a white collar. Her head was wrapped in a black-made headdress. The white apron strings were tied at the back into a large bow, and a ribbon tied into a bow adorned her chest. These were the only decorations on the entire dress. It was indeed a traditional maid dress. Gashijin-sama. As she spoke, Ruri performed a proper curtsy, just like a real. Takedo was speechless. Ever since their meeting that day, Hazama Ruri had come to pester him every day. According to her, it was her way of repaying his kindness. Since she could not give herself to him in marriage, she would personally attend to her benefactor's daily needs. As for the outfit, it was naturally Takedo's own request. Since you want to be my servant, you must at least wear the most basic maid outfit. Takedo had said this in a fit of annoyance, trying to embarrass Ruri. But Hazama Ruri had actually worn it today. Takedo couldn't take it anymore. Milady, shouldn't you be hiding at home? What are you doing here, causing trouble? There are so many mist ninja on the streets now, aren't you afraid of being captured by them again? Takedo deeply regretted ever imitating the fourth Hokage's cool moves in the first place. I believe that Gashijin-sama will protect me. If I am captured again, Gashijin-sama will surely come to rescue me, just like that night. Ruri's face was full of anticipation, as if she wished to relive the events of that night. Takedo's inadvertent rescue seemed to hold extraordinary significance for the young girl. Looking at the lively girl before him, Takedo could hardly associate her with the dignified and gentle princess she had been before. Think carefully. If you truly become my maid, no one will save you if I do all sorts of things to you. Takedo threatened, putting on a lecherous expression in an attempt to scare the princess away. Instead of being frightened by Takedo's threat, Ruri blushed shyly and said, "That's fine. If Gashijin-sama wants to do anything, it's all right with me." Takedo was completely stunned, only snapping out of it after confirming he was not under a genjutsu. "Oh, I can't take this anymore." Takedo stood up, picked up the nine tails, and activated his spatial ability. In an instant, the room was empty. Takedo, carrying the nine tails and bringing Ruri along, arrived at Hazama Jin's meeting room. "Old man, keep a better eye on your daughter." With that, Takedo activated his ability again and vanished. Hazama Jin looked at his precious daughter, who had been returned by the other party, and ground his molars in frustration. My precious daughter offers herself to him, and he still refuses. Damn that brat. Hazama Jin cursed Takedo inwardly, but dared not show it. But what could he do? His little darling was smitten. Watching Ruri's flushed face, Hazama Jin was about to console her when he heard, "Father, I will succeed next time." Looking at his foolish daughter, now completely lost in love, Hazama Jin knew that his once dignified and intelligent girl was gone forever. Takedo walked down the street carrying the nine tails. The nine tails had lost interest in all the street attractions after trying. Now it lay curled in Takedo's arms, treating him as a mobile bed. But the tail wrapped around Takedo's arms signified that their relationship was not so simple. Takedo silently observed the positions of the Mist Village ninja. After several days of observation, their patrol routes were fully etched into his mind. They had placed the Hazama residence under complete surveillance. They would surely make a move on the Hazama estate again, soon, to pressure Hazama Jin. Hazama Jin was in a passive position. Without evidence to prove the Mist Ninja's ill intentions, he had no legitimate reason to act against them. Suddenly, a peculiar man appeared before Takedo, blocking his path. The man had long yellow hair, wore a high-collared trench coat, was eyebrowless, and sported a distinctive mustache and goatee. The man was none other than Hozuki Genjutsu. "Uchiha Takedo, may I invite you for a chat?" Takedo was curious about what the mustached man wanted, so he nodded. Takedo followed Hozuki Genjutsu to a secluded spot. The sun was setting and night was gray. The place was far from human habitation, surrounded by dense forest with a small river flowing slowly by. It seemed like an ideal spot for murder and burial. A perfect night for crime. The other party was clearly hostile. "First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Hozuki Genjutsu of the Mist Village." "Yes, mustache, what do you want with me?" Genjutsu, hearing his most hated nickname, wanted to lose his temper, but mindful of his plans, forced a smile. "The reason I've troubled you, Tokita Dono, is to confirm your relationship with the land of Tang." Genjutsu spoke respectfully. He did not know Tokido's true strength, but since Takedo was a strength missing nin with the backing of Uchiha Madara, Genjutsu dared not be too presumptuous. A nice place to stay, nothing more. Takedo thought carefully. Aurura's face kept appearing in his mind, but he still said this. The truth was indeed that aside from being a good residence, there was no other connection. "Then could you kindly refrain from interfering in our future dealings with the land of Tang? If you agree, I will offer you a generous reward." Hozuki Genjutsu stated his request, which was within Tokido's expectations. The other party did not delve into the deaths of the four Mist Jonin, and even willingly sought to befriend Takedo. Yet Takedo still shook his head. "I'm afraid I cannot agree." Not to mention what a newly established village like the Mist could offer as a reward. The assertive tone of the other party alone made Takedo displeased. The Uchiha act as they please with no need to heed others. "In that case, please leave your bounty behind, Tokita Dono. The reward for strength missing nin is quite tempting." Hozuki Genjutsu made no attempt to hide his killing intent. From the moment Takedo called him mustache, he had wanted to kill him. After all, Takedo was barely an adult. How strong could he be? Hozuki Genjutsu was supremely confident in his own abilities. Takedo gently stroked the nine-tails' soft fur, but the nine-tails showed no reaction to Genjutsu. Too weak, not even worth arousing the fox's interest. "Do you want to dance too?" Hozuki Genjutsu, hearing Tokido's sudden question, did not understand what he meant. At the same time, 20 Mist Jonin surrounded the Hazama residence. This was almost all of the Mist villages available. A newly formed village needed many hands to ensure its stability. This assault was the Mist village's all-out strike. Layers of mist enveloped the entire Hazama estate, and the cold moonlight could barely penetrate the fog. The Mist Village had originally planned to use covert methods to pressure the other party into submission. But the sudden death of 4 Jonin and the appearance of Uchiha Takedo forced the Mist higher-ups to decide on a swift resolution. Prolonging the matter would only invite unforeseen complications. Hazama Jin naturally sensed the sudden attack. While puzzled that the other party would openly violate the peace treaty signed by the 5 great nations, he directed the estate guards to defend. Above all, he had to protect his daughter. That was a father's duty. Water bullet technique. Unable to endure the nickname mustache any longer, Guiding Huanyue immediately launched an attack. In his eyes, Shirtu was merely putting on a show. Guiding Huanyue condensed a bullet-like liquid at the tip of his right finger and shot it towards Shirtu. Holding the nine tails, Shirtu seemed to have already seen through Guiding Huanyue's intention, easily sidestepping the bullet. Seeing Shit's blatant disregard, Guiding Huanyue's anger surged even more. Water bullet technique barrage. Guiding Huanyue shaped his hands into pistols, firing bullet after bullet of condensed liquid from his fingertips. Like a machine gun's rapid fire, a continuous stream of attacks rained down on Shirtu. Facing the relentless assault, Shirtu finally began to take the opponent seriously. He lightly tossed the nine tails aside, and with his hands now free, rapidly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball engulfed the incoming bullets. Although fire was supposedly countered by water, the technique vaporized and eliminated all of Guiding Huanyue's attacks. A bead of sweat rolled down Guiding Huanyue's forehead, whether from the fireball's intense heat or the shock of Shit's overwhelming power. Having fought for years, Guiding Huanyue immediately recognized the opponent's strength. He clasped his hands together, then slammed them against the ground. Summoning technique, Shun. A giant clam with a hard shell was summoned to the battlefield. Thick mist poured from the clam's antennae, obscuring the Sharingan slowly activated. However, due to the vast chakra permeating the mist, even the Sharingan could not fully penetrate it. At the same time, numerous water spheres appeared within the fog, drifting gently, but carrying immense danger. This was the water release water sphere technique. Sensing the ninjutsu Guiding Huanyue had unleashed, Shirtu gradually grew intrigued. His new jutsu development had hit a bottleneck, and Guiding Huanyue's water techniques might offer fresh inspiration. With that thought, Shirtu decided not to use wind release to dispel the mist immediately. Experiencing it firsthand was the best way to spark ideas. He tentatively released a fireball. Boom! The fireball collided with a water sphere, causing a violent explosion. Each tiny water sphere acted like a bomb, triggering a chain of explosions throughout the fog. Too naive, kid. He'll claim your bounty. Standing atop the giant clam, Guiding Huanyue sneered at the explosion. Suddenly a figure appeared behind Guiding Huanyue. A kunai rested lightly against his neck. Shit's instantaneous movement had brought him out of danger and immediately turned the tide of battle. A water sphere made of water and oil. The power is indeed impressive. Guiding Huanyue immediately raised his hands. Young master, you have excellent skills. I concede defeat. The one who had been dominating just moments ago quickly surrendered. But at that instant, an attack suddenly appeared behind Shirtu. A kunai stabbed straight toward the back of Shit's head, showing no mercy. Shirtu tilted his head slightly, as if foreseeing the attack, dodging the lethal strike. At that moment, the Guiding Huanyue in front of him slowly faded. It was merely a clone created by the giant clam. As he tilted his head, Shirtu twisted his body in response. The kunai slashed diagonally from Guiding Huanyue's upper right. Guiding Huanyue immediately raised his own kunai to block. Boom! Guiding Huanyue's abdomen turned into a pool of liquid, and Shit's left fist was now embedded in his stomach. The kunai attack was merely a feint. The sudden left hook was the true lethal blow. Although the plan worked, Guiding Huanyue still managed to counter it. Water transformation technique. This was the secret technique of the Guiding clan, allowing the body to liquefy at will, rendering physical attacks ineffective. A spark of lightning appeared in Shit's left fist, and Guiding Huanyue immediately withdrew his body. Although this technique granted near immortality during use, it had one weakness: lightning release. Thick mist continued to spew from the giant clam's antennae. Guiding Huanyue's figure gradually vanished from Shit's sight. Shirtu slowly closed his eyes. They were no longer useful. Only instinct and senses mattered. A blade appeared behind him, aimed at his. Shirtu sidestepped instantly, evading the silent strike. As he turned, another blade emerged from the side, as if it had been lying in ambush. Shirtu swung his kunai, blocking the sneak attack. But the opponent's assault didn't stop. One blade after another flew toward him, an endless barrage completely surrounding him. Even with his eyes closed, Shirtu seemed unaffected by the change in vision. His kunai blocked attacks from every angle, his body weaving through the onslaught like a graceful dance. Having adapted to the opponent's attacks, Shirtu immediately counterattacked. His kunai appeared in front of the enemy, first piercing the body without any surprise. No blood appeared as expected. The kunai felt like it had stabbed into a balloon, hollow and unreal. In truth, the kunai had struck not Guiding Huanyue himself, but a clone shaped like a child. The clone's right arm had transformed into a massive blade, looking extremely dangerous. In fact, all the opponents Shirtu had been fighting were such clones, small in stature, able to fly freely, and incredibly difficult to handle. The clone that had been stabbed began to swell rapidly, growing far larger than Shirtu in an instant. A violent explosion erupted from it, its power far surpassing the earlier water sphere technique. Affected by the exploding clone, the other clones also began to swell rapidly. Explosion after explosion engulfed the battlefield. Let's see how you dodge this time. Guiding Huan Yue far away from the battlefield laughed continuously. Killing that annoying little brat who had called him by that nickname felt absolutely exhilarating. The sound of clashing blades echoed from within the thick fog. Although the defenses of Bojian Manor were sufficient facing 20 sudden mist elite jonin, they were still stretched thin. The thick fog made it impossible for the manor guards to sense the attackers' positions. Despite outnumbering the enemy, they were being slaughtered without a chance to fight back. As for the wind-release ninja, they had been killed at the very start of the battle. Days of reconnaissance had allowed the mist elite jonin to fully learn the manor's defensive intel. Ruri, hide here, and don't come out no matter what. In the cellar, Bojian Xian looked at his daughter repeatedly, instructing her. The time the guards could buy was running out and reinforcements would take a while longer. That time would have to be bought by Bojian Xian himself. As the daimyo of the land of hot springs, he still retained the ability to use ninjutsu, a secret no one else knew. In times of war, only strength could secure a foothold, and this was Bojian Xian's true trump card. But the only thing that worried Bojian Xian was his daughter retained the ability to use ninjutsu, a secret no one else knew. In times of war, Father, please rest assured. I will hide here safely. No panic showed on Bojian Ruri's face. Besides, I believe Lord Shirtu will come to save me. The young girl seemed to think of something, a smile spreading across her face. In her heart, that young man would surely appear before her again, just like that night. Father, please be very careful too. The girl whose heart was already taken did not forget her father. The safety of her loved ones also worried her. Ruri, take care. After giving his final instructions, Bojian Xian slowly left and headed for the battlefield. Wasn't the girl's hope also what Bojian Xian wished for? But the two parties had no connection whatsoever. Why would he come to meddle in this mess? Bojian Ruri gripped the kunai tightly in both hands. This kunai was the very one Shirtu had used when he rescued Ruri that night. After Ruri's earnest pleading, Shirtu had finally given it to her. Lord Shida, you will come to save Ruri, won't you? Bojian Ruri gazed through the small ventilation hole of the cellar toward the direction of the moon. But all that could be seen in the young girl's eyes was thick water, mist, nothing else. Yet even so, she still believed in that young man, without reason but unwaveringly. Explosions erupted in relentless succession within the dense mist. The previously detonated clones did not vanish immediately. Instead, they transformed into hailstones that continuously cooled and shrank, preparing for the next blast. One chain of explosions after another persisted for a considerable time until all the water vapor dissipated entirely. The smoke from the blasts enshrouded the battlefield, making it difficult for Kido Jinjetsu to discern the exact outcome. Yet in Kido Jinjetsu's eyes, no one could survive his relentless steam implosion. No one. Kido Jinjetsu's mission tonight was simple. If he could make sure to cease interfering in the negotiations between the land of hot water and the land of water, that would naturally be best. Although Shirtu and Madara were branded as rogue ninjas by Konoha and wanted across the entire shinobi world, the land of water had no desire to provoke them. As the legendary shinobi of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara was someone no one wished to antagonize. However, if Shirtu proved obstinate and insisted on protecting the land of hot water, the land of water would not hesitate to claim the bounty on Shida's head. According to the land of water's investigation, Madara was not present in the land of hot water. If Madara truly intended to settle scores with the land of water afterward, the land of water was equally confident that Konoha would not remain indifferent. The Senju and Uchiha had formed an alliance to establish the village, but the land of water did not believe that Konoha was devoid of those who resented the Uchiha. The smoke generated by the explosions gradually dissipated, revealing a massive crater before Kido Jinjetsu's eyes. However, an unexpected sight confronted Kido Jinjetsu. A crimson half-giant stood before him, and within the giant's core, cradling the nine tails, was Shitsu, completely unscathed. The bewitching pattern of the Mangekyō gradually emerged in Shida's eyes. His Shuinjia ability activated instantly. Watching Shirtu vanish from the crater, Kido Jinjetsu immediately sensed trouble. Kido Jinjetsu attempted to use the water body technique only to find his body no longer under his control. Carrying the nine tails in his left arm, Shirtu appeared behind Kido Jinjetsu, his right hand crackling with lightning. The lightning of the lightning release coursed through Kido Jinjetsu's body, reducing him to a jelly-like sculpted form. Kido Jinjetsu found himself involuntarily gazing into Shida's eyes, a pair of mysterious and beautiful eyes that held him captive, impossible to look away. Seeing Kido Jinjetsu trapped in a Jinjutsu, Shirtu slowly withdrew his right hand. Kido Jinjetsu's abilities intrigued Shirtu greatly. Whether it was the mirage clones formed by the giant clam or the self-detonating clones composed of water and oil, each was unique. The consecutive self-detonating clones could create a chain of explosions, an extremely difficult technique for ordinary people to counter. The thick layers of mist blocked Shida's vision, making it hard to activate his Shuinjia. With no other choice, Shirtu released Susanoo for defense. Though it could not breach Susanoo's defenses at all, its power earned Shida's recognition. Lost in his recollections, Shirtu completely failed to notice that Kido Jinjetsu's eyes, once immersed in the Jinjutsu, had regained their clarity. A drop of liquid dripped from Kido Jinjetsu's trouser leg and merged into the ground. Sensing something amiss, Shirtu snapped back to reality and struck the still immobile Kido Jinjetsu with force. Kido Jinjetsu's body instantly turned into a pool of liquid, a water clone. At the critical moment, Kido Jinjetsu had broken the Jinjutsu and escaped using a water clone. Shirtu sensed Kido Jinjetsu's location. By now, Kido Jinjetsu, having transformed into liquid, had merged into the river, making pursuit impossible. I must strengthen my training in Jinjutsu, Shirtu murmured slowly. Kido Jinjetsu had managed to escape Shida's perception. I must strengthen my training in Jinjutsu, Shirtu murmured slowly. Kido Jinjetsu had managed to escape Shida's perception by following the river. He now reappeared on the riverbank. Damn it, that brat is this powerful. Kido Jinjetsu stared at the shattered pendant in his hand, his face filled with dread. The reason he had been able to break the Jinjutsu this time was entirely due to the pendant. The pendant was a treasure passed down through the Kido clan, capable of shielding its wearer from Jinjutsu. Looking at the pendant now broken by Shida's Jinjutsu, Kido Jinjetsu felt a deep pang of regret, followed by a wave of terror. If not for it, I would have truly fallen to that brat this time. Shirtu walked slowly back along the path, cradling the 9 tails. The remaining 12 jonin of the Mist Village looked at Bo Jianxian, before them, their expressions heavy. Bo Jianxian, the daimyo of the Land of Hot Water, was no ordinary man. He was a shinobi proficient in ninjutsu. Not only that, but he also possessed a terrifying Kekkei Gunkai, the boil release. Even facing the siege of 12 jonin, he remained undefeated. Scorching smoke enveloped everyone entirely. Each breath the Mist jonin took felt as though their respiratory tracts were being continuously seared. Even facing the siege of 12 jonin, he remained undefeated. Scorching smoke enveloped everyone entirely. Each breath the Mist jonin took felt as though their respiratory tracts were being continuously seared. This smoke was precisely the technique Bo Jianxian had unleashed. Boil release radiant clouds and mist. Radiant clouds and mist could rapidly release a vast amount of temperature-controlled smoke, not only obstructing the opponent's perception, but also causing respiratory burns and suffocation with its searing heat. At the same time as the caster of this technique, the smoke caused him no harm whatsoever and continuously healed him. It was a formidable technique combining offense and defense. The Mist jonin naturally realized that killing Bo Jianxian was nearly impossible. His strategy of defensive counterattack was precisely to drag them into a protracted battle. The reinforcements from the hidden hot water village were about to arrive, and the current plan could already be declared a failure. As if recalling something, the Mist team leader made a hand signal. 2 Mist jonin, watching the team leader's gesture, slowly retreated, leaving Bo Jianxian's smoke range and vanishing into the... Bo Jianxian naturally noticed their movement and immediately unleashed a ninjutsu to intercept. Boil release scorching torrent jet. From his mouth, Bo Jianxian violently expelled a massive high-pressure scalding water column, like an ultra-high-pressure water gun aimed at the 2 jonin with terrifying heat. Water release water formation wall. The Mist team leader immediately cast a water formation wall to block. The sudden turn of events filled Bo Jianxian with unease. Their target was clearly himself, yet they had now vanished. No, it's Ruri. Bo Jianxian suddenly realized, attempting to break free from the encirclement of the remaining 10. But his opponents were not about to let him have his way. Though the 10 Mist jonin could not defeat Bo Jianxian, they were more than capable of holding him back. In truth, their objective was indeed Bo Jianruri. Now, with Bo Jianxian proving difficult to handle, whether Bo Jianruri was executed or captured, it would serve as a severe blow to the Land of Hot Water. The Land of Hot Water had more than one daimyo, but Bo Jianxian was the most powerful. The death of Bo Jianruri would effectively intimidate the other daimyo. Thus, even if Bo Jianruri later sought revenge, it would be difficult to unify all voices. The previous planned attack had been thwarted by Shido, but who could protect Bo Jianruri now? Thus, even if Bo Jianruri later sought revenge, it would be difficult to unify all voices. The previous planned attack had been thwarted by Shido, but who could protect? As if only this could comfort the young girl. Suddenly, crisp footsteps sounded from above. Fath. Ruri, about to speak, quickly covered her mouth with her hand. There is more than one set of footsteps. It's not father. Bo Jianruri thought to herself, steadying her breathing. Bo Jianruri was protected by a concealment technique cast by Bo Jianxian, which could shield her from others' perception. However, if she made any sound, she would still be discovered. The sounds of them pushing and breaking objects reached Ruri's ears, growing closer. Lord Shida, you will surely come to save me, won't you? The young girl's heart repeated this phrase over and over, memories of the boy flooding her mind. His rescue, like a divine descent, had given her the courage to live again. The kunai in her hand felt as if the boy himself were present, granting her the composure to calm down once more. The footsteps drew nearer, finally stopping right in front of Bo Jianruri. The reinforcements from the hidden hot water village finally arrived. The moment the Mist team leader saw the opposing reinforcements, he gave the order to retreat. The 10 Mist Jonin immediately withdrew, showing no concern for their 2 remaining comrades. Upon returning to the bustling town, Shirtu immediately learned of the Mist village's attack on the Bojin residence. His Shuinjia activated instantly, and his figure vanished from the spot. Lord Shida, you will surely come to save me, won't you? When Shirtu arrived at the Bojin mansion, a crowd was gathered around a room. 2 Kirigakure Jonin were tightly sealed, kneeling to the side. The commotion of Shida's arrival naturally drew everyone's attention. Shirtu looked at the man before him. The once spirited man now resembled a defeated dog. His blue robe was tattered, his eyes dim and lifeless. Shirtu looked at the man before him. The once spirited man now resembled a defeated dog. His blue robe was tattered, his eyes dim and lifeless. His face bore several extra wrinkles like crumpled and then smooth newspaper, each crease exuding dejection. Mr. Shida, you've come. The previously impassioned voice now sounded as if sandpapered, full of vicissitude. That short sentence brimmed with resentment and helplessness. This was completely unexpected to Shirtu. He believed that although he and Bojian Xian were not sworn brothers, there was no enmity between them. Yet Bojian Xian now harbored such resentment toward his arrival. No. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Shirtu looked around. No. Shida's perception was extremely powerful, seemingly thanks to the sage mode he had accidentally experienced before. Under normal circumstances within his perception range, almost no one could evade his detection. Shirtu pushed through the crowd as if searching for someone. Where is Liuli? Shirtu roared, and even he hadn't expected his reaction to be so intense. Shirtu pushed through the crowd as if searching for someone. Where is Liuli? Shirtu roared, and even he hadn't expected his reaction to be so intense. The girl had beautiful, smooth, water blue hair with soft and delicate features. Her eyes were lightly closed, concealing her bright, lively, light brown pupils. Her originally healthy, translucent, warm white skin was now bloodless. A kunai was embedded in her flat abdomen, and it seemed to be the reason why the girl lay motionless. Shitu, who had been agitated, instantly froze in place at the sight of the girl. Lord Shitu, are you truly unwilling to marry me? Your Highness, you are of noble status. I am undeserving of such fortune. This was their conversation the day after Shirtu had refused the alliance. At that moment the girl had bright eyes while the young man kept making excuses. Lord Shida, may I call you Brother Shirtu? How can a princess casually acknowledge a brother? The girl tugged at Shida's arm, but the young man turned his head away, trying to escape her closeness. How can a princess casually acknowledge a brother? The girl tugged at Shida's arm, but the young man turned his head away, trying to— Lord Shitu, I want to eat apple candy. Lord Shitu, what is this riddle? Lord Shirtu, if I'm in danger again, will you save me? Lord Shirtu will definitely come to save me, right? Lord Shitu, if I'm in danger again, will you save me? Lord Shirtu will definitely come to save me, right? Right. The memories flashed through Shida's mind one by one. He had known Liuli for only a short time, yet in these few days they had accumulated so many memories. This girl's eyes were full of the young man, but he seemed rarely to look at her. Now Shirtu carefully examined the sleeping girl who, contrary to her usual noisy self, was strangely quiet. Shirtu didn't know why things had developed this way. Looking at the kunai, he seemed to understand everything. If he hadn't appeared, Liuli would have been captured alive initially, and then returned to Bojian Xian's side through a trade between the two parties. Due to the 5 great nations peace treaty, the Land of Water dared not act too recklessly. But everything changed because of his arrival. Because of his appearance, the Land of Water chose to act directly to avoid further complications. Because of his appearance, the Land of Water had an impeccable excuse to hunt down the rogue ninja Uchiha Shido, and Konoha would not interfere. Because of his appearance, this girl was completely dead. Shirtu felt a tightness in his chest. He had experienced this feeling only a few times. Once when his parents died before him, another time when Shun took a blade for him, and now this was the 3rd time. Reason told Shirtu that this matter had nothing to do with him. This was a period of concealment, and in the future there would be a great battle with Hashirama and Tobirama. Revealing himself too early in the ninja world would easily attract hatred. But the Uchiha bloodline kept assaulting Shida's reason. I want to kill someone. This thought suddenly appeared in Shida's mind. Are you that Shirtu? That little girl was muttering about you until her death. A Kirigakure ninja spoke up. At this moment, he was still alive only because there was still much information to extract from him. But as a ninja after a failed mission, only death awaited him. However, being sealed, he couldn't even kill himself. So he was actively seeking death. Shirtu slowly turned his head, looking at the 2 kneeling Kirigakure ninjas. Seeing their arrogant smiles, Shirtu could no longer bear it. With a sideways glance, two heads vanished into thin air. Blood spurted like a fountain as if mourning the girl in the room. Only the space cracks constantly repairing in the air showed what had just happened. Lord Shida, wait. Boji and Xian wanted to stop him, but everything happened too quickly. Looking at the two who had suddenly died, Boji and Xian dared not say another word. The scent of blood in the air let Shirtu vent his inner rage a little, but it was far from enough. The nine tails in his arms gently nudged Shirtu, as if approving of his thoughts. Shirtu vanished instantly with the nine tails. When he reappeared, he was already above the Kirigakure village. He gently tossed down the nine tails. The originally soft and cute nine tails slowly revealed its true form. The legendary demon beast of hatred appeared in the Kirigakure village. The huge commotion naturally awakened the Mizukage Byakuren. Byakuren was about to go out to face the enemy, but a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Shirtu. Byakuren had no intention of tangling with Shirtu as the village was being ravaged by the nine tails. Just as Byakuren was about to form hand seals to leave, he seemed to sense something and twisted his body, trying to dodge something. But Byakuren, who had not been focusing on Shirtu, was ultimately a step too slow. Just as Byakuren was about to form hand seals to leave, he seemed to sense something and twisted his body, trying to dodge something. But Byakuren, who had not been focusing on Shirtu, was ultimately a step too slow. The nine tails. But they were helpless against the nine tails. Most of the village's buildings had been destroyed. The power of the nine tails was not to be underestimated. Mizukagesama. The Kirigakure ninjas spotted the head in Shida's hand and screamed. My name is Uchiha Shirtu. Shirtu ignored them, simply announced. The nine tails leaped and transformed back into a small fox curling up in Shida's arms. Keep your hands in check. Don't touch what you shouldn't. Shirtu looked at the Kirigakure crowd and spoke slowly. Then Shida's figure suddenly vanished. The crowd intended to pursue, but suddenly a massive spatial slash struck the side of the village. After the slash, a huge canyon appeared beside the village right before their eyes. The Kirigakure ninjas who had been about to move now stood frozen, cold sweat pouring down. Shirtu reappeared at the Bojian mansion in less than 3 minutes. The sudden departure and reappearance naturally puzzled everyone. He gently lifted Luli's body in his arms, examining the unusually quiet girl. The power of the Sharingan slowly activated. A mighty force that could transcend life. He gently lifted Luli's body in his arms, examining the unusually quiet girl. The power of the Sharingan slowly activated. A mighty force that could transcend life and death. The time reversal, which could previously only rewind 5 minutes, had also made new progress after the battle with Tobirama. The reversal far beyond 5 minutes restored the girl's complexion to its original healthy, translucent warm white. The kunai had been pulled out from the girl's body by Shirtu, and the wound slowly healed back to normal. The girl's eyelashes fluttered lightly, and then those bright, lively light brown pupils reappeared before Shirtu. At this moment the young man's eyes were full of the girl. A smile reappeared on the girl's face. She gently touched the young man's cheeks with her. Brother Shirtu, I knew you would come to save me. The conflict between the land of water and the land of soup drew the attention of the entire shinobi world, not only because the land of water launched a surprise attack in defiance of the peace treaty, but also because of a single youth. Until now, everyone believed that Uchiha Shirtu, wanted by Konoha, was merely rated strength for defecting alongside Madara. Yet reality dealt them all a harsh slap. At the mist-hidden stronghold in the land of soup, Hozuki Genjutsu had already recalled all mist ninja deployed abroad. This mission could already be declared a failure. Not only that, but Byakuren, the founder of the hidden mist village, had lost his life. Uchiha Shirtu used some unknown time-space jutsu to effortlessly cross the sea and reach the hidden mist village. There he released the nine tails, assassinated Byakuren in an instant, and left a massive canyon rift beside the village. Each act was a declaration to the entire shinobi world. The land of soup was his territory, Uchiha Shida's territory. Replaying that night's battle with Shirtu, Hozuki Genjutsu found his garments soaked with cold sweat. Not only because Shirtu could have killed him that night, but also because the severe damage to Bohanshu was entirely due to his own obstruction. Shirtu might come seeking revenge at any moment, making Genjutsu unwilling to stay a second longer. He can even control the nine-tailed demon fox, a legendary beast of hatred. Genjutsu sighed inwardly, then suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that little fox? With that he turned into water and merged into the sea. The land of soup is too dangerous. In the hidden mist village, this entire matter is Hozuki Genjutsu's fault. Exactly. If not for his incompetence, how could this have happened? Two daimyo of the land of water clamored, joined by many others. Normally they had no say in such meetings. Byakuren had unified the entire land of water and founded the hidden mist village. He was the sole ruler of the nation. But now with Byakuren dead, this was their best chance to reclaim power. Ahem. Byakuren's usual guard, a long-haired man with closed eyes, coughed softly. That night he had been busy evacuating the crowd, never meeting Shirtu. You seem to have misunderstood something. Currently the strongest in the land of water is Hozuki Jinjetsu. By tradition, he should be the second Mizukage, shouldn't he? The man spoke softly, stating a truth none wished to acknowledge. The Hidden Mist village selected its Mizukage solely by strength, for only the strongest could hold the title. Previously the village's strongest was Byakuren, followed by Jinjetsu, and then this closed-eyed man. That meant the moment Byakuren died, Jinjetsu became the second Mizukage. The once noisy daimyo fell silent, not only because of the man's words, but also due to the relationship among the three strongest. Despite being the three strongest, they had never fought over the Mizukage position. Instead, they were remarkably harmonious. The daimyo knew that as long as these three lived, they would never rise to power. In the Hidden Cloud Village, Kinkaku and Ginkaku had ascended to the village's high ranks at the cost of releasing Kendo. Now all Cloud's high-ranking officials gathered to discuss matters concerning Shirtu. Such a demon should be attacked by all 5 great nations, said a hot-tempered man with explosive. His words echoed the inner thoughts of many present. The ability to control the Nine Tails and instantly alter vast landscapes made Shirtu a threat that unnerved everyone. In theory, if Shirtu wished, no ninja village could withstand the technique that created that canyon. Shida's use of this skill was a warning to the entire shinobi world. Do not make an enemy of me, or next time this attack will not graze the village but hit it directly. The Reikage seated at the head remained silent, waiting for news. News from Konoha. Logically, Konoha could not possibly do nothing. But in fact, Konoha had announced nothing. It seemed they had long known of Shida's abilities. Big brother Lord Shirtu is truly powerful. Ginkaku whispered to Kinkaku, admiration undisguised. So we must complete Lord Shida's mission well. Kinkaku forcibly pressed Ginkaku's head down as his expression was too revealing and needed hiding. In the eyes of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, Shirtu was like a god, having saved their family, resurrecting their mother, and granting them immense power. The most important reason Kinkaku and Ginkaku quickly rose to high ranks was the power of the Nine Tails. This made the Cloud Village, which valued strength, increasingly value them, and the previous discrimination they faced was no longer dared to show. Their lives had completely changed. In the Hidden Stone Village, Ishikawa, Mu, and Anoki sat together gravely. They had witnessed Shida's power years ago, so Konoha's rank 1 status was no surprise to them. But now Shida's display of power far exceeded what he had shown before. The terrifying ability to alter vast landscapes made everyone wary. The youngest Anoki recalled his grandfather's battle with that youth and trembled uncontrollably. His fear of Madara and Shida, far from diminishing over the years, had only grown. Anoki, don't forget the will of stone your grandfather taught you. How can you bear the burden of the entire village with such behavior? Ishikawa planned to pass the Tsukuyomi title to Mu, and his grandson was his intended third Tsukuyomi. Yes, grandfather. Rest assured, as long as we don't conflict with Shida, he won't attack us. Ishikawa said slowly, a perception he had gained from his battle with the youth years ago. A battle reveals not only one's strength, but also one's character. In the Hidden Sand Village, the first Kazekage Retsu had passed away, succeeded by Shaman as the second Kazekage. Shaman, after succeeding, devoted himself to studying the one-tail Shikaku, inheriting and enhancing the first Kazekage's ideas and abilities. He also developed ninjutsu to avoid sending ninja directly to the battlefield, with puppet techniques and manipulation arts being his main projects. Though Shida's threat is grave, our primary goal remains helping the villagers survive sandstorms. Despite his tattooed, fearsome appearance, Shaman was not cruel but cared deeply for his people. The village built in the desert suffered not only resource scarcity, but also constant sandstorm attacks. Also, Bunboku, accelerate your progress in controlling the One Tail. Intelligence about Shida's effortless control of the Nine Tails made Shaman ambitious to militarize tailed beasts, anxious. Yes, Lord Shaman. The young Bunboku was full of determination. Though the One Tail had resided in him since birth, he bore no resentment, but instead wished to befriend it. But the One Tail never responded, which saddened the young Bunboku. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Hashirama and Tobirama made no excessive remarks about Shida's affairs. Knowing the full story, Hashirama understood that the Land of Water had started the war, trying to seize the Land of Soup. Hashirama had never intended to intervene, so he also chose not to interfere with Shida's retaliation. Shirtu only took Byakuren's life without causing excessive slaughter, staying within Hashirama's boundaries. As for Tobirama, after his battle with Shida, he devoted himself entirely to increasing his strength. Konoha even established a dedicated research department. Hashirama did not stop Tobirama's actions. The conflict between Shirtu and Tobirama was irreconcilable. A life-or-death battle was inevitable, and Hashirama naturally did not wish his brother to be the loser. As long as these researches did not leak to ordinary people, Hashirama turned a blind eye, choosing not to delve deeper. Hashirama set aside the documents and looked out the window. Madara, what are you doing now? Everyone rejoiced at Luli's resurrection from the dead save for the Ninetales, who was quite displeased. Ever since she awoke in Shirtu's arms, Lioli had clung to his arm, refusing to let go. No matter how Shirtu threatened or intimidated her, the girl simply smiled at him, and in the end, this infuriated the Ninetales, for the Lord Ninetales' exclusive sleeping spot had always been Shirtu's arms, and now this little girl had snatched it away. After a bout of frantic thinking, the Ninetales chose to lie directly in Luli's embrace, thus solving the problem at its source. At first Shirtu was delighted. Lioli adored the little fox and would hold him without letting go, so Shirtu regained his freedom. But what Shirtu never expected was that the Ninetales would grow fond of Luli's embrace. According to the Ninetales, Luli's arms were fragrant and soft, and the Lord Ninetales had found a new designated sleeping spot. This left Shirtu in a dilemma. Leaving the Ninetales here alone made him feel quite uneasy, so in the end, he could only reluctantly take up residence in the Bojian mansion as well. Boji and Xian naturally had no objection. Shirtu's arrival solidified Tang Country's foothold in the ninja world. After the great battle that night, various nations large and small sent envoys to establish friendly relations with Tang Country. Boji and Xian understood their intentions and desires, but since Shirtu gave no clear indication, he could only politely brush off their various personal requests. Brother Shirtu, Lioli holding the Ninetales, came to Shirtu's training room. This place was well suited to prevent any damage caused by chakra leakage. Ever since the great battle with Kido Jinjutsu, new inspirations had been surging forth and ninjutsu development had returned to the right track. Thus this training room became the place where Shirtu spent the most time. Boji and Lioli was completely unconcerned about whether her presence might disturb Shirtu's training. She hopped over and knelt beside him, leaning against him. Shirtu could do nothing about Luli's behavior. He had repeatedly made various demands of her, but whenever he met her bright eyes and saw his own reflection in them, the words died on his lips. The development of new ninjutsu was tedious and inevitably fraught with failures. Previously, Shirtu would often become irritable due to these setbacks. But strangely enough, since Luli's company, even when his research failed, seeing the girl's joyful smile made him feel that all failures were insignificant. This was a peculiar sensation Shirtu had never experienced before. She was clearly a troublesome girl who annoyed him to death, yet he could always draw a smile from her. In Shirtu's eyes, the girl's smile was pure and flawless, the most precious treasure in this turbulent ninja world. Watching her laugh over nothing, he couldn't help but smile himself. This smile, I will protect it. A week flew by in laughter. The discussions about Shirtu throughout the ninja world finally subsided. Shirtu's mysterious and terrifying strength troubled all the nations, but since they could not meet the man himself, they had no choice but to let the matter drop. After a week of careful deliberation, Shirtu finally made up his mind. He had to report to Old Ban proactively. Ban's instructions had been clear: lay low for the next few years in preparation for the coming battle with Hashirama. But Shirtu had acted on impulse, not only revealing his strength, but also making a high-profile assassination of Bailian. This clearly violated Old Ban's orders. Did Shirtu regret his actions? He planned to report voluntarily, at least to show a good attitude. Shirtu and Ban were now both superior subordinate and equal partners in cooperation. Shirtu believed that Ban would not punish him for this. When Lioli learned that Shirtu was going to see Ban, she clamored to go along. Faced with her pleadings, Shirtu eventually relented. As for the Ninetales, it absolutely refused to accompany Shirtu to see Ban. According to the Ninetales, seeing that old man is not as good as having a good sleep. Shirtu noticed the fur standing up on the Ninetales' back, but did not expose its bluff. And so with Lioli he headed to what greeted Shirtu was not a dilapidated base. The former residence had been kept in meticulous order. The tables and chairs were free of dust, indicating someone had been cleaning regularly. The flowers and plants Shirtu had left behind in the house had not died, instead they grew lush and verdant. The little goldfish in the bathtub swam freely, its slightly plump body a testament to its comfortable life. Ban's door was tightly shut. Shirtu knew he was behind it. The man who had felt no pressure before now found himself at a loss, hesitating his mind raced, plotting how to begin the conversation with old Ban. Seeing Shirtu flustered, Lioli gently placed her hand. Feeling her presence beside him, Shirtu slowly calmed down. He was about to knock when a voice came from within the room. Now that you're back, why are you being so cowardly? Could it be that your training outside has made you regress? Ban's authoritative voice rang out from the room. As soon as the words ended, the door opened from inside. Ban looked the same as before, as if nothing had changed. Yet in Shirtu's perception, Ban's power had grown beyond his ability to gauge. It was a pure, overwhelming power. If Shirtu's strength lay in the complexity and countermeasures of his vast arsenal of ninjutsu, making him difficult to counter, then Ban's strength was pure power. It was an absolute dominance in raw force, something Shirtu lacked. Shirtu noticed Ban's gaze suddenly sweep over their clasped hands. Realizing the implication, Shirtu immediately let go of Liuli's hand like a child caught dating early. Liuli, however, was not afraid of Ban's scrutinizing stare. Finding herself released, she pouted angrily at Shirtu and firmly grabbed his hand again. What now? You're even worse than a little girl. Ban had clearly seen their little antics. He was somewhat displeased with Shirtu's behavior. He had told the boy not to bother him unless necessary, and the brat had actually never come back even once. If it weren't for the big trouble had caused prompting him to return and admit his mistake, Ben wondered when he would ever see. If not for the girl's presence, Ban would not have let Shirtu off so easily. Ban already knew the full story of this incident. In truth, Ban did not blame Shirtu for his actions. In fact, Ban had always found Shirtu's behavior strange. Shirtu's actions were so rational that they didn't seem like those of an Uchiha. Ban had even wondered if something was wrong with Shirtu's emotional module. Ban was very pleased with Shirtu's bold debut this time. This was the Uchiha way. Why should an Uchiha act timidly? Lord Ban. Shirtu spoke cautiously, his address formal in the face of Ban's stern expression. Ban was very displeased with the address. Brother Ban, please don't be angry with Brother Shirtu. Liuli pleaded, her bright eyes wide. Liuli was not afraid of Ban. She had heard Shirtu talk about his past with Ban. In her eyes, Ban was more like an elder brother to Shirtu than a clan leader. Moreover, though Ban was much older than Shirtu, they looked similar in age, almost like brothers. Hearing the girls address, Ban's heart lightened. He had always wanted to hear Shirtu call him big brother, but it had never happened. Now he heard it from the girl Shirtu had brought along. Ban grew more satisfied with the girl. Bojian, Liuli, well done. As for you, Shirtu, reflect on your actions. If there's a next time, I won't be lenient. Ban left his verdict and returned to his room. Shirtu couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. Brother Shirtu, I've earned Lord Ban's approval. The girl hugged his arm, bouncing and laughing. Looking at her smile, Shirtu's previous confusion melted away. He simply smiled and patted her head. Time flowed imperceptibly onward. The Land of Springs gradually established its foothold throughout the entire ninja world due to Shirtu's influence. The frequent private skirmishes that had once plagued the land gradually faded away. Initially, people were still deeply awed by Shirtu's fearsome reputation, causing tourism to slump. However, as time passed, they gradually realized that precisely because of Shirtu, no one dared to act recklessly in the Land of Springs anymore. The Land of Springs had instead become a land truly free from strife. As for Shirtu, once everything was settled, he immersed himself once again in the study of ninjutsu. The appointed time for the great battle with Feijian was drawing near. Shirtu had never underestimated Feijian. He held Feijian in high regard, for the man had reached his current level of power solely through his own research into ninjutsu. Shirtu had also told Liuli about the enmity between him and Feijian. Liuli was merely an ordinary person, unable even to use ninjutsu properly, so the only support she could offer Shirtu was to refrain from disturbing his research. Although the time they spent together grew shorter, Shirtu still made time to accompany the understanding Liuli. A few short years passed in the blink of an eye, and Ban decided to officially launch the invasion of Konoha plan. Shirtu and Ban arrived at the outskirts of Konoha. They came alone without bringing the Nine Tails. Ever since the last battle with Feijian, when he had inadvertently activated the Kurama link mode, Shirtu could still draw upon the Nine Tails chakra, but he could no longer enter that mode. Ever since the last battle with Feijian, when he had inadvertently activated the Kurama link mode, Shirtu could still draw upon the Nine Tails chakra. He intended to settle the grudge between him and Feijian with his own hands. As for Ban, after emerging from his seclusion, Ban appeared even more formidable in Shirtu's eyes. Though he lacked the backing of the Nine Tails, Shirtu believed that the gap between him and Zhu Jian was not insurmountable. They regarded each other as archenemies, and this battle would bring their rivalry to a final conclusion. The appearance of Shirtu and Ban immediately drew the attention of Konoha. Without concealing their presence, the two were instantly surrounded by the village's patrol squad. Soon after, Zhu Jian and Feijian arrived at the scene. Zhu Jian looked the same as ever, like an ordinary kind-hearted neighbor. But upon careful perception, one could sense the immense power within him, seemingly inexhaustible. As for Feijian, he had undergone a tremendous change. Feijian, once young and handsome, now appeared aged by decades. Several wrinkles had etched themselves into his face, making him look even more cold and stern. Though he was actually younger than Zhu Jian, standing beside him, he seemed like the elder brother. Feijian had paid an unimaginable price to overcome Shirtu. His development of powerful ninjutsu had completely disregarded the potential damage to himself. Feijian's appearance truly shocked. Ban, what are your intentions in returning to the village this time? Zhu Jian spoke slowly, his gaze fixed intently on Ban. Having grown up together, they were both rivals and friends, as Zhu Jian believed he knew Ban well. In Zhu Jian's eyes, no matter what Ban did, he would never harm the village. But this time Ban was not as Zhu Jian imagined. An undisguised desire to destroy. Yes, Zhu Jian could feel the unbridled destructive intent emanating from Ban. Its target was none other than Konoha. This was of course deliberately shown by Ban. His goal this time was not merely Zhu Jian's flesh and blood, but to engage in an all-out decisive battle with him. Something they had never done before. Because of their relationship, Zhu Jian had always held back. To make Zhu Jian use his full power, the only way was to show hostility toward Konoha. As it turned out, Ban's strategy worked. The expression on Zhu Jian's face was one Ban had never seen before. Killing intent. For the first time, Ban sensed killing intent from Zhu Jian. The two who understood each other perfectly needed only to stand before one another to grasp each other's thoughts. Feijian, how did you end up looking like that? Shirtu paid no attention to Zhu Jian and Ban speaking casually. Ban had his goal, and Shirtu had his. With members of his family directly or indirectly killed by the other, the enmity between them was already irreconcilable. Evil Uchiha, Shirtu, this time I will not let you escape from my hands. Though his appearance had aged, Feijian's tone remained as arrogant and domineering as ever. After the last battle with Shirtu, Feijian had obtained all of Shirtu intelligence. Although Shirtu might have made progress during these years of lurking, Feijian believed that this time, fully prepared, he would definitely crush Shirtu, this unstable factor, with his own hands. Thanks to Shirtu's earlier display of power in the Hidden Mist Village, his reputation was now no less than that of the legendary ninja Zhu Jian and Ban. In Feijian's eyes, Shirtu's rise was all due to his own past negligence. Time and again, he had let Shirtu slip away, allowing him to reach a level that now threatened the entire ninja world. For this, Feijian had reflected deeply and even gone so far as to turn himself into this state. He would never let Shirtu escape again. Time and again, he had let Shirtu slip away, allowing him to reach a level that now threatened the entire ninja world. For this, Feijian had reflected deeply. If an ordinary person were subjected to this pressure, they would likely collapse instantly. But the four present were no ordinary. The pressure raged unrestrained, and the hair of the four fluttered involuntarily in the air. Feijian's action was not meant to intimidate. This was Feijian's signal. The surrounding Konoha ninjas quickly retreated into the village. A massive chakra barrier enveloped the entire Konoha. From the very beginning, this battle was not something ordinary people could interfere with. Feijian vanished from the spot first, and Shirtu followed suit an instant later. From the very beginning, this battle was not something ordinary people could interfere with. Feijian vanished from the spot first, and Shirtu followed suit an instant later. Before Shirtu's eyes were countless flying thunder god marks. Feijian had not chosen to disrupt space again. The space-time ninjutsu flying thunder god was also one of Feijian's ultimate techniques. But to match Shirtu's transient world, Feijian had to resort to this desperate measure. You really don't mind the trouble? Shirtu teased, looking at the scene. As long as I can destroy you, any price is acceptable, Feijian replied. The moment Shirtu arrived, Feijian acted immediately. Bringer of darkness technique. He used the technique, instantly targeting Shirtu's eyes. But how could Shirtu fall for a technique he had already? Shirtu was already prepared and easily deflected Feijian's attack. Though it was a jinjutsu specifically developed to counter him, it was still a jinjutsu. How could it overcome the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan? All Shirtu had to do was cast a jinjutsu on himself the moment he was hit by the Bringer of Darkness technique. The powerful jinjutsu effortlessly overrode and distorted the effect, granting him immunity. This was merely a simple application of jinjutsu. Still the same old trick. Don't you have any new skills to show me? Shirtu spoke slowly, as if he had anticipated Feijian's move. Feijian sighed inwardly as he looked at Shirtu's Mangekyō Sharingan. An instant. Though his surprise attack had been easily thwarted, Feijian did not lose heart. Is that so? Then please watch carefully, Feijian replied, as if speaking to an old friend. After Shirtu and Feijian left, Zhu Jian and Ban also departed from the vicinity of Konoha. They arrived at a waterfall, the place where they had trained together since childhood. Ban, I will never allow anyone to harm the village, Zhu Jian said sternly. Zhu Jian, then give it your all. Ban roared with excitement. A blue giant and a towering wooden titan appeared at their respective positions. It was Susanoo and the wood golem technique. Susanoo wielded a massive blade, while the towering wooden titan was entwined with a wooden dragon. Zhu Jian. Ban. The colossal chakra blade clashed with the wooden titan's fists. The earth itself trembled from the sheer power. This was the place where they had first met. And it would also be the place of their final battle. The grudges of their clans and their personal ideals would collide here for the last time. After this battle, the close friends Zhu Jian and Ban would cease to exist. All that would remain were the first Hokage Senju Zhu Jian and Uchiha Ban, who sought true peace. A pattern of markings suddenly appeared on Feijian's face, adding a touch of mystery to his already imposing countenance. Sage Mode. Indeed, what Feijian first displayed was none other than Sage Mode. At Zhu Jian's request, Feijian was also granted the privilege to learn the Sage Mode of the Shikatsu Forest. Initially, due to his own limitations, Feijian could not properly control natural energy. Thus, Feijian had abandoned the study of Sage Mode for a long time. However, after his previous battle with Shido, he deeply realized the inadequacy of his own strength. The study of Sage Mode was resumed by Feijian. To better master natural energy, he conducted numerous experiments on his own body. Yet his innate talent constantly limited his progress. In the end, Feijian risked the danger of turning into a toad and finally grasped this formidable power. Shirtu was astonished by Feijian's transformation. So the method to reach the Shikatsu forest is indeed controlled by the Chincho clan. Shirtu analyzed in his mind. Multiple shadow clone technique. Feijian immediately formed hand seals upon entering Sage Mode. A thick cloud of smoke concealed him, and then thousands of Feijians appeared before Shirtu. The release of the multiple shadow clone technique consumes a massive amount of chakra. For an ordinary person, its use could even lead to instant death. Originally, Feijian lacked the capacity to use it, but Sage Mode granted him the opportunity. Facing the onslaught of thousands of Feijians, Shirtu swiftly formed hand seals. Storm Fire Calamity Dragon. Dozens of lifelike fire dragons materialized around Shirtu, poised to annihilate all the shadow clones. However, Feijian, possessing supreme battle intellect, clearly would not treat these shadow clones merely as cannon fodder. Every shadow clone was capable of using the ninjutsu mastered by the original Feijian. The Flying Thunder God was instantly activated. All the Feijians methodically encircled the 10 fire dragons. A massive Flying Thunder God mark appeared before each dragon. Flying Thunder God Lightning Conduction. All the fire dragons were transferred into the vast sea, and Shido's attack was easily neutralized. Simultaneously, Feijian continued using the Flying Thunder God. Thousands of Feijians simultaneously executed the Flying Thunder God slash. Shirtu activated his instant boundary to evade. But all the Feijians immediately pursued, surrounding him tightly. Susanoo, a half-formed giant, materialized around Shirtu, repelling the initial assault of the Feijians. Yet Feijian had long anticipated such a response. Each attack by the clone Feijians left a corresponding Flying Thunder God mark at the farthest point. The moment the clones vanished, the second wave of offense was launched. With the powerful spatial ability of the Flying Thunder God, the mere shell of Susanoo could not block it. You really know how to do it, Feijian. Winning by numbers. Shirtu spoke slowly. At the same time, a new hand seal formed in his hands. Vast quantities of lightning and fire chakra were condensed and compressed by Shido, turning into a fluid-like substance that swirled around him. At the same time, under Shido's control, the nature transformation of these lightning and flames was pushed to the extreme. The high penetrative power and strong paralytic effect of lightning. The strong adhesive property and sustained combustibility of the flames. The two fluids did not merely swirl around Shirtu. They continuously merged and condensed. The lightning enveloped the flames, forming a unique interwoven pattern of fire and lightning. This fluid danced incessantly around Shirtu, isolating Feijian's Flying Thunder God slash from him. The moment a clone Feijian touched this fluid, it adhered like a viscous liquid onto the clone. The paralysis of lightning and the searing of flames instantly obliterated the clone. This was Shido's new composite ninjutsu. Impermanence Dance. The sticky fluid, upon contacting Feijian, continuously expanded and extended, relentlessly eliminating his clones. This passive defensive counterattack rendered Feijian's Flying Thunder God Lightning Conduction unable to defend. According to information relayed by the clones, this strange lightning could easily penetrate his defenses, and the flames within had the effect of absorbing chakra. Once contaminated chakra would be continuously drained. Feijian immediately ordered the remaining clones to distance themselves from Shirtu. Shirtu observed Feijian's decision and marveled at his swift combat instincts. Impermanence Dance could not only continuously attach to an enemy like Amaterasu and burn them, but also absorb chakra and transmit it to the user. This was a unique characteristic formed by the fusion of lightning and fire at their ultimate nature transformation, extremely terrifying. However, to Shido's regret, he could not yet freely control the shape transformation of this fluid, so it could only be released in a defensive counterattack manner. You've been attacking all this time, now it's my turn, Feijian. Shirtu slowly withdrew the Impermanence Dance and Susanoo. He spoke to the still considerable number of Feijians before him. Feijian, hidden among the clones, watched Shirtu warily. Shirtu formed hand seals, and the alluring pattern of his Mangekyō continued to spin. This technique was not just an ordinary ninjutsu, it also incorporated Shido's powerful Mangekyō abilities. Layers of mist appeared on the battlefield, obscuring the entire area. At the same time, the temperature of the mist rose continuously, distorting the air in the heat. As Feijian was about to release a wind release to disperse this strange mist, an air current emerged within it. The air current drove the mist in irregular trajectories. This current was also released by Shirtu. It It was a new skill developed in reference to the summoning beast Shun of Guidang Huanyue. The heat and mist created multiple optical illusions in this space. Countless distorted images of Shirtu appeared before Feijian. Feijian naturally knew these were illusions. However, the air current not only prevented the mist from being blown away, but also hindered sensory perception. Thus Feijian had no idea where the real Shirtu was. The clone Feijians attacked the phantom Shittus with various techniques, hoping to locate the real one. Naturally, it was completely ineffective. The phantom Shittus launched an assault on Feijian. Unable to confirm Shittus' actual position, Feijian could only defend passively. But to Feijian's surprise, all these attacks were fake. Just as Feijian let his guard down slightly, a phantom Shirtu suddenly appeared behind nearly half of the clone Feijians. Shirtu wielded a long blade and slashed at these clones. To Feijian's shock, these phantoms seemed to be the real body, dealing actual damage to the clones. Unable to block Shittus' attacks, Feijian was like fish on a chopping board at Shittus' mercy. In an instant, all of Feijian's clones vanished, leaving only the original Feijian struggling to resist Shittus' assault. The long blade in Shittus' hand was naturally forged from the hot spring, or he had desired. Due to its excellent adaptability to water and fire release, using it in this technique allowed Shirtu to remain completely undetected. Feijian, facing the attacks that were both real and illusory, could only respond passively. Attacks that seemed real gently passed through Feijian's body, while those that appeared exaggerated and on the verge of dissipating actually landed on him with true force. This phenomenon was naturally an attack formed by combining Shittus' Shuna and instant boundary abilities. Shuna predicted Feijian's actions in advance, and then the real body used instant boundary to instantly appear at the phantom location where Feijian was unprepared, launching a strike. This was a brand new ninjutsu inspired by Guidang Huanyue and developed by combining his own abilities. Time Stop Mirage Prison. Although Feijian did not know the location of the real Shirtu, he had always been vigilant about his vital points. Thus, despite being in a sorry state, he was not in mortal danger. In desperation, Shirtu imbued his long blade with the Thousand Void Slash, intending to end Feijian once and for all. Feijian sensed the intense spatial fluctuations and smirked. As the creator of the Flying Thunder God, Feijian's perception of space-time was undoubtedly exceptional. Layers of water droplets appeared around him. These were not ordinary droplets. Under Feijian's powerful control, each tiny droplet contained a space-time formula. This was a formula entirely different from the Flying Thunder God. These formulas embedded themselves like anchors into key points of space, severely interfering with, and even temporarily sealing small-scale spatial fluctuations. Shirtu felt that his instant boundary displacement became extremely unstable, with minor deviations that never occurred normally. At the same time, the activation speed of the Thousand Void Slash was also affected, and the trajectory of the slash deviated. These subtle changes allowed Feijian to instantly grasp the real location of Shirtu. Some of the water droplets transformed into sharp water needles, piercing towards Shittus' position. The space-time formula within the water needles allowed them to ignore defenses, genuinely wounding Shirtu. What Tobirama unleashed was his latest forbidden technique, Space-Time Anchor. This jutsu actually had little impact on Shittus' instant boundary and Senju. The anchored space-time would hinder the use of Shittus' ability. But this hindrance was merely an obstruction. Yet who was Tobirama? With lightning-fast reflexes and superior combat intellect, Tobirama only needed a moment of obstruction to formulate corresponding countermeasures. This technique not only assisted Tobirama in dealing with Shittus attacks, but also enabled him to counterattack. Pre-inscribed formulas could instantly activate upon detecting Shittus' figure. The water needles imbued with space-time formulas could not be reacted to, could not be defended against, only passively endured. Most crucially, this attack was not merely physical. The water needles targeted the opponent's acupoints. Shirtu felt several acupoints on his body sealed by Tobirama's water needles, yet he showed no panic. Tobirama's performance thrilled Shirtu. In just a few short years of research, the other had once again developed a highly potent target. Shirtu used the time-stop Mirage Prison to conceal his figure once more. A streak of blue lightning appeared on his body. However, to Tobirama's astonishment, what Shirtu employed was not the dragon's reverse scale armor from their previous encounter, but the pure lightning release chakra mode. Kinkaku and Ginkaku still followed Shittus' orders, lurking within the Cloud Village's high ranks. The cultivation method of lightning release chakra mode was what they had successfully learned and taught to Shirtu. Shittus' initial idea was to use lightning release chakra mode to perfect the dragon's reverse scale armor. The activation method and the inability to defend against attacks of the dragon's reverse scale armor greatly troubled him. But to Shittus' surprise, the operational principles of the dragon's reverse scale armor and lightning release chakra mode were identical. The difference lay only in the amount of lightning invested. The essence of the dragon's reverse scale armor was to attack one's own cells with lightning, stimulating them to unleash power and speed beyond normal limits. Simultaneously, under the user's exquisite control, the excess lightning that the body could not withstand was condensed into armor, aiding the user in attacks. Lightning Release Chakra Mode also used lightning to stimulate cells, but unlike the dragon's reverse scale armor, the quantity and intensity of the lightning were entirely under the user's control. Simply put, the lightning usage of Lightning Release Chakra Mode was the upper limit the body could endure without adverse effects, while the dragon's reverse scale armor's limit was the threshold the body could survive without dying from lightning. Thus, the former's enhancement to the body was far inferior to the latter. However, the former did not damage the body and even enhanced its defensive capabilities, a quality the latter lacked. As for condensing armor, while in Lightning Release Chakra Mode, that was also impossible. To form armor, one would either damage their own body or reduce the amplification intensity. So Shirtu had to settle for the next best option, using the non-damaging Lightning Release Chakra Mode for attacks. As for further developing the dragon's reverse scale armor, he could only pin his hopes on Sage Mode. In the water mist, all of Shita's afterimages were cloaked in Lightning Release Chakra. He chose to no longer use space-time techniques for movement, relying entirely on his own speed to attack Tobirama. Tobirama did not know how Shirtu had acquired the secret techniques of the Cloud Village. All he could do now was respond to Shita's successive attacks. 8 gates. 7th gate, Gate of Shock, open. Shita's speed was in no way inferior to the short-distance teleportation of the Flying Thunder God. Relying solely on that technique, Tobirama could not evade Shita's pursuit. After their previous battle, opening the Gate of Shock no longer had a significant impact on Tobirama. The boost from the Gate of Shock was clearly stronger than that of Lightning Release Chakra Mode, but under the influence of the time-stop Mirage Prison, Tobirama still could not mount an effective counterattack. Tobirama had to not only distinguish which attacks were illusions and which were real, but also find a way to break through Shita's defenses. Indeed, this was the might of Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Its defensive power rendered ordinary attacks largely ineffective. Even Tobirama, under the 7th gate's boost, could not inflict fatal damage on Shirtu. Their close-quarters combat did not last long. Soon Tobirama unleashed another technique. Water Release Profound Darkness Heavy Water. A massive amount of black liquid materialized around Tobirama, rapidly spreading outward. Shirtu attempted to strike from above, only to find his long blade unable to penetrate the black water's defense. Indeed, the black water possessed extraordinary defensive properties. It behaved like a non-Newtonian fluid, growing harder the stronger and faster the enemy's attack. At the same time, it had a powerful control property. Like quicksand, once trapped, escape was extremely difficult. This was a technique born from Tobirama's extreme mastery of water nature transformation. Seeing his long blade fully submerged in the liquid, Shirtu had no choice but to abandon it. Tobirama truly lived up to his reputation as a water release master. His ultimate water technique finally gave Shirtu trouble. Shirtu was forced to retreat repeatedly, even completely exiting the range of the time-stop Mirage Prison. He looked up at Tobirama within the black water. As the user of this technique, he could easily hide within it unaffected. Strong attacks would be repelled while slow attacks would be absorbed. Shirtu pondered, continuously testing the black water with various techniques to gather more intelligence. First, Fire Release. It could not breach the massive black water's defense. Next, Wind Release. Its chakra nature transformation was the ultimate, piercing, yet it was futile against the non-Newtonian fluid-like black water. Earth Release's interception only bought time a temporary fix. The same water release against the water release master Tobirama was even less effective. To Shita's surprise, Lightning Release seemed to have some effect. Ordinary lightning naturally had no impact on the black water. However, the ultrasonic shock Lightning Release blade he had once inadvertently learned appeared to exert some influence. This technique involved infusing Lightning Release Chakra into a weapon, enhancing its sharpness. Simultaneously, it used lightning to generate high-frequency vibrations, granting it piercing power surpassing Wind Release. And this high-frequency vibration seemed to be the key to breaking through the black water's defense. Shirtu continued. A kunai imbued with the ultrasonic shock Lightning Release blade could easily cut through the black water's hard defense, though it would still become trapped afterward due to insufficient momentum. The ultrasonic shock Lightning Release blade could indeed cut through the black water's defense. Shirtu continued his experiments, pondering the reason. He activated his Sharingan to the fullest, observing the moment the kunai contacted the black water. At the instant of contact, the lightning attached to the kunai generated high-frequency vibrations, which created flaws in the black water's unified defense. Consequently, the kunai could smoothly penetrate the defense and enter. Having thought this through, Shirtu gradually formed an idea. His control over Lightning Release was quite adept. Whether it was the dragon's reverse scale armor he had independently developed, or the unchanging dance of impermanence both required the user to possess extremely high proficiency in lightning release manipulation. Shirtu steadily increased the amount of lightning infused into his lightning release chakra mode. The excess lightning stimulated the cells in his body, prompting them to unleash even greater power. The surplus lightning was controlled by Shirtu, forming a magnificent dragon-shaped armor around him. Dragon's reverse scale armor. But it wasn't over yet. Mere shape transformation was insufficient. Under Shirtu's control, the lightning composing the armor underwent subtle continuous vibrations. The armor nearly collapsed several times. Yet through his exquisite manipulation, Shirtu ultimately succeeded in perfectly controlling the lightning. At that moment, the lightning dragon armor covering his entire body vibrated ceaselessly like a chainsaw. Shirtu thrust his claws into the black water, which parted like tofu. It works. He dove directly into the His claws tore through the black water ahead, while his dragon tail behind him spun rapidly, like a propeller, enabling him to accelerate continuously through the liquid. Shirtu's actions naturally drew Tobirama's attention. Even Tobirama hadn't expected Shirtu to discover the weakness of his profound darkness-heavy water so quickly. Tobirama intended to obstruct, but at that moment merely keeping himself from sinking into the black water was already his limit. His entire body lacked the strength to dodge or counterattack. Watching Shirtu approach, Tobirama knew he could not evade this strike. Tobirama. Shirtu shouted his name, undeterred by the black water's influence. The claws on both hands pierced deeply into Tobirama's abdomen. Shirtu charged forth, dragging Feijian out of the black waters. Their bodies carved a massive trench across the ground. Feijian felt the wound on his abdomen, his internal organs nearly shattered. As his consciousness faded, Feijian rapidly mobilized the chakra within him. If he did not receive swift treatment, he would surely perish here. Feijian successfully executed the Flying Thunder God technique, his form escaping Shirtu's attack. Shirtu attempted to pursue immediately and deliver a finishing blow. However, the water droplets emerging around him disrupted the activation of Shirtu's instantaneous movement, creating a gap in his skill chain. Seizing this brief opening, Feijian quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. A puff of white smoke appeared on the battlefield, and a slug nearly as tall as a man materialized before Feijian. Having successfully learned the sage art of the Shikatsu forest, Feijian had naturally signed a summoning contract with the slug sage. Only a single slug resided in the Shikatsu forest, the slug sage Huyu. The slugs summoned by others were all individual entities formed through Huyu's division. The summoned slug immediately coiled around Feijian, swiftly healing his wounds. By the time Shirtu reached Feijian, the fatal injuries on Feijian's body had already been largely treated. "Lord Feijian, is this one Shirtu?" The slug's melodious voice rang out. It held no favorable impression of the Uchiha clan. Shirtu gazed at the slug before him, his mind gradually becoming active. A slug. I must never let it escape, otherwise who knows when I'll have the chance to see it again. Shirtu had previously searched extensively for the location of the Shikatsu forest, but all efforts had been in vain. Now that the slug dwelling in the Shikatsu forest had appeared before him, how could he not be thrilled? Shirtu gripped his long blade warily, eyeing the recovered Feijian. Without Feijian's control, the black water lacked its terrifying properties. Thus Shirtu retrieved his beloved sword without delay. He dispelled the dragon scale armor and reverted to the lightning release chakra mode. Shirtu immediately employed instantaneous movement, swinging his blade toward Feijian. Under Shirtu's manipulation, the long blade bore both fire and water release chakra. Red and blue sword chi carved a beautiful arc through the air. Still grievously wounded, Feijian failed to react in time. Unable to mount an effective defense, he could only watch helplessly as Shirtu's blade swung toward him. "Lord Feijian." The slug intercepted just in time before Feijian. The long blade slashed through the slug's body, yet failed to deal a meaningful blow. Great Slug Division. This was the slug's unique ability, to freely split itself and then reassemble at will. Single large slug. Great Slug Division. This was the slug's unique ability, to freely split itself and then reassemble at will. In a sense, the slug could render itself immune to physical attacks. Feijian activated the Flying Thunder God technique, decisively distancing himself from Shirtu. Sensing the severity of his wounds, Feijian sighed helplessly. Then he formed hand seals and slammed his palms against the ground. Impure world reincarnation. A large number of coffins rose from the earth. The coffins opened, revealing an array of corpses before Shirtu. Feijian was reluctant to use this technique, but now he could hardly face Shirtu Hiden. With no other choice, he resorted to this desperate measure. Dozens of corpses from the Warring States period, of the Senju, Hyuga, Sarutobi clans and others, returned to the world under Feijian's control. Initially, Hashirama had opposed Feijian's use of this technique. It allowed deceased shinobi to return to the living world, showing disrespect to the dead and defying the afterlife. But Feijian elaborated on the technique's benefits, strictly promising that he would only summon shinobi willing to protect the village without any form of forced control. With his brother's explicit assurance, Hashirama reluctantly agreed to use this technique to protect the village. Now facing Shida's invasion, this was the perfect moment to employ it. Dozens of shinobi awakened from their coffins and stepped out. Beholding Uchiha Shirtu before them, the confusion in their eyes instantly gave way to recognition of their enemy. Most of them had perished at the hands of the Uchiha clan. Even without Feijian's request, they were willing to strike at Shirtu. Staring at the summoned dead, Shirtu couldn't help but curse under his breath. The most troublesome aspect of impure world reincarnation was that the summoned dead were nearly impossible to kill directly. Their bodies could rapidly regenerate from severe damage, making them effectively immortal in a sense. Moreover, under impure world reincarnation, the shinobi's chakra recovery rate was greatly enhanced. Techniques they were once cautious to use in life could be unleashed recklessly in death. The army of the reincarnated surrounded Shita, bombarding him with an endless barrage of superscale ninjutsu, as if they cost nothing. Though Shita's Susanoo could withstand these attacks, if he could not quickly eliminate these foes, they would still cause him considerable. Meanwhile, Feijian took advantage of Shita's encirclement to rapidly heal his injuries through the slug. Although the reincarnated army was formidable, Feijian knew these attacks would not defeat Shirtu. The true killing blow would have to be delivered by Feijian himself. Should I use a sealing technique? Shirtu pondered which only yin-yang release techniques could effectively harm the reincarnated bodies. But Shirtu lacked affinity for yang release. Thus he had to settle for sealing techniques to seal these dead away. Shirtu formed hand seals in the gaps between enemy attacks. A massive square earthen block appeared above everyone's heads. Like a giant imperial seal, the block was entwined with several wooden dragons and water dragons. This was the Xiangui Panlong seal that Shirtu had developed earlier. But this time the technique differed slightly from before. The wooden and water dragons on the massive seal were no longer merely entwined. They branched out into countless chains made of high-pressure, rapidly rotating water currents, each chain tipped with a sharp ice crystal spearhead. The wooden dragons extended tough vines that intertwined and wrapped around the water chains. These vines and chains rapidly captured the reincarnated army on the ground. Even after suffering fierce attacks from the shinobi, the vines and chains quickly regenerated and advanced toward their target. All the reincarnated shinobi were bound tightly by these vines and chains, dragged toward the massive seal. Now the earthen block forming the massive seal not only possessed tough defense, but also under Shita's control achieved extreme changes in earth release nature transformation, resulting in formidable power. Inside the massive seal, the earth release nature transformation generated a powerful gravitational field and chakra interference field. With its immense control and sealing ability, it became a colossal, three-dimensional prison. This was the new technique Shirtu had developed by improving the Xiangui Panlong seal. Prison dragon chains. Feijian, now battle-ready, watched as Shirtu quickly sealed his reincarnated army, showing little surprise. Feijian attempted to form hand seals, and a series of explosions echoed from within the massive seal. It was Feijian's mutual explosion. Yet no matter how immense the power of the mutual explosion, tags the prison that continuously absorbed chakra and regenerated itself held the dead, who should never have returned to the living world, tightly sealed. Feijian knew that this round of battle was his defeat once more. But this did not dampen his resolve. Instead, it intensified his determination to slay Shirtu. In just a few short years, Shita's strength had grown tremendously, driving Feijian's killing intent to its peak. Even if it means my own death, I will not hesitate. Feijian had always been a madman when it came to developing ninjutsu. Otherwise, he would never have created so many forbidden techniques that merely using them could endanger the user's life. Likewise, he was a madman toward himself, though otherwise he would not have reduced himself to this state to defeat Shirtu. A dark black barrier expanded from Feijian's body, enveloping Shirtu, and then completely covering the entire battlefield. Shirtu attempted to use instantaneous movement to escape, only to find it utterly ineffective. Shirtu tried using ninjutsu experimentally, but it too was useless. Any chakra released within this barrier immediately dissipated into nothingness. At the same time, the barrier contained a space-time anchoring effect, even stronger, preventing any long-distance instantaneous movement from activating. Shirtu felt a headache coming on, but he did not panic. For in his perception, Feijian was also subject to the same restriction. This was a limitation that did not discriminate between friend and foe. However, when Shirtu saw Feijian's next move, he immediately panicked. Red steam began to emanate continuously from Feijian's body. 8 gates, the 8th gate of death, open. The duel between Feijian and Shirtu finally came to an end. Feijian, with most of his body dissipated, lay weakly on the ground, his remaining form crumbling into ash and vanishing into the air. Shirtu was not in a much better state. As a master of forbidden techniques, Feijian chose to settle the final clash with Shirtu through taijutsu. Shirtu, restrained by Feijian, had no choice but to endure all the blows. The defense of the lightning release chakra mode was as fragile as paper before Feijian, who had opened the 8 gates. All other defensive abilities were sealed by the sealing techniques Feijian unleashed at the last moment, leaving Shirtu to withstand the onslaught of the 8 gates with nothing but his bare body. The continuous assault lasting tens of minutes overwhelmed Shirtu, forcing him to activate time reverse for recovery. In Feijian's plan, even with the time reverse, a mere 5-minute rewind would prove futile against such a prolonged barrage of attacks. This was a lethal trap Feijian set for Shirtu at the cost of his own life. Yet what Feijian never anticipated was that Shirtu's time reverse had advanced since their last battle. The rewind time was no longer a mere 5 minutes. Ultimately, due to insufficient intelligence, Feijian failed to completely eliminate Shirtu. Lord Feijian. The slug gathered around Feijian, attempting to heal him, but to no avail. Once the gate of death was opened, only death awaited. Shirtu used instant boundary to appear beside the slug, instantly reaching out with a large hand to seize it. The slug, fully focused on healing Feijian, was caught off guard and firmly gripped by Shirtu. Realizing the danger, the slug tried to escape by splitting, but found itself unable to divide no matter what. A sealing formula had been firmly planted on the slug by Shirtu. After failing to locate Shigulan, Shirtu settled for capturing the slug instead. Anticipating the slug's ability to split, Shirtu specially developed a targeted sealing technique. "You demon, let me go." The slug's cute voice echoed in Shirtu's ears. To its astonishment, it could no longer split, nor could it even return to Shigulan. This too was Shirtu's doing. The slug was now completely captured by Shirtu. Ignoring the slug's struggles, Shirtu watched as Feijian gradually dissipated into the air. The grudges between them were now forever settled. Shirtu admired Feijian for being able to reach such heights through his own abilities alone. In a sense, Shirtu did not personally defeat Feijian, but Feijian died by his own hand. Finally, Feijian vanished completely into the air. A legendary figure, Feijian was utterly dead. Unlike the battle between Shirtu and Feijian, the clash between Zhu Jian and Ban was devoid of flashy skill counters or intricate schemes and traps. Their confrontation was a pure contest of raw power. As the two strongest beings in the ninja world, even ordinary jutsu could unleash cataclysmic might in their hands. The battle between the two giants continued. The grudges between them were not yet resolved. Shirtu secured the sealed slug and concealed himself, approaching the battlefield where Zhu Jian and Ban fought. According to Ban's plan, if he were to lose to Zhu Jian, he would feign death and escape, with Shirtu handling the rendezvous. The great war between Zhu Jian and Ban raged on for 3 full days and nights. Their contest evolved from whose strength was greater to whose chakra reserves were more abundant. Unquestionably, Zhu Jian emerged victorious in the end. Ban slowly collapsed from Zhu Jian's backstab. What Ban never expected was that Zhu Jian, usually so honorable, would resort to such tactics on the battlefield. Lying on the ground, Ban suddenly recalled Shirtu from the past. When they were children, Shirtu often chose to ambush him from behind during their sparring sessions. This had often angered Ban. Now, as he fell to this very technique, Ban suddenly laughed. Perhaps the grudges and bonds between him and Zhu Jian should end with this backstab. Zhu Jian did not understand the meaning behind Ban's final smile, but his probing confirmed that Ban was indeed dead. By gazing at his former closest friend, Zhu Jian felt a pang of melancholy. But only for a moment. He quickly resumed his stern expression. "I will never tolerate anyone who seeks to harm the village." Feeling his Buddhist weakness, Zhu Jian attempted to recover. The battle with Ban had taken a severe toll on him. Even for Zhu Jian, who possessed the sage body, recovery was no easy feat. Although he ultimately won, his body suffered severe latent damage. Excessive self-healing had already endangered his lifespan. Zhu Jian paid it little heed. Even if he died, the village would still be guarded. Confident that his brother would surely emerge victorious, Zhu Jian suddenly sensed something, and his expression turned grim. Shirtu used instant boundary to appear directly between Zhu Jian and Ban. "Shirtu, what are you doing here? Where's Feijian?" Seeing Shirtu before him, Zhu Jian was deeply worried. Their conflict was irreconcilable, and now Shirtu appeared before him, meaning Feijian. Shirtu ignored Zhu Jian. His grudges with Mai had vanished the moment Feijian died. Zhu Jian watched Shirtu and Ban disappear before him, then hurriedly rushed toward the village. Shirtu brought Ban back to his residence in Tang Country. Ban, who had been lifeless, slowly opened his eyes. Cough. A piece of flesh was spat out by Ban. It was Zhu Jian's flesh. Ban's expression was far from pleased. Zhu Jian's final backstab infuriated him greatly. But this did not last long. Ban collected Zhu Jian's flesh and looked at Shirtu. "As for Mai, if possible, there is no need to annihilate them. Zhu Jian's time is also running short. After all, it was the village he had built with his own hands. As for Mai, if possible, there is no need to annihilate them. Zujian's time is also running short. After all, it was the village he had built with his own hands. A band still harbored feelings for it. Of course, Feijian is dead, and I have nothing more to do with my. Shirtu spoke, his vengeance satisfied, leaving him feeling a sense of emptiness. Yet this was a personal grudge between Feijian and Shitu, and Zhu Jian found it difficult to intervene. What truly troubled Zhu Jian was the village's lack. Yet this was a personal grudge between Feijian and Shitu, and Zhu Jian found it difficult to intervene. What truly troubled Zhu Jian was the village's lack of successors. Zhu Jian could clearly sense that after this great battle his remaining time was short. The designated second Hokage Feijian had also died young. Among the next generation of children there was no one yet capable of bearing the mantle of Hokage. This greatly distressed Zhu Jian. Meanwhile, the news of Feijian's death could not be concealed. The entire ninja world had learned of Feijian's early demise. According to Mui's spies, the various nations seemed to be making covert moves with peace far from stable on the surface. Zhu Jian involuntarily recalled Ban's words. They are only afraid of you, Zhu Jian. When you die, will the peace of today still exist? Now Zhu Jian seemed to somewhat agree with that statement. Ban, were you right after all? In a cave within the my village, a pool of black liquid emerged from the ground. It was Heiju. Since being captured by Shirtu and Ban, Heiju had been lying low in the village. On one hand, it was due to the threat posed by Shirtu. On the other, it was to resolve the surveillance Shirtu had placed on him. After years of research, Heiju finally found a way to break free from the monitoring without alerting Shirtu. Thousands of years of concealment had granted Heiju considerable expertise in hiding. Although his schemes were constantly thwarted by Shirtu, Ban still chose to pursue the path of the Rinnegan for the sake of power. As for Shirtu, Heiju recognized his threat during the battle between Shirtu and Feijian. Shirtu had always sought to prevent the Moon Eye plan, and as long as he existed, resurrecting Kaguya would be nearly impossible. Initially, Heiju intended to outlive Shirtu, but gradually he discovered that Shirtu's influence over the entire ninja world was growing ever greater. If Shirtu were allowed to influence the ninja world for decades, finding an opportunity, like the present one, would become exceedingly difficult. This troubled Heiju greatly. If Shirtu were allowed to influence the ninja world for decades, finding an opportunity, like the present one, would become exceedingly difficult. To break the surveillance, he had scoured almost the entire land of fire, and eventually discovered this cave that could obscure spatial perception. At the same time, he had uncovered other secrets. This ninja world seemed to have more than just Kaguya as an Otsutsuki. Indeed, Heiju found traces of another Otsutsuki and even determined his location. This was the only chance Heiju could conceive to turn the tables. After dealing with the spatial surveillance on his body, Heiju immediately plunged into the ground and headed toward the suspicious monk's location. In a remote village in the northern part of the Land of Fire, an elegant monk was wandering. The monk wore a white haori paired with a black cloak, his hair gathered atop his head with a long braid hanging down his back. Beneath his left eye was tattooed the Roman numeral 4, and on his chin was a diamond-shaped mark. He wore a red collar and red wristbands around his neck and wrists. Additionally, he had black nails of black crystal on his abdomen, a red belt around his waist, and red earrings hanging. His peculiar appearance did not alienate the villagers. On the contrary, he was deeply respected by them. And as Heiju had guessed, this monk indeed harbored an Otsutsuki within him. Otsutsuki Ishiki. 1,000 years ago, Kaguya had come to Earth together with Ishiki. According to their agreement, Kaguya was supposed to feed the Ten Tails and cultivate the God Tree's fruit. But she suddenly betrayed Ishiki, wounding him and feeding him to the Ten Tails. On the brink of death, Ishiki used Sukuna Hikona to escape and parasitized a passing monk named Jigen to survive, though his lower body was devoured by the Ten Tails. From then on, he had been striving to restore his strength. The Otsutsuki clan did not easily die. They could reincarnate through karma. However, this reincarnation required a suitable person as a vessel, and the hasty parasitism of Jigen was not an ideal choice. A millennium of searching had yielded nothing, but Jigen did not give up. Suddenly, he sensed something. A black-red circular portal resembling a black hole appeared beside him. The villagers did not show any panic at this anomaly, clearly accustomed to such scenes. Heiju was not overly surprised by the portal before him. The lack of concealment itself conveyed a desire to meet. A product of Inyang release, is it? Have you come to seek death? Jigen's attitude toward Heiju was hostile, as his current plight was all due to Kaguya. Indeed, you are Otsutsuki Ishiki, and you are not dead yet. Heiju looked at the man before him somewhat anxious. Regardless of the grievances between you and Mother, hear me out, will you? Jigen did not speak, indicating acquiescence. Do you know of the rising Shirtu? He seems to understand some secrets of the Otsutsuki and intends to prevent Mother's unsealing. So what? Jigen spoke slowly, having some knowledge of the matter. But he seems to be aware of your existence too. Heiju's gaze turned serious as he looked at Jigen. After all these years of searching, I only found a trace of you, but that brat seemed to know and guard against you from the very beginning. Jigen frowned slightly. In the past few years, that young man has indeed been deliberately probing for my traces. At first I thought it was a coincidence, but now it is indeed suspicious. Jigen frowned slightly. In the past few years, that young man has indeed been deliberately probing for my traces. At first I thought it was a coincidence, but now it is indeed But Shirtu found nothing. With the ability to open different spaces Dekokutten, as long as Jigen wanted to hide, almost no one could find him. Heiju's words made Jigen, who had previously been indifferent, begin to take Shirtu seriously. That brat is bent on guarding against our Otsutsuki clan. If not eliminated, he will surely become a great threat. Heiju slowly guided Jigen, resorting to the strategy of using a tiger to drive away a wolf due to his own lack of strength. Before finding a suitable vessel, I will not easily use my full power, Jigen said, directly seeing through Heiju's scheme. Shirtu's strength was known to him, defeating him would not be difficult, but it would come at a cost. The current vessel could not accommodate much of Jigen's chakra, so he did not intend to act directly. He is merely a mortal who will die in a few decades. Having infinite lifespan, Jigen naturally had this advantage. But I won't let it go so easily. Jigen's expression turned stern. The dignity of an Otsutsuki could not be trampled by a mere mortal. Over the years, though Jigen had not found a suitable vessel, he had established a formidable organization, the Shell. The Shell organization not only helped him search for vessels, but also carried out tasks inconvenient for him to handle personally. Its members included high-ranking officials from various nations or hidden talents among the populace, more than enough to deal with an ordinary mortal. Heiju, seeing that Jigen was willing to deal with Shirtu, felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. Jigen only needed to find a suitable vessel to unleash his full power without restraint and achieve his goals. Heiju, on the other hand, had more considerations. Lacking strength, he could only rely on others to oppose Shirtu. For now, let this insignificant Jigen oppose Shirtu. When both are weakened, Mother will strike and eliminate them. Heiju schemed inwardly, then silently sank into the ground. Jigen did not stop Heiju's escape. In his eyes, it was merely a product of Inyang release, insignificant. Once I find the right vessel, these mere mortals and Kagaya will be nothing but steps on my path to becoming a god. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the 17th year of the Leaf Village. Ban was still preparing to fuse with Hashirama's cells. Meanwhile, Shirtu had finally found a rare moment of leisure during this period. Shirtu made numerous efforts to locate the Shirgu Lin by using the sealed Koyu, but he never succeeded. Simultaneously, he attempted to find the hidden Cien, yet all efforts proved futile, leaving him deeply frustrated. Thus passed the uneventful days until an uninvited guest arrived. Hashirama came alone to Bojian Mansion in the Tangjigwa. Shirtu had been residing here during this time, and the Tangjigwa naturally welcomed him with open arms. Sensing Hashirama's condition before him, Shirtu, initially guarded heart, gradually relaxed. Hashirama's time was running out. I never imagined that the brat from before would now be so formidable. Hashirama and Shirtu sat facing each other, and Hashirama was the first to voice his lament. Fei Jian had died at Shirtu's hands, so naturally Hashirama harbored thoughts of revenge. But feeling the state of his own body, he had to admit that this was now the era of the young. My time is short, Hashirama declared directly. Regardless of the past grievances between you and Fei Jian, now that Fei Jian is dead, I hope you will not vent your anger upon the Leaf Village. Hashirama thus made clear the purpose of his visit. At the same time, he pressed his hands on the table and bowed his head heavily onto its surface. Several faint cracks appeared on the table, illustrating Hashirama's sincerity. This was the only thing he as a dying Hokage could do for the Leaf Village now. Fei Jian is dead, and the grievances between me and the Leaf Village are settled. Shirtu spoke slowly. After defeating Fei Jian, the hatred that had long lingered in his heart gradually faded. The feud between the Uchiha and Senju clans had lasted for years. What meaning was there in further pursuit? Under Hashirama's deliberate arrangement, the Uchiha were now living in relative harmony within the Leaf Village. Naturally, Shirtu had no desire to disrupt this hard-won peace. Only after hearing Shirtu's affirmative reply did Hashirama straighten his back. He scrutinized the young man before him. Powerful, meticulous, emotionally attached, yet not impulsive. If not for Fei Jian's reckless actions, he might have become a suitable Hokage. Hashirama thought to himself, but he knew that was impossible now. After my death, the ninja world may fall into turmoil once more. Hashirama continued. After Fei Jian's death, the other ninja villages had been constantly probing the Leaf Village's boundaries with various excuses. If not for the deterrent of his authority, war would likely have already broken out. After Fei Jian's death, the other ninja villages had been constantly probing the Leaf Village's boundaries with various excuses. If not for the deterrent of his... Hashirama voiced his request, and the table shattered under his strength. You'll see how I feel. Shirtu neither agreed nor refused. The Leaf Village still had a purpose in his plans. He would not allow it to prematurely exit the stage of history because of him. Shirtu's words clearly took Hashirama by surprise. Hashirama had already prepared himself for Shirtu's refusal. Thank you very much. Shirtu watched the man before him who was prone to bowing his head at the slightest provocation and could not fathom why this man differed so vastly from Fei Jian. If you have anything else to say, just say it. Shirtu could no longer bear the display before him. If this continued, wouldn't the floor be shattered by his head? Finally, there seemed to be some people in the Leaf Village who are acting strangely. Hashirama's words caught Shirtu's attention. I don't know the specifics, but it's my intuition. I hope you will be cautious in the future. Some high-ranking officials in the Leaf Village harbored inexplicable hostility toward Shirtu. According to Hashirama, similar voices existed in other nations as well. This was a normal phenomenon. Given Shirtu's formidable power, such reactions were only natural. Yet Hashirama felt something was amiss. After much deliberation, Hashirama decided to offer his counsel. Regardless of the past conflicts between the man before him and Fei Jian, he had once been a part of the village. This was the last thing a dying man could do. Shirtu gazed out the window, quietly pondering the meaning of Hashirama's words. By then Hashirama had already left. Regarding the method to reach the Shirgulin, Hashirama could offer no help. Only if the Kuayu was willing to guide could one go there, otherwise there was no way at all. Shirtu had no choice but to continue keeping the little Kuayu by his side. The coup. Shirtu had a suspicion about Hashirama. In the original timeline, the coup organization had always lurked in the shadows, only revealing itself during the Boruto era. But it seemed that due to his own existence, this organization, which had been hidden, was now making some moves. Shirtu sighed. Because of my appearance, so many things have changed. I hope these changes are all for the better. Soon after, news of Hashirama's death spread throughout the ninja world, igniting a frenzy. The Shueijigwa. Hashirama is dead. This is an unprecedented opportunity, we must not miss it. The speaker was a high-ranking official from the Mist Village. After Bai Lian's death, Gui Deng, Huan Yu unexpectedly took over as the second Mizukage. Since then he had cultivated many close followers, and the speaker was one of them. The Tujigwa has actually taken the opportunity to raise the price of the ore they export to us. We cannot swallow this insult. The Shueijigwa was a nation of islands with insufficient ore production and a dire need for trade with the Tujigwa. The Huajigwa is now leaderless. We might take advantage of this to reap some benefits. The meeting was abuzz with voices, everyone expressing their views. Only Gui Deng, Huan Yu remained silent. Shirtu, now that this opportunity has come, what will you do? The Tujigwa. What do you think of Hashirama's death? The speaker was a young man now wearing the attire of the second Tsukuyomi. Master Wu, now that the Huajigwa has no strong warrior stationed there, it will surely attract the attention of other nations. Our village is in a developing phase and should not be too conspicuous. But the Shueijigwa is quite displeased with us. If they have any other ideas, we must not let them off easy. The speaker was the young De Yimu, who had shed his naivety with age and developed his own ideas. Wu did not comment directly. The situation was still unclear, and it was too early to act. Shirtu, what will you do? The Leijigwa. Now is the perfect time. I've long been unable to stand those people from the Huajigwa. Exactly. I doubt the Leaf Village has even elected a new Kage yet. If not now, when? The Cloud Village's meeting was extremely noisy. A group of muscular men were passionately expressing their ambitions, a phenomenon that would never have occurred while Hashirama was alive. Jin Jiao did not participate. Instead, he closed his eyes to rest. By now he and his brother had firmly established themselves in the Cloud Village, even wielding considerable influence. Yin Jiao, meanwhile, was deeply engaged in the discussion, even harboring the arrogant notion of completely dominating the Huajigwa. Lord Shirtu has not issued any new orders for a long time. Will he get involved this time? Jin Jiao thought to himself. Though they had achieved high status, their admiration for Shirtu had never diminished. The Fungjigwa. Lord Kazekage, should we take action? The other nations seem restless. Sha Min sat at the head while the other high-ranking officials awaited his reply. The Sand Village's geographical location was unfavorable, but thanks to Sha Min's excellent strategies and decisions, the entire village was steadily progressing. For now, remain still and wait for the right moment. Yes. Shirtu quietly read the latest newspaper. With Shida's support, the Tang country's newspaper could now detail the significant events occurring daily throughout the entire ninja world. The conflict over resources between the Shui country and the Tu country grew increasingly fierce. The Lei country eyed the Hua country with predatory intent. The Feng country remained still, guarding its own territory, without any movement. The newspaper briefly recorded intelligence from various countries. Although there were no classified events, one could still glean insights into the nation's plans through these summaries. Shirtu had recently placed great importance on this, as war could break out at any moment. Initially, Shirtu had entertained the idea of forcibly maintaining peace in the ninja world with his own power, much like Zhu Jian. However, after Zhu Jian's admonition, Shirtu decided to hold his position for now. Cixin seemed to be making a move. Shirtu wanted to see what the other's objective was. As the deepest hidden threat, Shirtu had never let down his guard against him. But in the current timeline, the perfect vessel should not have been found yet. He probably won't make any major moves. I hope to find his location through these clues. An unknown space. Several projections appeared on the seats at the center of the space. These projections wore headbands from various countries revealing their different affiliations. At this moment, despite being from different factions, they did not show hostility toward one another. Instead, they looked with respect toward the head seat. After a moment, everyone had arrived, and the figure at the head seat gradually materialized. It was Cixin, whom Heiju had secretly met. As a Daitongyu who had lived for thousands of years, Cixin had not yet found the perfect vessel, but he had managed to recruit many talents during this time. These people came from various countries across the ninja world, each with their own diverse purposes. They were both the best helpers for Cixin to find the vessel and his current agents. After so many years of peace, it's time for the ninja world to be thrown into turmoil again. Cixin spoke slowly, as casually as deciding what to have for dinner, thus determining the future direction of the ninja world. Over the millennia, the ninja world had experienced various upheavals, many of which bore his traces. After all, in times of war, losing a child or two was all too common. Keep an eye on Uchiha Shirtu. If possible, eliminate him. After uttering these two sentences, Cixin vanished directly from his seat. Yes, the others quickly replied, even though the head seat was already empty. Everyone proceed according to the plan. Of course, if we meet on the battlefield, it will come down to each of our abilities. You Hua country fellows, watch your own lives. Don't die in this war. You Feng country cowards still hiding in the desert and afraid to make a move, are you? The remaining members either left with harsh words or remained silent and then departed one after another. They were all individuals who had been saved by Cixin by chance, and after learning his true identity, they followed him in an attempt to fulfill their own wishes. Although they now served in the same organization, coming from different countries, they harbored varying degrees of grudges against one another. Normally restrained by their colleague status, they could not act. The current war was the perfect opportunity. In the My Village, a ninja wearing a My headband suddenly woke with a start. Recalling the malicious glances from the others at the meeting, cold sweat kept soaking his back. He understood that Mai, with Zhu Jian just dead, had become prey for the various countries. As for the leader's order to eliminate Shidu, they probably dared not act directly. But if they targeted Mai to force Shirtu into action, they were more than willing to try. He had come into contact with this group by accident. He also had his own wish to become Fire Shadow. Originally without hope, he chose to take a risk in pursuit of that slim possibility. And the effect was remarkable. With the help of this organization, his strength grew rapidly to the point that he became a disciple of Zhu Jian and the strongest contender for the next Fire Shadow. But now the entire village faced a mortal crisis, and he was completely panicked. If the village was destroyed, how could he become Fire Shadow? In his panic, he chose to seek out his good friend Yuanfei Risen. Yuanfei Risen, who was training, looked at the flustered Tuanzang with some confusion. Tuanzang, why are you so flustered? Looking at the sunny Yuanfei Risen before him, Tuanzang, who had initially intended to explain the situation, directly calmed down. Risen, recently the other countries seem to be making some moves. Lord Zhu Jian has just passed away, and we. Tuanzang, rest assured. As disciples of Lord Zhu Jian and Lord Fei Jian, we will absolutely protect the entire Mai. Even if I have to sacrifice myself, I will protect Mai. Tuanzang looked at this optimist before him and also laughed. With Zhu Jian deceased, the position of Fire Shadow was still vacant. Although Fei Jian had died several years earlier, he was still spontaneously recognized by the villagers as the second Fire Shadow. The strongest contenders for the third Fire Shadow were the 6 disciples of the Fire Shadows. Among these 6, Yuanfei Risen and Jimu Tuanzang were the most promising. Now all Tuanzang could do was protect Mai. Looking across the entire history of the Ninja World, war was the main theme. Due to the conflict of interest between the Shui country and the Tu country, they were the first to violate the peace treaty signed by Zhu Jian during his lifetime and launched a war. Initially, it was only a small-scale dispute, but as friction escalated, it quickly turned into a large-scale war. The brief peace vanished completely, and the fear of war once again enveloped everyone in the ninja world. After that, the ambitious Lei country also began its own machinations. Several ninjas and a traveling group vanished without reason within the territory of the Hua country, providing them with the perfect pretext for war. The Hua country, unable to defend itself against the accusations, could only passively defend. High in combat power had not yet entered the battlefield directly, and Mai, with its abundant resources, could still protect itself. But without the unified command of a supreme leader, the entire Mai was mired in disputes. Some high-ranking officials proposed first voting to elect the next Fire Shadow successor, and then deciding on the measures against the Lei country based on the principle of stabilizing the interior before dealing with external threats. Another faction of high-ranking officials believed that the Fire Shadow successor should be determined by military merit, and the Lei country was the best target, stabilizing the interior after dealing with external threats. The two ideologies were evenly balanced among the high-ranking officials, so Mai had not yet decided on a strategic direction. The Feng country still remained inactive, seeming not to intend to participate. But soon the struggles among ordinary ninjas could no longer satisfy the ambitions of the various countries. The Tu country and the Shui country, whose friction and disputes had been expanding, were unwilling to easily give up their interests, and they chose to completely tear up the peace agreement. In the end, the highest combatants of the Tu country and the Shui country, the Earth Shadow and the Water Shadow, were the first to enter the fray and launch war. Their battle marked the full-scale outbreak of the entire ninja war. In truth, this great war was not a conflict between two nations, but a full-scale war encompassing the entire shinobi world. Initially, the various nations exercised restraint, but once they confirmed that the dread that had once haunted every heart, Senju Hashirama, was truly dead, their actions became unrestrained. In the 18th year of Konoha, the land of earth and the land of water, upon discovering that the land of fire was leaderless, dispatched troops to Konoha under the pretext of aiding the village against the land of lightning. Thus, Konoha found itself besieged on three fronts. The smaller nations surrounding Konoha, pressured by the three great powers, chose to align with them. On the eastern front of Konoha, Kinkaku and Ginkaku of Kumogakure in the land of lightning led the assault. Wielding the Six Paths treasures and harboring Nine-Tails chakra, they were like instruments of mass destruction on the battlefield, unstoppable wherever they went. The formidable military might of Kumogakure placed immense pressure on Konoha, forcing the village to deploy the majority of its forces, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami. The main forces of the Senju and Uchiha clans were sent to obstruct the enemy. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo commanded the Umbu founded by Senju Tobirama to gather intelligence and provide covert protection. Utatane Koharu, as head of the medical department, provided support. A fierce battle erupted between the two sides. Initially unprepared for the mechanisms of the Six Paths tools, Konoha's forces suffered a devastating first-strike defeat. The unique mechanics of the Six Paths tools inflicted heavy losses on Konoha's troops. Only after sacrificing countless lives to decipher the tools' workings did Konoha stabilize its losses and hold the line in the eastern land of fire. Nevertheless, vast territories were seized by the land of lightning. On the western front of Konoha, Inoki led his forces to invade. The land of earth's main battlefield was against the land of water. Initially, Konoha had not heavily fortified against the land of earth, deploying most of its forces to confront the land of water. The second Tsukuyomi had even personally engaged in months of sustained combat, with the second Mizukage Hozuki Jinjetsu, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Yet no one expected the land of earth, supposedly with depleted forces, to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. The young Inoki led only a small contingent, but every member of this unit could use a special ninja. This technique summoned a unique golem to attack, allowing them to avoid direct confrontation on the battlefield, thereby greatly reducing their casualties. Moreover, as the leader of this unit, Inoki could even wield the same Kekiai Toda as the second Tsukuyomi, Dust Release. This dust release, formed by combining the three nature transformations of wind, earth, and fire, could trap the opponent in a barrier and disintegrate them into atomic particles, followed by a massive explosion. This unique ability placed immense pressure on Konoha, causing the village to lose vast territories in the west shortly after the battle began. Eventually, it was only after the arrival of troops, led by Sarutobi Sasuke, that the enemy's advance was halted. Among them, the Ino-Shikacho formation, composed of the Nara Yamanaka and Akimichi clans, played a pivotal role on the battlefield. The secret techniques of the Aburame clan, which controlled insect swarms, also inflicted heavy damage on the golem technique. However, the situation remained grim, as Konoha still lacked effective countermeasures against Inoki's devastating dust release. On the southern front of Konoha, the land of water launched assassination raids directly on key regions of the village. Although the land of water's main forces were engaged in the primary battlefield against the land of earth, with the second Mizukage Hozuki Jinjetsu among them, they still possessed formidable strength to assault Konoha. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist leading their troops employed their exceptional assassination techniques, making them difficult to counter. Each of the 7 swords possessed unique abilities, elevating the prowess of their wielders. With no other choice, the Hyuga clan of Konoha took command to face the enemy's onslaught. The remaining clans, under the Hyuga's direction, formed a solid defensive line to repel the assault. The Byakugan's powerful reconnaissance capabilities counteracted the hidden mist technique of Kirigakure to a certain extent. However, besieged on 3 fronts, Konoha's combat resources were severely depleted, leaving the southern front barely able to hold its ground, unable to mount an effective counterattack. Though Konoha was under assault from three sides, the land of hot water, a transit hub between the lands of lightning, fire, and water, remained untouched by the war. The smaller nations pressured by the great powers had long since chosen sides, and even joined the conflict, but the similarly weak land of hot water was an exception. The forces of the land of lightning and the land of water deliberately avoided the land of hot water, even sending envoys for friendly exchanges. While the entire shinobi world was in turmoil, the land of hot water remained as harmonious as before. All of this was naturally due to one person in the land of hot water, Takedo. At this moment, Takedo was leisurely reading the latest battle reports from Konoha. With no cage-level powerhouse stationed in Konoha, the other nations naturally sought to reap substantial gains from the village. That the land of Wind's Sunigakure had managed to hold back until now surprised Takedo. Sunigakure, already scarce in resources, had not seized this opportunity, but instead chose to stand by. A move completely unexpected by Takedo. Takedo tried to glean traces of the hidden shell from this information, but found nothing. Nevertheless, he was not alarmed, for the war had only Konoha village. The village was now in a state of full mobilization. Although the new Hokage had not yet been chosen, they quickly established appropriate defensive measures in the face of foreign invasion. Thanks to the training Hashirama had provided in his final years, the friction and suspicion among Konoha's clans had diminished considerably compared to the village's early days. The major clans' recognition of the village's common interests had also increased significantly. Yet whether Konoha, lacking top-tier combat power, could survive this great war remained an open question. In the Hokage's office, a woman, with red hair tied into two buns, was continuously reviewing frontline battle reports. She wore a crown-like ornament on her head, a purple diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, and talisman-like decorations hanging. A white kimono embodied her compassion and authority. She was Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mido. The two factions among the higher-ups had never reached a consensus. Ultimately, it was the Hokage's wife who stepped forward, unified the voices, and temporarily assumed the role of Hokage to address the crisis at hand. And she did not disappoint. With decisive efficiency, she dispatched the appropriate personnel to the various fronts. Despite scarce resources, she managed to sustain the front lines through meticulous resource allocation. However, the acting Hokage now furrowed her brow, pessimistic about the current situation. Kinkaku and Ginkaku were merely the vanguard of the land of lightning, Kumogakure, which surely send reinforcements. And the land of earth and land of water had not committed their full forces to invade Konoha. If they ceased their main battlefield operations and turned all their might against Konoha, the front lines would be indefensible. The most critical factor was the land of wind's neutrality. With no involvement in any battle, they would be the most dangerous mantis waiting behind. Uzumaki Mido had to prepare against them. Feeling the sealed entity within her, Uzumaki Mido gently massaged her temples. Hashirama, can I protect her? The war continued, but it seemed to have been pressed into a pause, its overall pace slowing down. Konoha, relying on its profound foundation, barely managed to withstand the joint invasion of the various nations. During this period, Kinkaku and Ginkaku also contacted Shido, wanting to learn his next intentions. Shido, still observing from the shadows, was not inclined to enter the fray prematurely, merely instructing Kinkaku and Ginkaku to relay frontline intelligence periodically. Everything seemed to have reached a certain equilibrium, exuding a harmony that was both eerie and calm. One day, Shirtu suddenly received a message from Kinkaku and Ginkaku. They had discovered a ruin in Konoha. The ruin was extremely perilous, guarded by a large number of white, unidentified monsters. Kinkaku and Ginkaku, as per routine, relayed this strange news to Shirtu. An Otsutsuki ruin, is it? Shirtu gazed at the intelligence delivered by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. He had already surveyed the location of the ruin in earlier years. An Otsutsuki ruin, is it? Shirtu gazed at the intelligence delivered by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. He had already surveyed the location. Shirtu speculated on this matter. The ruins of the Otsutsuki were so difficult to discover that over the past millennium people had not even known of their existence. Recalling the 6 dimensions that Kaguya possessed, Shirtu suspected that most ruins were hidden within these spaces. Only after the passage of time, due to spatial fluctuations, would some ruins reappear in the ninja world. Then what was the reason for this newly appeared ruin? Shirtu was curious. The sudden appearance of the ruin was hardly attention-grabbing in this current era of war, but for Shido, who sought to study the Otsutsuki clan, it was a different matter. It was almost like a Hongmin banquet tailor-made for Shido, designed to drag him, who had always remained on the sidelines, into this great melee. Let me see what tricks you intend to play. Kinkaku and Ginkaku were extremely curious about the suddenly appearing ruin. Though they had always been on the front lines facing the Uchiha clan, who were of the same lineage as Shido, the two brothers found it difficult to exert their full strength. But hindered by their superiors' orders, they could hardly deploy troops to investigate the ruin. Indeed, despite their formidable strength, they could hardly deploy troops to investigate the ruin. Indeed, despite their formidable strength, they were not the supreme commanders of this operation. The Raikage did not trust the two of them, who relied solely on brute force and acted without thought. Above them, there was a hidden supreme commander, Leishan. He was a veteran of the Hidden Cloud Village, having rendered remarkable merits even before the nation's founding. His immense prestige compelled Kinkaku and Ginkaku to obey him. Leishan held complete control over the troops, and it was he who led the excavation of this ruin. Without his command, Kinkaku and Ginkaku could only pass the opportunity for investigation to Shirtu. That night, Shirtu arrived at the location of the ruin. He concealed himself deep in the dense forest, observing the white Zetsu wandering around the ruin. The important reason Leishan had not ordered an investigation of the ruin was that it would consume a massive amount of troops. At a critical moment in the war, every soldier was an extremely valuable resource. Shirtu closed his eyes carefully, sensing the spatial fluctuations around him. With the continuous use and development of his eye ability, his perception of temporal and spatial fluctuations grew increasingly acute. The temporal and spatial fluctuations around the ruin were in a state of complete chaos. It was as if this space had been forcibly manifested here. Although these fluctuations did not affect Shita's use of his techniques, the chaotic fluctuations severely hampered his investigation. It seems I have to go and see for myself. Shirtu sighed. The myriad anomalies all conveyed the danger of this place to him. But Shirtu had no reason to refuse. Every ruin of Kagaya might harbor methods to defeat the Otsutsuki. And even if this were a trap laid by the enemy, Shirtu intended to venture into it himself. The two sides, already hostile, would sooner or later engage in a fierce battle. Should he abandon the opportunity to understand the enemy, just because of potential danger? Having made up his mind, Shita's figure suddenly vanished, then reappeared behind a massive white Zetsu. Dealing with these white Zetsu would also require considerable effort. At the grand camp of the Hidden Cloud Army, a middle-aged man sat in the seat of honor. This man was Leishan, the supreme commander of the Land of Lightning's expeditionary force. He had dismissed everyone else, leaving only himself in the tent. Before him was a basin of water, and within the water's surface was the figure of Shirtu. From the moment Shirtu appeared outside the ruin, every move he made had been under Leishan's complete surveillance. This surveillance technique could only be performed by simultaneously utilizing space-time jutsu and water release. In normal times, using it to monitor Shirtu, who was adept at sensing spatial fluctuations, was clearly impossible. But now the spatial fluctuations around the ruin were completely disrupted, which gave Leishan an opportunity. And Leishan's purpose in doing this was, of course, Shirtu. Apart from being a high-ranking official of the Hidden Cloud Village, he was also a member of Kara. In his youth, he had encountered that mysterious and powerful man Jigen. With Jigen's help, he, who had originally been of mediocre strength, grew rapidly, eventually reaching his current status. His wish was naturally to achieve immortality like Jigen and become the supreme god. To this end, he had abducted many children from the Land of Lightning to test whether they could become a suitable vessel for Jigen. Unfortunately, after all these years, there had been no results, causing Leishan great distress. And now he had heard a second command from Jigen: eliminate Shirtu. Although most members of the Kara organization did not show it, each of them desired to be the one who completed the task. Having already received immense benefits from Jigen, if they could complete this new mission, they would surely receive new rewards. They might even become Otsutsuki like Jigen. This was the thought in everyone's mind. The war had begun, and almost every nation was deploying troops against Konoha, hoping to force Shirtu to show himself through this method. But what none of them had anticipated was that Shirtu had never intended to appear, as if he truly did not care about Konoha's fate. Shita's forbearance made the others dare not act too aggressively, causing all fronts to fall into a stalemate. Leishan, who had been helpless, suddenly discovered the Kagaya ruins hidden deep within the space. Being a member of Kara, and due to Jigen's influence, he also knew some methods to summon the Kagaya ruins. Therefore, Leishan deliberately set up a trap, waiting for Shirtu to take the bait. But what Leishan did not expect was that not only did this matter lure out Shirtu, but it also exposed the hidden Kinkaku and Ginkaku. In Leishan's plan, this ruin was supposed to be reported to Shirtu by the people of Konoha, but unexpectedly Shirtu appeared on his own. The inexplicable interest in the ruin made Kinkaku and Ginkaku the primary suspects. Although I didn't have time to set enough traps with the strangeness of this space, Shita, you are doomed. Leishan watched Shirtu continuously clearing the white Zetsu, a smile uncontrollably spreading across his lips. Shirtu silently dealt with the white Zetsu before him. Watching the white Zetsu skillfully used with style, Shirtu felt immense envy. Although through constant training Shirtu could also use wood style, and even performed admirably in combat compared to Hashirama, his wood style was like Yamato's, excellent for building houses. Shirtu expressionlessly dealt with these plant men who only wanted to know what it felt like to defecate. The passage of the ruins was gradually cleared by Shirtu. This ruin was the largest Shirtu had ever explored, and he held great expectations for it. In earlier years, Shirtu had investigated many Kagaya ruins, but most of them contained no important information. This dealt a considerable blow to Shiru, who had been full of enthusiasm. The traps came as no surprise. They were likely designed by ordinary people during Kagaya's era. Raisin, watching through the water surface as Shirtu ventured deeper into the ruins, became increasingly convinced that he could completely trap and kill Shirtu here. Shirtu did not know the purpose of this ruin, but Raisin, a member of the Kara organization, knew it well. This place was a prison established by Kagaya. Originally, it should have been deep within Kagaya's Shikyu space, but now Raisin had summoned it back to the mortal world using a special secret technique. A prison, easy to enter, hard to leave. Raisin had no confidence in defeating Shirtu in a direct confrontation, but battles between ninjas were not limited to heated fights. How can a mere mortal withstand the power of the Otsutsuki? As Shirtu continued deeper, he gradually sensed the strangeness of this. Although this ruin was extremely vast, even the largest Shirtu had ever explored, it did not have many rooms like other ruins. This ruin had only passageways. The narrow corridors were as intricate as a labyrinth. At the same time, various traps combined with the maze could easily ensnare and kill any intruder. Most importantly, the chakra was constantly draining. Indeed, this place could continuously absorb the chakra of those who entered. Forced into a corner, Shirtu had no choice but to advance by brute force. Qiankong slashes continuously destroyed the walls before him. The walls were constructed with a special chakra mixture that could strongly resist attacks composed of chakra. Helpless Shirtu had to use Qiankong to clear the way. As he continuously unleashed Qiankong, his progress efficiency increased. One by one, skeletal remains appeared on the path ahead. Died from chakra depletion. Looking at the skeletal remains, Shirtu clearly understood the cause of death. As time spent here increased, the rate at which the ruins drained chakra also accelerated. The vast labyrinth was quickly traversed under Shidda's violent dismantling. However, what awaited Shirtu was not the expected murals or palaces recording secrets, but a vast pool of magma. The scorching magma radiated intense heat, and beads of sweat appeared on Shidda's forehead. Is this all there is in such a huge ruin? Shirtu cursed loudly. But since he was already here, he had no choice but to continue. In the magma, only intermittent paths appeared, seemingly meant for the intruder to proceed. But for efficiency, Shirtu chose to fly directly over the magma. Wanting to see what this place was really like, he opted for wind style instead. However, all that awaited Shirtu were remains along the way, leaving him with no useful information. After a long journey, a new scene finally appeared before Shidda's eyes. An endless frozen space appeared before Shirtu. The two spaces were directly spliced together without any transition, completely defying the laws of physics. Could these spaces be fragments of Kagaya's 6 dimensions? Shirtu speculated. Although the ruin was huge, it could absolutely not contain the vast space he had already traversed. The only explanation was that these spaces were fragments of Kagaya's 6 dimensions. Shirtu accelerated, wanting to thoroughly investigate. The biting cold wind made Shirtu shiver involuntarily. Shidda's current physique was far beyond that of ordinary people, yet both the previous magma space fragment and the current ice and snow space fragment could easily affect Shidda's physical condition. As Shirtu had guessed, what appeared before him was Kagaya's desert space. The boundless desert was abruptly spliced with the ice and snow. As Shirtu had guessed, what appeared before him was Kagaya's desert space. The boundless desert was abruptly spliced with the ice and snow. Shirtu tentatively stepped onto the sand. The sand kept shifting slowly, swallowing his body. Quicksand. It was not merely a simple desert. It was filled with vast amounts of quicksand. Knowing the details, Shirtu flew back into the air to avoid the quicksand. At this point, Shirtu no longer cared about the ruin's purpose. He had developed a strong curiosity about the existence of the ruin itself. It was highly likely that Kagaya's 6 space fragments existed within the ruin, and their value alone already far surpassed the entire ruin. Shirtu continued forward, while simultaneously sensing the entire space's condition. Irregular space fragments. Unlike Kagaya's complete 6 dimensions, these were just irregular fragments of various sizes. Shattered space fragments should have quickly dissipated in space, but Kagaya had used a special method to integrate and splice them into the current existence. As expected, after the desert space, a new space appeared before Shirtu. A boundless acid sea lay before him. Irritating air enveloped Shirtu. With each breath, he felt his lungs and trachea being constantly corroded. This was Kagaya's most mysterious acid sea space. In Shidda's perception, the real acid sea space should have been entirely composed of acid sea. However, because it was a space fragment, it was not completely filled with acid sea. Although its effects were greatly diminished compared to the original, ordinary people would still be utterly helpless against this boundless acid sea. Fortunately, it's just a fragment, or I would have been in real trouble. Shirtu sighed inwardly, only wanting to pass through quickly. The pervasive, irritating gas made Shida's internal organs extremely uncomfortable. Lingering too long would indeed cause serious harm. Continuously activating Shida's figure rapidly traversed this boundless acid sea. A new space appeared before Shirtu, the supergravity space. In Shida's perception, this was the last space. The initial labyrinth seemed to have been transformed from Kagaya's Shikyu space. Its property of continuously absorbing chakra also corresponded to the characteristics of the Shikyu space. Although Shirtu did not know how Kagaya had modified it to indiscriminately absorb the chakra of all intruders, its existence seemed to be more than just a simple maze. In Shida's perception, the 6 spaces did not form a perfect sphere. They were missing the most crucial piece that could completely stabilize this. As soon as Shirtu stepped into this hypergravity space, he felt his entire body completely out of control, firmly stuck to the ground. Due to the extreme hypergravity, the air in front of him was distorted. Shirtu activated Shuinjia. His body suddenly disappeared, and then reappeared deep in the hypergravity space. The effect of Shuinjia was not only weakened by the influence of the hypergravity space, but its consumption also greatly increased. The hypergravity space is so powerful and indiscriminate, no wonder Kagaya didn't like to use it. As Shirtu advanced little by little, Leishan outside was also observing Shirtu. Leishan was also unclear about the specific situation inside the ruins. As Shirtu passed through various areas, Leishan's heart palpitated more and more. Good thing I didn't let my subordinates explore this ruin. Leishan had considered exploring the ruins, but to preserve his forces, he ultimately chose to abandon the idea. Any random area inside is not something an ordinary ninja can easily pass through. What kind of immense power must Kagaya possess to create such spaces? Leishan grew more in awe of the Otsutsuki's power, and even more eager to become one of them, or even the ultimate god. But at the same time, Leishan became more wary of Shida's strength. Most members of the Shell organization had heard of Shida's fearsome reputation. However, they had no clear understanding of Shida's actual power. This time, because of Kagaya's ruins, Leishan gained a clearer perception of the opponent's strength. If it were a direct confrontation, I would have no chance of victory. No, not even a chance of survival. Leishan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although the ruins did not trap Shida, Leishan was not worried. He never expected a simple ruin to trap the opponent. Leishan stood up from his seat and walked out of the I'm going out for a walk. Yes. Shirtu carefully searched the last space. Currently, the 6 spaces within the ruins were being pieced together in a strange manner. They were missing the most important piece, the key to uniting these 6 fragments into one. But no matter how Shirtu searched, there was no result. This frustrated Shirtu greatly. He even returned to the previous fragment space for this purpose. The fragment spaces were not connected piece by piece. They had a common junction forming a sphere-like. Shirtu searched aimlessly, but his intuition told him that this would be the greatest harvest from exploring the ruins. After leaving the camp, Leishan immediately went to the periphery of the ruins. Since he could summon the ruins using a secret technique, he could naturally recall them back. This ruin was originally located deep in Kagaya's primeval ball space. It was a summoning secret technique developed by Jishin after research which he taught to most members of the organization. Searching for Kagaya's ruins was also a common task for them. In Jixian's eyes, everything Kagaya possessed should have belonged to him. It was all stolen by a hateful traitor. After being summoned, the ruins would naturally return on their own, which took a great deal of time. All Leishan had to do was accelerate this process. Since Leishan could not confront Shirtu directly, nor could he trap the opponent with the ruins, he would completely exile him into Kagaya's space. Kagaya was already sealed. The opponent could never return to the real world. This would be a fatal blow. Leishan continuously mobilized chakra to drive the ruins to disappear again. At that moment, a gust of fierce wind appeared behind Leishan. The roar of thunder made Leishan's hair stand on end. Leishan had no choice but to interrupt the chakra transmission to dodge the attack. In the end, he was still a beat too slow. The surprise attack from Jinjiao and Injiao landed solidly on Leishan, and his body slammed violently into the ruins. Jinjiao and Injiao had been lying in ambush for a long time. Facing a trap, Shirtu naturally would not be unprepared, and due to Leishan's guidance, the spaces within the ruins were also experiencing constant disturbances. The originally stable space began to tremble continuously, as if trying to break free. Sensing the spatial situation, Shirtu was ready to flee at any moment. Jinjiao and Injiao, wielding the 6 paths treasures, were locked in a fierce battle with Leishan. The 2 brothers at full power were undeniably strong, though Leishan was completely unable to withstand them. No, I've already alerted the enemy. I must completely exile Shirtu into the primeval ball space. If he escapes, I will surely die. Leishan kept analyzing the current situation. The sudden attack from Jinjiao and Injiao was completely unexpected. Leishan bit his tongue hard, and a trace of blood flowed from the tip. He then immediately extended 2 fingers, and smeared the chakra-infused blood from his tongue onto his face. The secret technique was activated and a vast surge of power instantly flooded his body. This was a secret technique stored by the Shell organization. Although it had no effect on Jishin, it was a treasure for the other members. Activating the secret technique granted immense power, but the cost was the user's lifespan. Indeed, it was a forbidden technique that traded lifespan for power. A massive amount of chakra surged into Lei Shan's body, and for a moment, he could barely fend off the attacks of the two brothers. Only then could Lei Shan spare some attention to continue recalling the ruins. Shirtu sensed the tremors of the 6 spaces as some of them had already returned to the primeval ball space. Shirtu himself could even freely travel between the 2 spaces as a result. Shita, skilled in time-space ninjutsu, naturally understood the enemy's plan. But just as he was about to leave, he sensed what he had been desperately searching for all along. The crucial missing fragment. After a brief moment of deliberation, Shirtu chose to make a final attempt. This is probably the last chance, but if I miss it, there will be no more opportunities. Shirtu used Shuinjie to arrive in Kagaya's primeval ball space. This was an alternate space with a complete planetary structure. Its solid crust was similar to Earth's, and its interior even had a physical environment capable of supporting celestial-level battles. A yellow-green sky enveloped the entire space, and a redand-white landscape filled Shita's vision. Shirtu had no intention of sightseeing. According to his perception, the most critical fragment was hidden in Kagaya's primeval ball space. And the function of this fragment was naturally to control that bizarre combined space. The moment Shirtu appeared in the primeval ball space, a sudden change occurred. The arrival of a stranger seemed to trigger the defensive mechanism of the primeval ball space. The ruins, which had originally served as a bridge connecting the ninja world to the primeval ball space, were instantly pulled back by the primeval ball space. The spatial passage also closed with the disappearance of the ruins. Shirtu was completely trapped inside the primeval ball space. Outside, Lei Shan remained oblivious to what had transpired within the relic. Having achieved his goal, he had no intention of lingering further. The pressure exerted by Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao was far too immense, and even with the aid of forbidden techniques, prolonged resistance was impossible. Outside, Lei Shan remained oblivious to what had transpired within the relic. Having achieved his goal, he had no intention of lingering further. The pressure exerted by Jin Jiao, the evidence of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's treason had been irrevocably sealed. All that awaited them was the relentless pursuit of the Lightning Country. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were equally uncertain of what had occurred. Though they worried about Shirtu's safety, their primary objective now was to intercept and slay Lei Shan. The two sides engaged in a chase, quickly departing the area. After the relic vanished, the site reverted to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. Shirtu stood within Kagaya's primordial space, showing no signs of panic. From the moment he chose to enter this space, he had already prepared himself to bear such risks. Shirtu advanced steadily, following the direction of his perception. Kagaya remained sealed, and the primordial space was akin to an ordinary dimension devoid of anything save the unique scenery before him. With Shirtu's current perception, he could not yet sense the entire expanse of the primordial space, a testament to Kagaya's formidable power. In Shirtu's view, Kagaya, having consumed the chakra fruit, ranked among the top 3 of the Otsutsuki clan. Compared to Ishiki, she might even surpass him. The 6 dimensions' diverse and formidable abilities, along with Kagaya's other nearly game-breaking powers, certainly qualified her to contend with the likes of Ishiki. Yet Kagaya's combat awareness was sorely lacking. She possessed immense power, but knew not how to wield it, like a little girl holding a nuclear weapon. This was what allowed Naruto and Sasuke to seal her. Yet Kagaya's combat awareness was sorely lacking. She possessed immense power, but knew not how to wield it, like a little girl holding a nuclear weapon. This was what allowed Naruto, and within this modest building lay the very purpose of Shirtu's perilous venture. Upon inspection, Shirtu found no traps or defenses within the relic, not even a single white Zetsu. Considering the secrets concealed within this structure, Shirtu understood. If someone could truly reach this place, ordinary defensive measures would be useless. Shirtu stepped directly into the relic. As expected, this relic, like the previous one, contained a small fragment of space. This fragment perfectly complemented the missing piece of the mixed space. It was the most crucial component that the mixed. Shirtu entered it directly. The scene before him was indistinguishable from the outside. This fragment also originated from the primordial space. Shirtu entered it directly. The scene before him was indistinguishable from the outside. This fragment also originated from the primordial space. Is heavy and murky. Shirtu, you can sense a force persistently attempting to seize control of your body. A vast expanse of spiritual energy existing independently cannot endure for long. It instinctively seeks to occupy a physical form to balance spirit and body. Much like the mind transfer technique, this jutsu amplifies spiritual energy, concentrates it at the fingertips, and projects it, allowing the caster's soul to invade the target's body and manipulate it. The immense spiritual energy within Shirtu was precisely the protective measure left by Kaguya. Such overwhelming spiritual force could easily destroy an ordinary person's soul, turning their body into a puppet for manipulation. But now Kaguya's spiritual energy had evidently encountered something beyond her expectations. The resilience of Shirtu's spiritual energy far surpassed that of ordinary people. If it were merely that Kaguya's spiritual energy could still manage. More critically, an illusory pressure enveloped Shirtu, shielding him and making it difficult for Kaguya's energy to invade. A dragon's roar emanated from Shirtu's soul, repelling Kaguya's assault. Kaguya's spiritual energy stood utterly bewildered within the sea of Shirtu's mind. A true dragon. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, Kaguya knew full well that no such creature existed in the entire ninja world, or even the entire universe. Strangely, many civilizations across the universe revered the dragon. An otherworldly being, Kaguya immediately grasped the strangely many civilizations across the universe revered the dragon. An otherworldly being, Kaguya immediately grasped the key. Only beings from another world could possess things that did not exist in this realm. Kaguya's spiritual energy was thoroughly perplexed. Her existence was a contingency left by Kaguya's original body before she was sealed. Originally, she could dwell within the primordial space fragments without interference. But now, having launched an offensive to seize Shirtu's body and failed, she had lost her refuge. This spiritual energy would have no place to stay. She could no longer return to the primordial space fragment, only a slow dissolution awaited her. The drowsy Shirtu, startled by a resounding dragon's roar, suddenly awoke. Shirtu was uncertain of what had happened, but he knew he had fallen victim to Kaguya's schemes. That female voice was undoubtedly Kaguya's. He could not be mistaken. Shirtu was uncertain of what had happened, but he knew he had fallen victim to Kaguya's schemes. That female voice was undoubtedly Kaguya's. After a thorough investigation, he finally noticed something amiss. A heart lake had appeared within his body, and in the center of that lake curled a little girl. Through experimentation, Shirtu discovered he could easily appear within this heart lake. "Hey, who are you?" Shirtu asked directly. But the little girl only lowered her head, curling into a ball, silent. "You're not Kaguya, are you?" Shirtu reached out and lifted her head. Pale skin, blue-white hair, a delicate and beautiful face, eyes that were pure white, without pupils, and a Rinna Sharingan on her forehead. It was indeed Kaguya. Yet this Kaguya differed from the norm. She seemed somewhat shrunken. Due to the mysterious dragon soul, Kaguya was utterly unable to attack Shirtu and could only be manipulated by him. As time passed, the originally vast spiritual energy continued to drain, causing her body to shrink further. Now she had taken on the appearance of a young Kaguya. However, since she was born after Kaguya consumed the chakra fruit, she retained the iconic Rinna Sharingan. All the memories of the original body before her birth were naturally inherited. Sensing the young Kaguya's current state, Shirtu, though unaware of the cause, knew that she could not harm him. Gazing at the two horns atop Kaguya's head, Shirtu could not restrain his sinful hands. After Kaguya's vehement rebuttal, Shirtu could only stroke her horns. Smooth yet firm, the sensation was unexpectedly pleasant. Kaguya gazed at the man before her, wishing to disperse instantly. Yet as a mere spiritual energy, she lacked even the ability to will herself out of existence. She could only await her gradual dissipation over time. The moment Kaguya realized she could not possess Shirtu's body, she immediately concealed herself. The dignity of the Otsutsuki forbade any witness to her current miserable state. Thus she deliberately hid in the deepest recesses of the heart lake, yet Shirtu still discovered her. A wave of shame and indignation surged through Kaguya, flushing her entire small face. Shirtu carefully sensed the condition of the little Kaguya, and suddenly he seemed to grasp something. Shirtu closed his eyes to attempt something. Kaguya suddenly felt the bodous rejection of her weaken, even opening up a space that could accommodate her. Then she felt a tremendous force cast her into that space. "Damn it, let me out." Little Kaguya flailed her hands, striking at Shirtu. But being spiritual energy, she could inflict no physical harm, and protected by the mysterious force, little Kaguya could not directly attack Shirtu's spirit. Shirtu held Kaguya's head with one hand to keep her small hands from slapping his face. "You're about to vanish, and I kindly take you in. Instead of gratitude, you repay kindness with enmity. I'd rather die than be trapped by you." Indeed, Shirtu had made a simple attempt and directly imprisoned Kaguya. It was more like providing a dwelling than imprisoning her. Without her original body, she could not voluntarily exit Shirtu's body, whose spiritual energy instinctively seeks to possess a physical form which Kaguya could not control. But Kaguya could not break through Shirtu's defenses, so she could only slowly dissipate. Now Shirtu had given her a chance to survive. Shirtu naturally realized that she could not harm him, otherwise he would not have taken such a risk. Though he didn't know the reason, he was extremely curious about Kagaya's spiritual energy. Although she could not provide him with direct power, little Kagaya bearing the memories of the original Kagaya was a considerable treasure for Shirtu, who was eager to learn about the Otsutsuki. Accepting reality, little Kagaya turned her head away, unwilling to look at this detestable man. She could clearly feel that due to the dissipation of vast spiritual energy, she was now like a real child struggling to control her emotions. This was somewhat devastating for Kagaya, who had long maintained an aloof persona. Watching little Kagaya puff her cheeks, cross her arms, and turn her head away, Shirtu found her inexplicably cute. Shirtu did not force Kagaya to converse with him, or in fact he could only decide whether to keep her, not control. Since he still hoped to obtain information from her, he naturally couldn't let the relationship sour too much. They were still inside the fragment of Kagaya's start ball space. It would not be too late to try communicating with little Kagaya once back in the ninja world. Shirtu withdrew his thoughts and began exploring the fragment anew. Little Kagaya watched the vanishing Shirtu and pondered silently. Since I'm here, I might as well stay. Maybe I can use him to rescue the original body. Then with the power of the original body, I'll surely be able to control him. Shirtu withdrew his thoughts and began exploring the fragment anew. Little Kagaya watched the vanishing Shirtu, and Shirtu could clearly feel the uniqueness of this spatial fragment, but could not pinpoint what made it special. Foolish human, still coveting the great power of the Otsutsuki. If you are willing to serve me as your master, I might consider teaching you how to control this fragment. In the depths of Shita's heart, little Kagaya crossed her arms, looking haughty and arrogant. Hard to associate. It was only after a moment that little Kagaya realized she had once again adopted a childish demeanor. She immediately turned around, leaving Shirtu only her back. Damn it, because of the massive dissipation of spiritual energy, I can't help but act like a child. How undignified. Though she was called the goddess of the dawn, she couldn't stop herself from behaving like a child. Little Kagaya's demeanor amused Shirtu. Then, esteemed goddess of the dawn, how should we control it? Though his words were respectful, Shita's hand involuntarily reached for little Kagaya's head. Despite the two horns, the texture was surprisingly pleasant. Little Kagaya angrily swatted Shita's hand away and turned back. Show some respect. Little Kagaya had no way to deal with Shirtu now, but considering his identity, she felt she had to tolerate him. Once the original body is freed, it'll pull out your soul and whip it harshly. Believing she was enduring hardship for a greater cause, little Kagaya ultimately decided to show Shirtu her power. Under Kagaya's guidance, Shirtu resents the spatial fragment. The fragment was not within the small ruin. The ruin merely served as an entrance, a bridge connecting the two. What Shirtu needed to do was remove that bridge, then establish a connection between the original mixed spatial fragment and this special fragment. Through Kagaya's explanation, Shirtu finally learned the origin of these spatial fragments. After first consuming the chakra fruit, Kagaya's power had increased dramatically. These different spaces were born from the chakra fruit. Because there were so many spaces, they collided upon creation, producing these fragments. After Kagaya's efforts, she gradually repaired all the spaces and used the start ball space as a bridge connecting the others. Due to Kagaya's operations, some fragments remained. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, she pieced them together, creating this miraculous mixed space. This unique start ball space fragment was the key to controlling the mixed space. Once complete fusion was achieved, a powerful space with freely switchable attributes would be born. This was also the secret weapon Kagaya had researched to resist the Otsutsuki, so she hid it deep within the start ball space, even storing the two parts separately. Upon learning the truth, Shirtu immediately realized he had struck gold. Although his Sharingan ability was powerful, it had not birthed an independent space. Obito's Kamui had the Kamui space, Ishiki's black eye had the Daikokuden, and Kagaya even had 6 different dimensions. Shita, though possessing space-time abilities, lacked a matching dimension. Now everything Kagaya had done seemed to be a wedding dress for Shirtu, filling the crucial part he had been missing. Nevertheless, Kagaya had plotted this plan for years, yet it never yielded any result. The fundamental reason was that the fragment of the Shirchio space, which acted as the control pivot, was unable to merge with the mixed space. Kagaya did not possess the ability to destroy space. Fusing spaces was already the limit of what she could achieve. The shape of this detached Shirchio space fragment did not match the mixed space, causing them to remain as independent entities. Little Kagaya did not overthink. She simply told Shirtu about the difficulty her original self had encountered. In her view, if her original self could not accomplish it, how could the human before her possibly find a solution? In fact, after hearing little Kagaya's explanation, Shirtu had been sensing the shapes of the two spaces. Indeed, as little Kagaya said, the mixed space was composed of numerous scattered fragments. Tiny fragments acted as adhesives, perfectly filling the gaps among space fragments of different shapes. However, the shape of the completed mixed space's vacancy differed vastly from the shape of the space fragment that served as the control hub would certainly have failed. However, the shape of the completed mixed space's vacancy differed vastly from the shape of the space fragment that served as the control hub. How could two fundamentally different fragments be joined together? Yet Shirtu still admired Kagaya's idea. The original 6 spaces each had their own distinct characteristics, yet all possessed powerful abilities. If a mixed space with the combined abilities of the 6 spaces could truly be created, Kagaya's power would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. If the original had the ability to cut space, she could definitely complete it. Little Kagaya murmured softly. Shirtu was instantly enlightened by her words. Kagaya lacked such ability, but he possessed it. One of the unique abilities granted to Shirtu by the Mangekyō Sharingan was the Thousand Void. The principle of this technique was to sever space, which is why it could inflict unavoidable true damage. However, this technique had a significant drawback. It could not be activated instantly. The immense spatial fluctuations before activation would alert enemies to the technique's presence. Any ninja with quick reflexes could react in time and evade it. Shirtu often imbued it into his weapons for combined use, and direct application was uncommon. With a plan in mind, Shirtu immediately began to try. The first step was to compare the shapes and sizes of the 2 spaces, then proceed to trim them. Intense spatial fluctuations permeated the Shirtu space, naturally drawing little Kagaya's attention. How is this possible? How could a mere mortal possess such ability? This was the first time Shirtu had ever used the Thousand Void in such a manner. A vast amount of dojutsu power was rapidly depleting. It was a protracted trimming operation. Shitu's dojutsu power could not sustain him to directly complete the fusion of the 2 spaces. He could only accomplish it over time. Although there was no food, Shirtu would not die from mere hunger at his current state. Finally, under little Kagaya's astonished gaze, Shirtu completed the fusion of the 2 spaces. The feat that Kagaya had once failed to achieve was successfully accomplished by the present Shirtu. The final mixed space took the form of a perfect sphere. Like Kagaya's other spaces, it possessed a complete planetary structure. Its solid crust was similar to Earth's, and its interior could also support celestial-level battles. However, its size was much smaller than the original. After all, it was assembled from leftover scraps. Yet for Shirtu, it was still a considerable space. Most importantly, it indeed possessed the abilities Kagaya had originally anticipated. In its initial form, it was just like Kagaya's Shirtu space with the same environment. The original ability of the Shirtu space was that Kagaya could absorb the chakra of those under the infinite Tsukuyomi to restore and enhance her own power. This small space now also possessed that ability. The infinite Tsukuyomi was not a necessary condition, it was merely a linking medium. According to Shita's method, as long as he marked someone with a space imprint, he could absorb their chakra. Furthermore, this small space could freely change under Shita's control. The scope naturally encompassed the other 5 spaces. The 5 spaces, lava, ice, supergravity, sand, and acid, each had their unique abilities, and the small space, when transformed into the corresponding environment, also possessed those abilities. Free pairing of 2, or even the simultaneous manifestation of multiple space abilities, would definitely leave enemies overwhelmed. Shirtu was extremely free pairing of 2, or even the simultaneous manifestation of multiple space abilities, would definitely leave enemies overwhelmed. Shirtu was extremely satisfied with this space's capabilities. It had not wasted the effort he had expended during this time. I've decided. From now on, I'll call you the Shirtu space. Shirtu said jokingly while glancing at little Kagaya out of the corner of his eye. Mortal, what are you saying? This is my space. I absolutely forbid you to call it that. As expected, little Kagaya immediately flushed red with anger. During their recent time together, Shirtu had often teased Kagaya like this. Shirtu could see that little Kagaya was trying hard to put on an arrogant and noble demeanor, but perhaps due to the dissipation of too much spiritual energy, she simply couldn't control her emotions. Coupled with her cute little girl appearance, it was truly amusing. Kagaya soon realized that Shirtu was teasing her again. This had happened more than once, yet she just couldn't control herself. Seeing little Kagaya sulking again, Shirtu ruffled her little head. How can I restore you to your original form? Shirtu asked. At present, little Kagaya's appearance was too small, like a 5 or 6-year-old girl. Considering that they might have a long-term cooperation ahead, giving her a little sweetness first wasn't a bad idea. Not knowing what to do either, little Kagaya could only shake off Shita's big hand and look away. After a period of rest and recovery, Shirtu officially began preparing to leave. Now that Kagaya was sealed, the Shirtu space was a completely closed space. Ordinary methods could not leave. But with little Kagaya's guidance, Shirtu naturally knew how to leave this masterless mansion. The key was the mixed space. Through Shitu's manipulations, he brought little Kagaya, who resided in his mind, and stepped back onto the land of the ninja world. and the location because the mixed space acted as a bridge between the Shirtyo space and the ninja world. Shirtu didn't have to worry about falling into the spatial rift slashed open by the Thousand Void. Through Shitu's manipulations, he brought little Kaguya who resided in his mind and stepped back onto the land of the ninja world. And the location where they appeared was exactly the site of the original ruins. The outside world had undergone earth-shattering changes. The former forest was heavily damaged with swords and blades carving countless slashes through the trees. Various ninjutsu also left different traces here. A great battle had once taken place here. Having lingered in the initial space for an extended period, Shirtu was utterly unaware of the current situation. The traces of the great battle here were ancient, and the garrisons of Kumo and Konoha were no longer present. Helpless Shirtu had no choice but to gather intelligence first. Although Konoha had been simultaneously attacked by the three great nations, it had managed to stabilize its front lines. During the time of Shita's absence, the war situation across the shinobi world underwent a dramatic transformation. The first was the Eastern Front against the Land of Lightning. The cause was the inexplicable disappearance of Leishan, the supreme commander of the Lightning Country's forces, with no trace of life or death. Upon hearing this, the Raikage flew into a rage, dispatched additional troops, and appointed Jinjiao and Injiao to lead the attack. Facing the reinforced Lightning Country, Konoha's forces could only retreat repeatedly. Ultimately, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite his youth, who displayed astonishing wisdom. He advocated for the merger of the forces. Previously, the various clan troops fought independently, making unified command difficult. However, under his proposal, and with the support of Uchiha Kagami, the Uchiha and Senju clans truly achieved integration. Shinobi from different clans cooperated, compensating for each other's weaknesses, and the unification of the forces resolved the earlier problem of orders being difficult to issue. In the end, only after paying immense sacrifices were they barely able to hold the line. However, this also resulted in the Fire Country losing a vast amount of territory. This was the reason for the desolate scene before Shirtu when he reappeared. After inquiring with Jinjiao and Injiao, he learned that Leishan was the culprit behind the spatial disturbance. They had acted immediately upon detecting Leishan's suspicious movements. Ultimately, they slew Leishan. Meanwhile, the western and southern fronts of Konoha also experienced anomalies. The previously irreconcilable Mizukage and Tsuchikage suddenly ceased hostilities. They both turned their spears toward Konoha without prior agreement. The main forces of both sides officially marched on Konoha. Facing a multi-pronged assault, Konoha could only retreat continuously to preserve its fighting strength. To resist the enemy's onslaught, Sarutobi Sasuke fell on the battlefield, and many members of the Hyuga clan also perished. What plunged Konoha into despair was that the Land of Wind, which had been observing from the sidelines, also. While Konoha was struggling to cope with the three nations, it struck swiftly, using its unique puppet and manipulation techniques to occupy vast southwestern territories of the Fire Country with nearly zero casualties. While Konoha was struggling to cope with the three nations, it struck swiftly, using its unique puppet and manipulation techniques to occupy vast southwestern territories of the Fire Country. The Fire Country was besieged on all sides and could not cope. In the end, it was Uzumaki Mido who stepped forward, displaying formidable combat prowess that intimidated the four nations, bringing the battlefield back to a stalemate. After the great battle between Hashirama and Madara, he had personally negotiated with the Land of Waterfall, trading substantial benefits to reclaim the Seven Tails. Initially, the Land of Waterfall had sought the Seven Tails, hoping it would become the nation's pillar. However, the weak Land of Waterfall lacked effective means to control the Seven Tails, and fearing Hashirama's power, the two parties eventually reached an agreement. And Uzumaki Mido, she was not only Hashirama's wife, but also possessed powerful sealing techniques. Without anyone's knowledge, she completed the sealing of the Seven Tails, and even gained a portion of its power. The entry of a tailed beast's power into the battlefield forced the four great nations to reassess Konoha's situation. The war thus fell into a deadlock. However, this stalemate would not last long. The four great nations had not yet deployed their highest combat powers. The four Kage had not entered the fray. Shirtu found the evolution of the war unexpected. The invasion of Konoha by the four great nations was within his expectations, but how could the four nations inherently conflicting with each other so easily form an alliance? The cause of this great war was not solely Hashirama's death. The conflicts of interest among the four nations were the key. The resource deficiencies between the Land of Water and the Land of Earth were extremely severe, and they had almost irreconcilable economic conflicts. The cause of this great war was not solely Hashirama's death. The conflicts of interest among the four nations were the key. The resource deficiencies between the Land of Water, connecting the strange occurrences at the ruins and Leishan's various suspicious actions, Shirtu sensed a conspiracy. In fact, it was exactly as Shirtu speculated. In an unknown space, once the secret meeting place of the Shell organization, several blurred shadows now sat on the seats. This was not only where they held meetings, but also where they secretly plotted. Although the faces of the four shadows were unclear based on their discussion, it could be inferred that they were among the four great nations on the front lines. Uchiha Shirtu has not yet appeared. So what? If he doesn't show up, we'll take Konoha by force. Setting aside whether Uchiha Shirtu intends to catch us all in one fell swoop, just regarding the attack on Konoha, isn't this situation already the limit? The Mizukage and Tsuchikage still look down on each other and could resume fighting at any time. There are also considerable conflicts within the coalition. Then what can we do? We're about to take Konoha, we can't just give up now. The four of them spoke back and forth. Though the discussion was not intense, it seemed to decide the future direction of the entire shinobi world. The current situation of the four-nation coalition was their doing. Although Tsushin ordered them to eliminate Shida, none of them were foolish enough to be the first to act. Only Leishan foolishly intended to make a move against Shirtu. But a few days ago, Leishan suddenly sent the entire organization Shida's personal intelligence. The intelligence detailed Shida's abilities. However, on that same day, Leishan went missing. This incident even alarmed Tsushin, who ordered the four of them to draw out Shirtu and capture him. Helpless, they could only devise the scheme of besieging Konoha to force Shirtu out. But Konoha was not easy to deal with. It had stabilized its front lines while facing attacks from three nations simultaneously. They had to persuade their respective Kage, appealing to reason and emotion, ultimately making them set aside personal grudges and form the current four-nation alliance. However, Shirtu seemed to have vanished without a trace. In any case, we must decide on our next move as soon as possible. Since Konoha fails to attract Shida's attention, why not shift our focus to the Uchiha clan? What do you mean? Although the Uchiha clan has integrated into Konoha, their ancient enmity remains. We only need to employ a minor scheme to further inflame their conflicts. If we act against the Uchiha clan alone, what would Shidu, who defected from the village, think? Shifting the hatred. Indeed an interesting idea. But currently, due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategy, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha is not intense. No worries. Don't we have our people inside Konoha as well? Konoha village. With Uzumaki Mido at the helm, the people of Konoha gathered together for discussion. Under the pressure of the Four Nations Alliance, Konoha had no choice but to concentrate its forces. It could be said that if they failed to withstand the Alliance's pressure, the entire Land of Fire would be completely erased from the history of the ninja world. The meeting included many veterans from the village's founding, but due to the death of Sarutobi Sasuke, they were all somewhat silent. At the same time, because of insufficient manpower, a large number of young ninjas were also deployed to the battlefield. Among them, the 6 disciples of Hashirama and Tobirama performed particularly brilliantly, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami. Under their advocacy, the originally chaotic and clan-independent Konoha army gradually learned to understand each other. No one could underestimate the contributions made by these two. Seeing that no one could come up with a suitable solution to the problem, Uzumaki Mido had no choice but to adjourn the meeting. The others left one after another, leaving only Shimura Danzo, slowly walking at the tail of the line. By now he had already learned of the Kara organization's intention to sow discord in Konoha, and he was also appointed as the chief executor of this mission. Danzo was extremely conflicted about this. His personal desire was to become Hokage, to stand at the pinnacle of power. Originally, with his excellent performance, he could be considered the strongest candidate for the position of Hokage. Apart from Sarutobi Hiruzen, no one could compare to him. But now everything had changed. Uchiha Kagami had achieved outstanding military merits in the previous battle against the Land of Lightning's forces, and even because of his efforts, the Uchiha clan showed signs of fully integrating into Konoha. This led to the Konoha high-ranking officials placing great importance on him. Now Danzo was no longer one of the best candidates for Hokage. The unexpected Uchiha Kagami, on the other hand, was highly valued by the high-ranking officials. Due to Hashirama's deliberate guidance and the pressure of war from external forces, most high-ranking officials hoped to fully control the powerful combat strength of the Uchiha clan. A Hokage from the Uchiha clan became a part of their consideration. This led to the situation where, although Sarutobi Hiruzen also achieved repeated merits, Uchiha Kagami had no shortage of supporters. Danzo himself was initially unwilling to use the divisive scheme to help the Kara organization. After all, if Konoha fell, his own aspirations would naturally be impossible to realize. Danzo asked himself, although he had many selfish thoughts, he was also loyal to Konoha and desired it to become stronger and better. But watching Uchiha Kagami laughing and chatting with Hiruzen, he felt extremely dissatisfied. It should have been me who achieved repeated merits. It should have been me who was the best candidate for Hokage. It should have been me standing beside Hiruzen. Uchiha Kagami, you've taken everything from me. These thoughts kept emerging in Danzo's mind, and he suddenly felt that the Kara organization's scheme might not be unexecutable after all. At the very least, you Uchiha Kagami deserve to die. The Four Nations Alliance launched another attack on Konoha. On the frontline battlefield, led by Uzumaki Mido, Konoha put up a tenacious resistance. The elite squad led by Uchiha Kagami even penetrated deep into the enemy lines, slaying several of their generals in succession. Eventually, the two sides ceased hostilities as a result. The alliance put forward a demand: if Konoha was willing to hand over Uchiha Kagami and all the Uchiha clan members, the alliance would withdraw its troops and give Konoha a way out. At the Konoha meeting. Impossible. The Uchiha clan has already shed so much blood to protect Konoha. Moreover, if it weren't for Kagami, we might not have been able to withstand this enemy attack. We must not easily believe the enemy's words. Sarutobi Hiruzen argued vehemently, firmly disagreeing with the enemy's demand. But now we are weak and outnumbered, and we simply cannot withstand the enemy's continuous attacks. Some elders from the Warring States period still held strong prejudice against the Uchiha clan and were very eager to try the enemy's proposal. They might be coveting the Uchiha clan Sharingan. We absolutely cannot hand over the Uchiha clan. The speaker was a member of the Hyuga clan's main family. As they possessed the Byakugan, a treasure as precious as the Uchiha Sharingan, they placed great importance on the inheritance of the Byakugan. If they handed over the Uchiha clan now to avoid war, would Konoha later hand over their Byakugan for the same reason? To prevent such a situation, the Hyuga clan firmly opposed handing over the Uchiha. The originally silent meeting became noisy due to the enemy's few words. Most of the elders from the Warring States period were willing to try this. In their view, if it weren't for the Uchiha clan's rogue ninjas Madara and Shido Hashirama and Tobirama would not have died so early, and Konoha might not have suffered this calamity. The Uchiha should pay the price. They had always looked down on the Uchiha clan and were also very dissatisfied with the Uchiha's rising prestige in the village. Now that they had an opportunity to eliminate the other side and even cease hostilities, they would never give it up. On the other hand, most of the younger generation of Konoha's new forces were unwilling to easily believe the enemy's sweet talk. Not to mention whether the enemy was merely deceiving. Just considering the contributions the Uchiha clan had made in the previous wars, they should not be treated like this. Moreover, most of them had grown up together with the Uchiha clan and knew little about the old grudges. In fact, many of them had survived thanks to the help of Uchiha clan members. The bond of comradeship was deeply etched in their hearts. They absolutely did not approve of such ingratitude. Uchiha Kagami watched the quarreling crowd in the meeting, remaining silent. He walked out of the meeting room alone. Danzo, who had been observing Uchiha Kagami, followed closely behind. Kagami gazed up at the night sky alone, feeling perplexed about the future direction of Konoha and the Uchiha. He had made many efforts to have Konoha accept the Uchiha clan. Although there had been some results before, the enemy's simple provocation had now plunged the Uchiha back into a dilemma. He suddenly heard footsteps and turned to see Danzo. As a fellow disciple, he knew Danzo well. The other party now controlled the Umbu, mainly responsible for intelligence gathering and assassination missions. On the previous battlefield, Danzo had also made no small contributions. Although Danzo was usually unsmiling and wore a cold expression every day, in Kagami's view, Danzo was loyal to Konoha and always prioritized the village's development. He even willingly took over the Umbu, which others were reluctant to touch. Because of this, many rumors about Danzo circulated in the shadows, but Danzo ignored them and continued to strive for Konoha. In Kagami's eyes, Danzo was a kindred spirit just like him. Danzo, you're here. Kagami looked at Danzo and gave a bitter smile. Kagami, there's something I want to tell you alone. Kagami and Danzo arrived at Kagami's dwelling. It was a modest room filled only with training scrolls and various documents. Danzo, please forgive the humble accommodations. I have nothing suitable to offer as hospitality. A bitter smile crept across Kagami's face as he poured 2 cups of water. Due to the war, Uchiha Kagami in many respects represented the entire Uchiha clan. Under the pressure of the conflict, other clans had secretly sent gifts to Kagami, hoping only that the Uchiha would set aside past grievances and cooperate. Thus, the Uchiha clan was not shunned by most villagers. On the contrary, they were held in considerable esteem. Kagami did not embezzle those monetary resources, but instead allocated them to fortify wartime defenses. Kagami, I have received some intelligence that I have yet to report to Lord Mido. I wish to share it with you first. Danzo took a sip of water and began. The Umbu intercepted information regarding the Four Nations Alliance. Because Takedo once assassinated the Mizukage and even instigated the Nine-Tails rampage, and recently you led the assassination of many of their high-ranking officials. They have decided to launch a full-scale assault, and their target is you. Danzo lowered his head and spoke slowly. Most of the enemy intelligence on the battlefield was his responsibility, so his words carried great weight in Konoha. Yet what he uttered now was all a lie. The stubborn factions among Konoha's high-ranking officials, bearing a centuries-old grudge against the Uchiha, strongly advocate sacrificing the clan regardless of whether it aids the war effort. Without Lord Mito's consent, they are already preparing to act. This was the truth. In fact, the Umbu not only gathered enemy intelligence, but also kept a watchful eye on every clan's every move within the village. Danzo fell silent after speaking. Still a young man, he was filled with passion. Though he was willing to do anything for the village, and to become Hokage, this was the first time he had plotted against his own comrade. His violently pounding heart made his body tremble incessantly, and his panicked mind dared not meet Kagami's eyes. Forgive me, Kagami. I have no choice. You stand in my way. Moreover, given the current state of the war, even without my interference we could hardly hold back their assault, let alone the organization lurking behind the Four Nations Alliance. Danzo suddenly regretted joining the Shell organization. Before his induction, he was an unremarkable ordinary ninja. Back then, like Hiruzen and Kagami, he was full of vitality and never surrendered. But when did he become so hypocritical and unscrupulous? Danzo knew his fabricated excuse was absurd. This was his first time turning his blade against a teammate, and the conflicting emotions left his mind reeling. Danzo knew his fabricated excuse was absurd. This was his first time turning his blade against a teammate. What should I do? Have I been discovered? Danzo slowly turned his head, his frantic mind unable to form a single coherent thought. Yet to Danzo's astonishment, the expression on Kagami's face was utterly unexpected. It was a delicate countenance with dark pupils brimming with fierce reluctance, yet also harboring a glimmer of hope. His facial muscles were taut, his brows slightly furrowed, as if enduring immense agony. A faint ambiguous smile tugged at the corners of his lips, barely discernible as a smile from the upward curve. Resignation and compromise were the only emotions Danzo could read from it. Don't worry, Danzo. Is he comforting me? That was Danzo's first thought upon hearing Kagami's words. He hadn't been exposed, when instead his absurd performance had led the other to believe he was sympathizing with his plight. Danzo quickly analyzed the situation. As the pressure on his shoulders grew heavier, he began to discern more from Kagami's expression. Unfathomable pain, helplessness against fate, resignation to reality. It was a smile yet more hideous than tears. Kagami's grip caused Danzo slight pain. The wince on Danzo's face snapped Kagami out of his trance, and he released his hands. Forgive me, Danzo. I lost control of my emotions for a moment. And thank you for the intelligence. Kagami harbored no suspicion toward Danzo's information. After all, the latter's intelligence had saved him from dire situations on the battlefield many times. He was also aware of the covert unrest within the village. Though he had mentally prepared himself for betrayal, hearing such news from Danzo still shattered his composure. Kagami's mind flooded with memories of every effort he had made for the Uchiha and for Konoha. To gain a stronger voice in the village, he trained relentlessly, became the Hokage's disciple, and honed his abilities. To improve the Uchiha clan's standing in the village, he volunteered for the most perilous missions, brushing shoulders with death on countless occasions. To win the village's full acceptance of the Uchiha, he overrode objections, advocating mutual support on the battlefield, which significantly reduced casualties. For this he was scorned by his own clansmen, accused of being a traitor who had forgotten the Uchiha's glory. For this he was harassed by other clans, becoming a target for those who had once been oppressed by the Uchiha. For this he was doubted by everyone, both his close kin and those who saw him as a clown. He cast aside the Uchiha's honor, his own dignity, and everything he held dear. He had once believed he could succeed and secure a brighter future for the Uchiha, but now he knew he was wrong. For the sake of profit, for hatred, or even for the enemy's utterly unreliable promises, he could be so easily discarded. Lord Madara, was I truly wrong? Lord Takedo, what would you do in such a situation? In truth, Kagami deeply envied Takedo, who dared to defy all of Konoha, following only the one he deemed worthy. But Kagami's bonds were too many, family, friends, all of which ultimately prevented him from taking that step. Thus he spent the remainder of his life atoning, even if it was utterly futile. Danzo, may I ask one last favor of you? Please speak. Danzo was now filled with regret that he had turned his blade against a comrade for his own gain. Gazing at Kagami's complex expression, he suddenly recalled all the efforts the other had made over the years. But there was no turning back. Just as when he had joined the Shell organization, he had changed. After tonight, the former Danzo would vanish completely, leaving only a butcher and executioner who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Could you be my second? When Danzo departed from Kagami's residence, he was carrying Kagami's head in his hands. Having achieved great heights at a young age, possessing a strong will of fire, and dedicating his life to Konoha, Kagami did not perish on the battlefield defending the village, but was forced to die by the persecution of his own fellow villagers. With Konoha beset by internal strife and external threats, there was no place left for this young Uchiha. This was the only final act he could conceive for the sake of the village and the Uchiha clan. Behind him, the piercing cries of a child reached Danzo's ears, but by now Danzo would no longer be swayed by such sounds. For the ultimate goal, nothing could stand in Danzo's way. Kagami's death ignited the already tense atmosphere in Konoha. Regardless of the outcome of previous discussions, Kagami's demise dealt a devastating blow to the village. The Uchiha clan, whose treatment had somewhat improved, launched a rebellion demanding that the village's high-ranking officials take responsibility. Meanwhile, the younger generation of Konoha advocated for an expedition against the Four-Nation Alliance, insisting that the enemy had sown discord. Among them, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were the leading proponents. Hiruzen, still in his youthful prime, had lost his father to the alliance, and now his closest friend, vengeance consumed his heart. As for Danzo, his stance and attitude at this moment prevented suspicion from falling on him. Thus, the greatest war between Konoha and the Four-Nation Alliance erupted. Upon receiving the news, Shirtu rushed to Konoha. No matter what happened in the village, the Uchiha clan must not be in danger. Madara was merely in seclusion, not dead. If he learned of such an incident, the entire shinobi world would tremble. Shirtu went directly to Kagami's home. He had never met Kagami, his knowledge limited to the original story. The sudden appearance of this figure startled the mother and son, who were keeping vigil over Kagami. A young boy with red-rimmed eyes stared intently at Shirtu, guarding his father's body. In the boy's eyes, which were originally as dark as ink, they had unknowingly transformed into Dearest Sharingan. Kagami's wife, upon seeing the Uchiha crest on Shirtu's back, seemed to recall something. She spoke cautiously. "Are you?" Most Uchiha knew the name Shirtu. As the only Uchiha alive who had stayed by Madara's side, the others regarded him with envy and admiration. Not to mention his later feats of single-handedly intimidating the Mist Village and killing Tobirama in a frontal battle. Admiration for strength was inherent in the Uchiha. Shirtu nodded. "What is the child's name?" he asked, gently patting the little boy's head. He realized he truly enjoyed ruffling others' hair. "Shirsue, Uchiha Shirsue, named by his father." Mentioning Kagami, the woman gently wiped the tears brimming at the corner of her eyes. "Take it away." Little Shirsue struggled to swat away the hand on his head, but failed. Angry, he fixed his gaze on Shirtu, concentrating completely. Shirtu felt a momentary blur in his vision, but it returned to normal instantly. "Shirsue." The woman scolded immediately upon seeing what Shirsue had done. Though Shirtu was not on guard, he was still affected by little Shizui's Jinjutsu. This was an extremely rare occurrence for him at his current level. Having just awakened 3 Tomo, he can already use Jinjutsu independently and even influence me. His talent for Jinjutsu is terrifyingly strong. Shirtu suddenly felt the urge to take on a disciple. Partly it was his love for talent, but also he wished to prevent Shirsue from walking the same path as in the original story. Since he had come here, how could he allow such a regret to happen? "Little Shirsue, would you like to train with me?" "If you agree, brother Shirtu will give you a gift, okay?" Shirtu tried his best to appear kind and amiable. Having just met, he naturally did not want to leave a bad impression on the child. But the large hand still ruffling the boy's head seemed to think otherwise, moving even more vigorously. "Arg, let go of me. A gift? Can you bring my father back? If not, I won't follow a despicable adult like you." "Shirsue, don't be rude to Lord Shirtu. Apologize immediately." Though the woman wished for Shirsue to learn under Shirtu, she would not force him if he was unwilling. After all, now, only the two of them were left to depend on each other. Only then did Shirtu notice his hand seemed to have a mind of its own, and quickly withdrew it. "Little Shirsue, you must keep your word." He walked over to Kagami's coffin. By now Kagami's head had been sewn back on, and his body was reverently dressed anew. Shirtu considered Kagami a capable man, but one whose thinking seemed inflexible, allowing himself to be hounded to death by public opinion. However, considering that he and Madara had irresponsibly abandoned the Uchiha clan in Konoha while Kagami had devoted himself to improving the clan's treatment, Shirtu felt ashamed of his own inadequacy. "Dying here like this is far too easy for you." Shirtu activated Sure-and-I, a powerful ability that could reverse life and death, snatching souls from. Shirtu had arrived in time. Kagami's death was still within the activation window of Sure-and-I. The mark on Kagami's neck healed visibly, and his pale complexion gradually regained rosiness. Kagami's soul returned to the fully restored body. His eyelids fluttered, then opened. The mother and son, witnessing Kagami's resurrection, could not believe their eyes. They clung to Kagami, who had just sat up in confusion, weeping bitterly. How can a mere mortal possess such power? Kagaya, who had been indifferent to the melodrama of the Uchiha clan in her mindscape, exclaimed in surprise upon discovering Shirtu's ability. "We must recruit such a person under the main Boda's command." Little Kagaya began to fantasize again about deceiving Shirtu and freeing her main body. After a long while the room regained its calm. Kagami understood the miracle that had befallen him. He immediately prostrated himself in a Dajiza posture, kneeling before Shirtu. "Thank you, Lord Shirtu, for saving me." "Rise," Shirtu said. Kagami slowly stood up and looked at this man who was highly praised within the Uchiha clan. Slap. A red handprint appeared on Kagami's face. The woman quickly pulled back Shirsue, who wanted to avenge his father. Kagami only bowed his head, not daring to resist, even though he did not know why he was struck. You don't even resist. You've lost all the Uchiha fighting spirit. Shirtu felt he had no right to judge Kagami's actions as he himself had been wandering outside neglecting the Uchiha. But both Kagami's death and his current lack of resistance disappointed Shirtu. He could see the suppressed fighting spirit within Kagami a result of years of cautiousness. What had the once arrogant Uchiha experienced to become so cautious? Shirtu did not know, nor did he wish to know. Whatever had happened before now he was here. Shirtu did not intend to personally lecture Kagami on anything. Seeing with one's own eyes has always been more effective than any so-called preaching. Follow me. He activated the instant boundary directly. At this moment outside Konoha village the allied forces of 4 nations were locked in fierce battle with the Konoha troops. With Kagami's death the fighting spirit of the Konoha people had been fully ignited. Under the leadership of Uzumaki Mido the Konoha side even held a slight advantage. Although Uzumaki Mido had not fully mastered the Seven Tails, gaining even a portion of its power was enough to make her the most formidable existence in the ninja world. Shirtu brought Kagami and Shursui to the sky above the battlefield. With Shitta's wind released manipulation Kagami and Shursui could briefly float in the air. Shursui floated in the air tumbling continuously, clearly unable to control his center of gravity. After witnessing that Shirtu possessed such formidable power Kagami's admiration for him grew even deeper. Shirtu looked at the allied forces of 4 nations, which should have been at odds with each other. Their unnatural alliance aroused his suspicion. Even within the same village there were those who would harm their comrades for personal gain, let alone 4 nations with inherent conflicts of interest. Suddenly Shirtu thought of Raisin. He understood now this was ostensibly a plan by the 4 nations to carve up the Land of Fire, but in reality, it was a massive trap dug by the Shell organization. Jigen, having traveled the ninja world for thousands of years, could certainly organize a powerful and highly placed secret organization. Their first move was to instigate a 4-nation siege of the Land of Fire affecting the entire ninja world. Having already suffered greatly from Raisin, Shirtu immediately sensed the surrounding environment. A chilling aura enveloped the entire battlefield. What a grand scheme. Shirtu snorted coldly. He manipulated the space-time on the battlefield, and a massive spatial rift appeared above the battlefield. Kagami and Shursui, standing beside Shirtu, could clearly sense his immense power and stood frozen in place. Beyond the spatial rift was a strange space. Kagami and Shursui, standing beside Shirtu, could clearly sense his immense power and stood frozen in place. Beyond the spatial rift was a strange space composed of a yellow-green sky and a redand white earth. Suddenly, a powerful force enveloped the Konoha ninjas present, directly teleporting them into the alien space beyond the rift. Everything changed in an instant because Shirtu sensed that the enemy was about to strike. At the periphery of the battlefield, a dozen mysterious figures wearing hoods were chanting an arcane incantation. "He's found us." One of the mysterious figures removed his hood and uttered these inexplicable words. The others also removed their hoods. The headbands they revealed indicated their original identities. They were the supreme commanders of the 4 major nations' allied forces. At the same time, they had another identity: Shell. The allied forces of the 4 nations had been formed under their coordination. Now that Shirtu, whom they had been eagerly awaiting, had finally appeared, they were ready to unleash the trump card they had prepared for him. Act now, don't miss the opportunity. The obscure incantation was finally completed, and a gray mist appeared over the battlefield, completely enveloping the remaining ninjas. Shirtu quickly threw Kagami and Shursui into the alien space. Since the enemy had unleashed a powerful move, Shirtu naturally did not intend to dodge. Under the gray mist, the allied soldiers kept collapsing to the ground, and their falls only made the mist grow larger. This was the most sinister secret technique, or rather evil art, treasured by the Shell organization. It could devour the lives of others in exchange for immense power. The more lives sacrificed, the greater the power obtained. Their original intention was to sacrifice the entire allied forces of the 4 nations and all Konoha troops to gain power that would absolutely crush Shirtu. But now that the Konoha people had been rescued by Shirtu in advance, that was no longer possible. Regrettably, the power obtained through this method was only temporary. The brief time limit meant they had only one chance. The rolling gray mist continuously surged into one member of the Shell organization named Gangu Wu, who was also the strongest among those present. Having absorbed the gray mist, Gangu Wu underwent constant mutation, his body growing larger. His clothes were torn apart, but his growth did not stop. The absorbed gray mist also seemed to affect his body color, turning him black. Gangu Wu's body kept rising, reaching 10 meters, 20 meters, and finally stopping at 100 meters. Now his body was not merely black, it gained tremendous defensive power, taking on a bright luster as if made of steel. Vast chakra filled Gangu Wu's body, enough power to easily destroy a large village. Although the Shell organization did not know Shitta's exact strength, based on their calculations Gangu Wu's current power was definitely above Shitta's. Shitta, your life is mine. Gangu Wu swung his fist crackling with lightning toward Shirtu. The lightning from his fist struck the high clouds producing deafening roars. The Konoha people in the alien space had not yet understood what had happened on the battlefield. Even the sudden resurrection of Kagami no longer shocked them, because Gangu Wu's absolute power was something they had never seen before. Shirtu looked at the giant before him and suddenly lost interest. Is that all? He had intended to activate his Susanoo, but then stopped using his ocular power. A giant battle was simply boring. Shirtu reached out, and a spatial rift appeared beside him. A long blade slowly fell into his hand. With his own space, he now had the ability to store items. Qiankong silently attached itself to the long blade, while Shana and Shuinjia started smoothly. The lightning-clad fist swung toward Shitta's position. Shirtu vanished instantly, then reappeared above the fist. The long blade slowly cut into the fist at a visible pace. A wisp of gray smoke escaped from the fist. Seeing Shitta's effortless movements, Gangu Wu accelerated his punches. Despite his giant size, Gangu Wu did not become sluggish. On the contrary, his speed was extremely fast. His relentless high-speed punches generated gales of wind, causing the surrounding forest to snap and collapse over a wide area. But what shocked Gangu Wu was that all his movements seemed to have been foreseen, not even grazing Shitta's clothes. Gangu Wu's massive body was not made of flesh, but composed of the gray mist, seemingly indestructible. However, when facing Shitta's long blade enhanced with Qiankong, it was as fragile as paper easily breached. Wisps of gray smoke continuously escaped from Gangu Wu's body, and his size began to shrink accordingly. Sensing the danger, Gangu Wu layered various ninjutsu onto his body. Lightning, wind, fire, water, earth. But none could stop Shitta's slashes. Even more shocking to Gangu Wu was that he felt as if he were being manipulated, constantly swinging his fist to meet the slashes actively. Gangu Wu was certain he was not under a genjutsu, yet each of his attacks seemed to deliberately offer itself to Shitta's blade. This strange phenomenon completely shattered his psychological defenses. What is going on? Instantaneous precognition had always possessed gaps. Though useful, it proved ineffective against opponents with lightning-fast reflexes. Now Shirtu had devised a method to integrate this ability into combat. By combining instantaneous precognition with split-second teleportation, he could appear ahead of the enemy's next move and strike. This granted Qiankong the opportunity to unleash his slash, and the three elements formed a remarkable synergy, leading to the currents. Shirtu had considered directly defeating the opponent, but the other's method of sacrificing life for power disgusted him. Gazing at the enemy's colossal form, Shirtu suddenly conceived the idea of slowly flaying him piece by piece. Gangu Wu attempted to retreat, but just like before, he felt as though he were Shitta's puppet, constantly acting in favor of his foe. Vast clouds of gray mist continuously seeped from Gangu Wu's body, and his form shrank with every slash of Shitta's blade. This peculiar phenomenon astonished the other members of the Shell organization, as the Loki Shirtu had almost never disclosed his information in public. This led to an absolute disparity in intelligence between the two sides. They wished to flee, but found the entire space seemingly frozen, unable to make any move to escape. The members of Konoha in the alternate space, after witnessing the scene before them, gradually shifted from initial shock to they no longer cared about the final outcome. Instead, they gathered around Kagami, astonished by his resurrection from the dead. How boring, not even as good as Tobirama. Shirtu suddenly grew weary. The opponent's actions were a classic case of much ado about nothing, disappointing him, who had been full of anticipation. Under Shitta's deliberate guidance, Gangu Wu inevitably charged toward the massive Qiankong slash released by Shirtu. Space was torn apart, and Gangu Wu's body was cleaved as easily as tofu. The gray mist completely dissipated, leaving only Gangu Wu's physical shell. Shirtu reached out, firmly grasped his neck, and suspended him high in the air. Gangu Wu struggled, constantly instinctively looking into Shitta's eyes. They were a pair of mysterious and enchanting eyes. One glance was enough to plunge him into utter fascination. When Gangu Wu regained his senses, he found himself tightly bound to a towering cross. Gale, lightning, flames, and tsunami assaulted him in turn, each element striking his helpless form. Gangu Wu could clearly feel his body being torn by the wind, shattered by lightning, burned by flames, and suffocated by the tsunami. Dying repeatedly, then regaining consciousness, dying again, regaining consciousness. Finally, Gangu Wu struggled with his last shred of awareness, forcing his head upward. There was a lofty throne upon which sat a young man, lounging with one leg crossed, looking at him lazily. Those mysterious and enchanting eyes from his memory glowed with a crimson light, and the bored expression revealed a complete lack of interest in him. "I'm sorry for not being able to entertain you, Lord Shirtu." Such a thought suddenly arose in Gangu Wu's mind without basis, yet it was his final thought. Fully immersed in the Genjutsu, there was no chance for him to wake up. Shirtu released his grip on his neck. Gangua's body fell freely from the height, crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Looking down at the coalition of 4 nations who had died inexplicably at their own hands, a wave of disappointment surged in Shitta's heart. That's what humans are like. They'll stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Xiao Hui chimed in at the right moment. Shirtu ignored Hui, who was merely trying to assert his presence. In truth, Shirtu had always known that ruthlessness was the underlying logic of the ninja world. Betrayal and framing were the most common. Only such a ninja world would be worth saving. Shirtu used the instantaneous realm to appear before the remaining members of the Shell organization. Only such a ninja world would be worth saving. Shirtu used the instantaneous realm to appear before the remaining members of the Shell organization. At this moment they were on high alert, but with their bodies completely restrained, they couldn't even circulate the most basic chakra. They had become lambs awaiting slaughter on Shitta's chopping block. Shirtu directly threw them into his mixed space, using them as guinea pigs for the combined application of multiple abilities. He reappeared high above the battlefield. The other 4 Kage, I know you are watching. The 4 Kage of lightning, earth, water, and wind were simultaneously shocked. They had indeed been spying on the battlefield through their respective methods. They were both astonished by Shitta's terrifying power and puzzled and angered by the mysterious organization that had appeared. Having their own high-ranking officials completely corrupted was something they could not accept. Let this farce end here, and I will not pursue the matter. Otherwise, Bai Lian will be the best example. The 4 Kage fell silent upon hearing Shitta's words. The First Shinobi World War had officially erupted due to their dissatisfaction with the distribution of interests. Now it quietly ended due to the deterrent presence of Shirtu. The 4 great nations without prior agreement returned the original lands of the Land of Fire. Large armies were recalled, stationed at their own villages to guard against any sudden attack from Shirtu. The First Shinobi World War, which had been ongoing for years, ended prematurely because of Shitta's intervention. Kagami and Shursui stared blankly at Shitta's back. Shitta's forceful approach was something Kagami had never dared to imagine. He suddenly realized the difference between himself and Shirtu. His own willingness to compromise seemed to have lost that essential quality never to be abandoned by the Uchiha. Lord Shittu, I understand. Kagami said with a serious expression, ignoring the strange looks from those around him, and bowed deeply in Shitta's direction. Little Shursui, however, did not think so deeply. Shitta's power completely captivated the young Shursui. So this annoying adult is actually this strong, learning from him might not be so bad. Under Shitta's control, the Konoha group returned safely to the village. This great battle, which had concerned the survival of Konoha, ended in such a strange manner. All of this was thanks to the former Shrank rogue ninja Uchiha Shiru, who had personally killed Tobirama. The crowd cheered, and the resentment they had held against Shirtu for Tobirama's death began to dissipate somewhat due to the current situation. Hiruzen Sarutobi excitedly embraced his comrades. The heavy burden of protecting the village for years finally lifted. Danzo, why the long face? Hiruzen excitedly hugged Danzo, who was staring blankly at Kagami and Shirtu. Danzo simply raised an arm to acknowledge Hiruzen's excitement. Why did Kagami come back to life? Why did Shirtu appear? Who can tell me why? The first great ninja war came to such a hasty end. Not only did the various nations truly comprehend Shirtu's formidable strength, but they also keenly realized the terror of that secret organization. Silently infiltrating the high-ranking circles of various nations and possessing such a sinister art that sacrifices life in exchange for power, it truly gave the 4 great shadows headaches. Cixin also learned the full picture of this great war. Although shocked that Shirtu had actually acquired part of Hui Yes' power, he still had no intention of taking action personally. Acquiring the vessel was his primary objective. The rest of the matters were optional for him at this moment. If not for Hui Yes' betrayal at this moment, he would have been on his way to the next planet, or even the one after that, and would have been closer to the god. Olin also interested Cixin. If not for Hui Yes' betrayal at this moment, he would have been on his way to the next planet, or even the one after that, and would have been closer to the god. Most members of the Shell organization were gathered merely to facilitate his search for the vessel. Perhaps their status was not low, but they were indeed lacking in strength. In that case, let's slightly enhance the power of these mortals. Cixin walked expressionlessly on the road to the next village. Everything that had happened earlier seemed to have nothing to do with him and did not affect Cixin in the slightest. My village. This was the first meeting convened by the people of Mai after the end of the Great War. At this moment, the crowd no longer had the joy of having ended the war. Without the trouble of the 4-nation allied forces, the people now faced a new problem. Shirtu. This was a name most were unwilling to mention. The other party had defected from Mai, and was the terrifying person who had killed the first Water Shadow and Fei Jian. His powerful and mysterious abilities gave everyone a headache. If the other party really intended to strike at Mai, they simply could not think of a suitable way to counter him. Now Shirtu, who had never appeared in Mai before, took the initiative to help Mai solve its problems. The people of Mai really had no idea what Shirtu intended to do. Most people turned their heads to look at Jing's position. This left Jing somewhat at a loss. If one had to say who among the present had the closest relationship with Shirtu, Jing was the only option. Now Shirtu, who had never appeared in Mai before, took the initiative to help Mai solve its problems. The people of Mai really had no idea what Shirtu. Jing's death grieved the people of Mai because it not only meant the loss of a great general for Mai, but also the loss of Mui's prestige. That there was actually a phenomenon of forcing a comrade to death was something Mai could not accept. Now Jing was revived by Shirtu. Whether there were other implications from Shirtu, the people of Mai could not be sure. Lady Shui, who regarding Shirtu, should we increase our precautions? Now that Shirtu has such formidable power, we must be on guard. The Yuzhibo clan members were very displeased upon hearing others take precautions against Shirtu everywhere, but considering Shirtu's current status as a renegade ninja, they could not say much more. Yo, it seems you are discussing me. A figure suddenly appeared in the meeting room. Upon seeing this figure, everyone immediately chose to shut up. The newcomer was precisely Shirtu. Shirtu slowly walked behind an old man. He was the oldest high-ranking official in Mai, and also the most prestigious among the elders who opposed the Yuzhibo. I just saw that you old thing were quite talkative. Come on, continue. As he spoke, Shirtu placed both hands on the old man's shoulders. Shirtu could clearly see the cold sweat flowing from the back of the old man's neck. I just saw that you old thing were quite talkative. Come on, continue. As he spoke, Shirtu placed both hands on the old man's shoulders. Shirtu could clearly see the cold sweat flowing from the... I just saw that you old thing were quite talkative. Come on, continue. As he spoke, Shirtu placed both hands on the old man's shoulders. Shirtu could clearly see the cold sweat flowing from the back of... Feeling Shirtu's departure behind him, the old man immediately collapsed into his seat, unable to muster any strength. The middle-aged man who had just locked eyes with Shirtu seemed possessed, frantically rising from his seat, and then rolling on the ground incessantly. The eerie phenomenon tightened the hearts of most people present. The middle-aged man's strength was not weak, yet he could not even withstand a single glance from Shirtu. No one dared to take the initiative to help the middle-aged man break free from the illusion. The Yuzhibo clan members were delighted to see this scene. After enduring years of unfair treatment, they had long desired such revenge. As for the others, they did not dare to make a move. In the face of such a huge gap in strength, merely being able to protect themselves was rare. That's enough. In the end, it was Shui who spoke, putting an end to this farce. Shirtu dispelled the illusion. The middle-aged man lay on the ground, gasping heavily, as if he had not yet emerged from the shadow of the illusion. In the eyes of Shui Hu of the Xuanhua, Shirtu's behavior was nothing but standing up for the Yuzhibo clan that had been wronged. The old man and the middle-aged man were the main forces and leaders targeting the Yuzhibo clan. Under their leadership, the anti-Yuzhibo faction in Mai had become so powerful. Merely using an illusion as a threat rather than direct violence was just Shirtu's way of intimidating everyone present. The final effect was self-evident. At this moment, the meeting room was so quiet that the drop of a needle could be heard. Everyone is too serious. I was just trying to liven up the atmosphere. Shirtu wore a brilliant smile, as if everything just now was merely a joke in his eyes. Shirtu smiled, pointing at some of the members present. You, and you. Each one was from the faction that usually targeted the Yuzhibo clan, and the last one was Ji Tuansong. Tuansong looked at the man before him. That sunny smile was like a terrifying demon in his eyes, making him unable to generate even a trace of resistance. That's better. Shirtu burst into loud laughter. You old bastards deserve to have a knife held to your throats. Family. Haha. An unpleasant laugh came from one of the high-ranking officials who had just been pointed at. Then one after another unpleasant laughs erupted from their mouths. That's better. Shirtu burst into loud laughter. You old bastards deserve to have a knife held to your throats. Hearing Shirtu curses, no one dared to retort. Shirtu's main purpose in coming here was to take Ji Shui away. After sensing that Mai was convening a meeting, Shirtu changed his mind. Shirtu, who had not returned to Mai for a long time, also wanted to see what Mai was like now. Looking at the high-ranking officials who had once besieged the Yuzhibo, many of them had fought with the young Shirtu during the warring stage. Their arrogant postures truly infuriated Shirtu. Those bullies who feared the strong should be thoroughly humiliated. Jing and the other Yuzhibo clan members looked at Shirtu's demeanor, and an indescribable emotion surged in their hearts. It was a kind of pride, a kind of disdain. This pride should have been innate to the Yuzhibo clan, but for the survival of the clan, they had completely abandoned it. But at this moment, they regained this emotion. Xuanhua Shuihu did not actively stop Shitta's excessive behavior. Rather, in her eyes, she supported it. These old elders, relying on their seniority and age, acted presumptuously and interfered arbitrarily in the internal affairs of Mai. This severely hindered the implementation of Mui's policies. However, considering their prestige, Xuanhua Shuehu found it difficult to take direct action against them. This severely hindered the implementation of Mui's policies. However, considering their prestige, Xuanhua Shuehu, he is powerful with remarkable achievements, well respected among the younger generation, and on good terms with Shirtu. Perhaps we could consider appointing him as the next Huoying. Shuehu appraised Jing. Jing's identity was unique. He was one of the few Yuzhibo respected by everyone. His status as a disciple of the Huoying gave him a legitimate opportunity to become Huoying, and his relationship with Shirtu might ease the tension between the village and Shirtu. If they could turn this formidable adversary who had given my headaches into the village's guardian, it would be a tremendous blessing for my. After Shitta's uproar, the meeting room fell into silence again. Shirtu sat cross-legged on the seat of the middle-aged man who had just been caught in a genjutsu, completely disregarding others' feelings. In fact, no one dared to stop him anymore. Carry on, isn't there a meeting to hold? Shirtu said calmly, as if completely unaware that his own arrival had halted the meeting. Now that the war is over, it's time to discuss the matter of the next Huoying. Xuanhua Shuehu spoke, directly breaking the previous silence. Because of Shitta, Feijian had died early, leaving no one in the village who could command universal respect to serve as Huoying. Feijian was posthumously recognized by the villagers as the second Huoying, so naturally the discussion now was about the third Huoying. Those who had been suppressed by Shirtu immediately perked up. The selection of the next Huoying was crucial as it concerned the future development of their clans and the distribution of power. Xuanhua Shuehu spoke, directly cutting off what most people wanted to say. I think Yuzhibo Jing is an excellent candidate. At the same time, Xuanhua Shuehu looked at Shitu, who was lounging casually in his seat, trying to discern his thoughts from his lazy expression. But the result naturally was failure, because Shirtu was completely indifferent to the identity of the next Huoying. I also disagree. Xuanhua Shuehu's words drew objections from most people. Those who had originally intended to criticize the Yuzhibo clan, seeing Shirtu staring at them, could only voice their opinions and swallow their criticisms. Meanwhile, the younger generation and the Yuzhibo clan members were overjoyed. They had witnessed Jing's influence and achievements firsthand, and they fully approved of him. After hearing Xuanhua Shuehu's statement, Tuanzang fell silent, staring blankly at Jing. He had put in tremendous effort for the position of Huoying, even crossing his last moral boundary, yet still failed to obtain it. This was a devastating blow to Tuanzang. Lady Shuehu, please allow me to decline. Jing spoke directly. Jing's reaction left everyone present puzzled and shocked. Wasn't the Huoying position the common goal of everyone? I have already made my decision. I will follow Lord Shirtu from now on. Jing then spoke a second sentence that shocked everyone present. Shitta's status was still that of a rogue ninja. No one dared to capture him directly, only because of the gap in power. But Jing's words were like openly declaring defection. The high-ranking officials who had long disapproved of Jing stared at him, sternly considering whether to take action against him. Although they could not defeat Shitu, the insignificant Jing was nothing to worry about. Jing's friends looked at him with concern, wanting to persuade him not to do something so extreme. If Lord Shirtu agrees, I will not obstruct. Shuehu spoke, giving Jing an official status to prevent malicious individuals from making an issue of it. Thank you, Lady Shuehu. Shirtu looked at the people staring at him, somewhat helpless. His original intention was to take Zhishui with him, firstly, because he didn't want to waste Zishui's talent, and secondly, because he wanted to avert the tragedy of Zhishui in the original story. But now, instead of Zhishui, he was about to take his father. This was something Shirtu had never anticipated. Since you are willing, it's fine. However, the others are not allowed to leave the village without my permission. Shirtu spoke, stopping the other Yuzhibo who wanted to follow him. Why would they follow him instead of staying in my? Shirtu really didn't have the energy to manage the entire Yuzhibo clan. Now, with his own influence, Mai would not dare to target the Yuzhibo too much, and coupled with the cooperation from the previous war, the Yuzhibo might truly be able to integrate into Mai. In that case, let's continue discussing the Huoying successor. Xuanhua Shuehu took over the meeting. The identity of the Huoying successor was extremely important as it concerned the future development of the village and could not be taken lightly. After sensing that Shirtu was not interfering with the arrangement of the Huoying position, everyone present finally began to speak freely. Different factions began to expound on the achievements of their preferred Huoying successors, striving to secure a candidate favorable to themselves. The evaluation criteria were generally based on wartime achievements as well as the successor's usual conduct and popularity among the villagers. It was a comprehensive evaluation standard. In the end, Yuanfei Risen emerged victorious after heated debates among the various parties. Risen's strength was among the top in the younger generation, and he had also made remarkable achievements on the battlefield. He had resisted the Land of Thunder, integrated the Yuzhibo, and later fended off the coalition of 4 nations. Everything he did had brought immense benefits to Mai. Moreover, his personality earned him considerable prestige among the younger generation. His victory not only sparked no conflict, but also garnered widespread support. In dealing with the villagers, he also gained great support through his approachable demeanor. The most crucial factor, however, was his identity. The Yuanfei clan was also a major family in Mai. The clan head Yuanfei Zhuozhu had fallen in battle, and now Risen was the leader of the Yuanfei clan. Although Yuanfei Risen was still young, this also meant that other families could conveniently use this to control the Yuanfei clan head, the future leader of Mai. His victory satisfied the old elders' desire for power and also convinced the younger generation, making it a choice that pleased everyone. Xuanhua Shuehu naturally saw through the intentions of the old elders, but Risen's position was already the best outcome she could secure. These old elders controlled most of Mui's resources, and their wishes could not be ignored. I just hope that Risen can coordinate the relationship between the old elders and Mai in the future. Xuanhua Shuehu thought to herself. The future of Mai was now completely placed on the shoulders of this young man. He represented the future of Mai. Konoha subsequently held the inauguration ceremony for the third Hokage. On that day, all residents of Konoha gathered at the ceremony site celebrating with the entire village. A new Hokage signifies a new future. Shirtu arrived at Jing's home naturally to take Jing and his family away. As soon as he entered the house, Shirtu saw a small child standing awkwardly behind the door. Jishui naturally knew that he would be living with this person from now on, but their previous interactions had not been pleasant. To avoid future difficulties, Jishui had to find a way to mend the relationship. The moment Shirtu saw Jishui, he began ruffling the little one's head. Damn it, stop. Little Jishui threw his wild punches trying to stop Shita's actions, but they were completely ineffective. Shirtu directly picked up little Jishui. He was very fond of this little one as the child showed no signs of scheming or calculation. In the treacherous ninja world, this was a breath of fresh air. Pack your belongings, say goodbye to anyone you wish to see, and then we will leave. Yes. Jing responded respectfully. At this moment, Jing only wanted to live for himself and his family. If his life before his death could be considered his first half, then that half had been entirely devoted to the village and his clan. He asked himself honestly and felt he had already done enough. Now, thanks to Shita's salvation, he had the opportunity to enjoy the latter half of his life. Jing wanted to follow Shirtu and live for himself and his family. During this time, many Uchiha clan members came to visit Jing and Shirtu. All the Uchiha people held great respect for Shirtu. Whether villagers or ninjas, everyone came to express their gratitude. The Uchiha clan might be extreme arrogant and have many character flaws, but there is no doubt that they are emotionally rich. Valuing emotions, they are always warm and kind to their own. The brief farewell quickly ended. With the help of Shita's instantaneous movement, the family easily traveled from Konoha to the land of Tang. Now the entire ninja world tacitly acknowledged that the land of Tang was Shita's territory, and no one dared to cause trouble here. During the entire First Great Ninja War, if there was one region completely untouched by the conflict, it was the land of Tang. After briefly arranging accommodation for Jing's family, Shirtu took little Jishui to the Bofa mansion. Since little Jishui was to follow him for training, it was naturally more convenient to live nearby. Moreover, Jishui could return to his parents at any time, which was very convenient. The Bofa mansion was prepared for little Zishui's arrival. Shirtu mostly stayed at the Bofa mansion as having servants made things very convenient. Occasionally, he visited Old Ban to keep him from being. However, every time Old Ban saw Shirtu return alone, he was very displeased and wanted to drive him out. If it weren't for Shirtu seeing the slight curl of Old Ban's lips through his Sharingan, he would have been fooled by Ban's acting. Visiting the lonely Old Ban, Shirtu believed he was doing the right thing. Ruri personally came to welcome little Jishui. She no longer had the mischievous and carefree attitude she once had. Graceful and dignified, she fully embodied her identity as a princess. The years had passed quickly, and she was no longer the playful girl she once was. Instead, she had become mature and knowledgeable. I'm back. Welcome back, Shituken. The natural conversation highlighted their familiarity. And this must be little Jishui. Welcome. Jishui looked at the woman before him, his little mind working furiously. Hello, Shifa's wife. To make his future training easier, he decided to win over the woman. Upon hearing little Zishui's words, the woman immediately smiled happily. Ruri crouched in front of Jishui and pinched his cheeks with both hands. Little Jishui is so cute. Damn it, these two are just the same, neither of them is good. Jishui grumbled inwardly, but dared not show it. Now that he was under their roof, he had to bow his head. I want a cute little kid like this too, don't you think, Shituken? Hearing Ruri's words, Shitu, who had been enjoying Zishui's discomfort, immediately wiped the smile off his face. This is a hint, right? Definitely not. Shirtu quickly looked around trying to pretend he didn't understand. Ruri just smiled at his expression. Shituken has been away for so long tonight, I need to reward him properly. I will prepare a big feast for Shituken now. Eat plenty, understand? Faced with the enthusiastic Ruri, Shirtu could only smile awkwardly. Little Jishui didn't quite understand the cryptic conversation between the couple, but but he figured out that this Shifu's wife was not someone to be trifled with. Shirtu then took little Jishui to visit the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails had noticeably gained weight compared to before. It ate, slept, and occasionally read picture books, living like a total homebody fox. Jishui didn't know the true nature of the little Nine-Tails. Seeing such a beautiful fox, he immediately wanted to pet its fur. Seeing little Zishui's action, the previously lazy Nine-Tails immediately opened its mouth wide and let out a roar. It might have seemed frightening to Jishui, but to Shitu it was just like a kitten hissing. Shitu, who is this brat? And why did you bring back another strange thing? The Nine-Tails stared at Shitu's chest and said warily. Jishui was completely shocked that the fox could talk and immediately hid behind Shirtu. Seeing the little head peeking out, Shirtu gently rubbed it. This is my new disciple. He'll need you to look after him from now on. As for the one you mentioned, her name is Hui. You haven't met her before. She is the mother of the Sage of Six Paths. When you think about it, you two are somewhat related. The Nine-Tails never expected that the spiritual energy in Shitu's heart, could have such a great origin. I see. But don't bring every strange thing home from now on. Who knows if they have good intentions? The Nine-Tails remained its thunderous self. Mortal, I didn't expect you to have a Nine-Tails here. Little Hui was very surprised by the sudden appearance of the Nine-Tails, but considering Shitu's strength, she no longer found it strange. However, little Hui was very satisfied with his behavior of collecting tailed beasts. With just a little guidance leading him to cultivate the Rinnegan and summon the demonic statue of the outer path, the seal on the main body will be undone soon. Little Hui thought so, and then heard Shitu's reply. Kurama is very cute, right? Upon hearing someone describe a tailed beast like that, little Hui couldn't help but roll her eyes. What a shallow mortal. Night fell, and Shirtu brought Jishui to the dining table. The meal was prepared by Ruri, and could be described as a feast for the eyes and palate. Shituken, you must finish everything. Shirtu looked at the oysters, leeks, and other dishes before him, and couldn't help swallowing. The next morning, Shirtu opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, a fatigue far greater than that of the great ninja war. Shirtu turned his head gently. Beside him, Liuli still slumbered. Gazing at her rosy cheeks, he realized that men and women were, after all, fundamentally different. Shirtu rose quietly, but his movement stirred Liuli from her sleep. She squinted at him through half-closed eyes. Go back to sleep. They'll go check on Shursui. He patted her head softly, his voice tender. Hearing his familiar voice, she drifted back into a pleasant dream. Shirtu stepped outside. Little Shursui was already awake, engaged in basic physical training. The Uchiha clan valued a shinobi's strength greatly, and children began training at a very young age. Whether it was ninjutsu or taijutsu, the child's father usually served as the instructor. Young Shursui had clearly received guidance from Jing early on, and now his solo training was impressively disciplined. Good morning, master. Shursui, upon noticing Shitu's arrival, immediately greeted him. Shursui had witnessed Shitu's power, a terrifying strength he deeply admired. But recalling how Shirtu often teased him, he grew anxious about the training ahead. Like any child, Shursui admired strength, but also craved leisure, and play. A strict training was not what he desired. Thus, the only strategy he could think of was to flatter Shirtu. In truth, Shirtu had no intention of starting training immediately. Children should have a childhood, Shirtu believed. His own childhood was filled with war and bloodshed, but he hoped future children could enjoy a carefree, happy youth. Little Shursui, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Shursui nodded. Though the mansion had many servants, they had not prepared breakfast for Shirtu and Liuli. Ever since Shirtu moved into the Bojian mansion, Liuli, who used to rise early, had stopped appearing. They often got up well past noon, so even if breakfast was prepared, no one ate it. Ever since Shirtu moved into the Bojian mansion, Liuli, who used to rise early, had stopped appearing. They often got up well past noon, so even Shirtu had grown addicted to the sensation. The two strolled through the streets of the Tang country. Even in the early morning, the streets were bustling with people. As the only completely safe region, many had migrated to the Tang country during the Great Ninja War. When people on the street saw Shirtu, they showed no panic, only respectfully nodding. Shirtu returned the gesture. In fact, Shirtu was deeply beloved by the residents. He often helped with trivial tasks like catching lost cats, warming the hearts of the locals. As Shirtu put it, this was a way to immerse himself among the common folk and experience the life of a genin. After all, it was well known that the strongest shinobi in Konoha were the genin. Shirtu took Shursui to a restaurant. Boss, the usual 2 portions. Lord Shida here again. Shirtu chatted amiably with the owner, showing no hint of arrogance. This intrigued Shursui greatly. They finished the simple breakfast quickly, and Shirtu paid before leaving with Shursui. Shursui, is there anywhere you want to go, or anything you want to play? Your master will take you on an adventure. Shirtu stretched, feeling rejuvenated after breakfast. Shida's question caught Shursui off guard. In his initial expectations, he had assumed he would be thoroughly tormented by this unexpected behavior was something Shursui had never considered. Watching Shizui's dazed expression, Shirtu couldn't help but smile. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he patted Shizui's head. "Follow me." They walked toward the outskirts of the village. As the surrounding scenery grew more desolate, Shisui grew uneasy, uncertain why the man was leading him outside. Suddenly Shirtu stopped, causing Shisui to bump into his thigh. "Wait here. They'll be back." With those words, Shirtu vanished before Shizui's eyes. Shisui stood there bewildered, unsure of what to do, puzzled by Shita's strange behavior. Not far behind Shisui, a pair of eyes were fixed on the spot where Shirtu had disappeared. "Damn it, where did he go?" The man scanned frantically, but could not locate Shirtu. The man's face was covered with a mask, and his exposed eyes were unlike any ordinary person's. They were green, glowing with an eerie light that inspired dread. Moreover, his body was covered in dense stitching, as if it were assembled from pieces. The man was none other than Kaku. Kakuzu had been hired by a mysterious figure to assassinate Shirtu. Initially, he had been reluctant to accept the job, even though the employer offered a substantial sum of money, his favorite currency. Shita's reputation was now known throughout the shinobi world. Kakuzu was self-aware enough to know he was no match for him. Yet he still accepted. In truth, Kakuzu's plan was never to truly assassinate Shirtu. Instead, he aimed to elevate his own reputation. Indeed, Kakuzu was notorious in the assassination world largely due to his past attempt on the life of the first Hokage Hashirama. Though that assassination ended in utter defeat, he barely exerted any strength before being captured alive, and only Hashirama's mercy spared his life. That failure ironically made Kakuzu's name famous in the assassin underworld. It was also the reason he defected from the Hidden Rain village. Even if the mission ended in failure, having the audacity to target someone like Shirtu would be a remarkable feat. One that no one would belittle. But to Kakuzu's shock, Shirtu seemed to have deliberately lured him out of the village to this remote spot. Then he vanished right before his eyes. A truly terrifying development. After all, if Shirtu hadn't attacked directly, did that mean he hadn't pinpointed his exact location? Kakuzu didn't dare gamble. Suddenly, he noticed the child standing there looking around. Though he didn't know the child's identity, the intimate interaction with Shirtu suggested the child was important. A bold idea surfaced in Kakuzu's mind. If I can use the child as leverage, I might survive. He felt the multiple heartbeats within his body. Even if I'm not strong enough, I'm not so easy to kill. There's still a chance. I just want to escape, with the child as a hostage. Panic and the threat of death drove him to this decision. Not far behind Kakuzu, a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes were fixed on him. Young Shisui remained where he was, waiting for Shita's return. However, at this moment, he seemed to sense something amiss. His originally black pupils had silently transformed into 3 tomo. Shisui looked around, trying to find the slightest anomaly he had sensed. Yet all around him, only a gentle breeze rustled. Shizui's vigilance naturally astonished Kakuzu and Shirtu. Shirtu had left Shisui behind precisely to see how the young boy would react when faced with danger. In Shita's expectation, Shizui's counterattack would occur after he himself was captured by Kaku. However, Shizui's alertness and perception far exceeded Shita's predictions. He could even detect Kakuzu's concealment. It must be noted that Kakuzu currently possessed genuine Jonin-level strength, and with his secret technique, he was nearly at the Kage level. Yet young Shisui, who had just awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan, could actually perceive his hidden presence. This young Shizui's talent is by no means low. Kakuzu cautiously eyed the young Uchiha before him. His 3-tomo Sharingan had indeed shocked Kaku. Such vigilance at such a young age. Although Kakuzu was astonished, he was not afraid. No matter how powerful the 3-tomo Sharingan was, his opponent was still just a child. How could he compare with someone who had roamed the ninja world for so long? Moreover, even if his target Shita suddenly appeared, he could still retreat. Kakuzu was extremely confident in his ability to survive, and this confidence came from the heartbeat within his chest. Ever since Kakuzu failed in his mission to assassinate Hashirama, he had been severely punished and ostracized by the village. He was a ninja who had risked his life for the village, yet he was met with unfair, even cruel treatment. In the end, Kakuzu decided to defect. And before his defection, he stole the village's treasured secret technique, Earth Grudge Jiangu. This secret technique allowed the user to manipulate black tendrils within the body, using chakra for long-range attacks, flesh stitching, and stealing others' hearts. It could even integrate the stolen chakra natures into oneself, allowing the user to master all 5 basic nature transformations simultaneously and achieve near mortality by replacing hearts. Currently, Kakuzu had 5 hearts with different chakra natures within his body. This not only meant he could use ninjutsu of all 5 natures simultaneously, but also that he had 5 lives. As long as not all of his hearts were destroyed, he would not die. This was the fundamental reason Kakuzu dared to take on this commission. Silently, the stitched lines on Kakuzu's body began to loosen and parts of his body gradually separated. This strange phenomenon did not affect Kakuzu's normal movements. Instead, the black tendrils connecting different parts became his deadly weapons. Kakuzu controlled the black tendrils, silently creeping towards Shizui's direction. Shizui's subconscious told him that something strange was nearby, but as he was not powerful, he could not pinpoint the exact location of the anomaly. Shida's sudden disappearance made Shizui's heart flutter with panic, but instead of flustering, Shisui calmly analyzed the situation. He only knew one ninjutsu, the Uchiha clan's signature technique, the Great Fireball, Gakkaku no Jutsu. However, due to his young age, his chakra was limited, without affecting his normal movement, he had only one chance to use it. But if there really was an enemy, this single Great Fireball would hardly be able to inflict a truly effective blow. As for Jinjutsu, Shisui was not proficient. He had accidentally awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan after his father's death. His Jinjutsu ability was something he had inadvertently grasped. Not only was he unskilled in its execution, but he also needed to look directly into the target's eyes. Under the current circumstances, there was clearly no opportunity to use it. There was only one chance. Shisui surveyed his surroundings, calculating continuously in his mind. Kakuzu did not understand what Shisui was thinking at that moment. To him, his opponent was merely a child, and this whole affair was a piece of cake. Under Kakuzu's control, the black tendrils quietly passed through the forest, now not far from Shizui's position. In Shida's view, Shisui was completely defenseless. Shiryu was curious how Shisui would respond. Fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. As if making up his mind, Shisui unleashed the Great Fireball in a certain direction. And that direction was exactly where Kakuzu was hiding. However, due to insufficient chakra, the Great Fireball's range was short. It couldn't reach Kakuzu at all, only barely scorching the forest. Just pointless struggle, Kakuzu muttered to himself. In his view, it was already lucky that his opponent had guessed his hiding direction. Given the absolute power gap, how could he possibly lose? Shisui looked at the burning forest before him. Instead of feeling disappointed, a triumphant expression appeared on his face. Under Shizui's deliberate control, the Great Fireball continuously scorched the forest, and with the morning breeze the flames grew larger. Aided by the natural wind, the fire spread toward Kakuzu's hiding spot, forming a blazing barrier in front of Shisui. Shizui's original intention was never to attack the enemy with the Great Fireball. He had a clear self-awareness. His target had always been the trees in front of him. Seeing his plan succeed, Shisui immediately leaped onto the trees and dashed toward the village. Escape. Everything Shisui did was to buy himself time to flee. The uncontrollable forest fire could only obstruct, but could never kill the enemy. As long as Shisui reached the village, this unknown enemy would naturally not dare to act rashly. In fact, Shisui had never had clear evidence of an enemy's presence, but his sixth sense was frantically signaling to young Shisui. I hope this is just my overactive imagination, Shisui comforted himself in his mind while running frantically forward. Feeling his tendrils being burned by the fire, Kakuzu immediately retracted them. Damn, I've been tricked. Kakuzu glared fiercely in the direction Shisui had fled. Whether it was the Great Fireball just now or the forest fire before him, both were mere child's play for Kakuzu. He could easily handle. Shizui's speed was not fast in Kakuzu's eyes. If he wanted to pursue, he could easily do so. However, Kakuzu was thinking about something else at that moment. Where is Shirtu? From the very beginning, Kakuzu had been more focused on finding Shirtu than on capturing Shisui. Now that this situation had occurred, Shirtu still hadn't appeared. This made Kakuzu hesitate. Should he flee now or capture the brat? He had no conflict with Shisui, and neither had caused harm to the. Kakuzu himself was not a bloodthirsty person. He had his own professional standards. Standing still, his mind unconsciously recalled the recent failure. Failing to assassinate Hashirama and Shida. Fine, I wasn't strong enough. But to be played for a fool by a brat like you. Do you think I'm made of dough? In fact, Kakuzu had few mission failures, but being unable to handle even a child was chase. These forest fires might serve well to hinder ordinary ninjas, but against Kakuzu, who masters 5 types of chakra nature transformations, they are utterly ineffective. Kakuzu easily passed through the sea of flames. After sensing that Shirtu was indeed not nearby, he calmed his mind and set off to pursue Shisui. As for what he would do after capturing Shisui, Kakuzu had not yet decided. Considering the close relationship between the boy and Shiryu, he naturally dared not act too aggressively. But a good lesson for that brat was necessary. Shirtu only appeared after watching Shisui and Kakuzu vanish into the distance. With a simple hand seal, a vast amount of water materialized and easily extinguished the forest fire. Setting fire to the mountain will land you in prison for life, little Shisui. Shisui continued to run with all his might, hoping that everything he was experiencing was merely a dream. Rather than being chased, Shisui would have preferred to endure Shida's harsh training. Kakuzu's speed far surpassed Shizui's. In just a moment Shursui could see Kakuzu relentlessly pursuing him from behind. It was less a person and more a monster. Countless black tendrils emerged from his body, and Shursui was extremely curious how such a body could store so many black tentacles. The terrifying sight left a deep psychological shadow on little Shursui, even causing his speed to increase considerably. As he advanced, he continuously destroyed branches hoping to slow down his pursuer. Yet for Kakuzu, everything Shursui did was nothing but futile effort. Black tendrils coiled around tree trunks, effortlessly swinging Kakuzu's body across the impassable path ahead. At the same time, a wind-release jutsu spewed from the mask on his shoulder. Wind-release pressure harm. A high-pressure wind sphere was released from the mask on Kakuzu's shoulder, the storm tearing through the vast forest ahead and easily sweeping Shursui off the trees onto the ground. Under Kakuzu's deliberate control, Shursui did not suffer direct damage from the technique. He was merely caught in the residual wind, tumbling repeatedly on the ground. Shursui repeatedly used the surrounding bushes to cushion his fall, finally stabilizing himself. The intense tearing pain across his body made him realize that this was not a nightmare, but a real assault. Having never experienced such a situation before, Shursui felt his heart pounding violently, as if it would burst from his chest. He looked up, trying to clearly see the face of his attacker. But before he could see clearly, a black shadow lunged directly at him. Ugh! Countless black tendrils shot out from the attacker's wrist, tightly coiling around Shizui's neck. Kakuzu looked at the little brat he had captured, and suddenly felt somewhat disappointed. The opponent was merely a child, or why was he bullying him like this? Kakuzu wanted to get a closer look at the boy's face, for in his view this brat was quite unique among his hunting records. Shursui desperately clawed at the tendrils around his neck with both hands, hoping to gain more room to breathe. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, and a feeling of unwillingness surged within him. Kakuzu's attack was a complete calamity for Shursui. With resentment, Shursui stared fiercely at the attacker until their eyes met. The moment he saw the dearest Sharingan, Kakuzu realized his carelessness. The Uchiha clan was never easy to deal with, especially one with a dearest Sharingan. Kakuzu immediately activated Earth Release. This was a jutsu mastered by his main body, capable of hardening the skin for either attack or defense. In defensive mode, he could easily block the explosion of paper bombs. This was the last thing Kakuzu possessed considerable skill in both ninjutsu and taijutsu, but his proficiency in jinjutsu was lacking. It was in fact unprepared. The moment Kakuzu saw the boy's eyes, he realized that the boy was casting a jinjutsu. But it was too late. Kakuzu had no time to dispel the jinjutsu. He could only use his most proficient and fastest defensive Earth Release to counter any subsequent attacks. Shursui watched the man before him, whose body had turned black, now completely motionless, fully ensnared in his jin. Shizui's use of jinjutsu was not skilled. It had been released subconsciously under the guidance of his unwillingness. He continued to tear at the tendrils around his neck, but his weak physical strength could not break free from the bindings. Sensing the remaining chakra within him, he barely had enough to unleash one great fireball. After using it, Shizui's physical strength would greatly decline due to insufficient chakra, but this was the only self-rescue method he could think of at the moment. Feeling his consciousness fading due to oxygen deprivation, Shursui clumsily formed hand seals. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Compared to the earlier fireball that burned the forest, this was merely a small flame. But at close range, it could still easily envelop the attacker entirely. Shursui desperately mobilized his chakra, hoping to deliver a fatal blow. Yet feeling the tendrils around his neck that showed no sign of loosening, and his continuously depleting chakra, Shursui understood that he might truly die here. Kakuzu had been on guard, so before falling into the jinjutsu, he had immediately activated a defensive Earth Release jutsu. Under its protection, Shizui's Great Fireball did not cause any substantial damage to Kakuzu. Shursui spat out flames desperately until no more sparks came from his mouth. Am I going to die, eh? This thought crossed Shizui's mind. The severe oxygen deprivation made it hard for him to think clearly. In truth, Kakuzu only intended to teach Shursui a lesson and had no plan to inflict fatal harm on him. However, the sudden jinjutsu prevented Kakuzu from releasing his grip on Shursui in time. Not skilled in jinjutsu, Kakuzu also needed a long time to dispel it. A series of coincidences had led to Shizui's critical moment. Hidden in the shadows, Shursui sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. A Chinkong directly struck the motionless Kakuzu, successfully freeing Shursui from his bindings. Shursui looked at the suddenly appearing Shursui and gasped for breath. He wanted to say something, but the oxygen deprivation prevented little Shursui from uttering a single sound. Shursui looked at the aggrieved little Shursui and felt that he probably wouldn't say anything pleasant. This was what made Shursui feel somewhat helpless. He had originally just wanted to observe Shizui's strength, but the little boy's performance had completely exceeded his expectations. If Shui had not resisted at all, he would not have suffered this ordeal. Shui activated the time reversal ability, reversing Shizui's condition. With his body restored to health, Shui finally had the chance to speak. Why did you take so long to come? Shui and Kakuzu followed the three to the gates of Yuzushio village. Reina was clearly avoiding Kakuzu, as if she was terrified of him. This is our village. Gazing at the aggrieved Shui felt a headache brewing. If the one at home were to learn that Shui had suffered such bullying because of him, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yet the deed was done, and Shui had no choice but to discipline the culprit before him thoroughly. At that moment, Kakuzu finally broke free from the shackles of the Jinjutsu. He glanced at the man before him, and without a word, turned and fled. Damn it, I should have retreated immediately. Why did I chase that brat? Kakuzu deeply regretted his decision, not only failing to capture the child, but also being caught by Shui in the act of nearly killing him. As he retreated, Kakuzu unleashed ninjutsu in an attempt to hinder his pursuer. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release. The fire released by the Earth Grudge's fire release mask cascaded, like a vast ocean, a sea of flames spreading towards Shui. The wind release from the Earth Grudge's wind release mask amplified the fire's power, merging the two to expand the blaze's range and intensify its focus. Shui, holding Shui, effortlessly evaded the attack, using the transient realm. Seeing his failure, Kakuzu pressed on with more jutsu. Water release, water curtain. Lightning release, false darkness. The Earth Grudge's water release mask spewed a torrent of water blasts interwoven with lightning from its lightning release mask. The razor-sharp lightning spears shattered rocks and trees, clearing obstacles between the water blasts and Shui, while the lightning imbued the water with even greater destructive force. Shui with Shui in his arms moved through Kakuzu's attacks with the grace of a leisurely stroll, using the transient realm. To hit the elusive Shui, Kakuzu had to expand his attack range, hoping to catch him off guard. Yet against Shui's formidable space-time abilities, such tactics proved futile. Shui effortlessly closed the distance to Kakuzu. Kakuzu, seeing Shui so close, felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness and despair. He gathered chakra, merging the wind, fire, and lightning masks of the Earth Grudge onto his right arm. The devastating chakra cannon, carrying a power that seemed capable of annihilating heaven and earth, shot towards Shui and Shui. The devastating chakra cannon, carrying a power that seemed capable of annihilating heaven and earth, shot towards Shui and Shui. The overwhelming energy forced Shui to close his eyes involuntarily. Yet Shui remained calm, nonchalantly executing 1,000 void slash. The spatial cut effortlessly rent the space before him, creating a fissure in the void. The terrifying chakra cannon plunged into the spatial rift without a sound. Witnessing his attack nullified so easily, Kakuzu realized that resistance, all he could do was delay his opponent as much as possible to buy time for escape. Feeling the hearts beating within him, each one painstakingly collected, he understood that to survive he would have to sacrifice them. The masks that had once seemed lifeless on Kakuzu's body began to transform, black tendrils coiling around them until they detached from his. Each mask entwined with the black tendrils became an independent entity, breaking away from Kakuzu and rushing towards Kakuzu sacrificed the three masks of wind, fire, and lightning, his most formidable offensive elements and his favorites. But now to survive he had to make a choice. The three Earth Grudge masks unleashed a torrent of jutsu, high-pressure wind spheres, seas of fire, and lightning spears, all aimed at Shui merely to buy time. Simultaneously, their attacks merged into powerful composite ninjutsu. For an ordinary shinobi this would be an absolute terror, but for Shui it was nothing more than a trifle. The detached Earth Grudge masks lacked the reaction speed of the original body. With 1,000 void slash Shui effortlessly cleave through the space they occupied. The three masks did not endure even a single strike, and were easily destroyed. Kakuzu felt the loss of the three Earth Grudge masks a pang of regret, mixed with overwhelming despair. Each Earth Grudge mask contained a heart he had once collected. Their destruction meant not only the loss of corresponding jutsu, but also the forfeiture of a life. Shui, observing Kakuzu's panic, grew weary of the cat mouse game. Enough, let's end this quickly. He effortlessly brought Shui before. Kakuzu stared at the two who had appeared before him, his heart filled with despair. Damn it, I haven't earned enough money yet. I don't want to die. Ever since he was betrayed by his village, Kakuzu had ceased to believe in comrades. Compared to companions who might betray at any moment, money seemed far more reliable and useful. That was why he became a mercenary, a bounty hunter. On the brink of death, his longing for money was less about greed and more about the bitter disappointment of his village's betrayal. Shui's 1,000 void slash precisely struck the location of Kakuzu's remaining water release heart, reducing the last mask to dust. Kakuzu coughed up blood, ceasing all resistance. He stood frozen, feeling that his entire past had been a farce. Perhaps ending it all here isn't so bad. Kakuzu closed his eyes, awaiting the final fatal blow. Yet he waited for a long time, and the finishing strike never came. He slowly opened his eyes to find the same formidable man before him, whose very presence still made his heart tremble. The man, however, wore a helpless expression, trying to soothe the child in his arms. "Be good, Shisui. Don't tell your master's wife about what happened today, okay?" But the child in his arms turned away, refusing to acknowledge him. Kakuzu, bewildered by the scene before him, felt a surge of survival instinct urging him to escape, but reason told him that fleeing now would only lead to death. Watching the two bickering, Kakuzu felt a flicker of envy. He had devoted his entire early life to his village, yet now he had no one to trust, only numbing himself with the pursuit of wealth. Having just brushed with death, Kakuzu felt a sense of confusion, and a ridiculous thought sprouted in his mind. He offered a sincere apology to young Shisui, unsure of what had come over him to actually act on that absurd notion. The survival of the fittest was the fundamental law of the shinobi world, even when dealing with a child. Little Shisui, already aggrieved by the inexplicable attack, could no longer hold back his tears upon hearing the attacker's apology, bursting into sobs. Shitu, realizing that the child he had barely managed to console was now weeping again, felt a surge of despair. Glaring angrily at the trembling Kakuzu, he resumed his effort to soothe Shisui. This time Shizui's cries were easier to calm, more like an emotional release than a reaction to being wrong. Shitu looked at Shizui's tear-streaked reddened face and regretted his earlier rash decision. Even if Shisui was mature for his age, he was still just a child. No child should be treated so harshly. Shitu suddenly thought of his younger brother Shun. After their parents died, Shitu had been just as flustered trying to comfort him. "Shisui, how about master promises you something to make it up to you?" Shitu's words stirred a flicker of hope in Shisui. "Then you can't pat my head anymore," Shisui blurted out. Shitu hadn't expected such a request. Though a bit reluctant, he realized the boy had his own pride. Shitu was about to reluctantly agree when he heard Shisui add, "Wait, not that. Master, can you not kill him?" Shisui pointed a small finger at Kakuzu. Both Shitu and Kakuzu were stunned, never anticipating this turn of events. "Can you tell master why?" Shisui hesitated, but after an inner struggle, he spoke slowly. "You all treat me like a child, father, mother, master, mistress. I may still be young, but I want to take responsibility for my actions and be respected." Shisui paused, wiped his tears with his small hand, and pointed at Kakuzu again. "Only he. I don't know why he attacked me without reason, but it's because of you, master. He sincerely apologized to me, treating me as an equal, not as a child. He nearly killed me, but if there's no irreconcilable conflict, can you spare his life?" After speaking, little Shisui turned to look at Kakuzu. "By the way, why were you trying to kill me?" Shitu and Kakuzu were both shocked by Shizui's words. Such naive, childish thoughts could only arise in a child within this ruthless ninja world where lives were devoured without mercy. Kakuzu gazed at little Shisui. Once abandoned by the village he trusted most, he was now being saved by the child he had nearly killed with his own hands. Kakuzu, who had long stopped believing in comrades, felt a stirring in his heart. "I never intended to kill him from the start. It was an accident. In truth, there is no conflict between us. But now that things have come to this, I must take responsibility for my actions." Kakuzu felt a sense of release. He didn't believe Shitu would spare him, but to receive trust from someone before death. This feeling he cherished deeply. Shitu had witnessed the entire fight. Given Kakuzu's strength, if he had intended to kill Shisui, could never have evaded him for so long. Shitu also knew that Kakuzu had initially come to assassinate him, and then used Shisui as a hostage to secure his escape. But Kakuzu's current attitude puzzled Shitu. In his memory, Kakuzu was a pure mercenary driven solely by money with no other emotions. Yet now that was clearly not the case. Shitu had originally planned to buy Kakuzu's loyalty with money, but the only obstacle was little Shizui's possible resentment. If Shisui could not forgive Kakuzu's actions, Shitu would not recruit him. But seeing the two now seemingly on the path to reconciliation, Shitu was naturally pleased. "If you allow me, I will follow you, young master, through fire and water without hesitation," Kakuzu declared loudly to Shisui, resembling a wise retainer meeting his enlightened lord. Kakuzu, who had already resigned himself to death, now saw a chance to live again. The only doubt the other party had was about his true intentions. So Kakuzu willingly submitted to show his sincerity. Moreover, this child was the first person to trust him since the village's betrayal, even though he had nearly killed him. Shitu, watching the scene unfold, felt a bit at a loss. Feeling Shisui tugging at his clothes, he spoke. "In that case, are you willing to accept a restriction that would cause instant death upon betrayal? Of course, the right to execute that punishment will be given." "I am willing." Kakuzu now genuinely wanted to follow Shisui. Even though the boy was just a child, Kakuzu saw in him a new meaning to life. Not just money, but something more. Shitu placed a simple curse mark on Kakuzu's forehead, which Shisui could activate at any time. Once activated, the curse would directly destroy Kakuzu's brain tissue. Although Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear technique allowed him to have multiple hearts to ensure survival, a fatal blow to the brain would still kill him instantly. It was a terrifying curse like the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal that gave absolute control over another's life. Kakuzu did not resist this restriction. In his eyes, he had already died twice. Betrayed by his village was the first death. After that, he no longer believed in comrades, only in money. Nearly killed by Shirtu was the second. This time he was saved by Shisui, so Kakuzu was willing to trust him even if it meant risking his own life. Who hired you to assassinate me? After handling everything, Shirtu asked Kakuzu. Forgive me, Lord Shirtu. The employer and I never met. Everything was arranged through an intermediary, so I don't know who won. However, given the generous payment, they must be of high status. Kakuzu shared the information he had. The amount offered was beyond his imagination, which was why he had taken the risk. After extinguishing the forest fire caused by the battle, Shirtu returned to the Wave Mansion with Shisui and Kakuzu. What happened? Who bullied you, little Shisui? Ruri, seeing Shizui's reddened face, asked with concern. Shirtu sensed trouble and tried to slip away using the body flicker technique. Shirtu explained what happened. Seeing Ruri's displeased expression, Shirtu truly regretted his actions. Shisui recounted the events with embellishments, pouring out his grievances to Ruri, but without implicating Kakuzu, placing all the blame on Shirtu. Shisui, didn't you promise to forgive me? How can you frame your master like this? Kakuzu had braced himself for punishment, but Shisui and Shirtu tacitly kept him out of the story. Kakuzu watched everything unfold. Following young master might really be a good choice. The rare tranquility of life slipped away moment by moment. Owing to the threat posed by Shida, the 5 great nations once locked in bitter conflict subsided into an uneasy peace, a mere veneer of harmony. Beneath the surface, small-scale skirmishes continued unabated, with disputes over various interests erupting ceaselessly, a commonplace occurrence in the ninja world. Little Shisui spent this period training under Shirtu. Mindful of the boy's age, Shirtu refrained from cruelly depriving him of his childhood. Yet to Shida's surprise, it was not himself, but Kakuzu who became Shisui's closest companion. Kakuzu volunteered to serve as Shisui's bodyguard and caretaker. Despite his stern exterior, Kakuzu proved surprisingly adept at childcare. Meanwhile, Kakuzu never abandoned his penchant for accumulating wealth. Notably, his pursuit of money was no longer driven by the disappointment of past betrayal, but increasingly for Shisui's sake. Most of the money Kakuzu gathered he spent on delighting Shisui, be it toys, delicacies, or various ninja tools. Whatever Shisui desired, Kakuzu would purchase without hesitation. Such a harmonious bond between the two was utterly unforeseen by Shirtu. As for Kagami, at his earnest insistence, Shirtu finally assigned him a mission. In Kagami's own words, idling away his days would render his second chance at life meaningless. Rather than a mission, it was more akin to Shirtu dispatching Kagami to investigate the hidden Kara organization. Since the organization's previous appearance, they had vanished without a trace, as if erased from the ninja world entirely. Yet Shirtu did not relax his vigilance. Both the formidable Jigen and the other members of Kara, who could easily sway the entire ninja world, were not to be underestimated. As for Madara, he was in the midst of adjusting his condition. He had absorbed Hashirama's flesh, but the intense repulsion between the two chakras subjected him to great discomfort. He needed to continuously reconcile the two conflicting energies, promoting their fusion. Only then could the legendary Rinnegan be conceived. Shirtu brought Shisui and Kagami before Madara for a look. Toward the new generation of Uchiha, Madara showed neither favor nor. Madara was fairly satisfied with the current standing of the Uchiha clan. Thanks to the first great ninja war and the presence of Shitu, the Uchiha in Konoha did not suffer severe oppression. The new generation of Konoha no longer cared about the grudges of their predecessors. Having grown up together and learned together, they could genuinely accept one another from the ground up. As time passed, the rift between them would gradually narrow until complete integration. Notably, the little Kaguya within Shida's mind found Madara's actions quite astonishing. That someone would attempt to acquire the Rinnegan was utterly beyond her expectations. In her presumption, it was the original body's contingency that should try to cultivate the Rinnegan and thereby release the original. But now Madara sought only greater power, apparently oblivious to the existence of the original body. Through Shida's explanation, little Kaguya learned of Black Zetsu's existence. Little Kaguya was born before Black Zetsu. She knew only what happened before the original body created her and nothing of what came after. She only realized the original body was sealed when she sensed the long-term loss of control over the dimension of the beginning. As for the original body's death, that was impossible. Having consumed the chakra fruit, Kaguya possessed true immortality. She could absorb all ninjutsu and recover from any injury with astonishing speed. Severing her connection to the dimension of the beginning could only be achieved through sealing. Little Kaguya wished to contact Black Zetsu, but she was effectively under house arrest by Shirtu. As long as Shirtu willed it, she could never escape his control. As for the existence of Jigen and the Kara organization, little Kaguya was profoundly shocked after Shirtu explained it. From the original body's perspective, Ishiki Otsutsuki had been completely absorbed by the divine tree. It was by consuming the chakra fruit formed from his essence that the original body became so powerful. But he had used feigned death to escape and survive for thousands of years until now. This realization filled little Kaguya with concern. Ishiki's power was terrifying. At his peak, even the original body, after consuming the chakra fruit, might not have been able to defeat him. Even more alarming to little Kaguya was that he possessed the genetic material of Shirbai Otsutsuki. The Otsutsuki clan reincarnates through genes, in other words, genes contain most, or even all of an Otsutsuki's power. If Jigen chose to absorb Shirbai Otsutsuki's genes, he might well gain some of Shirbai's abilities. Shirbai Otsutsuki was the Otsutsuki closest to godhood, having consumed countless chakra fruits. He might even have become a god. Jigen's concealment troubled little Kaguya. His continued hiding likely meant he had not found a suitable vessel for reincarnation. Yet with his infinite lifespan, given enough time, he would eventually reclaim his power, or become even stronger. When that time came, little Kaguya had no confidence that the original body could defeat him. Little Kaguya did not share all this intelligence with Shirtu. He was constantly wary of her, as she had tried to tempt him many times, but Shirtu never fell for it to release the original body. Instead, Shirtu often used her attempts to mock her. The noble Kaguya had repeatedly embarrassed herself before a mere mortal so much so that little Kaguya now wished to see Shirtu suffer a great defeat. Although Jigen was not on her side, if his existence could make Shirtu suffer, little Kaguya would be delighted to witness it. Then little Kaguya could step in to save Shita, thereby winning him over or tricking him into releasing the original body. The fisherman profiting from the conflict between the snipe and the clam. The key to freeing the original lay within. Shirtu could do nothing about Jigen's concealment. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. From the start, his side was at a disadvantage. Unable to target the enemy directly, Shirtu could only continue to strengthen himself. But basic ninjutsu improvements held little significance, which left Shirtu distressed. Until a piece of information: the 5 great nations seeking to harness the power of the tailed beasts naturally needed to acquire powerful sealing techniques. However, years of research had yielded little success until they witnessed Mito Uzumaki on the battlefield. Unanimously, the other 4 great nations turned their gaze toward the Uzumaki clan. Among them, the land of water and the land of earth were bolder, already contemplating an attack on the land of whirlpools. Instead of painstakingly researching sealing techniques, it was simpler to directly seize talent endowed with sealing aptitude. Shittu, already frustrated by his fruitless search for Jigen and his stagnant training, finally found an outlet. Mindful of uncovering the mastermind behind the plot, Shirtu chose not to alert the enemy. Instead, he dispatched Kakuzu and Shursui to investigate. With Shita's consent, Kakuzu selected 4 new hearts. Possessing 5 hearts once more, he was not only the strongest operative in this reconnaissance mission, but also Shizui's guardian. After years of rigorous training, Shursui had shed the innocence of childhood, and the sharpness of a shinobi was beginning to manifest in him. In the depths of a dense forest within the Whirlpool Country, 2 hooded figures met. Mustache, how goes the reconnaissance of Whirlpool Country's defenses? Bandage Man, how many times must I tell you? Stop calling me Mustache. These 2 were none other than the second Tsuchikage Mu and the second Mizukage Hozuki Jinjetsu. As the leaders of the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Mist Village, they set aside their personal vendettas to personally undertake this mission, underlining its immense importance. It is worth noting that the bandages on Mu were a gift from Jinjetsu. During the early stages of the First Shinobi World War, the 2 had clashed. Due to Jinjetsu's steam perilous explosion, Mu's entire body suffered severe burns, forcing him to perpetually wear bandages. Despite their numerous skirmishes, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Jinjetsu's steam perilous explosion was an extremely troublesome technique for Mu, while Mu's dust release posed an equal challenge for Jinjetsu. Their frequent clashes had only deepened their personal grudge over time. Had this mission not been of critical importance to both sides, they would have already broken into a full-scale fight. Whirlpool Country's defenses are insufficient. Due to the previous war, they dispatched a large number of reinforcements to the Fire Country, leaving their own protection lacking. However, despite their limited numbers, they are generally masters of powerful sealing arts, and their chakra reserves and vitality far exceed ordinary shinobi. They are natural Jinchuriki. Jinjetsu shared intel on Whirlpool Country, with Mu growing more excited with each emphasis on the strength of the Uzumaki shinobi. The unique abilities of the Uzumaki clan were precisely the target of these 2 men. Shita's threat made the 4 Kage tremble, and the insidious organization that had infiltrated the upper echelons of each nation was equally troubling. After the war, each nation had conducted thorough internal investigations, but to no avail. It was for this very reason that the two Kage were personally executing them. On one hand, it was the mission's importance, on the other, it was a deep distrust of their own personnel. Bandage Man, what is the stance of the Leaf? After sharing his gathered intelligence, Genjutsu inquired about the information Mu had obtained. In this mission, invading Whirlpool Country was not the true difficulty. There were two real challenges. The first was the potential reinforcement from the Leaf. Although Hashirama and Tobirama had died young, and the current Hokage was merely a young man, the Leaf still possessed formidable combat power, from the battle-hardened Uchiha clan to the Hyuga clan. Simultaneously, the presence of the Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mido posed a significant threat to even top-tier combatants. Without neutralizing the Leaf's aid, success in this mission would be nearly impossible. The second challenge was Shida's attitude. Initially, the nations assumed Shirtu would not concern himself with the Leaf's fate, as he had already taken control of the hot water country and had never shown interest in the fire country's authority. However, he had appeared at the brink of the Leaf's destruction to halt their assault. Now, with their designs on Whirlpool Country, Shida's stance was paramount. Whirlpool Country had no direct ties to Shirtu. It was merely an ally of the fire country. In the shinobi world, alliances were notoriously unreliable, capable of shattering at any moment amidst the constant scheming. According to their speculation, Shirtu was unlikely to intervene, which was a key reason for their boldness. Based on our intel, the majority within the Leaf advocate for saving Whirlpool Country. After all, Uzumaki Mido is still alive. Abandoning her homeland would be neither reasonable nor proper. However, a significant faction within the Leaf also calls for recuperation and recovery. The newly appointed Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot unify the voices of the Leaf's elder statesmen. As a novice, he finds it arduous enough to manage internal affairs alone. A little pressure will be enough to make them cease their rescue efforts. Mu spoke, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. This is our only chance. After the recent war, every nation craves respite. If we fail to seize this opportunity, finding Whirlpool Country isolated again will be far more difficult. After Mu shared his intel, a silence fell between them. Their decision in this moment would shape the future of four nations. The land of earth, the land of water, the land of fire, and the land of Whirlpool. Those in power need only consider the gains of war. The common folk struggling to survive have far more to worry about. To delay the Leaf, do you have any ideas? Genjutsu stroked his mustache, appearing to have made up his mind, only needing a nod of affirmation from his companion. The land of Earth itself requires continued reconstruction. The forces we are committing to the attack on Whirlpool Country are the entirety we can spare. Due to the sacrifices demanded by the Kara organization, all four great nations had suffered severe losses. The end of this shinobi war left no victor among the five great nations. However, we can enlist the aid of the land of lightning. Genjutsu perked up, looking at the bandaged man beside him. What do you mean? Did the land of wind and land of lightning refuse to raid Whirlpool Country? In truth, the four Kage from the four nations had held a secret meeting prior, discussing whether to join this plan. The land of wind and the land of lightning had declined. It seemed these two nations possessed their own unique sealing techniques, making them unwilling to entangle themselves in matters potentially involving the Leaf and Shirtu. In the land of wind, Bunpoku was still laboring to seal the One Tail, having already achieved partial success. This led the second Kazekage to desire only a period of stable recovery, as the land of wind's resources and environment were the poorest and could not withstand such attrition. The land of lightning, on the other hand, utilized the six paths tools of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. The amber purifying bottle's formidable sealing power could easily contain tailed beasts, granting them the latitude to freely research sealing arts. Realizing their own lag in this field of research, the land of earth and the land of water conceived this plan. They have relented. Provided we supply them with resources, they are willing to block the Leaf. Merely blocking the Leaf, not forging a mortal enmity, thus avoiding any chance encounter with Shirtu. In my view, though, those muscle-headed brutes are just itching for a fight. Genjutsu stroked his mustache, a malicious grin spreading across his. In that case, let us set the plan in motion. In the Whirlpool Country, an elderly man with white hair sat upon the highest seat. He had a mustache at his nose and a long beard at his chin. The elder wore a loose black combat uniform adorned with blue layered armor on the outside. The iron forehead protector bore the Uzumaki clan's crest as its emblem. The elder was none other than Uzumaki Ashina, the chieftain of Yuzushio village. It was he who had once traveled to Konoha to forge an alliance between the Uzumaki clan and the Hidden Leaf. He had also developed many extremely powerful sealing techniques, earning him a reputation as the leader of Konoha's sealing. The elder gazed at the other disciples who had filled the hall. These were the pillars of Yuzushio village, the decision-makers of the entire Hidden Village. The guards have detected traces of shinobi from the Hidden Mist and Hidden Stone. Recently, they have been frequently appearing in the dense forests, which is a severe violation of the peace treaty. As the elder spoke, the ninja below erupted in indignation. Every nation places great importance on the study of sealing techniques and jinchuriki. They stop at nothing to obtain the power of the tailed beasts. And we who are naturally endowed with powerful sealing arts have become their ideal jinchuriki. Uzumaki Ashina paused briefly, as if recalling past events. With 1 foot already in the grave, the elder had made countless efforts to ensure the survival of his clan. Whether by keeping clan members from venturing outside, researching defensive sealing techniques, or seeking aid from the mighty Konoha and forging an alliance, all were done to safeguard the clan's safety. Those born with immense vitality, vast chakra reserves, and powerful sealing abilities were the envy of other clans during the Warring States period. But thanks to the renown of Konoha and Hashirama, the Uzumaki clan could still protect themselves. However, now that their guardian deity had fallen and the demands of other nations had grown, they found themselves increasingly vulnerable. Innocent men bear no fault, yet the possession of a precious jade becomes their sin. Given the previous Great Ninja War, if we rely solely on the village's current military strength, we may struggle to repel a joint invasion by 2 major nations. Does anyone have a good strategy? After the elder finished speaking, the room fell silent. Chieftain, why not seek aid from Konoha? Besides, there is Lady Mito. Even if Konoha refuses to help, wouldn't Lady Mito defend her homeland? The speaker was a young man who had recently joined the decision-making circle. Upon hearing the youth's doubt, Konoha is also severely weakened now, and they are plagued by internal conflicts. If we truly rely on their assistance, it will be difficult to achieve. The elder was well aware of the situation within Konoha. Given the pressure from the village's elders, even if they did send aid, it would likely be nothing more than a symbolic gesture from a small force. As for Mito, she has married into another family. Moreover, she is Konoha's only top-tier combatant now, so it is unlikely she will easily come to our aid. The elder was grieved. If she had not recklessly displayed the Uzumaki clan's formidable sealing abilities, they might not have become the target of the great nations. Besides, she was now a top combatant of Konoha, not a ninja of Uchiha. What reason would she have to come to their aid? If we only pin our hopes on uncertain external forces, then we may not survive this crisis. The elder's tone was mournful. Having lived through the chaotic battles of the Warring States period, he understood well that without strength one would merely be a fish on another's chopping block. The young man wanted to say more, but seeing the expressions of those present, he fell silent. In that case, let us all consider how to preserve the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. The elder spoke slowly, his meaning clear. Since they could not repel the enemy's assault, they should do everything possible to escape. As long as the Uzumaki bloodline survived, even if the village fell, it could one day be rebuilt. Everyone withdraw for now. We will discuss this further later. Uzumaki Ashina watched his clan members file out one by one, uncertain of the path ahead for the Uzumaki clan. Everyone withdraw for now. We will discuss this further later. Uzumaki Ashina watched his clan members file out one. They had grown up together, studied under the same master, and weathered the trials of the battlefield side by side. For Hiruzen, aside from Kagami, who had already distanced himself, Danzo was the only colleague who could wholeheartedly help him govern Konoha. Moreover, to Hiruzen, Danzo was like his own opposite. Perhaps due to his long association with the Yanbu, Danzo could always approach problems from angles Hiruzen had never considered. This was invaluable to Hiruzen, who was new to his role. Danzo, what is your opinion on aiding the Whirlpool? Honestly, Hiruzen himself was inclined to provide aid. Not only did they have a mutual assistance treaty, but the Whirlpool country had also sent many troops to support Konoha during the Great Ninja War. With such a debt of gratitude, Hiruzen did not wish to abandon an ally. However, after his time handling state affairs, he had come to realize that matters were not as simple as he once thought. Sending troops meant considering the risk of Konoha's insufficient forces, the allocation of various supplies, and whether Konoha could bear the risk of continued combat. Moreover, the village's elders had already voiced their opposition. How to address their dissent was of utmost importance. Regarding these unfamiliar matters, Danzo had already helped Hiruzen greatly. My advice is to turn a blind eye. As Hiruzen had guessed, Danzo voiced his opposition. What about Lady Mito? Hiruzen did not want to give up. Although he understood that given Konoha's current situation, staying out of it was the best course, he still sought a reason to offer aid. Lady Mito, do you truly believe she would agree to send troops? Danzo looked at Hiruzen and replied coldly. Seeing his former friend sit in the seat he had long coveted, it was impossible not to feel jealous. But since things had come to this, he could only accept reality. The only thing he could do now was to continue enhancing his own achievements. If I persist, at least the position of the next Hokage will be mine. Hiruzen was stunned by Danzo's response, falling silent. Since Uzumaki Mito had arrived in Konoha, she had never returned to the Whirlpool country. She had devoted herself wholeheartedly, contributing the latter half of her life to the development of Konoha, even willing to sacrifice herself to seal the tailed beasts. Perhaps she still felt some attachment to her former homeland, but considering the village she had spent half her life building, how could she make a decision that would harm Konoha? In truth, from the very beginning the Whirlpool country had been utterly isolated. Faced with this calamity, the Uzumaki clan could only rely on themselves. Moreover, they possessed the six paths ninja tools of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. With the formidable sealing power of these tools, even if they couldn't quickly perfect the Jinchuriki technology, they possessed the six paths ninja tools of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. With the formidable sealing power of these tools, even if they couldn't quickly perfect the Jinchuriki technology, they could still protect the village from tailed beast attacks. In his eyes, Konoha would not aid the Whirlpool country. This conclusion could be easily drawn by understanding Konoha's current internal affairs. Yet no one could make a definitive judgment. Thus the land of earth and the land of water had made their requests to him. The supplies they offered were extremely generous, well worth his intervention. Furthermore, he was truly eager for a good fight. The previous great ninja war had ended in a muddled fashion, leaving him utterly unsatisfied. Battling a powerful tailed beast Jinchuriki was an experience he had never had before. In fact, this opponent was the first Jinchuriki capable of wielding tailed beast power. This intrigued him greatly. A suddenly thought of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Those two brothers could also use tailed beast power, but according to them, they had gained this ability by consuming the Ninetail's flesh, so they could not be called Jinchuriki. Perhaps he could bring them along this time. In the land of whirlpools, after a long journey, Shursui and Kakuzu finally set foot on its soil. This was Shizui's first mission, so Shurtu did not grant him any undue favors. Shursui was happy with this arrangement. He longed for independence to make a name for himself and achieve feats as young as Shurtu had. Watch out! Kakuzu, standing beside Shursui, warned. 3 mist shinobi were encircling them from the surroundings. Shursui had also detected their presence, but remained calm. After years of training, he was no longer the boy who only knew the fireball jutsu. The 3 mist shinobi had spotted Shursui and Kakuzu immediately and silently surrounded them. In their eyes, they had not revealed their positions, as the two by the shore seemed completely unsuspecting, taking a rest. The 3 shinobi simultaneously used a jutsu. A thick fog enveloped the entire area. It was the Mist Village's signature technique, the hidden mist jutsu. However, this was useless against Shursui and Kakuzu. The experienced Kakuzu and the specially trained Shursui could easily perceive the enemy's positions through other means. The 3 shinobi were not skilled in stealth. Even with the hidden mist jutsu's cover, Shursui and Kakuzu detected their locations. Yet the two feigned panic to lure the enemy in. A skilled hunter often appears as prey. 2 mist shinobi approached behind Shursui and Kakuzu while one remained on guard. Kunai appeared in their hands, aiming for the necks of the pair, a lethal strike. But an anomaly occurred. The kunai aimed at Kakuzu scraped against his neck with a shower of sparks, failing to harm him in the slightest. Kakuzu had already used Earth Release for defense. The enemy's feeble attack could not breach his. Simultaneously, Kakuzu's arms transformed, and countless black tendrils lashed out behind him, easily binding the shinobi who had attacked him. As for Shursui, he seemed to have foreseen the attack, easily dodging the ambush. Then he vanished. Shursui was known as Shursui of the Body Flicker. The Body Flicker jutsu was his specialty. He effortlessly appeared behind the attacker, as if to say, "Look behind you." Shursui drew his wakizashi and swiftly defeated this shinobi. The wakizashi, a short sword no longer than 60 centimeters, was the weapon he found most comfortable after countless trials. The sudden turn of events naturally caught the attention of the last mist shinobi. His role was to guard against surprises, but the surprise came too fast for him to mount a defense. Realizing what had happened, he immediately turned and fled. The two before him were far beyond his strength. His only task now was to relay this information to the main camp. Shizui's figure vanished the moment he defeated the first mist shinobi, darting toward the last one. Meanwhile, Kakuzu's other arm extended, new tendrils snaking toward the fleeing enemy. The mist shinobi struggled desperately to break free from the strange tendrils, but to no avail. Looking at the boy who was shorter than him, he couldn't help but swallow nervously. The mist shinobi struggled desperately to break free from the strange tendrils, but to no avail. Looking at the boy who was shorter than him, he couldn't help but swallow nervously. The mist shinobi's eyes involuntarily met the boy's crimson eyes. Those eyes bore strange tomo, as if enchanted. Just meeting them enraptured the mist shinobi, trapping him in an inescapable trance. Under Shizui's Jinjutsu, the enemy was easily controlled. Information about the Land of Water's forces was effortlessly extracted, and only then did the two end the shinobi's life. War has always been paid for with lives. Since the enemy had initiated the invasion, they must also be prepared to meet their end here. According to this shinobi, the two nations were now positioned respectively to the east and west of the Whirlpool country. They were only encircling the Whirlpool country in secret, yet to launch a full-scale invasion. They were waiting for Konoha to be fully occupied by the Land of Lightning before deploying their troops. For now, their focus was on reconnaissance and battlefield preparation. Additionally, Shursui and Kakuzu obtained the deployment positions of the Land of Water's forces. The Land of Water had not sent a large army, but these numbers were sufficient to annihilate the Whirlpool country as it stood. What do we do next? Kakuzu asked. He was now following Shizui's orders despite the boy's youth and small stature. But Shizui's judgment and combat prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary shinobi. Moreover, this was Shizui's first mission. Kakuzu's role was to provide support and let Shursui take the lead. In that case, let's first verify if the enemy's deployment matches the intelligence, then infiltrate the Whirlpool hidden village. Their mission had no explicit objective beyond reconnaissance and avoiding alerting the enemy. The one who would truly end this war was Shizui's master Shurtu. Shizui's role was mostly to assist him. Yes, for Kakuzu, following Shizui's commands and watching him grow was a unique pleasure. The territory of the Whirlpool country was not vast, and the defensive installations of the Whirlpool hidden village were mostly built within the dense forests surrounding it. However, such fortifications proved ineffective against the forces of the Water country and the Earth country. Shursui and Kakuzu continuously scouted the surroundings, endeavoring to ascertain the enemy's numbers and distance. The two of them encountered the enemy forces on multiple occasions. The enemy's three-man squad formation allowed for mutual coordination while avoiding the cumbersomeness of an excessive number of troops. Both the Water style of the Mist hidden village and the Earth style of the Rock hidden village placed considerable pressure on Shursui. Fortunately, with Kakuzu's cooperation, the two managed to traverse the enemy's defensive line with perilous yet successful efforts. By now, the Water country and the Earth country had completely encircled the Whirlpool country, essentially cutting off any possibility of the latter's escape. The enemy seemed to be waiting for something, refraining from rashly attacking the Whirlpool hidden village, which was why the village had survived up to this point. What disappointed Shursui was that he had not located the leaders of the two countries during this reconnaissance. He had actually wished to cross swords with them to hone his own skills. Ahead lies the Whirlpool hidden village. Shursui gazed at the distant village. The two of them had already ventured deep into the Whirlpool country. Young master, if we barge in like this, won't we be mistaken for enemies? Hey. Kakuzu looked at Shursui, who was intent on entering the village, and voiced his concern. Kakuzu's question indeed stumped Shursui. At present, they had no justifiable reason to enter the Whirlpool hidden village, even though they had come to offer assistance. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted nearby, drawing their attention. Let's go check it out. Using his Sharingan ability, Shursui quickly located the source of the blast. It was a skirmish between a team of Uzumaki clan ninjas and Rock hidden village ninjas. It seemed that the Rock ninjas had encountered the Uzumaki team by chance. The mutual hostility between the two sides led to an immediate clash. Shursui and Kakuzu did not join the fray directly, but instead hid nearby to gather intelligence. Both sides consisted of three-man teams. The Rock hidden village side had 3 Rock ninjas. They steadily unleashed Earth-style techniques, not launching fierce attacks, but rather constantly obstructing, as if buying time. The other side was naturally the Uzumaki clan team. The 3 ninjas with their distinctive bright red hair comprised 2 men and 1 woman. They relentlessly employed various powerful sealing techniques to attack. A variety of golden chains extended from the bodies of the 3, capable of delivering powerful strikes, while also sealing and restraining the enemy. The Uzumaki clan ninjas were clearly stronger than their Rock hidden village counterparts, but the Rock ninjas only defended and obstructed. This forced the Uzumaki, whose sealing abilities were formidable but offensive power relatively weaker, into the enemy's rhythm. If the stalemate continued, the Uzumaki clan, with their naturally superior stamina, would ultimately prevail. However, the current situation was far from that. Naturally, the Rock ninjas had a reason for their delaying tactics. Just as Shursui was analyzing the disparity in strength between the two sides, 2 more Rock ninja teams emerged from the surroundings to encircle them. War had never been a fair contest between equals. It was about killing the enemy by any means necessary. Uzumaki Yongtai, the leader of their 3-man team, felt a surge of despair as he sensed the Rock ninjas closing in from all sides. He bore the brunt of the responsibility for the danger they now faced. Yongtai looked at his teammates Uzumaki Hushi and Uzumaki Lingnai. Lingnai, Hushi, and I will expend every last ounce of our life force to restrain the enemy. Use that moment to flee back to the village. Yongtai instructed Lingnai, for she was the granddaughter of Uzumaki Ashina, the current leader of the Uzumaki clan. She absolutely could not die here. That's right, little Lingnai. The captain and I will hold off the pursuers. When you return to the village, remember to avenge us. The speaker was a cheerful young man who, even in this dire situation, wore a bright and sunny smile. If I hadn't insisted on coming here, we wouldn't have been ambushed. I will never abandon you and flee alone. Lingnai's eyes glistened with tears as she refused to abandon her comrades. How touching, remarked a Rock ninja who had just arrived. Now 9 ninjas completely surrounded Lingnai and her team. Lingnai, go. Yangtai suddenly erupted with immense chakra, unleashing a torrent of chains from his body toward the enemies before him. Little Lingnai, don't grieve for us. Live on and thrive in our stead. Hushi likewise released a flood of chains attempting to carve an escape route for Lingnai. This was the adamantine sealing chains, a powerful sealing technique innate to the Uzumaki clan. It possessed not only immense sealing power capable of even sealing-tailed beasts, but also served as a formidable offensive weapon. As long as the user poured in sufficient chakra, they could wield tremendous strength. Now Yangtai and Hushi spared no effort, even burning their own life force to drive the chains. For a moment, these chains erupted with overwhelming power, completely suppressing the numerically superior rock ninjas. Faced with the terrifying multitude of chains, the rock ninjas could only defensively employ various earth-style techniques, barely shielding themselves from the chains' assault. Lingnai's face was etched with sorrow, but seeing her two teammates sacrifice their lives to open a path for her escape, she could only run toward the village without looking back. If I can reach the village and ask for help quickly, there will still be time. The Uzumaki clan's life force was extraordinarily tenacious. This was the only solace Lingnai could cling to. The rock ninjas did not immediately pursue the fleeing Lingnai. On one hand, the adamantine sealing chains were indeed troublesome. On the other hand, how could only 9 of them be sent for this encirclement? In truth, the primary objective of the Water Country and the Earth Country was to seize the Uzumaki clan members. Only as a last resort would they annihilate the village. Among them, Uzumaki women were their top priority. On one hand, women were easier to control than men. On the other hand, children born from a pure-blooded Uzumaki woman would inherit more of the Uzumaki clan's abilities, even if the father was not a clan member. Little did they expect that before launching a full-scale assault, they would encounter this Uzumaki team. As the only female among the 3 ninjas, the rock ninjas' initial plan for Lingnai was to capture her alive. Therefore, they had dispatched 3 ninjas to hide nearby, waiting for the opportunity to seize Lingnai. And now her escape route was heading directly toward the ambush they had set. The escape route that her comrades had sacrificed their lives to create was in fact a trap they had laid. As Uzumaki Lingnai wiped her tears, she ran toward the village. Her age was visibly younger than the 2 young men just encountered, seemingly about the same as Shursui. The incident began because she could not bear the solitude and wished to leave the village for amusement. Due to the enemy encirclement, the village had been sealed for a long time. Even when going out, one was not allowed to venture too far. It was precisely because of her recklessness that they had traveled so far from the village this time, leading to this danger. Filled with regret, Lingnai ran with all her might. Faster, just a little faster. Maybe I can still save them. Completely focused on running, Lingnai did not notice the anomaly in the path ahead. 3 Awagakure ninjas hidden to the side watched Lingnai fall directly into the trap they had set, unable to suppress their sinister chuckles. Only after falling into the pit did Lingnai notice the enemies. She hastily used the adamantine sealing chains. Several chains extended from her back, attempting to pull herself out of the pit. However, the Awagakure ninjas naturally would not idly watch her escape. Earth release, earth spear. Numerous rock spears thrust out from the walls and floor of the pit, stabbing toward Lingnai. Surrounded by rock spears, Lingnai could only dodge as best she could, but due to the confinement of the pit, she was still pierced several times. Blood flowed from the wounds, yet Lingnai did not panic and continued to control the chains with all her strength. The golden chains effortlessly shattered all the spears, and embedding themselves into the pit walls, dragged Lingnai's body upward. The 3 Awagakure ninjas watched Lingnai's desperate attempt to escape with mockery, showing no urgency. In their eyes, everything she did was nothing but a death throes. Earth release, mountain earth. A massive stone hemisphere jutted out from the wall, striking Lingnai as she climbed upward. Since the objective was to capture her alive, the Awagakure ninjas did not use lethal force, but that did not mean they could not attack her. After all, mistreating prisoners was an act tacitly approved by all higher-ups. The sudden assault of the stone hemisphere sent Lingnai's body crashing repeatedly against the walls. Though not fatal, the impact still placed an enormous burden on her body. Fortunately, the Uzumaki clan's formidable vitality prevented her from easily losing consciousness under such attacks. The conviction to save her comrades drove Lingnai to climb upward relentlessly. Large numbers of rocks and earth spears protruded from the walls, not aiming for vital points, yet they left numerous wounds on Lingnai's body. Lingnai's blood splattered on the walls, leaving a long trail. Finally, through sheer tenacity, she managed to escape from the pit. Earth released, swamp of the underworld. But before she could catch her breath, the ground beneath her changed dramatically. A small marsh appeared under Lingnai, steadily swallowing her body. Lingnai tried to struggle free, but her movements only accelerated the sinking. The soft marshland provided no foothold for the chains, leaving her powerless as she watched her body descend. The 3 Awagakure ninjas walked over with smiles, thoroughly satisfied by Lingnai's desperate struggle. Capturing a member of the Uzumaki clan was a feat they could take great credit for. Now all they had to do was wait for the main force to arrive. Lingna felt her limbs grow completely weak and despair began to envelop her heart. Brother Yonta, Brother Hashi. Staring at the three Iwagakure ninjas, a thought of mutual destruction suddenly surged. Driven by her life force, the adamantine sealing chains extended wildly far beyond their usual length. The golden chains shot toward the three on the shore at incredible speed. A sudden change the three, who had let their guard down, never expected. The chains locked the three tightly and dragged them into the swamp. Damn it! Sealed by the chains, the three could not mobilize a single shred of chakra, helplessly sinking into the marsh with no way out. Shursui watched the girl's mad act of mutual destruction, a slight tremor stirring in his heart. The girl with the unique red hair, her strength and madness were something Shursui had never anticipated. Kakuzu, seeing Shizui's dazed expression, asked, "Young master, should we intervene?" Shursui was initially reluctant to act rashly, as their previous interventions had left no survivors. But this time there were too many enemies, making it difficult to ensure no survivors. If their intelligence leaked, the enemy might connect it to Takedo. Such a mistake was something Shursui did not want to bear, yet seeing the girl struggle, his heart told him that he did not want her to die here. Suddenly Shursui recalled his master Tokido's parting words. Shursui, remember, in all actions outside the primary goal is to complete the mission. But if you encounter someone you want to protect, even at the risk of mission failure, do not leave yourself with regrets. Because if those who break the rules are scum, those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. A smile appeared on Shizui's lips. Perhaps his master had already foreseen this situation. Kakuzu read Shizui's expression and understood his decision. Kakuzu's arms suddenly transformed, with numerous tentacles extending from them, reaching toward the three Iwagakure ninjas. The marshland dried and hardened by the fire crumbled. Shursui drew his wakizashi and swiftly struck the hardened marsh around the girl. The solid ground could not withstand his assault. Toward the area around the marshland dried and hardened by the fire crumbled. Shursui drew his wakizashi and swiftly struck the hardened marsh around the girl. The solid ground could not withstand his assault. Shursui easily freed the girl from the earth. The once despairing girl, staring at the sudden appearance of Shursui, was momentarily uncertain of his intentions. The adamantine sealing chains lashed out wildly at Shursui, showing no mercy. Shursui sighed helplessly, fixing his gaze on the girl's eyes. The 3-mo pattern calmed the girl's heart, and she fell into a slumber in Shizui's arms. By now Kakuzu had already used his tentacles to pin the three Iwagakure ninjas deep into the swamp. The fire release mask on his shoulders spewed raging flames, scorching the marsh to trap the three within the earth. Shursui, controlling his Sharingan, carefully surveyed the surroundings. Even after multiple checks, his movements remained cautious and deliberate. Only after confirming that there were no enemies nearby did Shursui relax, looking at the girl asleep under the Jinjutsu. Her face, drained of life force, was pale and bloodless. Dried tear streaks added a touch of pitifulness to her appearance, making her look quite endearing. Had he not witnessed her ferocious temperament firsthand, Shursui might have been deceived by her innocent looks. "Let's go. Since we've intervened, let's save them all." Shursui, carrying the girl, ran toward the direction of Yontai and Hashi, who still showed signs of life. Shursui and Kakuzu returned to the vicinity of Yoda and Kazuki. Their appearances had undergone a dramatic Their once vibrant red hair had become dull and almost pale. Their youthful, robust bodies had grown stooped and feeble. The two of them were now utterly incapable of resisting the encirclement of 9 IWA ninjas, yet the enemies seemed to be toying with them, thus refraining from delivering a fatal blow. 2 IWA ninjas kept attacking them with the Earth Release Rock Iron Cannon technique, launching solid stone pellets, not at their vital points, but at their limbs. Despite knowing they were being toyed with, the two did not give up. Instead, they fought with all their might, striving to buy as much time as possible. The originally golden chains had become dull and could barely deflect a few projectiles to reduce the damage they received. Shursui gently leaned Reina against a tree and drew the wakizashi from his back with his right hand. Kakuzu, watching Shursui, began to transform his arms, black tendrils emerging from them. Fire release Great Dragon Fire technique. 3 fire dragons erupted from Shizui's mouth, sweeping toward the nearest 3 enemies. The sudden change caught the IWA ninjas completely off guard. The fire dragons engulfed the 3 enemies, blazing flames relentlessly consuming them. The remaining 6 ninjas turned toward Shursui, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Earth Release Rock Iron Cannon, Earth Release Earth Rising Spear, Earth Release Mudslide. Solid rock projectiles formed a dense volley from afar, while earth spears of rock surged from the ground near Shursui. Meanwhile, the ground around them turned into countless grains of sand, surging like a tsunami toward Shursui and Kakuzu. Lightning Release False Darkness. Kakuzu's lightning release Earth Grudge Fear Mask unleashed a torrent of lightning spears from its mouth, easily shattering the incoming Earth techniques. Lightning counters Earth, and coupled with the sheer disparity in strength between Kakuzu and the IWA ninjas, their six-pronged assault was effortlessly neutralized. At the same time, Shursui clasped his hands in a seal, his Three-Demo Sharingan slowly rotating in his eyes. A multitude of afterimages appeared around him. Using the body flicker technique, these afterimages instantly reached the vicinity of the six ninjas, each Shursui wielding a wakizashi. Initially, the IWA ninjas dismissed these afterimages as mere illusions, as illusory attacks generally lacked lethality and were only used to confuse opponents. Moreover, Shizui's youth led the battle-hardened veterans to underestimate him. All the afterimages attacked simultaneously, yet to everyone's astonishment, every strike was real. In an instant, two more ninjas unable to defend fell to Shizui's blade. The remaining four ninjas managed to evade, but were severely wounded. One IWA ninja hastily drew a kunai and launched a surprise attack during Shizui's opening. It was common knowledge that afterimages would dissipate upon being struck. The kunai smoothly sliced through the afterimage, which wavered slightly, seemingly about to vanish as expected. But crushing despair dawned on the IWA ninja. The afterimage merely flickered and then returned to its original state. Shizui's afterimages did not disappear even when hit. This was Shizui's phantom body flicker technique. It was precisely this move that earned him the title Shursui of the Body Flicker in the original tale. The remaining four IWA ninjas were utterly unable to withstand Shizui's storm-like assault and perished under his blade. Nearby, Yoda and Kazuki stared at the sudden turn of events in disbelief. The enemies they had exhausted their lives to resist had been effortlessly vanquished by this young boy. Meanwhile, Reina, who had been under a genjutsu, gradually regained consciousness under Shizui's control. Seeing Yoda and Kazuki with their hair turned white, she immediately stood before them, glaring fiercely at Shursui. Shursui sighed helplessly, realizing the girl still misunderstood him. "Little Reina, they saved us." Kazuki's weary voice came from behind Reina. Only then did she have a chance to survey this. 9 IWA ninjas lay fallen around them, explaining what had just happened. "And him." The girl pointed aggressively toward Kakuzu, who had deployed numerous tendrils around the area to prevent the enemies from escaping. He was now silently retracting those tendrils. However, his current appearance hardly inspired trust. "Thank you both for your timely intervention." Yoda, dragging his exhausted body, bowed toward Shursui while pressing down Reina's raised arm. "Reina is a bit unruly, please don't take it to heart." Kakuzu finished retracting all his tendrils and silently stood guard, watching for potential enemies, as he seemed somewhat in the way now. "It's fine. But how are your injuries? Do you need treatment?" Shursui asked with concern, not wanting the people he had just saved to die here. "Don't worry, I can still hold on." After a brief exchange, they introduced themselves. Shursui claimed he was traveling across the ninja world and happened to pass by only to be chased by mist ninjas. With no other choice, they had fled, hiding and dodging until they reached this place. Although Yoda had doubts considering their life-saving grace, he said no more. Reina finally realized that it was Shursui who had saved her, and even Yoda and Kazuki. 2 blushes suddenly appeared on her pretty face. Shursui noticed Reina's hesitant expression and asked, "Is there something you want to say? I'm really sorry for being so harsh with you earlier." With that, she bowed to Shursui, and then to Yoda and Kazuki behind her. "And you too. If it weren't for my stubbornness, you wouldn't have ended up like this." Little Reina has grown up. She even knows how to admit her mistakes. Kazuki teased her with a smile. The usually willful young lady, after this ordeal, seemed to have become more sensible. "Well," Shursui, sensing Reina had more to say, grew curious. "Could you come to my house for a visit?" The usually boisterous girl had become unexpectedly soft-spoken. "Oh, you really have grown up. You're already trying to bring boys home." "Shut up." The girl covered Kazuki's mouth in embarrassment. Shursui found the girl's demeanor amusing. Moreover, their original goal was to infiltrate the Uchiha village. This unexpected intervention had inadvertently given them an opportunity to enter the village. "In that case, I'll gladly accept." Hearing Shizui's response, the girl finally released Kazuki's mouth. Kazuki gasped for air. "You nearly suffocated me." "Shut up and lead the way." The girl scolded softly, but beside Shursui, she lowered her head shyly, not daring to speak. Shursui and Kakuzu followed the 3 to the gates of Uchiha village. Reina was clearly avoiding Kakuzu, as if she was terrified of him. "This is our village." Reina pointed at the village gate, introducing it to Shursui. "Young lady." The guards at the gate saw Reina and quickly ran. The village had been searching for her for a long time and was about to organize a team to look outside. "Yoda and Kazuki, what happened to you two?" It was only when the guard approached that he noticed the two being supported by Kaku. Their condition was truly shocking. "Let's return to the village first." Yoda responded weakly. Having lost a massive amount of vitality, they needed urgent medical treatment or their lives would be in danger. Everyone hurried into the village. Considering they were outsiders brought by Reina, the guards did not pester Shursui and Kakuzu about their identities. They arrived at the hospital where many medical ninjas were responsible for treatment. Yoda responded weakly. Having lost a massive amount of vitality, they needed urgent medical treatment. However, such simple treatment could only mend their superficial injuries. The massive loss of vitality was not so easily restored. More importantly, because they had depleted so much vitality, their remaining life force was slowly fading. If it could not be stopped in time, they would still be in mortal danger. We can only ask the village chief. Little Reina, go fetch your grandfather quickly. Reina's grandfather, the current village chief of Yuzushio village, Uzumaki Ashina, had invented numerous sealing techniques. If anyone could help, it would be him. Just as Reina was about to leave to find him, a deep, powerful voice came from outside. No need to look. I am here. The old man walked in, briefly glancing at Shursui and Kakuzu before focusing his attention on Yoda and Kazuki. The two had grown up with Reina and had always looked after her on his behalf. Even without blood ties, they could be considered her elder. Now that their lives were in danger, neither as the clan leader nor as their grandfather figure could he stand idly by. Uzumaki Ashina first sensed their condition to understand the specifics. The superficial wounds have been treated, but they have lost a tremendous amount of vitality. Did they use up their life force to activate the adamantine sealing chains? The old man quickly deduced the situation. In the former warring states period, many clan members had suffered this fate while trying to protect themselves. But how could vitality be easily restored? Countless clan members had died because of it. After the war ended, the old man had been researching a cure. His efforts paid off, and he eventually succeeded in inventing a sealing technique that could stop the loss of vitality. The old man quickly formed hand seals, then placed his hands on the chests of Yoda and Kazuki, applying the sealing technique. Layer upon layer of seals were added to their hearts to halt the leakage of life force. With the sealing technique in progress came a long wait. The whole process required meticulous precision, making it extremely time-consuming. Reina watched Yoda and Kazuki grimace in pain from the sealing and involuntarily gripped Shizui's arm, as if that alone could bring her some peace. Shursui did not stop her, nor did he feel slighted by being ignored. His three-tomo Sharingan operated silently, carefully observing the old man's movements. A sealing technique from a master of seals, observed and learned from such close quarters. This was a rare learning opportunity for Shursui. The old man did not stop the youth's behavior. Instead, he tacitly allowed the covert learning, making no effort to conceal his actions. Time slipped away silently as the sun slowly set and night began to fall. Thanks to the old man's relentless efforts, the seals were successfully applied, finally stopping the loss of vitality for the two. Grandfather, is it done? The old man nodded. But their hair. Both of their hair remained a stark white, and only upon close inspection could a trace of its original red be discerned. The vitality already lost cannot be restored. At least we don't have that technology yet. If it weren't for your recklessness, those two wouldn't have suffered this calamity. Seeing Reina about to speak, the old man sternly rebuked his granddaughter's willfulness. The village was already in a precarious situation, and now this had to happen. If the three had not successfully returned to the village, he dared not imagine what would have happened if they had fallen into enemy hands. I suppose it was you two who saved my foolish granddaughter and her brothers. I thank you on their behalf. There's no need for that. Shursui saw the old man about to bow in gratitude and quickly stopped him. I would like to have a word with you too, if you don't mind. That's exactly what we were thinking. Shursui and Kakuzu followed the old man to a private room. Reina initially wanted to join, but after a stern scolding from her grandfather, she could only stay by Yoda and Kazuki's side. The three sat down in turn. The old man looked at Kakuzu, who was following Shursui, and spoke. I presume you are the famous bounty hunter Kaku. The old man naturally recognized Kakuzu. Ordinary people might not know him, but the highest echelons of every nation were well aware of the most renowned bounty hunter in the underworld. After all, who didn't have matters they couldn't handle personally? Bounty hunters were often the solution. However, Kakuzu's last appearance was when he took on the assassination mission against Tokido. After that, he vanished completely from the bounty hunting world. Some speculated that Kakuzu had died at Tokido's hands, while others thought he had fled with the money and retired. But the old man never expected to see him here. What puzzled him even more was that Kakuzu was now clearly acting as a bodyguard for the young man, staying by his side, without an inch of deviation, with none of his former arrogance in sight. That's right, but I am no longer a bounty hunter. Kakuzu's voice confirmed the old man's guess. The old man composed his shocked mind and looked at the youth before him. Since the doubts are cleared, I'll dispense with the pleasantries. May I ask the purpose of your visit? The old man was uncertain of the intentions of the two before him. He didn't believe for a second the excuse they had given Reina. The land of whirlpools was surrounded by enemies at a time of crisis. For these two to appear now was surely no coincidence. They must have ulterior motives. A young Uchiha with 3 tomo and a long-missing bounty hunter Kakuzu. Neither was someone to be trifled with. If handled poorly, the day of the village's destruction could be today. Shisui looked at the wary Uzumaki Ashina, thought for a moment, and decided to reveal the truth. We have come here on behalf of my master Tokido's will. The moment the elder heard the name Shido, he felt an impulse to mobilize all his chakra. In truth, this secret chamber was far from ordinary. Under the personal construction of the sealing master, the elder himself, it had become a powerful sealing technique. Once the elder channeled his chakra, everything and everyone within the room would be sealed with no possible method of escape. For the price of this seal was the caster himself. The name Shirtu was utterly terrifying to the elder. Both the assassination of Byakuren and the direct confrontation that led to Tobirama's death filled him with dread. Moreover, Shirtu had personally appeared to halt the Great Ninja War. He alone faced 4 nations, and not even the 4 Kage dared utter a word, a testament to his sheer terror. If Shirtu also harbored designs on the Uzumaki clan, then they would find no escape, no refuge anywhere. Indeed, the elder's first reaction was suspicion that Shirtu coveted the Uzumaki clan. An innocent man may possess a treasure and thus incur guilt. From the Warring States period to the present, the Uzumaki had endured countless covetous gazes. Seeing the elder's tense reaction, Shisui raised a hand to stop Kakuzu, who was about to strike. Do not worry. We have come with no ill intentions. Besides, did we not just lend our aid to save Reina and the others? The elder did not refute. It was precisely for this reason that he refrained from activating the sealing technique. Their actions so far had shown no malice. My master's intent is simple: peace in the ninja world. The land of water and the land of earth seek to attack the land of whirlpools, so my master will not sit idly by. Thus he sent me here. Only then did the elder recognize the identity of the youth before him, Shido's disciple. Stunned by the weight of that name, he had momentarily failed to grasp this connection. No wonder Kakuzu follows this young man. No wonder this youth so young possesses such overwhelming power. The elder withdrew his surging chakra and regarded his interlocutor with renewed respect. Setting aside Tobirama, all of Shido's actions seemed aimed at preventing war. Whether retaliating against the land of water's invasion of the land of hot springs, or intervening to stop the great ninja war, his deeds aligned with the young man's words. Of course, one must first overlook Shido's status as a missing nin. As for the feud between Shirtu and Tobirama, Uzumaki Ashina, an ally of Konoha, was well aware of it. The enmity stretching back to the Warring States period could hardly be resolved in a few words. In that case, how much assistance have you brought? Uzumaki Ashina was beginning to trust the youth's words, for the Uzumaki clan currently had no other options. The elder reasoned that since Shirtu had not appeared in person but sent his disciple, he must have dispatched a substantial force to aid them. After all, the armies of the land of water and the land of earth were not to be trifled with. Only I and Kakuzu. Shisui spoke awkwardly, for their true mission was reconnaissance. The final resolution would be handled by Shirtu himself. Hearing the youth's words, the elder, who had been somewhat hopeful, was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond. But rest assured, clan head. With Kakuzu and me here, we will not let disaster befall you. Shisui spoke with unwavering confidence, though the elder, still troubled, offered polite thanks. His expression betrayed his reluctance to entrust their defense to these two alone. It is getting late. Please stay for the night. Uzumaki Ashina glanced at the darkening sky and extended the invitation. Given the youth's identity as Shido's disciple, he could not afford to be discourteous. Moreover, even if these two could not solve the crisis, Shirtu would surely not allow his disciple to perish here. The arrival of Shisui and Kakuzu did offer some respite to the ever-anxious Uzumaki Ashina. Young master, shall we stay here? Should we take precautions? Kakuzu, following behind Shisui, remained wary of Uzumaki Ashina. As a master of forbidden techniques, he would be formidable if provoked. Shisui gazed at the moonlight and replied, "Do not worry. At this moment they have no choice but us as their only ally." Shisui, a girl's voice came from ahead. It was Uzumaki Reina. Spotting Shisui, she ran over. "Why are you here? Others are tending to Yoda and Kazuki. Since you are new here, I thought I would be your guide." She glanced at the pitch-black sky and added sheepishly, "But it is late now. Another time I will show you around our village properly." The girl rubbed her head shyly, a stark contrast to her earlier fierce, confrontational demeanor with Shisui. He recalled her former ferocity and compared it to the girl before him. Both personalities are quite interesting, Shisui thought. It was the first time he had taken an interest in someone else. Regarding his master Shido, their apprenticeship had been one-sided in a sense. Initially, he had been unwilling to accept the man who often bullied him as his master. But over time, Shisui grew accustomed to his nature. Though Shirtu often teased him, he was genuinely kind. "Then I will definitely take a good look around." The pact was made. "Are you staying here tonight? I will take you to the guest rooms." Reina grabbed Shizui's arm and led the way excitedly. Shisui, who could easily evade all sorts of high-speed attacks, did not evade her grasp. He simply followed dazed. The next day Shisui rose early for morning training, as if he were still living with Shirtu. Years of training seemed ingrained in his bones. A change felt unfamiliar. After breakfast, Shisui followed Reina to visit Yoda and Kazuki again. With proper care, their condition had improved markedly. Though their hair remained a stark white color had returned to their faces and their muscles had regained strength. No longer did they resemble withered old men. The usually boisterous Reina fell silent upon seeing them. It seemed she truly regretted her impulsive decision, just as Kazuki had said she had indeed grown up. While Shisui was visiting them, news reached Uzumaki Ashina. The Raikage along with Kinkaku and Ginkaku was challenging Uzumaki Mido at the border of the Land of Fire, demanding a battle. The first skirmish had occurred, merely a probe, no lethal techniques used. A sense of foreboding crept over the elder. War might be upon them. Shisui spent the rest of the day with Reina learning more about the Uzumaki clan's traditions and history. He found himself drawn to their resilience and the warmth of their bonds. As night fell, Shisui stood alone on the balcony gazing at the stars. The coming battles would test not only his strength, but also his resolve. He had to protect this fragile piece for his master and for those who believed in him. In a dense forest of the Whirlpool country, Hozuki Jinjetsu and Mew met once again. The Land of Lightning has fulfilled their promise. When do we start? Hozuki Jinjetsu stroked his mustache, gazing at his bandaged archenemy. If he could, he would kill the man right there. He could see the mockery in his foe's eyes aimed at his beloved mustache. A mockery from someone who had no appreciation for art. The sooner the better. Lately many of my shinobi have died mysteriously. I assume the same has happened on your side. Mew spoke with as much calm as he could muster. Were it not for their shared interests, he would never cooperate with the man before him. Hozuki Jinjetsu nodded. Though their forces were not the elite, they were not easily killed by ordinary shinobi. Even against a formidable opponent, they should at least be able to send back information. Yet in reality, they vanished without a trace. Only their corpses were found later with no record of. This was a power that Uzumaki did not possess. The Uzumaki clan sealing techniques were formidable, and their chakra and vitality were extraordinary, but they lacked sufficient military strength and had no top-tier combatants. Only Uzumaki Ashina's sealing techniques could be considered exceptional, but he was already an old man, his physical abilities far from their prime, unable to compare with Jinjetsu and Mew, who were at their peak. The unexpected turn of events made Jinjetsu and Mew extremely cautious. Konoha remained completely still, and with the Land of Lightning obstructing, reinforcements were impossible. So which faction did this sudden reinforcement belong to? Let's act tonight. The longer we delay, the more complications arise. Let's end this quickly. Hozuki Jinjetsu's tone was resolute. But there was another reason. He feared he might not be able to resist attacking the man beside him. Thus the cruel decision was made between the two of them. Their figures vanished instantly, as if in Uzumaki Ashina convened another meeting with Shisui and Kakuzu. For Uzumaki Ashina, whatever Shisui and Shida's intentions were, their involvement could not make the outcome worse. If nothing unexpected happens, the enemy will act tonight. The old man spoke calmly. Yet the others were far from calm. A panic filled the entire meeting room. Chief, what should we do? I say we fight them to the death. Most of the clan members were fervent, adopting a rather die than surrender attitude. Shisui looked around the small meeting room. Though there were few people, it gave him a strange feeling. Under Shirtu and Kagami's guidance, he had come to understand Konoha's high-ranking officials. Despite being a powerful nation, the hearts of Konoha's leaders were not united. Each clan strove to maximize their own interests, even at the expense of the village. Yet here in the small Whirlpool country, facing a powerful enemy, though some were afraid, no one contemplated betrayal. Shizui's Sharingan carefully observed the micro-expressions of everyone. Even the cowardly wanted to fight for their village and families. Everyone quiet. The old man spoke, and the crowd instantly calmed. The enemy wants to plunder our people and destroy our home. We cannot bow down. But we must also consider the continuation of our bloodline. Throughout history, the Uzumaki clan had suffered invasions. They either triumphed and defended their home, or were forced to flee biding their time. Tonight, the young and able-bodied shinobi will join me to face the enemy. As for the civilians, the elderly, women, and children, they cannot die with us on the battlefield. They are the future of our clan. As long as they survive, there will be a second Whirlpool country, a third. The simple deployment was quickly issued. Those willing to stay and fight were assigned to the battle squad. The civilians gathered swiftly along with many young shinobi still in their adolescence. The hope, under the old man's arrangement, they would fight with all their might tonight to carve out an escape route for the civilians. They might die at the enemy's hands, be captured, or escape the Whirlpool country and settle elsewhere. But they were the future of the Whirlpool country. As long as the Uzumaki bloodline endured, the Whirlpool country would not fall. Shisui watched silently, as the Uzumaki clan members organized their defenses feeling out of place. In truth, he had already sent word to his master Shitu that tonight the enemy would be crushed. He had informed the old man, who only smiled, and said, "If Lord Shirtu is willing to save us, all the better." Shisui could not tell if the old man believed him. If Shisui were in his place, he would probably act the same. No one would stake the entire clan's fate on a promise of uncertain truth. Reina was among those to evacuate. She was about the same age as Shisui, still considered a child, but she seemed dissatisfied, wanting to stay and defend the village. Finally, the old man said, "Protecting the civilians is also a way to defend the village. The escape route will not." Reina reluctantly agreed to join the evacuation, but her usual sunny disposition was gone. The old man slowly approached Shisui and said respectfully, "Young friend Shisui, could you please escort the evacuees?" The old man was not sure if Shirtu would come to their aid. In his heart, these evacuees were the future of the Whirlpool country, and they could not afford any mistakes. But the Whirlpool country lacked manpower to protect them effectively. Shisui and Kakuzu, who had no ill intentions, were the best choice. Or perhaps the enemy's target was Kakuzu, who clearly obeyed Shisui. If Shisui agreed to act as a guard, even just escorting them out of the Whirlpool country, it would be a tremendous help. Shisui looked at the old man, then at the dejected Reina, and finally accepted Uzumaki Ashina's request. Everything was arranged methodically as time slipped by and night gradually fell. Dark clouds obscured the bright moonlight. The air seemed to solidify, making it hard to breathe. The oppressive atmosphere was deeply unsettling. Tonight was destined to be extraordinary. Shirtu examined the latest intelligence in his hand, which detailed the battle between the Raikage and Shui. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, yet owing to the precedent of the previous ninja war, both great nations harbored concerns and dared not dispatch troops to provide aid. This was merely a personal vendetta, and Shirtu had no justification to intervene. Sending troops would be a blatant act of invasion, a matter of entirely different nature. As night fell, Shirtu knew it was time for him to act. In truth, he could have directly intervened to assist the Whirlpool country, and even if he had merely shown his face earlier, the Earth country and the Water country would have immediately withdrawn their forces. Yet that was not what Shirtu desired. The two great powers remained unrepentant, daring to secretly dispatch troops, utterly disregarding his previous warnings. Thus he intended to make an example of them. Gue Dang Huan Yu and Wu were evidently excellent choices. If Shirtu had acted rashly, the enemy would have become wary and possibly retreated, thwarting his objective of delivering a stern warning. Therefore Shirtu had Jishui step forward, on one hand to avoid alarming the enemy, and on the other to provide Jishui with valuable combat experience. "It's almost time." Shirtu analyzed the timing, activated his instantaneous movement technique, and vanished from the room in an instant. In the Whirlpool hidden village, a dense fog had completely enveloped the area. When facing ninjas from the mist-hidden village, one must be prepared for such tactics. The hidden mist technique, a signature jutsu of the mist village, was mastered by most of their ninjas. Moreover, this technique could effectively disrupt the enemy's perception, yielding formidable results on the battlefield. Ninjas of the Whirlpool clan were generally adept at yang release, and their innate adamantine sealing chains were a yang release. However, this also imposed a significant limitation. Their proficiency in the 5 elemental techniques was lacking. Though there might be ninjas capable of wind release, dispersing the thick fog that blanketed the entire village was evidently beyond their ability. The shroud of fog instilled fear in the ordinary villagers who knew no ninjutsu, and were the most vulnerable in the entire battlefield. Beyond these villagers stood a large contingent of Whirlpool clan ninjas, their crimson hair reflecting the fervor burning within them. Far from intimidating them, the fog only intensified their indignation. A barrage of water arrows and rock projectiles flew in from afar, as the enemy unleashed a torrent of long-range ninjutsu aiming to deplete their force's vitality. This was a technique derived from Xuanhua Lu Ming's sealing arts. Originally designed for containment, it also proved remarkably effective in defense. The enemy's assault was relentless, and to withstand it, Xuanhua Lu Ming expended a vast amount of chakra. To protect the ordinary villagers, such sacrifices were necessary. Suddenly the ground beneath everyone trembled violently, causing numerous houses in the village to collapse. Meanwhile, concealed by the dense fog, a large number of mist ninjas swiftly infiltrated the village, intent on direct assassination. The Whirlpool clan's sensory arts were equally outstanding, and Xuanhua Lu Ming easily saw through their ploy. "Everyone stand ready for defense. We will draw the enemy's full attention, and you will escape through the rear gate." The specific arrangements had been pre-deployed, and every command was being executed in an orderly manner. The two sides had already engaged in close combat, sparks from clashing kunai flickering intermittently within the fog. Under the cover of the ninjas, the ordinary civilians reached the rear gate, a secret passage that had been dug only Various sealing techniques were unleashed by the Whirlpool clan ninjas, each with a myriad of golden chains behind them, their most adept weapons. Against the Mist ninjas alone, the Whirlpool clan could still mount a defense utilizing the sealing traps pre-laid in the village to effectively hinder the enemy. Suddenly the village gate was breached by the enemy, a surprise assault from the rock-hidden village ninjas. Various earth release techniques erupted on the battlefield. Earth walls effectively blocked the Whirlpool clan's attacks. Rock projectiles served as powerful offensive tools, and the mud they released could also restrict the clan's movements. The sudden influx of rock ninjas immediately shifted the balance of the battle, tilting the stalemate in favor of the invaders. Seeing the enemy forces fully engaged at the front gate, the group immediately opened the rear gate and began their evacuation. In truth, the number of ordinary civilians was not large. The Whirlpool country was merely a small nation. Yet amid the tense atmosphere, the escape still descended into some chaos. A vague unease crept into Jishu's heart, inexplicable and elusive. He calculated that Zetsu would be arriving soon as reinforcements. Soft sobbing arose from the crowd. Homes destroyed and families lost. No one could remain untouched by grief. But to evade the enemy, everyone dared not make any loud noise, only shedding silent tears. Suddenly Jishu heard a faint. He turned his gaze and saw Ling Nai. She was silently walking at the rear of the group, serving as a guard. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Jishu spoke softly. Ling Nai was unaware of the intelligence that Zetsu would come to reinforce them. Only Xuanhua Lu Ming knew of this plan. Ling Nai merely thought Jishu was comforting her, and she nodded in response. The group's escape proceeded smoothly, encountering not a single enemy along the way. This somewhat eased the tense atmosphere among the civilians. Jishu sensed the path ahead, yet still found no trace of any lurking enemies. This anomaly left Jishu deeply puzzled. Even if the enemy's main force was drawn to the front gate, logic dictated that a few guards would be stationed around the perimeter. Their purpose was to intercept escapees like them, yet not even a hint of the enemy's presence could be detected. "This is too strange. Master, something is amiss. Be careful," Zhao Du whispered beside Jishu. Zhao Du's sensory abilities were not exceptional, yet even he felt a growing unease. The group distanced themselves further from the village. In the Whirlpool hidden village, with the rock ninjas joining the fray, the Whirlpool clan was steadily retreating. However, this was still the clan's home ground, and they had preset numerous sealing techniques throughout the village. With the aid of these seals, defeating them outright was no easy task for the enemy. Xuanhua Lu Ming analyzed the battlefield, then suddenly seemed to recall something. Where are the enemy leaders? So far the attackers were only ordinary ninjas, the strongest being Jonin. None of the higher-ranked powerhouses had appeared. This is bad. Ling Nai and the others are in danger. Xuanhua Lu Ming wanted to break away and help, but surrounded by numerous enemies, he found himself unable to do so. Gui Deng Huanyue and Wu silently followed the evacuation unit. With the concealment provided by Shin, no one would detect their presence. Wu initially intended to follow the main force to attack Wuchao hidden village, but due to the obstruction of Xuanhua Lu Ming, the advance of the main force was severely slower than expected. However, he was stopped by the mustache man beside him. The two, hidden by Shun, lurked around Wuchao hidden village and eventually waited for this batch of escapees. This batch was mostly ordinary civilians, but in fact they were more aligned with the duo's expectations. If they captured ordinary ninjas, those captives might not obey their orders and were more likely to resist. If these were ordinary people who also carried the bloodline of the Xuanhua clan, whether through coercion by force or control via ninjutsu, it would be much easier. Moreover, these people simply could not use ninjutsu, or had some talent for it, but were not strong, but that did not mean their descendants would be like them. As long as they controlled this batch, they would effectively control the entire Xuanhua clan. In a sense, they could not be called small fish, but rather the main objective of the entire mission. Why haven't we made a move yet? Wu for once did not refute Gui Deng Huanyue beside him. Compared to himself, the other indeed had more ingenious ideas. No rush. When they are about to successfully escape, we will strike. Wouldn't that be more interesting? Gui Deng Huanyue smiled cunningly, as if everything was under his control. Hearing that the mustache man was doing this for such a perverse pleasure, Wu felt some disgust, but said nothing. Under the current circumstances, there was little difference between acting sooner or later. Wuchao hidden village. Xuanhua Lu Ming frantically used sealing techniques, trying to shake off his enemy's entanglement. The various anomalies of the enemy made him deeply worried, and he urgently wanted to get to Ling Nai's side. However, the enemy would not give him that chance. They clung to Xuanhua Lu Ming like stubborn plasters. The old man suddenly thought of Jishu and Zhao Du. Now they too were his only hope. Jishu and his group were not slow in their advance. With no one blocking them, they soon emerged from the forest surrounding Wugwa country. After that, they would completely escape from here. Too smooth. Shui cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The smooth journey did not make him relax his vigilance, instead it made him more worried. At that moment a thick mist enveloped the group. In an instant everyone assumed a combat stance. A large number of bubbles slowly drifted in from the distance. Shui cautiously threw a shuriken at the bubbles, and instantly the bubbles erupted in a violent explosion. The sudden change before their eyes shocked everyone. Gue Deng Huanyue. Jiao Du spoke out, identifying the newcomer. The unique ninjutsu before them could only be used by Gue Deng Huanyue. Gue Deng Huanyue and Wu emerged from the thick mist with no intention of hiding themselves. In their eyes, aside from Jiao Du, who for some reason was here, the others were not worth fearing. The once legendary Jiao Du actually following a brat. How astonishing. Gue Deng Huanyue's sneering voice reached the ears of Shui and Jiao Du. The two cautiously watched the enemy. Shui looked at the enemies before him. One was a water shadow, the other an earth shadow, both the pinnacle of the entire ninja world. Apart from shock and tension, Shui felt more excitement. Shui understood his own level. He was no match for the two long-established shadows. But the Uchiha blood within him made him feel thrilled and excited. Confronting the strong was a gene hidden in the blood of all Uchiha. No other enemies appeared, only these two before him, which made Shui slightly relieved. If there were other enemies besides these two, they would definitely not be able to fight them off. Jiao Du had already assumed his full power stance with the three masks of earth, grudge, fear, wind, lightning, and fire appearing beside him. Considering that the enemies were the water shadow and the earth shadow, Jiao Du did not bring out his water release, earth, grudge, fear. Whether it was the earth shadow who could counter water or the water shadow who was proficient in water, using the water release, earth, grudge, fear would only be offering himself up. It was better to keep it inside his body as a life-saving insurance. The fusion of wind, fire, and lightning release techniques formed a powerful chakra blast. This was Jiao Du's strongest attack, final shot. In ordinary ninja battles, one would not directly reveal their trump card. On one hand, one had to consider chakra consumption. On the other hand, it was to prevent the enemy from studying and countering it. Information also played a crucial role in battles between ninjas. But facing the combined might of two shadows, Jiao Du dared not be overconfident. His first move was his strongest attack, aiming for a surprise strike. A beam of light appeared, completely enveloping Jiao Du's chakra cannon. The chakra cannon was reduced to nothing under the beam's attack. It was precisely Wu's signature technique, dust release. Formed by the fusion of wind, earth, and fire nature transformations, this Kekkei Tota was not to be underestimated. Seeing his surprise attack easily neutralized, Jiao Du was not disappointed. The opponent was an experienced shadow, definitely not someone to be defeated so easily. Jiao Du quickly distanced himself from the crowd. Whether it was his attack or Wu's attack, the range was enormous. Even a slight graze could directly kill these ordinary people. Seeing Jiao Du voluntarily create distance, Wu chose to do the same. He also did not want to harm these ordinary people. In his eyes, they were important resources. Ling Nai, be careful. Shui gave a brief instruction to the girl beside him, then spoke to Gue Deng Huanyue. Mustache man, do you dare to fight me, unknown? Upon hearing the young man's words, Gue Deng Huanyue instantly exploded. He hated being called Mustache Man. In his memory, only two people had called him Mustache Man, and survived. One was Uchiha Shido, and the other was the Bandage Man just now. This arrogant Uchiha brat before him must not be left alive. You'd better be as strong as that detestable Shirtu. Gue Deng Huanyue said angrily, then voluntarily moved to a more open area. With Shun's mist, he was not worried that these ordinary people could escape from it. Shui was somewhat puzzled as to why the opponent called out his master's name, but seeing that the opponent, as he had hoped, left the crowd, he hurriedly followed. Ling Nai looked at the sudden change before her, momentarily at a loss. No matter which person or which battle, none were things she could easily intervene in. Shui, you must be safe. All Ling Nai could do was pray. For the first time, she loathed her own weakness so much, she could do nothing. It was the same a few days ago when facing the encirclement of Awagakure ninjas, and now it was still. Shui desperately spun his 3-Demo Sharingan, trying to locate the vanished Hozuki Jinjutsu within the dense mist. Moments ago, he had suddenly lost his lock on the enemy, as if the man had simply disappeared. Shui drew his short sword, scanning his surroundings with caution. He knew well that he was no match for his opponent, yet he would give his all to buy time. The flow of chakra throughout the area made it impossible for the Sharingan to pinpoint Hozuki Jinjutsu's position. These thick mists were exhaled by the clam Hozuki Jinjutsu's summoning creature. Compared to ordinary water mists released by standard mist ninja, this mist was far more potent at confusing the senses and concealing one's presence. Moreover, combined with the clam and Jinjutsu's other techniques, it could unleash even greater power. Countless bubbles drifted slowly from the depths of the mist, the same bubbles Shui had encountered at the very beginning. These innocent-looking bubbles would burst into violent explosions upon being struck. Furthermore, based on Shizui's earlier observation and analysis, these bubbles were not simply formed from water, they contained a large amount of oil. If those bubbles latched onto one, removing them would be extremely difficult. Fire-style Great Fire Dragon Technique. 3 fire dragons erupted from Shizui's mouth, charging fiercely toward the bubbles. Detonating the bubbles in advance was far better than dealing with them while they drifted before his eyes. Suddenly Shizui's gaze sharpened, his Sharingan detected an anomaly in the chakra flow. Is it the real body? In Shizui's vision, a human-shaped mass of chakra appeared. Under normal circumstances, it would mark the enemy's exact location. But the opponent standing before him now was Hozuki Jinjetsu, one of the most formidable shinobi in the entire ninja world. Such an obvious flaw could not have been an accidental slip. Shursui did not rush to attack. He couldn't be sure whether this was a deliberate bait. He formed hand seals, and a multitude of afterimages appeared around his real body, creating an army of Shursui. This was the phantom body flicker technique, which he could only execute with the Sharingan. At that moment, the human-shaped chakra underwent a transformation, and a barrage of water iron cannon shots flew from that direction, forming a dense curtain of fire. Water iron cannon technique. This was another signature technique mastered by Hozuki Jinjetsu. Ordinary mist ninja could not use this move. His employing it seemed to be a clear indication that he was indeed there. The water iron cannon calmly pierced through one afterimage after another. The afterimages rippled faintly, but did not dissipate. Under the cover of the afterimages, the enemy's attack failed to achieve much effect. He'll take the initiative and probe him first. Shursui made up his mind. If the stalemate continued, he would inevitably exhaust his chakra. The phantom body flicker technique consumed a moderate amount of chakra, but maintaining it constantly was still taxing. All the afterimages charged simultaneously toward the figure in the mist, seeking to uncover the truth. As Shursui advanced, various water-style ninjutsu were continuously released by the enemy from within the thick fog, as if to obstruct his progress. Some afterimages unleashed fire-style, some blocked with short swords, some simply threw shuriken, and others did nothing at all, letting the attacks pass through them. Almost there. Shizui's real body, concealed among the afterimages, watched the distance between him and that chakra mass shrink. I must not let my guard down. Shursui released a fire-style technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, striking the chakra mass first. Boom! A huge explosion followed Shizui's attack. The shockwave from the blast stirred the air, causing the dense mist in this area to dissipate slightly. What a brash youngster, so easily tricked. Hozuki Jinjetsu stood on a tree beside the explosion, sneering at Shizui's recklessness. That chakra mass was a clone created by Jinjetsu using oil and water. Initially, these clones could only perform close-range attacks, but after his battle with Takedo, Jinjetsu had improved them. Their appearance was no longer as deformed, they now looked exactly like the original Hozuki Jinjetsu. Moreover, they could use simple water-style ninjutsu. Jinjetsu had preloaded the clones with the chakra for the corresponding techniques, and controlled the flow to mimic the release of those techniques. Thus they could attack exactly as he had planned. In truth, this measure was not only laborious, but also wasted extra chakra. Its cost-effectiveness was low. After all, with careful observation, one could see that these clones still had slight fluctuations in their form, an inevitable physical rule of an oil-water mixture. But under the cover of the clam's thick mist, these clones became Jinjetsu's most convincing decoys, indistinguishable even with the Sharingan's enhancement. As the aftermath of the explosion gradually settled, Jinjetsu suddenly felt a sense of boredom. After all, his opponent was only a child of the Uchiha clan, far inferior to Takedo. Even if he defeated him, it would prove nothing. Jinjetsu turned away unenthusiastically, intending to go collect the ordinary Uzumaki villagers. Suddenly he felt a chill at the back of his neck. Jinjetsu hastily twisted his body. Don't move. A short sword was already pressed against his throat. With the slightest motion, it could easily take his head. It was Shursui. His condition was far from good. The explosion had severely damaged his clothes. Large patches of skin were burned by the oil's deflagration, with faint wisps of smoke rising from his flesh. One could even catch a whiff of cooked meat. Shursui had always been suspicious of such an obvious flaw, but if he did nothing, he would remain perpetually on the defensive. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Since the enemy wanted to lure him into probing, Shursui decided to go along with the plan. At first, Shursui had indeed not detected any flaw, but as the distance between them closed, a strange feeling arose in his heart. The flow of the enemy's chakra fluctuated unlike that of an ordinary person. To be safe, Shursui launched an attack first while quickly pulling his real body away. Under the cover of the afterimages, Jinjetsu did not notice this small detail. However, Shursui still underestimated the power of the enemy's explosion. Shursui had already slipped out of the afterimage's cover, but he was still caught in the blast. The scorching heat from the explosion continuously seared him, He could only use the body flicker technique desperately to create distance. During this escape, Shursui spotted Hozuki Jinjetsu, whose real body had been revealed by the explosion. Jinjetsu had never expected that his opponent could break free from the blast. He had increased the explosive power specifically to counter Takedo, and the speed of its spread was far beyond what an ordinary person could easily escape. Shursui pressed the short sword against Jinjetsu's throat, but did not kill him immediately, because in his perception there was more than one Hozuki Jinjetsu nearby. Kakuzu's piercing green eyes were fixed intently on the bandaged man before him. The second Tsukuyomi. This opponent wielded the formidable bloodline elimination, particle style, and was far from an unknown figure. Floating in midair, Mu gazed at Kakuzu. The man had long been renowned in the bounty hunter world, possessing a record of assassinating Hashirama and escaping with ease. He was a formidable adversary. Lightning style, false darkness. Kakuzu initiated the attack. The Earth Grudge Fear mask belonging to the lightning style spewed forth a multitude of lightning spears. Lightning countered Earth, making this technique the optimal choice to probe the enemy. As for particle style, Kakuzu was not worried. Such a technique consumed immense chakra, and the opponent would not unleash his ultimate trump card so readily. Mu observed the vast net of lightning before him. For an ordinary ninja, facing Kakuzu's saturation assault would leave no room for evasion. Mu manipulated his body, rapidly ascending his altitude. Super lightweight rock technique. Kakuzu watched Mu's figure without surprise. If the opponent could be defeated so easily, he would never have earned the title. Fire style had hardened. Under Kakuzu's control, it was not a sea of flames, but a barrage of fireballs. These fireballs formed a powerful suppression, attempting to block Mu's movement. Two Earth Grudge Fear masks stood on either side of Kakuzu, continuously unleashing jutsu. Earth-style rock, a massive rock fist attached to Mu's arm, forming a hardened stone fist. Mu crossed his arms before himself to defend against the incoming attacks. The fireballs crashed against the rock fists, bursting into sparks. Minor cracks appeared on the stone fists. The dense barrage of fire, even solid rock, could not withstand it. Mu infused chakra into his arms. Under the enhancement of the super heavyweight rock technique, the rock became even more resilient. The fireballs could no longer inflict effective damage, yet the scorching heat seeped through the stone, reaching Mu's body. Compared to that little mustache's explosion, this is far inferior. Sensing the heat, Mu made no active defensive measures. The bandages that now covered his entire body were a result of Jinjetsu Hozuki's attack, and beneath them his skin still bore burn scars. The explosive heat from the Steam Imp's technique far exceeded the flame temperature of Kakuzu's current attack. Kakuzu ceased his assault, realizing that such attacks could not breach the opponent's defense and would only devolve into a contest of chakra reserves. Seeing Kakuzu stop, Mu immediately propelled himself forward at high speed toward Kakuzu. Simultaneously, the rock fists on his arms grew larger, continuously reinforced by the super heavyweight rock technique. Kakuzu stared at Mu's two enormous rock fists without panic. The opponent's flight speed was so swift that evasion was impossible. In a ninja world where flight was nearly non-existent, Mu, possessing aerial superiority, could attack at will. Silently, a layer of black began to spread across Kakuzu's body surface. Kakuzu planted his feet firmly, crossing his arms above his head to block the opponent's full-force strike. The rock fist, empowered by the super heavyweight rock technique, collided with Kakuzu's earth-style defense, generating a tremendous shockwave. Rolling dust enveloped both figures. As time passed, the dust gradually settled. Kakuzu's skin had now shed its previous blackness, and a transformation occurred. Numerous black tendrils emerged from his body. Their target was none other than Mu. Caught off guard by this sudden change, Mu could not evade quickly due to the aftereffects of the super heavyweight rock technique. The black tendrils tightly bound his body. No escape. A hoarse voice emanated from Kakuzu. Mu's earlier attack had inflicted considerable damage on him. The earth style had blocked the majority of the damage, but the violent shockwave had still severely damaged Kakuzu's internal organs. Kakuzu's fists transformed, and a massive chakra flux pulsed within them. The three masks of wind, fire, and lightning had now gathered on his right arm, and the final chakra cannon was being prepared. Mu quickly freed his arms from the rock fists and performed hand seals. A rock golem appeared between Kakuzu and Mu, shielding Mu behind it. This was Mu's Goryei technique. Just as the rock golem prepared to attack Kakuzu to disrupt the charging chakra cannon, the immense chakra had already been assembled. The final shot burst forth from the three Earth Grudge Fear masks, hurtling straight toward the rock golem and Mu behind it. The rock golem possessed formidable defensive power, and ordinary attacks could not harm it. In fact, Mu had even reinforced it with the super heavyweight rock technique for added safety. Yet against Kakuzu's full-powered final shot, all of this proved futile. The chakra cannon pierced through the rock golem, as if it were nothing, continuing toward Mu without any obstruction. Sensing the overwhelming aura of annihilation before him, Mu knew that without effective protection, he would surely perish under this strike. Mu attempted to move, but the black tendrils still bound him, preventing evasion. The particle style required a long time to charge, and the opponent's attack was already upon him. There was no time. Kakuzu's green eyes widened as he stared at the violent explosion before him. This opponent was the legendary second Tsukuyomi Mu, no easy prey. The explosive aura gradually dissipated, leaving only a massive crater. It seemed as if the opponent had truly perished under his full power strike. Kakuzu lightly raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. The pressure of facing a Kage was immense. Moreover, the opponent possessed the devastating particle style capable of destroying everything. The pressure was extraordinary. But fortunately, he had struck the killing blow before the enemy could unleash particle style. If the opponent had not held back and had used particle style immediately, no defense could have withstood it. Kakuzu turned to go assist Shursui. The strength of a Kage was something Shursui could not hope to match at his current level. Shizui's safety was now Kakuzu's utmost priority. Just as Kakuzu prepared to leave, a spatial fluctuation emanated from behind him. It was a different aura of annihilation from the final shot. If the final shot was a blast that destroyed everything, this aura was one that separated all into nothingness, reducing them to ash. Too late. Kakuzu attempted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only use Earth style for defense. However, against the unreasonable particle style, all defenses were utterly useless. A translucent beam of light pierced through Kakuzu's body, and the parts in contact with the beam vanished instantly. This was Mu's ultimate technique. Particle style, an unreasonable attack that disassembled the opponent into atoms. Dragging his exhausted body, Wu gradually approached Kaku. The dust release in his hand could no longer be sustained due to his weakened state. Facing Kakuzu's fierce assault, Wu had no choice but to cut his losses and flee. This was the split technique invented by Wu. Unlike ordinary clone techniques, the split technique could instantly divide both body and chakra equally without needing hand seals. After the split, both bodies were solid entities, but the power of each was diminished. By using this technique to cut his losses, Wu managed to escape from the devastating attack. However, as a result, Wu's strength had been halved. Facing the explosion from the bombardment, he could only defend himself with the Gongli-style technique. Fortunately, he survived in the end. Mustering the last of his strength, he unleashed dust release. Normally, after using the split technique, one could no longer use dust release. Thus, the final dust release was merely an extremely thin beam of light, unsustainable and incapable of producing the subsequent explosion. Wu watched as the heart of Kakuzu, now pierced through, fell to the ground, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Without a heart, how can you live? Fortunately, this attack had pierced through the opponent's heart. In Wu's eyes, the scales of victory were finally tipping in his favor. Meanwhile, Shursui cautiously surveyed his surroundings as numerous Hozuki Genjutsu appeared beside him. Illusions. Shursui understood that these were all illusions. He only needed to find a real body and eliminate it. But what truly troubled Shursui was that he could not distinguish them. Indeed, whether it was the one holding the short sword before him or those around him, every Hozuki Genjutsu felt exactly the same in Shizui's perception. Is this one before me really the real body? Recalling his previous exchanges with the opponent, Shursui reasoned that since the opponent possessed such a jutsu, he would never reveal his true form so easily. Then the one who deliberately appeared after the explosion must not be the real body. Shursui dared not gamble. If he killed the current Hozuki Genjutsu, would he cause a violent explosion like before? Shursui also dared not let the opponent go easily. The opponent's recent behavior all seemed like that of the real body, and his clones had not actually attacked, as if they were wary of Shursui. It was as if the one Shursui was threatening was truly the real body. He couldn't tell, he really couldn't. Shursui felt a surge of frustration. This feeling of being toyed with by the opponent was unbearable. In fact, none of these were Hozuki Genjutsu's real body. Some were clones made of oil and water, while others were optical illusions created by the mirage of the clam. After suffering from the previous explosion, Shursui did not dare to gamble. Kid, compared to Shida, you're still far off. Hozuki Genjutsu's real body was hiding in the thick fog, quietly watching everything unfold. Meanwhile, under his control, one of the clones headed toward the Uzumaki clan's hiding place. If he could catch all these people before the bandaged man, they would all be his. Meanwhile, under his control, one of the clones headed toward the Uzumaki clan's hiding place. If he could catch all these people, these mists not only did not obstruct his perception, but on the contrary, nothing could escape Hozuki Genjutsu's perception within this dense fog. The group was currently hiding in a cave. They had tried to escape earlier, but their five senses were disoriented, and they could not leave the fog on their own. Reina stood guard at the cave entrance, her nerves taut. All they could do was wait for Shursui and Kakuzu to return before attempting an escape. Reina was constantly applying sealing techniques near the entrance. Feeling weak, she was doing everything she could. Little Reina, come take a break. Kazuki spoke, looking at her with a hint of concern. He and Yoda, severely injured, were also in the retreating group. However, their vitality was so depleted that they could not use any jutsu, becoming the ones who needed protection. It's fine, I'm not tired. Reina forced herself to stay alert, responding to his concern. Just then a mocking voice came from the distance. Oh, such hard work, little girl. Reina looked at the Hozuki Genjutsu clone before her. Naturally, she could not tell the difference between the clone and the real body. How are you here? Where's Shursui? In Reina's eyes, the fact that the opponent who had left with Shursui returned alone spoke for itself. That little brat. Of course I killed him. You don't know? That kid's body went off like a firework. Boom, and Hozuki Genjutsu maliciously deceived the girl, or rather in his eyes this was the fate that awaited the still resisting Shursui. With his strength, Hozuki Genjutsu could kill the opponent at any time. The opponent was just a kid with 3 Sharingan, no match for him at all. But Shursui had left him with too deep a psychological shadow. Now that he encountered a Uchiha kid, how could he kill him so easily? After hearing the opponent's words, Reina was first startled, then glared fiercely at Hozuki Genjutsu. I won't believe you. Shursui will definitely come to save us. The girl quickly used a sealing technique. The surrounding area had already been covered with various seals by her, ready for self-defense in an emergency. Hozuki Genjutsu could feel the space around him become stagnant, and the flow of chakra was obstructed. His limbs felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and his mind grew drowsy. Little girl, you have some skill. Hozuki Genjutsu's clone held his head, grinning. The girl ignored him, and golden chains surged from behind her, attacking the enemy before her. This was just a clone. Hozuki Genjutsu had not embedded any jutsu formulas in it, since the opponents were just ordinary. After being hit with various seals, he could not effectively respond for a moment. Watching the approaching chains, he suddenly laughed. This explosion is for you. Explosion was an inherent ability of the clone. The moment the golden chain struck the clone, it began to swell. A wave of scorching heat surged toward Reina, and she immediately sensed something was wrong. She was too close to the opponent to defend herself, but the people in the cave were different. A wave of scorching heat surged toward Reina, and she immediately sensed something was wrong. She was too close to the opponent to defend herself, but Reina's originally bright red hair began to turn white and her skin became withered and wrinkled. The young girl now looked like an old woman. If only I had trained harder back then. Resentment welled up in her heart as she awaited the explosion. Shursui was still locked in a stalemate with the Hozuki Genjutsu on the field. Suddenly, the Hozuki Genjutsu being held at sword point laughed. Kid, want to know something? Shursui watched the opponent warily. At this moment, he was like a lamb to the slaughter. Your little girlfriend? She blew up. Hozuki Genjutsu sneered, his face full of mockery. Shursui immediately understood the implication. Fury surged within him. How dare you? The short sword sliced straight through the opponent's neck. But instead of the expected blood or explosion, the illusion simply dissipated before Shizui's eyes. Ha ha ha. What a clown. Hozuki Genjutsu's mocking laughter echoed around Shursui. The disparity in their strength made everything Shursui did seem like a clown's act in the opponent's eyes. Ha ha ha. What a clown. Hozuki Genjutsu's mocking laughter echoed around Shursui. The disparity in their strength made everything Shursui did. A four-bladed shuriken with barbed edges spun slowly like a pinwheel. This was Shizui's Mangekyō Sharingan. Uzumaki Ashina relentlessly struck down one shinobi after another, his sole desire to reach Reina. However, the numerical disparity kept him trapped within the enemy's encirclement. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared above Izushio village. Silent and nearly unnoticed save for Uzumaki Ashina. The entire village was under his sealing jutsu, allowing him to sense every shift. That man is Uchiha Shursui. Shursui observed the battlefield below. Though the allied forces of water and earth outnumbered them, the Uzumaki clan's mastery of sealing jutsu, coupled with their abundant chakra and vitality, made them difficult to overpower quickly. If the Uzumaki chose to delay, they would become like a hard turtle shell, impenetrable. Where is that brat Shursui? Shursui did not spot him, but he remained untroubled. Silently, he manipulated the spatial elements nearby. Instantly, the entire battlefield space solidified, turning viscous, as if the very air had congealed. Shursui slowly raised his hand, then pressed downward. Go! Abruptly, every warrior on the field felt an oppressive weight bearing. Uzumaki Ashina sensed a strange energy clinging to his body. The allied forces of water and earth, thrown into disarray by the sudden anomaly, frantically looked to the sky. That pretentious bastard. Not all had seen Shida's face. Clearly none present recognized him. Rock bullets and water projectiles shot simultaneously toward Shursui, their instinctive reaction. On the battlefield, it was kill or be killed. A moment's hesitation could cost one's life. Shursui faced the assault without panic. Mere ordinary ninjutsu. He activated his Mangekyō ability, and instantly space tremored violently. A colossal spatial rift appeared before Shirtu, the very rift torn by Senju. The ninjutsu poured into the rift, stirring, not even a ripple, another marvel of Senku's power. Suddenly the blackness within the rift, which seemed to absorb all, shifted, revealing a bizarre vista beyond the tier. A green sky, a land of red and white. A scene utterly alien to the shinobi world. Then it transformed, turning into searing crimson magma. A world of molten rock. As the crowd marveled, it shifted again. A blue-white realm of ice and snow, a corrosive yellow-green acid sea, an endless yellow desert, a suffocating eerie space. 6 realms cycled continuously, sights none had ever witnessed. Some shinobi already sought to flee for the opponent's strange flight, and bizarre spatial rift marked him as a threat beyond their league. Uzumaki Ashina instantly perceived this, realizing Shirtu had indeed come to their aid. He was now determined not to let a single enemy escape. Lord Shida, strike now, they're fleeing. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, and a vast dome enveloped the entire village, preventing any swift escape. Watching the chaotic battlefield below, Shirtu merely raised his hands. Off you go. In an instant, all the allied water and earth shinobi vanished, leaving the Uzumaki ninjas staring in bewilderment. Off. Cries of agony erupted from the spatial rift, the voices of the vanished allied shinobi. Some fell into magma, others were pierced by ice spears, swallowed by quicksand, or corroded by acid. The relatively fortunate ones landed in the hypergravity space and the initial sphere space. Yet their condition was far from good. Some were pinned to the ground immobile, others appeared drained, their chakra steadily absorbed. Uzumaki Ashina watched the sudden calamity, a chill running down his spine. If he wished, we too would be cast in his... The gulf in power left the old man unable to muster even a spark of resistance, especially since their savior had come to their aid. Now Shirtu observed the enemy within the mixed space and sensed something amiss. These were mere ordinary shinobi lacking a commanding officer. In other words, no high-level combatants, only cannon fodder. The remaining Uzumaki ninjas collapsed to the ground, uncertain why Shirtu had rescued them, but knowing the land of whirlpools was saved. Shirtu drifted slowly to the ground, and Uzumaki Ashina hurried over. Thank you for your rescue, Lord Shirtu. The old man bowed respectfully. Shirtu drifted slowly to the ground, and Uzumaki Ashina hurried over. Thank you for your Shursui and Lord Kakuzu should be with her, but I fear their situation is dire. Seeing Shida's confusion, Uzumaki Ashina quickly voiced his conjecture. The moment he finished, Shirtu understood the source of his earlier unease. In an instant, he activated the instantaneous realm enveloping the old man, and they vanished. Meanwhile, the battlefield of Shursui and Kakuzu had also changed. Mu gazed at Kakuzu lying on the ground, inwardly marveling at the opponent's ferocity. Mastery of 5 nature transformations, bizarre tentacle attacks, and devastating composite ninjutsu. None were easy for an ordinary shinobi to handle. Had Mu used dust release earlier, the opponent might have been easily dealt with. But to conserve energy, he underestimated Kakuzu and paid the price. A permanent decline in power, one that would require time to recover. Due to the splitting technique, he could not use dust release for a while. The previous attack was the best he could muster. Now Mu was greatly weakened. If he faced Kakuzu again, he would likely have no chance. But in the end, I was superior. Mu spoke softly, preparing to leave. He did not trust Hozuki Jinjetsu's character, who might seize the resources at any moment. Yet as he was about to depart, Kakuzu lying on the ground began to change. The pierced heart had restored itself, and all internal injuries were... He slowly rose, the 3 Jianga masks of wind, lightning, and fire appearing on his shoulders and crown. Terrifying chakra coalesced into a devastating chakra cannon, as if capable of annihilating all. By the time Mu reacted, the attack was already behind him, inescapable. The eerie blue chakra glow reflected his final expression. Even through his bandages, his terror was plain. A pity about my water release, Jianga heart. He'll have to hunt a new one later. Shursui glared furiously at the numerous phantom clones of Hozuki Jinjetsu before him. Blood trickled from the corners of his eyes. The moment he acquired his new eyes, Shursui instantly grasped how to wield them. The ultimate Jinjutsu, Kotoame Tsukumi. Hozuki Jinjetsu, observing the abrupt transformation of his opponent's eyes, never anticipated that his own provocation would trigger the evolution of Shijui's Sharingan. As the Mizukichi, he naturally understood that gaining new eyes would grant new abilities, yet he remained unperturbed. Not only was Shursui likely unskilled with his newly acquired power, but he also couldn't even locate his true body. How could he possibly claim victory? Nevertheless, the sudden shift prompted Hozuki Jinjetsu to consider swiftly eliminating his foe. After all, prolonged delays breed unforeseen complications. Hozuki Jinjetsu commanded his clones formed from oil and water to surge continuously toward Shursui, their bodies swelling ominously. A massive explosion. Let's see how you evade this. The clones expanded relentlessly, an aura of destruction pervading the air so potent that even the distant Hozuki Jinjetsu himself could sense it. I didn't expect my explosion's power to have increased. Hozuki Jinjetsu rationalized without a trace of suspicion. Die brat. Recalling the humiliation of being toyed with by Takedo, Hozuki Jinjetsu felt a surge of vindication, his entire body burning with exhilaration. A violent explosion erupted within the thick mist, causing space itself to ripple. Shursue, clutching his overused eyes, watched the blast calmly. The power far exceeded the explosion Shursue had encountered earlier. Had he endured that experience again, he would surely have perished. As the explosion subsided, the illusory clones of Hozuki Jinjetsu vanished simultaneously. The second Mizukage Hozuki Jinjetsu had fallen by his own hand. Hozuki Jinjetsu, ensnared by Kotoami Tsukumi, never imagined that his phantoms and clones, upon directly gazing into his opponent's eyes, would also succumb to Jinjutsu, influencing even his true body. The key factor was the phantoms generated by the giant clam, illusions born from the refraction of light, distinct from ordinary clones. They transmitted their visual perceptions back to the original body through light refraction. Thus, the moment they beheld Shizui's eyes, Hozuki Jinjetsu's true body fell victim to Kotoami Tsukumi. From the start, Shursue had failed to locate his opponent's true body, so he decided to stop searching. Under the influence of Shizui's Kotoami Tsukumi, Hozuki Jinjetsu's consciousness blurred. In his perception, the concepts of his own true body and Shizui's had been swapped. He believed he was commanding all his clones to bombard Shursue, when in reality all clones were assaulting his own true body. No one else could pinpoint his true location, but he himself knew it. The one who delighted in toying with his opponents ultimately met his end at the hands of his own deception. Takedo, accompanied by Uzumaki Ashina, swiftly located the hiding place of all Uzumaki clan members. Seeing that none had been attacked, the elder's anxious heart finally eased. Reina. The elder called out his granddaughter's name. Everything was over. Yet the energetic Reina he expected did not appear. Instead, the crowd silently parted to make way. Uzumaki Ashina, upon witnessing this scene, stood frozen, his mind blank, mechanically walking. Before him lay a charred corpse, its features utterly unrecognizable, the blackened flesh bearing no resemblance to the vibrant girl of spring. In truth, had it not been for the formidable constitution of the Uzumaki clan, she would not have even retained a complete body under Hozuki Jinjetsu's attack. Uzumaki Ashina could not believe what he saw. Deep regret consumed him for the decision he had made. If only they had stayed in the village, would this have happened? At that moment, two auras entered Tokido's perception, Shursue and Kakeru. However, from Tokido's sensing, neither of them was in good condition. The instant he saw Shursue, Takedo noticed a change. Not in his injuries, but in his eyes. Takedo never expected that the journey to the land of whirlpools would awaken Shizui's Mangekyō Sharingan, though this was hardly good news for the Uchiha clan. Kakuzu stood beside Shursue, silently gazing at Reina, with whom he had shared many memories over the past few days. The death of a comrade was common in the shinobi world, but that did little to ease his sorrow. Memories of the girl flashed through Shizui's mind. He himself could not explain why merely hearing news of her had awakened his eyes. He knew the conditions for awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan. If such immense power required the death of a loved one, then Shursue would rather never awaken it. Suddenly a thought struck Shursue. Awakening. He looked at his master Takedo. If his master was willing to act, then Reina could still be saved. Takedo sighed as he noticed Shizui's gaze. After all, I am this kid's master. A master must clean up the mess left by his disciple. Takedo affectionately ruffled Shizui's hair, a gesture he hadn't done in a long time. Shursue had grown so tall over the years, if he didn't do it now it might soon be out of reach. Shursue, feeling the familiar touch, no longer resisted as he once did. After truly embarking on missions, he had come to understand the cruelty of the shinobi world. Enemies never showed mercy. In contrast, this once annoying gesture now brought him boundless. The profound power of the Mangekyō Sharingan began to activate, the sheer might capable of altering time. Before the astonished gazes of all, Reina's charred body began to regenerate. Fresh fair flesh replaced the blackened remains. Everything was restored under the power of time. The girl slowly opened her eyes, seeing before her the grandfather she had yearned for, and the boy of the same age. All that had happened felt like a nightmare, fading into nothingness upon waking. With Tokido's intervention, the land of whirlpools miraculously survived this crisis, while the lands of water and earth paid their own price. The deaths of 3 Kages shocked the ninja world. No one expected that a mere siege would yield consequences more severe than a great ninja war. Indeed, not only Mu and Hozuki Jinjetsu perished in this conflict, but also the second Reikage. No one knew how he died. It was only known that after his battle with Uzumaki Mido, he was already dead and his body was brought back by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. As for Uzumaki Mido, she fared no better. Rumors suggested her end was near, and she was seeking the next Jinchuriki. Yet the land of whirlpools, once allied with the land of fire, remained silent upon hearing the news, as if the bond between them had completely vanished. Everyone knew that the siege of the land of whirlpools by the lands of water and earth would end in a bitter. However, it was not the land of whirlpools being erased from ninja history that people expected, but the deaths of 3 Kage and one-tailed beast Jinchuriki.